The resurgence of spiritual energy caused a dramatic transformation in the world, awakening ferocious beasts and plunging humanity into peril. At this critical juncture, four unparalleled masters joined forces with numerous prodigies to organize and preserve martial arts legacies. Over the past 8 centuries, humanity has experienced significant ups and downs. It wasn't until 500 years ago that an unknown warrior pierced through the god-level beast, the sky-splitting demon eagle, with a single spear, marking the true rise of humanity. Now, the Federation has entered an era where martial arts are embraced by all, but Jiang Li remains an ordinary teenager with mediocre talent. Unexpectedly, his close friendly Wanhe seemed indifferent to their teacher's guidance. He casually cleaned his ears and lazily remarked, "Old man, you've said this at least 1,000 times by now. Can we just wrap up on time? School's almost over." Zhao Jigang, fuming with anger, shot a glare at Li Wanhe but could do nothing about it. Even the usually diligent Jiang Li found his mind wandering. Having transmigrated to this world nearly 18 years ago, the martial arts boom felt no different from his previous life. With his vitality barely reaching 60 calories, he had spent 3 years in high school but still doubted he could get into even a third-rate university. Suddenly, Zhao Jigang's words yanked him back to reality. Next weekend is the final martial arts simulation exam. Those who perform well might get special admission to top universities. The phrase, special admission, acted like a shot of adrenaline, invigorating the drowsy students. As the dismissal bell rang, Jiang Li shouldered his backpack and rushed out of the classroom with Li Wanhe. Li Wanhe excitedly talked about trying out a new god-tier game at the internet cafe, but Jiang Li politely declined. He preferred to train hard rather than remain outside the realm of martial arts excellence. On his way home, Jiang Li couldn't help but think of his aunt. After his parents mysteriously disappeared, she became his only family in this world. He vaguely remembered being a transmigrator but couldn't recall the details of his past life. Perhaps it was just a fleeting dream, irrelevant to his current life. Jiang Li glanced at his watch and waved goodbye to Li Wanhe at the intersection. "See you tomorrow, Wanhe." Jiang Li lived in Runjiang Garden. The neighborhood was quite ordinary, but his looks were anything but. With his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, paired with a tall and graceful figure, he could easily make any girl's heart flutter. "Hey, isn't that our neighborhood's heartthrob? How come you're back so early today?" Uncle Li teased with a cheerful smile. Jiang Li responded with a hearty laugh. "We had exams today, so no classes." An elderly woman nearby joined in the conversation. "Jiang Li, you've grown so tall now. Shouldn't you be thinking about finding a girlfriend?" "My granddaughter?" "Auntie, please, let's not go there. I'm focusing on my studies," Jiang Li interrupted with a wry smile. Despite the neighbors' constant chatter about him, he was grateful for it. Without their attention, he would feel quite lonely. As he stepped into his home, Jiang Li excitedly called out, "Auntie, I'm back." But he was met with nothing but silence. "Where could she have gone?" he muttered, kicking open the bedroom door. The sight that greeted him left him stunned. "What the? All of Annie's stuff is gone. Even that old sunflower pot." His mind went blank, and he nearly passed out. This scene was eerily similar to when his parents disappeared 8 years ago. "Auntie, don't scare me like this. Come out." Jiang Li frantically searched the entire house, terrified that his aunt had also vanished without a trace. But no matter where he looked, he found nothing. Finally, he collapsed on the floor in despair, eyes fixed on a letter on the table. "Auntie, how could you be so heartless?" Tears streamed down his face as he cried like a child. He couldn't even bring himself to read the letter. A single line about her having her reasons was supposed to be enough? 20 kilometers away, Mu Qingxue wept sorrowfully. "I'm sorry, Jiang Li. Auntie can't tell you the truth. Just stay safe on Earth, and don't come to the stars to suffer." With that, she flew away without looking back. The old man beside her sighed deeply. That woman is really ruthless. Back at home, Jiang Li cried himself to sleep on the floor. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Host detected to have reached adulthood, activating the cultivation system with 10,000-fold increase. What the hell? Jiang Li jolted awake, thinking he was dreaming. But the sound of a birthday song drifting in from outside made him realize it was all real. His aunt was gone, his parents were missing, and he was all alone. What was the point of living anymore? Feeling dejected, Jiang Li slumped against the wall, staring blankly at the ceiling. That mysterious system prompt seemed to be his only glimmer of hope. It looked like fate hadn't completely abandoned him. That night was destined to be a turning point in Jiang Li's life. The next day, sunlight pierced through the window as Jiang Li slowly woke up. The events of the previous night were still vivid in his mind. The mysterious disappearance of his parents and aunt left him utterly perplexed. There's definitely something off about them. I've never seen them practice cultivation, yet their abilities are anything but ordinary. Jiang Li muttered to himself, his mind racing. Just as he was deep in thought, a mechanical voice suddenly exploded in his mind. cultivation efficiency amplification system at your service. No way. Is this for real? Jiang Li exclaimed, jumping out of bed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. As the name suggests, this system could increase his cultivation efficiency by 10,000 times. Thrilled, he got into position to begin cultivating, but his stomach growled loudly, interrupting him.
I'm starving.
Gotta eat first. He dove into the fridge, devouring everything in sight. Raw meat, cooked dishes, cake. He didn't care, he stuffed it all into his mouth and swallowed. After a satisfying meal, Jiang Li let out a contented burp. System, is it okay if I start cultivating now that I'm full? Complete 100 push-ups, and your chi and blood value will increase by 1. The system responded, sending Jiang Li over the moon with excitement. For an ordinary person, doing 100 push-ups would merely be good exercise, but for him, it was like doing 100,000. No way, I need to do more. With renewed vigor, Jiang Li powered through another 100 push-ups. Ding, chi and blood value +1. Just as Jiang Li was about to push himself further, an overwhelming hunger hit him. Damn, how am I this hungry? I need to eat again. He raided the fridge once more, emptying it completely before his hunger was somewhat alleviated. This is insane. I can't keep up with this. He quickly realized that the system adhered to the law of conservation of energy. Looks like I need to buy some high-calorie food, or I'll starve to death. Then, Jiang Li thought of another pressing issue. If just 100 push-ups left me this hungry, what will happen if I practice advanced cultivation techniques? Aunt left me $1 million. Buying some high-quality energy supplements shouldn't be a problem. Jiang Li immediately began to calculate. Money can make the world go round. A sly grin appeared on his face. With this $1 million, I can cultivate like crazy. Who's not going to be a warrior then? Mock exams? Ha! Smashing those elite class kids will be a piece of cake. Jiang Li's lips curled into a cocky smile as he started planning his path to success. Ding! Your account ending in 1657 has received a transfer of 1 million federal credits. Your current balance is 1,034,265.34 credits. With just over 1 million federal credits, if I spend it all on energy liquid, would I be eating dirt? Jiang Li thought gloomily. If only his aunt and parents could be a bit more generous. Suddenly, he remembered the mysterious gift his parents had left him. What kind of surprise could it be? His eyes lit up as he hurriedly searched through the cabinet in his room. Thump, thump, thump. The crisp knocking sound made his heart race. He found and pulled out a hidden compartment. A sandalwood box emitting a faint fragrance appeared before him, intricately carved with lifelike ferocious beasts. Jiang Li carefully opened the box, revealing a black jade bead lying quietly inside. As soon as he picked it up, the bead projected the images of his parents. Dad, Mom! Jiang Li exclaimed, reaching out to touch them, but his hand only passed through an illusory light. It was just a recording. Happy birthday, Li. His mother Mu Hanmei said, her eyes glistening with tears, full of reluctance. His father Jiang Fan remained silent, but his eyes conveyed deep paternal love. This black jade bead is our coming-of-age gift to you. Keep it with you always. It will protect you, she continued. Just then, in the vast expanse of the starry sky, 2 figures waved their hands, and stars began to vanish. Hanmei, did we make the right decision back then? Jiang Fan sighed. Mu Hanmei's eyes blazed with determination. I don't care. I just don't want Li to endure all this. The image gradually faded away. Jiang Li took a deep breath and placed the jade bead around his neck. Mom, Dad, wait for me. I will find you. His eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. With the 10,000-fold cultivation system, nothing could stand in his way. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a notification sound from his communicator. It was a call from Li Wanhe. Li Go. Isn't today your birthday? Let's meet at the Tiandi Internet Cafe. My treat. Normally, Jiang Li would have agreed without hesitation. But now, he had more important matters to attend to. Another time. Today, come with me to Black Market Street to buy energy liquid. Energy liquid? Li Gu, are you crazy?
Li Wanhe exclaimed.
To him, with their level of aptitude, using energy liquid was a sheer waste. Stop nagging, just come, Jiang Li insisted. Li Wanhe had no choice but to join him on this wild venture. In Money Boss's shop on Black Market Street. Oh, it's Li. What are you buying today? My buddy here wants a bottle of C-grade energy liquid, Li Wanhe replied in a low voice. Money Boss looked at Jiang Li in surprise. A C-grade energy liquid costing 1 million credits was not something an ordinary person could afford. Wait in the lounge. I'll have someone fetch it from the warehouse, Money Boss said with a smile. Li Wanhe promptly led Jiang Li to the lounge. To their astonishment, as soon as they entered, they froze. Sitting there was Su Yeye, the most beautiful girl from their class, known as the class flower of Class 4, Senior Year 3. She looked as captivating as ever. Su Yeye sat there quietly in a white dress, holding a book. Her profile was as beautiful as jade, reflecting a soft light that made hearts flutter. Hey, the class beauty. You're here too? Li Wanhe greeted her casually as he walked over, while Jiang Li nodded with a smile. Found something interesting. Let's see if we can get a good deal, he said. Su Yeye smiled, dimples showing, without a hint of disdain despite their lower grades. Let me see, Li Wanhe said as he took the book. The cover read Frost Palm, in big characters. Wow, a C-level combat skill. Are you planning to shine in the mock exam and get special admission to a top school? Su Yeye tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and chuckled. Not really. My energy can't handle the consumption of a C-level skill. I heard this Frost Palm has low energy requirements, so I wanted to check it out. Who knows if that's true? Unexpectedly, the word combat skill made Jiang Li's eyes light up. Right, if I can't practice the guidance technique for now, I can start with a combat skill. With 10,000 times the enhancement, I can master it in no time. Hey, Jiang Li, take a look, Li Wanhe said, nudging him with his elbow and handing over the manual. Su Yeye's gaze also shifted to Jiang Li. As Jiang Li flipped through the manual, the diagrams of energy flow flashed quickly in his mind. Thanks to the enhancement, he instantly grasped the essence of Frost Palm and could start practicing right away. However, he realized this was just an introductory page. He regretted it but also saw that the energy requirement for Frost Palm was quite high, likely too much for someone at the quasi-warrior stage. So, what do you think? Su Yeye asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Jiang Li pondered for a moment and replied honestly, I think the energy requirement for this combat skill is quite high. Using it in the mock exam might not be feasible. Why?
Su Yeye pouted.
Just a hunch, Jiang Li shrugged, handing the manual back to Su Yeye. He couldn't exactly say he had mastered it at a glance. At that moment, Boss Qian walked in with a finely packaged box. Young man, here's your C-level energy potion. Miss Su, 2.7 million for a C-level combat skill is a good deal. How about I give you a 10% discount? Give him the same discount, and I'll buy the manual, Su Yeye said with a bright smile. You're making me lose money here, Boss Qian chuckled. But since you're an old acquaintance, I'll do it. Su Yeye, maybe you should get a different one, Jiang Li advised. Since you won't tell me why, I'm sticking with this one, Su Yeye said playfully. If it doesn't work out, I'll just give it to my family. No big deal. With that, she waved and hopped into a luxury car. See you on Monday. Jiang Li, Su Yeye is really nice to you. Saving you 8,000 like that, Li Wanhe teased. Do you think she likes you? Maybe you should become the Su family's son-in-law and take me along for the ride? Jiang Li rolled his eyes. Dream on. Get lost. Li Wanhe laughed heartily, clearly enjoying the banter. After strolling around with Li Wanhe for a while, Jiang Li quickly returned home, eager to test the effects of the C-grade energy liquid. 100,000 for this stuff? He muttered as he opened the packaging to reveal a 20 milliliter bottle of dark brown liquid. He knew that energy liquids weren't ordinary products. They were crafted from precious materials and the cores of fierce beasts, containing highly concentrated energy. Jiang Li tilted his head back and downed the liquid in one gulp. The cold fluid slid down his throat and quickly spread through his body. The energy would surge in just a minute. He had to act fast. To his astonishment, after just 2 rounds of guided exercises, Jiang Li's vitality surged by 40 calories, breaking through to warrior level. He looked at his hands in disbelief, feeling the tenfold increase in strength. Mock exams, special admissions, all within his grasp now. Ambitions he once dared not dream of were now within reach. Jiang Li continued to train, with each guided exercise boosting his vitality by 20 calories. Soon, his vitality reached 162.2 calories, making him a standout among junior warriors. Unbelievable! Jiang Li exclaimed as he punched the air, his speed so fast that it left afterimages and his punches cutting through the air with a sharp sound. He was elated. The C-grade energy liquid was worth every penny. He then began practicing the Wild Bull Fist technique. After just 20 repetitions, his mastery of the Wild Bull Fist advanced from proficient to accomplished. With relentless training, Jiang Li's proficiency continued to soar. Ding! Your Wild Bull Fist has reached the mastery level. Ding! Your Wild Bull Fist has reached the perfect level. Moo! With a roar like an enraged bull, Jiang Li unleashed a punch so powerful it almost seemed tangible. The Wild Bull Fist had finally reached perfection. With my current strength, I could take on even high-level warriors. Just as Jiang Li was basking in his newfound power, the lights in the neighborhood flicked on, and several elderly folk started grumbling. You're scaring the kids. Do you have to be so loud? Have some decency. Jiang Li cringed, realizing that the granny's combat power was the scariest of all. He quickly made his escape. Better to run than face their wrath. Time flies, and before you know it, it's Monday again. Over the past couple of days, Jiang Li has been practicing his Wild Bull Fist and doing basic training to boost his vitality. He doesn't dare practice the energy guiding technique for fear of not having enough energy to sustain it and turning into a dried-up husk. If only he had another bottle of C-grade energy liquid. Jiang Li pursed his lips, longing for it. Unfortunately, he was broke, barely able to afford his regular training expenses. The remaining money would only last him another 3 or 4 days. He needed to find a way to make some money. Jiang Li calculated. He didn't want to go back to the snail's pace of his previous training. Li, someone's calling you. Li Wanhe waved a hand in front of Jiang Li's face. Were you up all night again? You'll regret it when you get older. Get lost, not everyone is a hand prince like you, Jiang Li retorted, rolling his eyes. What are you guys talking about? He Xiaoli curiously joined the conversation. Su Yeye, standing nearby, also turned to look at them. Thanks for saving me 80,000 the other day, Jiang Li said casually, standing shoulder to shoulder with Su Yeye. How about I treat you to a meal sometime? Deal. Su Yeye extended her slender hand for a high five. Jiang Li smiled knowingly, lightly tapping her hand with his left. As she watched Jiang Li's departing figure, Su Yeye pondered. My father took an hour to understand the frost palm technique. How did you figure it out instantly? Jiang Li, you must have a secret. Yeye, this isn't like you, he Xiaoli teased. Her gossiping spirit ignited. Sure, Jiang Li is handsome, but his martial arts talent is lacking. Why are you so proactive with him? It's not like that. We just happened to run into each other, Su Yeye pouted. Come on, we're going to be late. In the senior year, class 4, during the martial arts theory class, Jiang Li was bored out of his mind and unknowingly fell asleep. A piece of chalk flew toward Jiang Li's head, thrown by Chen Dadong.
Jiang Li.
Half asleep, Jiang Li instinctively threw a straight punch, sending the chalk back to hit Chen Dadong's forehead, leaving a noticeable white mark. The class erupted in laughter.
Jiang Li.
Chen Dadong's veins bulged as he roared. With only 36 days until the college entrance exam, you're sleeping in my class? Jiang Li shrugged innocently. Sorry, teacher. I dreamed of a fierce white snake attacking me, and I reacted instinctively. I don't care what you dreamed of. Chen Dadong quivered with rage. The point is, if you don't work hard now, you'll regret it in the future. Push a bit harder, and you might just break through. Life's a game of inches. Jiang Li was about to explain when Su Yeye interjected. Teacher, don't blame Jiang Li. He was up late practicing Wild Bull Fist with me yesterday. It wasn't intentional. The class exploded with excitement. The gossip mill was churning, and the room was abuzz. The class beauty and Jiang Li were together last night. Since when did they start hanging out? Looks like they're getting flirty. To be honest, they do make a good pair, the class beauty and the class heartthrob. But come on. Jiang Li's grades are terrible. Being handsome isn't going to help him. The class beauty is sure to get into a top university, but Jiang Li? He's barely getting into a third-rate college. What? Is he going to charm his way through life? The classmates' chatter was full of teasing, and Li Wanhe joined in with a mischievous grin, winking. Jiang, you've been keeping secrets from us, huh? Jiang Li sighed, feeling a bit puzzled as to why Su Yeye had helped him out. Deep down, though, he couldn't help but feel a bit moved. Even Zhang San, the usually stern class monitor, looked displeased. He had been pursuing Su Yeye and had even spread some ambiguous rumors, but none had caused as much of a stir as this. Is that so? Zhang San said, pretending to be magnanimous. But Su, if you want to practice the bull fist, you can come to me. I'm quite skilled at it. Jiang still needs to work on his stamina. With just over 60 calories, it's tough to get into college. His words were seemingly kind but full of hidden barbs, clearly mocking Jiang Li for his low stamina and implying he wasn't worthy of Su Yeye. Li Wanhe wasn't having it. Mind your own business, class monitor. Su Yeye can practice with whoever she wants. What's it to you? Zhang Sen's face darkened, and his lackey, Sun Qian, chimed in sarcastically. Exactly. The class monitor was just kindly reminding certain toads not to dream of swans. Why are you getting so worked up? Jiang Li narrowed his eyes and turned to Chen Datong with an apologetic look. Teacher, I was a bit tired from practicing at Su's house last night. That's why I dozed off. Sorry about that. His words were ambiguous, making Su Yeye blush furiously with anger. The other students let out a collective, exaggerated ooh-hoo. Zhang Sen's face turned livid. He had never even touched Su Yeye's hand, and here was this nobody daring to be so bold. Chen Dadong sighed and waved his hand, reluctantly allowing Jiang Li to sit down. Don't let it happen again. All right, that's it for the theory. Everyone, follow me to the practice session. In the training hall, the students paired up for sparring. Just as Jiang Li was about to exchange moves with Li Wanhe, Su Yeye approached and suddenly aimed a straight punch at his chest. You jerk. I defended you, and this is how you repay me, she pouted. Her punch lacking real force, more like a playful gesture. Jiang Li laughed awkwardly and apologized. Thanks for standing up for me. How about I treat you to a meal to make it up? Su Yeye's eyes sparkled, and her punches became sharper. To her surprise, Jiang Li easily parried and neutralized every move she made. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't land a hit on him. Is this really Jiang Li? Su Yeye was stunned. His skill far exceeded the proficient level. He seemed even better than the teacher. The bull fist should be like this, Jiang Li said, demonstrating with precision. Extend your right arm, raise your elbow slightly, and move with intent. Suddenly, Su Yeye understood and threw a punch that seemed to carry the roar of a bull. Oh my gosh, did I just touch the threshold of mastery? She stared at Jiang Li in disbelief. Could he actually be a hidden genius? I knew you had a secret, she whispered playfully as she threw another punch, close to Jiang Li's ear. Jiang Li sighed but didn't deny it. Meanwhile, Zhang San and Sun Qian's sparring was gradually moving closer to Jiang Li. Sun Qian's eyes gleamed with malice as he suddenly threw a powerful punch at Jiang Li's unguarded back. Watch out, Jiang Li, he shouted hypocritically. If that punch landed, even the old Jiang Li would be bedridden for months, let alone take the mock exams. Be careful. Su Yeye cried out in alarm. Moo! A deafening bull's roar echoed as Jiang Li, as if he had eyes on his back, countered with a reverse punch from under his arm, hitting Sun Qian's attacking fist head-on. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was followed by Sun Qian's agonizing scream. His right hand twisted unnaturally. It was clearly broken. The once bustling training hall fell into a stunned silence. Everyone stared at Jiang Li in shock, for that punch unmistakably showcased the minor mastery of the wild bull fist technique. He had broken through. The bull's roar in his punch was even louder than Mr. Chin's. No one had expected Jiang Li to hide his strength so well. All eyes were on him, filled with amazement. No way. Jiang Li is so young. There's no way his martial arts skills surpass our teachers. We must have misheard. But even if he's reached a minor achievement, that's already impressive. With his prowess in the wild ox fist, he can get into a good university, even if his vitality isn't high. I'm really envious. My hand. Sun Qian's agonized scream jolted everyone back to reality. They had been so stunned by Jiang Li's martial arts prowess that they had overlooked Sun Qian's plight. His arm was nearly bent at a 90-degree angle. Jiang Li watched coldly. If he hadn't held back, that punch would have shattered Sun Qian's entire arm. Jiang Li, that was too much.
Jiang Sen shouted angrily.
Sun Qian just made a mistake, and you did this to him? How could you be so heavy-handed? Stop pretending, Zhang San. Su Yeye said disdainfully, raising an elegant eyebrow. Sun Qian deserved it. Don't think I didn't see your dirty tricks. Exactly. He Xiaoli and I saw everything clearly. It was intentional. Li Wanhe echoed angrily, with He Xiaoli nodding in agreement. Instantly, everyone looked at Zhang San with contempt. They were all aware of his underhanded schemes. Zhang Sen's face turned pale. His clever plan had backfired completely. He was at a loss for words, still too young and inexperienced to handle the situation. What's going on here? I just stepped out for a moment, and you're all slacking off. Chen Dadong returned, fuming. A student quickly explained the situation. After listening, Chen Dadong quickly grasped the truth. He squatted down to check Sun Qian's injury and said flatly, it's not too serious. Just rest for half a month. Forget about the mock exams. Focus on recovering for the college entrance exam. But, teacher, Sun Qian pleaded, if you want to keep that hand, get to the infirmary now. Chen Dadong interrupted impatiently. Forming cliques and bullying others at such a young age is disgraceful. After Zhang San helped Sun Qian away, Chen Dadong turned to Jiang Li with a kinder expression. Kid, did you break through to a minor achievement in the Wild Ox Fist? Jiang Li smiled. All the hard work this weekend paid off. Good job. Chen Dadong seized the moment to address the class. Did you all see that? Jiang Li is a role model. Hard work brings rewards. You should all learn from him. Teacher, how about letting Jiang Li spar with you to show us some moves? A student suggested eagerly. Let's see the power of a minor achievement. Yeah. Show us. Others chimed in. Jiang Li readily jumped into the ring, standing in the center. Li Wanhe waved his hand and cheered, Go, brotherly! Take down old Chun. The class burst into laughter. Chen Dadong smirked dismissively, thinking it was just a joke, and beckoned for Jiang Li to attack. Come on. Watch out, teacher. Jiang Li shouted, his punch fierce and imposing. Chen Dadong's pupils contracted. This was not the level of someone who had just reached a minor achievement.
Bang! Bang!
The sound of their fists colliding echoed through the training hall. Chen Dadong had initially used only 70% of his vitality, thinking it would be enough to suppress Jiang Li and teach him a lesson. But to his surprise, he found himself at a disadvantage. Damn it! Chen Dadong felt both embarrassed and angry, secretly increasing his vitality to 80%, 90%. Their fists clashed violently, and the roar of the ox resounded continuously. The students watched in awe, genuinely admiring Jiang Li's strength. Jiang Li can actually hold his own against the teacher. No, it's clear the teacher is at a disadvantage. Just how much strength has Jiang Li been hiding? Su Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement as she muttered to herself, he really is a martial arts genius. Chun Dadong felt extremely embarrassed. Despite using 95% of his strength, he still couldn't defeat Jiang Li. Does he really have to use his full warrior-level power? That would be too humiliating. Fine, one last punch. Chan Dadong gritted his teeth, deciding to secretly put in extra effort to save some face. Moo! The two forces collided head-on, but Jiang Li's punch was slightly stronger, faintly forming a bull's head shadow. Both of them took several steps back, unable to determine a clear winner. Even at warrior level, I can't defeat you. Chen Dadong was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, but more than anything, he felt a sense of pride. After years of teaching, he finally had such an extraordinary student. Thank you for your guidance, teacher, Jiang Li said respectfully, knowing when to stop. Chen Dadong, feeling a bit awkward, pointed at Jiang Li with mock irritation. You've been hiding your skills well, haven't you? Your wild bull fist has reached mastery. If it weren't for Sun Qian's incident, who knows how long you would have kept this a secret? Planning to pull off a grand comeback during the college entrance exam? Jiang Li rubbed his nose sheepishly, thinking it was better to let the teacher scold him a bit. If he showed his full strength, Chen Dadong might have a heart attack. The other students were utterly shocked. What? Jiang Li's wild bull fist has already reached mastery. No wonder even the teacher couldn't beat him. This guy has been hiding his abilities so well. At this rate, with a bit more improvement, he might even get into one of the top 5 universities. They were filled with envy and admiration, witnessing a true underdog story. From a nobody to a top student in one fell swoop. Chen Dadong, regaining his composure, looked at Jiang Li with satisfaction. As a martial arts instructor, he finally had a student to be proud of. Mastery? Ah, my student has achieved mastery. Let's see if those elite classes still dare to show off in front of me, he thought triumphantly. It's good that you know how to keep a low profile, but sometimes you need to show your talents so the school can focus on nurturing you, he said, patting Jiang Li on the shoulder. Jiang Li couldn't help but smile wryly. It wasn't that he was intentionally hiding his skills. He really was just an ordinary student with only about 60 cards of blood energy before. You need to work even harder this month. I'll talk to the principal about getting you a few bottles of D-level energy liquid. With a bit more blood energy, you'll definitely have no problem getting into top universities, if not the top 5. Chen Dadong said proudly before quickly walking away to report the good news to the principal, his face beaming with joy. Jiang Li's face lit up with joy. He had been worried about money, and now here were 5 bottles of D-grade energy liquid delivered to his door, worth a whopping 500,000 federal credits. Thank you, Mr. Chun.
Jiang Li exclaimed excitedly.
Hold on, the class isn't over yet. Chun Dadong called out in exasperation. Since you've mastered it, you can take over for me. Jiang Li couldn't refuse his teacher's kind offer, so he reluctantly took the teaching baton. For the sake of the energy liquid, it was worth the sacrifice. Under Jiang Li's clear and detailed explanations, the martial arts practice class ended quickly. The students were still eager for more, thoroughly impressed by Jiang Li's skill and teaching ability. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Jiang Li, don't forget you owe me 2 meals, Su Ye said with a playful hop as she left, deciding to grill him about his secrets over dinner. I approve of this match. He shallily teased. Su Ye blushed. Oh, stop it. You're talking nonsense. Li Wanhe hooked his arm around Jiang Li's shoulder, pretending to be upset. Brotherly, how could you keep this from me? You were absolutely amazing today. I just wanted to make a grand entrance, Jiang Li laughed. I'll treat you to a big meal after the college entrance exams. You can order anything you want from the Shenlong menu. Now that's more like it.
Li Van Aveamat.
He was happier than anyone to see his good friend succeed. By the way, Brotherly, did you hear? Something major happened at Kangman yesterday, Li Wanhe said mysteriously. What happened? Jiang Li asked, intrigued. I heard a few instructors went into the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts and ran into a general-level beast. They barely escaped with their lives.
Li Van Whisperat.
So now Kangman is short on instructors and urgently recruiting. What's the pay? Jiang Li pressed on. Several thousand federal credits a day, Li Wanhe said enviously. But the requirements are high. You need to be at least a warrior level and have mastered the Wild Ox Fist. Jiang Li's heart raced. Several thousand a day. That was exactly what he needed. With that money, breaking through to a mid-level warrior would be within reach. After saying goodbye to Li Wanhe, Jiang Li headed straight to the Nanha branch of Kangman. It was an imposing skyscraper, with the words Kangman Nanha branch in large golden characters shining brilliantly in the sunset. Hello, do you have an appointment? The receptionist asked warmly. I'm here to apply for the martial arts instructor position, Jiang Li replied calmly. The receptionist was taken aback. Anyone who came to apply as an instructor was no ordinary person. She quickly said, Please register your personal information. The recruitment for martial arts instructors is on the 49th floor. Jiang Li walked into the elevator with his head held high. To avoid complications, he discreetly changed his age and status to that of a 20-year-old sophomore at Nanha University. After all, it would be absurd for a high school student to apply as an instructor. The training hall on the 49th floor was extremely luxurious, with various expensive equipment neatly arranged. Just as Jiang Li was about to inquire, he saw two imposing men approaching. Get lost. How dare you come to Kangman to apply without knowing your limits? A square-faced young man berated a plain-looking man. The recruitment requirements clearly state warrior level and above, with mastery of the Wild Ox Fist. Are you illiterate? I just thought, with Kangman short on people, even if I haven't mastered the Wild Ox Fist, I could still help out a bit, the man said with a forced smile. Seeing that the square-faced young man was relentless, he had no choice but to leave dejectedly. What bad luck! The square-faced young man cursed, then noticed Jiang Li nearby. Hey, kid, are you a new student? The instructor had some issues today, so you'll have to wait. No, I'm here to apply for the position of Mang Niu Fist instructor, Jiang Li calmly replied. The square-faced young man's expression changed dramatically. Oh, come on. Do you guys really think you can just walk into Kangman and get lucky? Upon hearing that Jiang Li was here to apply for a coach position, the square-faced young man immediately lost his friendly demeanor and said aggressively, Do you think Kangman is a charity? The last guy at least had some minor accomplishments. But you? How old are you? Get out of here. I don't have time to waste on you. Jiang Li remained composed. Jiang Li, 20 years old, a sophomore at Nanha University, a junior warrior, proficient in the Great Bull Fist. If you don't believe me, you can test me. You? Proficient in the Great Bull Fist at 20? That's a joke. I might as well say I'm a master. The square-faced young man sneered and turned to leave. Jiang Li frowned, thinking that this job opportunity might slip away. He wanted to give it another shot. At that moment, a deep male voice interrupted. Xiao Fong, what's going on here? Why all the noise? A robust middle-aged man strode in, exuding a powerful aura, at least at the warrior general level. He was Wu Wei, the head coach of the Kangman branch, a highly influential figure in the branch. Even the major families of Nanha had to show him respect. Xiao Fong immediately cowered. Head coach, this person wants to apply for the Great Bull Fist coach position. Then let him try, Wu Wei said indifferently. But he looks younger than me. So what if he's younger? Geniuses in the Federation are not uncommon. There are those who surpass me at 18, Wu Wei said, tapping Xiao Fong on the head. He turned to Jiang Li and smiled. Young man, since you want to apply for a coach position, you should know the requirements. Don't joke around. Jiang Li seized the opportunity. Head coach, one test will prove it. Good. Heroes have always emerged from the youth. Let's test you then. Wu Wei nodded appreciatively and led Jiang Li to the newest testing equipment. Jiang Li warmed up his shoulders, took a half-step stance, and without using any combat techniques, threw a punch directly at the equipment. With a loud bang, the red numbers climbed rapidly, finally settling at 165.23 kj. Wu Wei was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected this young man's blood energy to be so solid, almost reaching the level of an intermediate warrior. Young man, you are indeed extraordinary. Which university are you attending? Wu Wei laughed heartily. Jiang Li humbly replied, I'm a sophomore at Nanha University. Nanha University? That's a second-tier martial arts school. Having a student with such blood energy is impressive. It seems they've got a genius on their hands. Xiaofeng, do you understand now? You can't judge people by their appearance, Wu Wei lectured. Xiaofeng was displeased but muttered, his blood energy is up to par, but who knows about his combat skills? Well then, you're proficient in the Great Bull Fist, aren't you? How about you spar with Jiang Li and let everyone see? Wu Wei suggested. As soon as he said this, the Kangman disciples gathered around, chatting excitedly. This kid looks really young. Fang Yuan should be able to handle him easily. You must have misheard. Jiang Li is here to apply for a coach position. Fang Yuan is probably in for a tough time. Jiang Li and Fang Yuan faced off, tension in the air. Watch out! Fang Yuan shouted, launching a powerful punch. To his surprise, Jiang Li effortlessly deflected it and countered with a punch to Fang Yuan's chest, leaving no openings.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The two engaged in a fierce battle, but Fang Yuan gradually fell behind. The quality of a warrior-level blood energy was no joke, especially since Jiang Li's Great Bull Fist was at the proficiency level. Even his combat skills surpassed Fang Yuan's by a wide margin. In fact, ever since he started sparring with Su Yeya, Jiang Li had been constantly hearing system notifications in his ear. Ding! You are in combat. 10,000 times amplification activated. Combat skills greatly improved. At first, it was quite motivating, but after hearing it too many times, it became annoying. So, Jiang Li set it to only notify him when he broke through a new realm. Wu Wei looked at Jiang Li with increasing satisfaction, nodding continuously. This kid has great potential. He's a rare talent. I need to have a good chat with Lao Mao about why he kept such a gem of a student hidden from me. Fang Yuan was beaten back repeatedly, taking several hits all over his body and wincing in pain. I give up. I give up. Isn't that enough? I admit I underestimated you, and you hit pretty hard too. No longer putting on a brave face, Fang Yuan's two black eyes looked rather comical. Jiang Li chuckled and finally stopped, looking expectantly at Wu Wei. The crowd stifled their laughter. Clap, clap, clap. Wu Wei applauded enthusiastically and praised, Jiang, you are exceptionally talented. You are more than qualified to take on the role of the coach. Ever since our coach had an accident yesterday, I've been worried about finding a temporary replacement. But now, it seems I've found the perfect candidate. You should be aware of our requirements, right? The term is short, ranging from a week to half a month. During this period, you'll be responsible for teaching the Mang Niu Fist technique. Wu Wei paused for a moment before continuing. Normally, the daily rate is 50,000, but your mastery of the Mang Niu Fist is clearly above the average level. How about 60,000 a day? 60,000 a day. The surrounding students were almost green with envy. Earning such a sum at the age of 20 was nothing short of a dream come true. Head coach, are you saying that the coaching fee is based on one's mastery of the Mang Niu Fist? Jiang Li's eyes lit up. Exactly. In that case, I have one more move I'd like you to see, Jiang Li said respectfully, cupping his fists. Wu Wei's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. Could it be? Jiang Li focused intensely, transforming his entire being into a raging wild bull. Moo! The deafening roar of a bull echoed as the energy from his fist formed a ghostly image of a bull's head, complete with lifelike horns. Boom! Jiang Li punched, and Wu Wei caught the force with his palm, dissipating it into nothingness. Yet, Wu Wei still took a small step back. The students were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Even Fang Yuan stood there, speechless. This guy's Mang Niu Fist isn't just at mastery level, it's perfected. Achieving such a level of skill at the age of 20 is simply extraordinary. And to think he wasn't even using his full strength against Fang Yuan earlier. The most astonishing part is that he made Wu Wei take a step back. Wu Wei is no ordinary warrior. Well done. Wu Wei laughed heartily, clearly impressed. If it weren't for the coaching fee, would you have kept this hidden? How about this? After you graduate from university, come straight to my Nanha branch. I'll offer you a B-level talent development contract with an annual salary of 5 million, plus various resources. How does that sound? Everyone gasped. A B-level talent development contract. That meant an annual salary of 5 million right off the bat. Ordinary warriors would be lucky to earn $1 million per year, and that too through sheer hard work. If you're interested, I can even help you apply for an A-level contract, Wu Wei added, further tempting Jiang Li. The crowd was in shock. This meant that Wu Wei saw potential in Jiang Li to become a war king. Jiang Li felt a surge of excitement, but quickly regained his composure. His goal was to get into one of the top 5 universities, and his future held even greater promise. Moreover, he wasn't actually a second-year student at Nanha University. He was just an ordinary high school student. Thank you for the offer, head coach, but I'm still in my second year. My post-graduation plans need more consideration, Jiang Li politely declined. Although a bit disappointed, Wu Wei didn't press further. Since your Mang Niu Fist is perfected, let's set your daily rate at 100,000. Jiang Li was overjoyed. This was far better than he had expected. With this, breaking through to an intermediate warrior before the mock exams was practically guaranteed. Come, I'll introduce you to the students you'll be teaching. They might even become your juniors, Wu Wei said with a hearty laugh. As they chatted along the way, Jiang Li responded to Wu Wei's questions cautiously, worried that his true identity might be discovered, causing him to break out in cold sweat. We're here. Wu Wei strode in confidently, pushing open the door. The eyes of over a dozen teenagers instantly turned towards him. Coach Wu, have you found a new instructor for our Wild Bull Fist class? We're hoping to break through to the next level before the college entrance exams, complained a delicate-looking youth. His name was Ming Changming, a top student at Nanming Martial Arts School. With a blood energy of 92 calories, he hailed from the prestigious Ming family. Nanming Martial Arts School was a renowned private school in Nanha City, aggressively recruiting talent in a bid to surpass the top 2 schools. Every student in this room came from a distinguished background. Any one of them could easily outshine Jiang Li's classmates. Don't worry, Xiaoming. This time, I found you all an excellent coach. Wu Wei gave a knowing look. Jiang Li calmly surveyed the room and said, I'm Jiang Li, a master of the Wild Bull Fist. I'll be your interim coach. I hope you'll cooperate so we can elevate your martial arts to the next level. The students looked skeptical. Jiang Li seemed about their age and didn't appear to be an experienced coach. Coach Wu, don't send a rookie to fool us, Ming Changming sneered. Why not wait until Coach Zhao recovers? Wu Wei crossed his arms, clearly amused by the situation. Jiang Li remained unfazed and said, not convinced?
Fine.
I'll lower my blood energy to 80 calories, and you can all come at me with the wild bull fist. If you manage to push me out of this circle, I'll leave immediately. With that, he stepped forward, drew a small circle on the ground with his toe, and positioned himself inside it. Is this guy serious? Even Coach Zhao wouldn't dare challenge us like this. Yeah, who does he think he is with just 80 calories of blood energy? Ming, let's take him down together and teach this arrogant guy a lesson. The students, burning with anger, prepared to attack. How could hot-blooded youths tolerate such provocation? Go get him. In an instant, a barrage of fists rained down on Jiang Li like a storm. He responded lazily, barely glancing at them, his hand moving with a casual flick. The best way to deal with these proud geniuses was to show them who was boss through sheer strength. Jiang Li's gaze swept over the youthful faces of the trainees, silently judging them. These so-called geniuses had barely grasped the basics of the wild ox fist, which was laughable in his eyes. Even their combat techniques were full of flaws, making them easy targets. Too weak, a complete waste of my time, he thought, letting out a cold snort before striking without mercy. Bam! His fist landed heavily on the shoulder of a round-faced girl, causing her to cry out in pain and admit defeat. Moo! Jiang Li used a hand chop to counter Meng Changming's punch, borrowing the force to unleash the full power of his perfected wild ox fist. Even at 80 units of blood energy, it was formidable. Meng Changming was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. This kid has some spunk, Jiang Li thought, narrowing his eyes and applying more force. The trainees charged at him one by one, gritting their teeth and giving it their all. But against absolute strength, all their efforts were in vain. The sound of punches landing echoed continuously as they were knocked around like sandbags. Of course, Jiang Li held back just enough to teach them a lesson without causing real harm. Bam! With the last trainee falling to the ground in a sorry state, the training room was filled only with the sound of heavy breathing. Jiang Li stood calmly, not having moved an inch, a true powerhouse. His combat skills have improved tremendously, Wu Wei thought, amazed. With this kind of talent, he might soon reach expert level. The trainees were in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had been utterly defeated without a chance to fight back. There's always someone better, Meng Changming recalled his father's teachings, now truly understanding them. Brother Jiang, I lost? Please guide me. I swear I'll become as strong as you. Meng Changming quickly got up and said respectfully. The other trainees echoed, Brother Jiang, we admit defeat. Please teach us. Jiang Li was surprised by their willingness to learn, a sign of their noble upbringing. All right, take a break and adjust yourselves. We'll start the lesson soon, he said, waving his hand. Wu Wei understood and left to attend to other matters as the head coach. 2 hours flew by. By now, the trainees were completely convinced of Jiang Li's prowess, practically worshipping him. His live demonstration of the perfected wild ox fist was both thorough and enlightening, making previous Coach Zhao's lesson seem pathetic in comparison. Brother Jiang, will you be here at the same time tomorrow? Don't be late, someone called out as Jiang Li casually replied and collected his day's pay before leaving. After all, he was here to make money, not to waste time. Oh my gosh, Brother Jiang is so cool. Does he have a girlfriend? A girl wondered dreamily, watching him walk away. Why worry about so much? Getting pointers from Jianggu before the mock exam is a huge blessing. Meng Changming clenched his fists, filled with determination. He decided to make the most of the next few days to practice hard and aim to outshine the students from the first martial arts school in the citywide exam. Little did he know, the Jianggu he admired was actually a student from the first martial arts school. When he got home, Jiang Li instinctively called out, Auntie, I'm back. He froze the moment the words left his mouth. Then, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. His aunt had been gone for so long, yet he still couldn't break the habit. He threw himself onto the sofa and curled up, reminiscing about the times when his aunt used to hold him in her arms during his childhood. After a while, Jiang Li snapped out of it, his eyes filled with determination. Auntie, I will work hard, he murmured to himself. He checked his phone, and his account balance showed 180,000 yuan. It was a good start, but far from enough. Should he buy D-grade energy liquid or save up for the more advanced C-grade? It was a tough choice. Although he could earn 100,000 yuan a day, there were only a few days left before the mock exam, so he didn't have enough time to accumulate more funds. Oh, right. Didn't Mr. Chun say he would get me 5 bottles of D-grade energy liquid? If he sold them for 10,000 yuan each, that would be 50,000 yuan. Plus the pay from a few more days of coaching, it would almost be enough. Jiang Li's eyes lit up. Although a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, in this situation, it was more cost-effective to endure a few days and buy the C-grade energy liquid in one go. Its cost-performance ratio was at least 1.5 times higher than buying D-grade bit by bit. Thinking about the energy liquid made Jiang Li itch to start practicing the guidance technique right away. But he had to hold back. After all, money was the hard truth. He began to carefully calculate his gains during this period. His wild bull fist technique had reached perfection, and going further would be beyond the scope of D-grade combat skills. The legendary realm seemed like just a legend. Even Mr. Chen couldn't explain it clearly. D-grade combat skills were ultimately unable to fully unleash his potential. C-grade, even B-grade combat skills were his goals.
Jiang Li buwasilanli.
He was confident that with enough effort, he could master B-grade combat skills to a profound level. By then, even with just warrior-level vitality, it would be enough to support the consumption of the combat skills. But thinking about the exorbitant prices of combat skills troubled him. Forget B-grade, even C-grade combat skills were astronomical. He couldn't afford them. Maybe he should start with a weapon-based D-grade combat skill? Fighting beasts barehanded was a bit disadvantageous. Rubbing his temples, Jiang Li thought perhaps he could ask Mr. Chen for help in applying for one. With this in mind, he closed his eyes to rest and simulated fighting beasts in his mind, hoping to further improve his combat techniques. Enhancing combat techniques was far more challenging than simply practicing combat skills. In the past, he might not have reached expert level even in a lifetime. Thanks to the 10,000-fold enhancement system, mental simulations, though not as effective as real combat, were already 100 times more effective than others. Gradually, Jiang Li could feel a significant improvement in his combat techniques, and a smile crept onto his face. Finding a direction for continuous improvement was truly satisfying. Tuesday morning was bright and sunny. Jiang Li looked vibrant and healthy, his complexion glowing without the need for forced overeating. His deep black eyes sparkled with sharpness. In contrast, Li Wanhe appeared haggard. What's up with you? Stayed up all night again?
Jiang Li teasa.
Li Wanhe yawned and complained, it's all because of Zhao Jigang. He called my house around 10 last night, just to tell my mom about your mastery of the Mang Niu Fist. I had to listen to her nagging for 2 hours and didn't sleep well at all. Jiang Li chuckled, realizing that it was partly his fault. He patted Li Wanhe on the shoulder and said seriously, Wanhe, you should train with me for a bit. Improve your skills and boost your vitality, at least enough to get into college. I don't want to see my brother just drift into society. Li Wanhe was silent for a moment, recalling his mother's tearful face from the night before. He agreed softly, all right, I'll trouble you then, Li Ji. Trouble? Since when does a son need to thank his dad?
Jiang Li juga, lauging.
Li Wanhe rolled his eyes, feeling a bit better. Look, that's Jiang Li. I heard he mastered the Mang Niu Fist. How did he get so good? I've been practicing for 3 years and can barely get to the proficient level. Big deal, mastering the Mang Niu Fist. His vitality is still low. What's the point? You're just jealous. Jiang Li is handsome and talented. Even with lower vitality, he can still get into a good college. I heard he's still single. The students' whispers reached their ears. Li Wanhe smiled and said, Li Ji, you're the talk of the school now. Yesterday's performance really made a splash. Jiang Li smiled faintly but didn't say much. The attention was nice, but he wouldn't let it go to his head. As they walked into the classroom, the chatter stopped abruptly. All eyes were on Jiang Li, filled with admiration. Morning, Jiang Li. Li Ji, you're finally here. Jiang Li, have you had breakfast? The students' attitudes had subtly changed, showing more respect, especially for Jiang Li's mastery of the Mang Niu Fist. His guidance the day before had been immensely helpful to them, and they were eager to learn more. In the corner, Sun Qian sat with his right hand bandaged, eyes full of resentment. But when Jiang Li's sharp gaze swept over him, he quickly looked down, not daring to meet his eyes. Zhang San snorted and turned his face towards the window. Yesterday's incident had left him humiliated, and except for a few cronies, no one wanted to associate with him anymore. Jiang Li, don't get cocky. When my uncle comes back, you'll pay for this. Zhang San swore to himself, his eyes filled with jealousy and hatred. Jiang Li ignored him, smiling and greeting his classmates before taking his seat and opening the morning newspaper. Reading the news was a must for seniors, as current affairs were often part of exams. The crisp sound of the newspaper pages turning was especially clear. Suddenly, Jiang Li's eyes widened. Nanha City? He stared intently at the printed words, each line more shocking than the last. Yesterday, Nanha City was attacked by beast warriors. The city's archives were set on fire, and some important documents were lost. Law enforcement arrived quickly and engaged in combat, killing 4 attackers. Currently, the casualties among law enforcement are 9 dead and 24 injured, with the injured being treated. The authorities are pursuing the remaining beast warriors. Citizens are urged to remain calm. Jiang Li's heart pounded. 9 dead and 24 injured. This is an extremely severe social incident. And once again, it involves the beast warriors. How many times has this happened already? The frequency over the past 3 years is as high as the total from the previous 20 years combined. Li Wanhe leaned over, shaking his head in disbelief. Do you think anyone would willingly turn themselves into those half-human, half-beast creatures just for a bit of power? I've even heard of ones with tentacles. How disgusting is that? He shuddered in revulsion. Beast warriors are individuals who merge ferocious beast bloodlines into their own. Not only does their body become beast-like, but their strength also multiplies, and some can even inherit the innate abilities of these beasts. However, the cost is immense. They become neither fully human nor fully beast, and their temperament is drastically affected, with most becoming violent and bloodthirsty. Why attack a data bureau instead of wreaking havoc in a school and targeting future pillars of the Federation? How stupid can they be? How should I know? Jiang Li rolled his eyes. The data bureau? Isn't it just a bunch of old books and files?
Li Bana.
Can you stop jinxing us? Xiao Li, sitting in front of them, couldn't tolerate it any longer. Li Wanhe immediately shut his mouth, realizing he had gone too far. After a moment, he leaned towards Jiang Li again and whispered, "Brotherly, I heard that the Beast Warriors are organized. The Federation has been tightly sealing off information on this, so who knows if it's true." This piqued Jiang Li's interest. He raised an eyebrow. "Where did you hear that?" "Just, rumors around town. They say all Beast Warriors are controlled by a large organization." Li Wanhe mumbled, looking unsure of himself. Jiang Li didn't press further. Most of Li Wanhe's gossip was likely made up, but the thought lingered in his mind. If the Beast Warriors were indeed organized, what could their goal be? Overthrowing the government? A modern-day heaven and earth society? He chuckled at the absurdity of his thoughts and shook his head. These things were too far-fetched to worry about. He returned to his newspaper and pulled out the Federation's bestiary for further study. Mastering this knowledge was crucial for survival in the wilderness, and he couldn't afford to slack off. "Jiang Li, Mr. Chan wants to see you in the principal's office after morning self-study." A classmate passed on the message. Jiang Li paused, a flash of excitement in his eyes. It was probably about those 5 bottles of D-grade energy liquid. Mr. Chin really gets things done efficiently. "Got it. I'll head over right away," Jiang Li replied, a smile creeping onto his face. This was great news. In the principal's office, Principal Feng Buping was in deep discussion with martial arts instructor Chun Dadong about Jiang Li's training. Chun Dadong looked worried and spoke urgently. "Principal, do you understand what mastering the Wild Bull Fist means? Just 10 bottles of grade D energy liquid is nothing. Our school can afford it. If we can help Jiang Li improve his vitality and get into one of the top 5 schools, the benefits will far outweigh the costs. Besides, Jiang Li's martial arts talent is exceptional and worth our investment." Principal Feng Buping pondered for a moment, gesturing for Chen Dadong to sit down. "Old Chun, you're placing too much importance on an individual. As the principal, I have to consider the overall situation and balance the interests of all students. 5 bottles of grade D energy liquid is already the limit. I can't approve any more." "But principal," Chen Dadong tried to argue further but was interrupted by Feng Buping, who pulled out a file from his desk and handed it to Chen Dadong with a serious expression. "Look at this first." The file prominently displayed Jiang Li's report card and his energy liquid conversion rate evaluation. Feng Buping said sternly, "I understand the significance of mastering the Wild Bull Fist, but the problem is, Jiang Li's martial arts aptitude is really poor. Look, his last test showed only 61.2 calories of vitality, and his energy liquid conversion rate is alarmingly low at just 8%. Even if we gave him 10 more bottles, it would be like trying to put out a fire with a cup of water." Chun Dadong was left speechless. An 8% conversion rate meant that 5 bottles of grade D energy liquid would only yield a 4-calorie increase in vitality. Reaching 65 calories might help him get into a good university with the Wild Bull Fist, but going further would require much more, and 10 bottles would be far from sufficient. Public school resources are limited and cannot be disproportionately allocated to one student. As the two sat in silence, the office's communicator suddenly rang. It was a video call from Principal Jiang Taihe of Nanming Martial Arts School. "Old Feng, weren't you supposed to come to our school today for an exchange? Why haven't I seen you yet? Don't tell me you're scared, haha." Jiang Taihe teased with a hearty laugh. Feng Buping quickly put on a smile. "Not at all, Principal Jiang. I'm thrilled to have you visit. I was just handling some school affairs. I'll be there right away." After making arrangements, Feng Buping and Chen Dadong headed to the training hall together. Chen Dadong had a nagging feeling that Jiang Taihe had ulterior motives for this visit, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Feng Buping glanced at him and smiled enigmatically. "Let's go and see what's going on. It's just a mock exam. Does Principal Jiang really need to come in person?" Chen Dadong was puzzled. A big shot? Could it be the sword bearer? Feng Buping neither confirmed nor denied. "You get it now. Stop asking unnecessary questions." Chen Dadong felt frustrated, cursing Feng Buping for being stingy and evasive. But there was nothing he could do, so he kept his questions to himself and quickened his pace to catch up. Upon entering the training hall, Jiang Taihe greeted them warmly, though his words were laced with sarcasm, clearly intending to provoke. Feng Buping didn't back down, subtly pointing out the shortcomings of Nanming Martial Arts School, making the atmosphere tense. Just then, the top students from their school, whom they had been waiting for, finally arrived. Before Feng Buping could speak, Someone from the Naming side began to grumble impatiently, as if they felt Zhong was deliberately stalling for time. I traveled all the way here, only to be mistreated and disrespected. Is this how you treat your guests? They complained. Just a few words were exchanged, and already a few teasing voices emerged from the training hall. Xiaolu, don't be so reckless, Jiang Taihe sternly reprimanded, then turned to Feng Buping with a conciliatory smile. Young people are full of vigor and sometimes speak impulsively. Old Feng, please don't hold it against him. Feng Buping, of course, wouldn't take offense at a youngster. Youth is a valuable asset. It's their spirit that makes them vibrant. He waved magnanimously, signaling everyone to take their seats. As usual, we'll have a challenge match, one-on-one. The loser steps down, and we'll see who remains standing in the end. The top 3 students from Yizhong had a flicker of resentment in their eyes, incensed by Xiaolu's provocation. Just as the tall boy Luokai was about to step onto the stage, the only girl among them quickly pulled him back and whispered, "Don't be rash. He's trying to provoke you. You're the strongest. You should be saved for last. To hell with strategy. I'm going to teach him a lesson today."
Luokai retorted.
Xiaolu, a small-framed boy, flipped onto the stage and beckoned provocatively at Luokai. "Hey, you big oaf, got the guts to take me on one-on-one?" The audience watched the students exchange insults but shared knowing smiles. This scene reminded them of their own younger days. "Take this." With a loud shout, the two immediately clashed. Their fists whistled through the air with fierce and swift moves. Though slightly immature, their skills were already showing promise. These were the top students carefully nurtured by their respective schools, each with a blood energy level above 90 calories and proficient in the bull charge fist technique. After a fierce battle, the girl was clearly at a disadvantage. Despite her skill, her innate strength was no match for a male opponent, especially with Xiaolu's quick and ruthless strikes. She could hold on for only a few dozen rounds before her strength waned. With a whoosh, a pale blue fist force hit her shoulder, causing her to stagger back several steps, her face turning ashen. "Admit defeat?" Xiaolu panted arrogantly. "Your skills are nothing but child's play." "Just you wait," the girl retorted. "Our senior Luo is much stronger than me and will surely beat you." She leaped off the stage, signaling to Luokai with her eyes. "Got it." Luokai nodded, his gaze sharp as he slowly walked onto the stage. Meanwhile, the expressions of the two principals were quite different. Jiang Taihe was beaming, while Feng Buping looked somewhat strained. With Jiang Dong's defeat, Feng Buping felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, cursing the old fox for his surprise attack. Luokai was the second best in Yizhong after Jiang Bo, with a blood energy level of 97 calories and mastery of the bull charge fist technique, far beyond an ordinary student. As soon as Luokai entered the stage, he launched into wide, sweeping attacks with great momentum, each punch landing solidly. However, Xiaolu was no pushover. With a flash of his figure, he unleashed a series of rapid kicks, leaving faint afterimages. It was the second-grade D-level combat skill, the Windchaser leg. Though he was only at the beginner's level, its power in actual combat was astonishing. Retreat. Luokai was taken aback, unable to defend in time, and was forced to retreat repeatedly. After a series of heavy kicks, he was left staggering and on the verge of collapse. Moments later, Luokai stumbled and fell heavily off the stage. Feng Buping's face turned extremely grim. He never expected that the top students he had painstakingly nurtured would be consecutively defeated by a kid from Nanming Middle School. If they lost one more match, how could Yizhong maintain its reputation? It seems this year's competition is full of experts. Even Luo and the others aren't a match, Jiang Taihe said with a smile. But speaking of which, Principal Feng, are you still holding something back? Where are Yizhong's top 3? Caught off guard, Feng Buping could only respond with an awkward laugh. "Oh, no, Principal Jiang, you flatter us. We have to admit, we were outmatched this time, and there's nothing more to say." He knew that Jiang Taihe deliberately wanted to embarrass him, but there was nothing he could do except watch his students hang their heads in defeat. However, there was still one last hope. Feng Buping discreetly signaled Chen Dadong. Understanding the cue, Chen Dadong quickly sent a message to Jiang Li. "At Jiang Li, come to the training hall immediately, it's crucial, don't delay." At that moment, Jiang Li had just left the principal's office. Though puzzled by the urgent message, he changed his course and headed to the training hall. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Xiaolu had won 3 consecutive matches, his arrogance palpable. The other 2 members hadn't yet taken action, but their calm demeanor further unnerved the students from first high, eroding their initial confidence. Everyone present understood the significance of today's battle, which concerned not just the honor of the 2 schools, but also Feng Buping's dignity. The situation looked dire for first high, and it seemed they were on the verge of public humiliation. Clearly, Jiang Taihe had come prepared for this exchange match. Feng Buping silently wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The outcome was still uncertain, but more challenges awaited everyone present. At that critical moment, a figure hurriedly burst into the training hall. It was Jiang Li, who had been urgently summoned by Chen Dadong to provide support. The primary objective of this visit was to gauge the competition. Jiang Taihe was determined and ambitious. If the second-tier students of Naming High could rival the elite of Yizhong, this mock exam would be the perfect opportunity to shine. The thought of this made Jiang Taihe's heart race with excitement. Sending a few talented students to compete could elevate the Jiang family, ensuring decades of prosperity. Feng Buping's face darkened as he inwardly cursed the sly old fox for his scheming. Just as he was about to refuse, Chen Dadong interjected, "Principal Jiang, if you don't mind, I have a student here who could spar with your top talents. How about that?" "Chen Dadong, what are you up to?" Feng Buping's face turned livid as he hissed angrily. Chen Dadong remained calm. "Jiang Li has some skills. I guarantee he won't reveal our weaknesses. Let him give it a try." Reluctantly, Feng Buping agreed. After all, having already lost 3 rounds in a row, losing one more wouldn't make things worse. Chen Dadong quickly sent someone to fetch Jiang Li, whispering instructions. "This is your chance to turn the tables. Make sure you make us proud. I've already secured 10 bottles of D-grade energy liquid for you, depending on your performance." Jiang Li, upon hearing the situation, was initially stunned but then became excited. Defeating the opponent for 10 bottles of D-grade energy liquid? It was like manna from heaven. He walked confidently into the training hall, where all eyes instantly turned to scrutinize, wonder, and doubt. Is this the guy? Yizhong sent an unknown to embarrass themselves? Xiao Lu sneered disdainfully. Jiang Li responded with a calm smile, exuding poise and confidence. He leaped lightly onto the platform, landing gracefully. His composed demeanor was beyond that of an ordinary high school student. "Enough talk, bring it on," Jiang Li said leisurely, hands behind his back. "You're looking for trouble." Xiao Lu roared, charging forward with a fierce punch. "I'll use 80 units of qi and blood. Showcase my strength gradually to avoid complications." Jiang Li calculated silently. "Full of flaws," he commented nonchalantly, observing Xiao Lu's attack. To the battle-hardened Jiang Li, Xiao Lu's moves were as clumsy as a toddler's. Infuriated, Xiao Lu's expression changed drastically when he saw Jiang Li effortlessly dodge his 3 full-power strikes. Jiang Li's casual movements deflected the attacks, his hands still behind his back, looking particularly relaxed. Is he really just a high school student? The onlookers were astounded. If not for Jiang Li's youthful appearance, they might have mistaken him for a seasoned warrior. "Get off the stage." Jiang Li suddenly swept his leg, striking Xiao Lu's waist. Xiao Lu cried out in pain, tumbling off the platform in a sorry state. He stared at his hands in disbelief, as if in a nightmare. How could he be defeated so thoroughly in just a few moves? If it's just about qi and blood, why not arm wrestle instead?
Jiang Li skufa.
His words jolted the crowd into realization. So that's it. No matter how strong one's qi and blood, without combat experience, they were still vulnerable. It became clear that this young man was no ordinary talent, but a true prodigy in combat. Even the 2 seasoned principals couldn't help but be impressed. "Old Feng, you've really kept this hidden well. This young man's combat talent is top-notch, even in Nanha City, isn't it?" A flash of jealousy crossed Jiang Tai's eyes, mixed with some dissatisfaction. "Is this how you nurture such a genius? A mere 80 card qi and blood? What a waste. Why not transfer him to Naming instead?" Feng Buping's face turned livid. "Jiang Taihe, stop eyeing my student. Or don't blame me for being rude." The 2 principals were red in the face, arguing fiercely over a student, leaving the onlookers in a state of amazement. On the stage, Xiao Lu shouted unwillingly, "Don't get cocky. I was just careless." Jiang Li replied calmly, "All right then, I'll give you another chance. You 3 can come at me together. I'm in a hurry." Upon hearing this, the other 2 Naming students were furious, arrogant. "We'll make you pay today." The 3 quickly formed a triangle, trapping Jiang Li in the center. The aura they exuded seemed powerful enough to crush the stage. The onlookers turned pale, and even the students from Yizhong were secretly stunned. The skinny one and the long-armed guy have stronger qi and blood than Xiao Lu. Could they have reached the warrior level? They thought Jiang Li was overconfident for wanting to take on 3 opponents at once. Feng Buping's smile instantly froze, and he turned angrily to Chen Dadong. Chen Dadong tried to maintain his composure. "Principal, don't worry. Jiang Li should be able to handle it." Jiang Li had a hint of disdain in his smile as he said coldly, "Finally showing your true skills? Let me show you what a real genius is." As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous roar echoed, and dense green energy gathered on Jiang Li's fist. The bull fist technique had reached perfection. Everyone present was astounded. Wasn't he just at the Grandmaster level yesterday? How did he perfect it overnight? Achieving a perfect bull fist at 18. What an incredible talent. Jiang Li's body flickered, and he unleashed 2 punches with overwhelming momentum, like 1,000 troops charging. In an instant, Xiao Lu was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily off the stage, unable to get up again. The remaining two were shocked. Jiang Li's gaze was as sharp as lightning, and his presence was unstoppable, like a rampaging bull. The skinny one gritted his teeth and grabbed Jiang Li's wrist with a flexible grip. It turned out he had mastered the soft bone palm, making his bones as pliable as rubber, firmly locking his opponent in place. Now, the long-armed guy understood, his arms bulging as he thrust them out like spears, producing a piercing sound. He had mastered an advanced spear technique, and with his warrior-level chi and blood, the strike was terrifyingly powerful. Watch out! Both principals were anxious, fearing a disaster. However, Jiang Li remained calm, his smile growing wider. You think such petty tricks can impress me? Do you think my combat skills are just for show? A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes as he stood motionless, seemingly oblivious to the lethal spears. Even Feng Buping and Jiang Taihe were taken aback. Is Jiang Li too arrogant? Does he have some hidden move? An expert is someone who can fully grasp the surrounding battle situation, anticipate the enemy's moves, and see through everything. Although Jiang Li hadn't reached this level yet, he was close. At the critical moment, he suddenly shouted, "Get out of my way!" In a flash, a series of lightning-fast punches struck the weak points on the thin man's arm. The thin man was left dumbfounded, his iron arms went limp, and he was immediately kicked away. The long-armed man, seeing this, was both shocked and furious. "You're doing this on purpose. I refuse to believe that a mere warrior-level fighter can't take you down," he roared, determined to risk everything for a decisive blow. However, his opponent was Jiang Li. With a low growl, Jiang Li unleashed his perfected bull fist technique, transforming into a rampaging beast. His fists, sharp as bull horns, launched a ferocious charge. Boom! The impact was like an earthquake. The long-armed man staggered, unable to stand. Seizing the moment, Jiang Li's fists whistled through the air, delivering a flurry of 3 powerful punches that sent the long-armed man crashing to the ground, unable to get up. In an instant, the training hall fell silent. Everyone stared at the young man in awe. This was genius, a true top-tier talent. They felt a bitter taste in their hearts, remembering how they had previously underestimated Jiang Li. How foolish they had been. Chun Dadong broke into a sweat and then burst out laughing. "That's my prize student for you." As Jiang Li displayed such might, how could his master not feel proud? The two principals exchanged glances, feeling a mix of joy and worry. Feng Buping was secretly delighted, while Jiang Taihe wore a dark expression. "Old Feng, you set me up," Jiang Taihe said with a forced smile. "Just 80 calories of blood energy, yet he defeated one of our warrior-level experts. Truly a prodigy." Feng Buping, full of pride, responded, "Mutual respect. We all have our hidden strengths." Publicly outshining this old fox felt better than eating ice cream. "Xiao Jiang, right? I see you haven't received the proper training at your school," Jiang Taihe said with a sly smile, turning to Jiang Li. "Why not transfer to Nanming? I guarantee you'll break through to warrior level before the college entrance exam." Jiang Li was taken aback. This was a blatant poaching attempt, but Feng Buping wouldn't have it. He grabbed Jiang Li and pulled him behind him, shouting at Jiang Taihe, "You shameless old man, trying to steal my student right in front of me. I'm only thinking of his future." Jiang Taihe retorted, undeterred. "Look at how you've trained such a genius, only 80 calories. You're holding him back." "Bullshit. Our training methods are none of your business." Feng Buping fumed. Just as the two esteemed principals were about to come to blows, the crowd hurriedly intervened, barely managing to calm things down. "Don't get too cocky, old Feng," Jiang Taihe said darkly as he left. "Jiang Li may have extraordinary talent, but we have students at Nanming who can match his blood energy. The top spot in this mock exam is still up for grabs." Feng Buping scoffed, "You're not scaring anyone. We all have our top students. Good riddance." Jiang Taihe called back to Jiang Li, "Xiao Jiang, come to Nanming sometime. I'll give you better resources." "Get lost, you shameless old fool." Feng Buping was livid, wishing he could kick Jiang Taihe out of the school. Even the usually composed Jiang Li could only smile wryly at Jiang Taihe's relentless provocation, choosing to remain silent. Principal's office. Feng Buping took a swig of tea, suppressing his anger. He then turned to Jiang Li with a kind expression, "Xiao Jiang, don't believe a word that old fox says. With your talent, #1 high school will never treat you unfairly. Today's victory is all thanks to you. Otherwise, I would have lost face completely." Jiang Li smiled. "Rest assured, Principal. I am a student nurtured by this school. Teachers Chun and Zhao have been incredibly kind to me. How could I ever betray them? Transferring is out of the question." Hearing this, both Feng Buping and Qian Dadong beamed. A student who knows how to repay kindness, who wouldn't appreciate that? Feng Buping sighed, "Xiao Jiang, you have everything going for you, except you're too modest. If you had shown your talent earlier, you wouldn't be at this level now." Chun Dadong quickly chimed in. Jiang Li, weren't you at 61.2 kilocalories of blood energy? How did it increase so much? My family bought a bottle of sea-level energy liquid last weekend. After absorbing it, my blood energy increased significantly, Jiang Li replied, well prepared. But your conversion rate was only 8% at the start of the term, Feng Buping questioned suspiciously. Jiang Li scratched his head and feigned ignorance. I don't know. Maybe my talent has changed over the years? I haven't used energy liquid in a long time. This time, my family really went all out. The two men nodded slowly. Although rare, there have been cases of latent talent emerging suddenly in the martial arts world, which has developed over 1,000 years. If only we had discovered your talent earlier. With your combat skills, becoming the provincial champion wouldn't be just a dream. Feng Buping lamented. Xiaojiang, since you've used sea-level energy liquid, would you prefer 10 bottles of D-level or 1 bottle of sea-level? I'll take the sea-level, principal. It's more convenient, Jiang Li replied decisively. Principal, that's not fair. Chun Dadong protested. We already agreed on the energy liquid. Jiang Li has done a great service. It wouldn't hurt to show a little more appreciation. Don't let the students down. What? You think I don't care about the students? Feng Buping glared at him. I wasn't finished yet. Xiaojiang, do you have any other requests? Seeing Chen Dadong stand up for him, Jiang Li felt deeply grateful and decided to go all out. Principal, I'd like to learn 2 combat techniques, preferably sea-level. Feng Buping spat out his tea in shock, spraying it on Chen Dadong's face. Ignoring the latter's resentful look, he said irritably, do you think sea-level techniques are as common as cabbage? Each one costs millions and requires approval from the city government. Besides, the path of cultivation shouldn't be too ambitious. Sea-level techniques are best learned at the warrior level. How about this? I'll give you 2 D-level techniques. That, I can promise. Anything else? Jiang Li felt a pang of disappointment, but understood that sea-level techniques were no small matter. I want 1 blade technique and 1 movement technique, he said. This was his well-thought-out plan. The mock exams weren't just about testing blood energy. They involved real combat with fierce beasts. No matter how powerful the wild bull fist was, it lacked the lethality of a weapon. Movement techniques were crucial for combat, escape, and pursuit. Only by developing comprehensively could he adapt to changing situations. Ambitious. Good on you. Feng Buping praised. Train hard. With your talent, mastering the basics before the exams should be more than doable. Your strength will definitely soar. Jiang Li nodded seriously, but inside, he couldn't help but chuckle. Entry level? If I don't reach perfection, I would be letting down this golden opportunity. You'll be shocked out of your minds. Perform well in the mock exam. It's a great chance to overtake others. Feng Buping said solemnly. As far as I know, all 5 top schools have sent special envoys this time. If you can win their favor early, it will be immensely beneficial for your future. All 5 top schools? Jiang Li and Chun Dadong were astonished. In previous years, at most 1 or 2 schools would come. Such a grand scale was unprecedented. It's all because of that damned sword-bearer. Feng Buping gritted his teeth. Sword-bearer? The mentor and apprentice spoke in unison. Chun Dadong couldn't wait to pry open the principal's mouth. Don't keep us in suspense again. You were just teasing us earlier, and now this? Feng Buping didn't plan to hide anything. He said in a deep voice, Beast Warriors, you must have heard of them. But the massive organization behind them, I fear you haven't. It's called the Beast Sect. The last 3 words were almost spat out through clenched teeth. Jiang Li's heart skipped a beat, recalling his earlier conversation with Li Wanhe. Those despicable traitors, complete scum. Feng Buping was indignant. They've abandoned human dignity, degenerating into monsters neither human nor beast for their own greed, willingly serving as the claws and fangs of ferocious beasts. They have wreaked havoc within our federation for years, involved in most major crimes. Just yesterday, there was a beast warrior disturbance in our Nanha city. Chun Dadong was puzzled. Then isn't the beast sect powerless? Our federation is brimming with strong warriors, with war gods emerging constantly. It's not as simple as you think. Feng Buping sneered. The beast sect's strength alone is formidable. Each of the 12 elders is at the war god level, with countless minions like the Red Robes and Beast Masters under them. They keep luring warriors into corruption, making them even stronger. The key issue is, the higher the level of a beast warrior, the deeper their ferocious beast bloodline is hidden, making it extremely difficult to detect. How can you be sure there aren't a few insiders among high-ranking officials? That's why efforts to eradicate the beast sect have repeatedly failed. The recent string of bloody incidents is their frenzied retaliation. Jiang Li felt a heavy weight on his chest. He hadn't expected such a colossal force behind the beast warriors, 12 elders, red robes, beast masters, and countless followers. The mere thought was suffocating. What's the connection with the sword-bearer? Chen Dadong pressed on. The sword-bearer is an initiative by our federation to eliminate the beast sect. Feng Buping's tone was filled with reverence. Wielding the sword of justice, vanquishing evil spirits. These are specially selected elite warriors, each with the potential to become war gods. Once chosen, they have a direct path to the top 5 schools, with boundless prospects. Suddenly, Jiang Li felt his blood boil. Sword Bearer, a name that evokes awe and ambition. If he could join this organization, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. The future would be limitless. However, with all 5 top schools mobilizing to select sword bearers, the competition would be fierce. Jiang Li made up his mind. No matter what, he would excel in the mock exam and make those envoys take notice. Upon hearing Principal Feng's passionate speech, Jiang Li's heart surged with excitement, as if a blazing fire had been ignited within him. He couldn't help but lean forward, eagerly anticipating more information. Chen Dadong was equally filled with expectation. Principal Feng began to speak slowly, explaining that the ancient title of Sword Bearer originated from the supervisory department, which was responsible for overseeing all martial artists in the realm. With the emergence of the beast cult, the Federation made some adjustments, officially establishing the sword bearers. The term, sword bearer, refers not only to the department but also to its members, who are reportedly ranked by stars, though the specific details were unclear to Principal Feng. However, when Principal Feng turned his gaze to the 2 of them, his next words were nothing short of shocking. Even the weakest sword bearer possesses the strength of a battle general. Moreover, they can fight across different levels of power. This revelation struck Jiang Li and Chen Dadong like a bell tolling at dawn and dusk, leaving them parched with astonishment. What did this mean? The minimum standard for a sword bearer was at the Battle King level, a level of prowess Jiang Li understood well. As a prodigious talent capable of defeating warrior-level opponents even at the apprentice stage, Jiang Li knew that as one advanced, overcoming higher challenges became increasingly difficult. Truly, this world was not lacking in geniuses. Jiang Li was deeply moved but not intimidated. Instead, a competitive spirit ignited within him. He believed that once he ascended to the battle general level, challenging a battle king wouldn't be impossible. The sword bearers were known for their strict standards, and this time, a sword bearer would personally oversee the simulated exam. This was why everyone was so invested. Excelling in the exam and catching the eye of a sword bearer could potentially make one a candidate for the sword bearers, smoothing the path of martial arts training. The sword bearers had abundant resources, including rare and precious materials, powerful combat techniques, and even rumors of battle god-level mentors providing personal instruction. Wow, battle god-level mentors. The fire of eagerness burned brightly in Jiang Li's eyes. Even with the system's assistance, having such a mentor would save him many detours on his journey. However, entering the ranks of the sword bearers meant being among the best of the best. Xiao Jiang, you might have a chance. Just stay calm, Principal Feng quickly added, perhaps worried that he had said too much and might unsettle Jiang Li. In reality, the schools in Nanha City are just trying their luck. It's almost impossible for our students to catch the eye of a sword bearer, Principal Feng concluded. I understand, Principal. Jiang Li took a deep breath and quickly calmed himself, which made Principal Feng appreciate him even more. A young man with such composure was bound for great achievements. Go back to your class. I'll have old Chun send the combat techniques to your private communicator. Remember, don't share them with anyone. As for that bottle of C-grade energy liquid, I'll give it to you after school, Principal Feng instructed. Jiang Li nodded earnestly and turned to leave. What an outstanding talent, Principal Feng remarked, watching Jiang Li's departing figure with Chen Dadong. It's a pity we discovered him a bit late. It seems our school still has room for improvement in talent scouting. If we had started nurturing him from his first year, we might have caught the sword bearer's attention. Now, the situation is a bit concerning. Jiang Li, of course, did not hear these remarks. He walked back to his classroom with a joyous heart, feeling that he had gained a lot from this experience. Not only had he exchanged 5 bottles of D-grade energy liquid for 1 bottle of C-grade energy liquid, but he had also acquired 2 D-grade combat techniques. Jiang Li was filled with anticipation for the future. His strength was on the verge of a significant breakthrough, with the potential to reach the level of an intermediate warrior tonight. In just a couple of days, he would have fully mastered 2 new combat techniques, enabling him to rival peak warriors and even challenge ultimate warriors. Despite his slightly insufficient vitality, he felt confident he could hold his own against an ultimate warrior. Jiang Li was brimming with confidence for the upcoming simulation exam. The swordsman, a mysterious and intriguing figure. Jiang Li whispered to himself as he walked resolutely towards the classroom. As soon as he stepped inside, a wave of loud cheers surrounded him. His classmates looked at him with admiration, showering him with praises. Jiang Li realized that his solo victory over the top student from Naming High School had already spread throughout the campus, making him a star at their school. This recognition made him feel at ease, and he even started to enjoy it a bit. With a slight smile, Jiang Li returned to his seat, basking in his classmates' admiration. Li Wanhe mischievously reminded Jiang Li that Su Yeye had been staring at him. Jiang Li looked over at Su Yeye and noticed her curious eyes, which made him a bit nervous. They locked eyes for 10 seconds before Su Yeye shyly looked away. At that moment, Jiang Li received a private message from her. Su Yeye wanted him to take her out for a meal and asked him to plan it in advance. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Li replied that he had other things to handle, so the date would have to be postponed. After some discussion, they finally settled on meeting at 9 p.m. on Friday. Jiang Li wondered if it was appropriate to have a date so late, but seeing Su Yeye's smiling face, he felt a warm sensation in his heart. She felt a surge of intense curiosity, like a playful kitten ready to pounce. No problem, let's set it for that time, she agreed. Jiang Li smiled and shook his head, feeling quite pleased. Having dinner with a charming young woman was certainly not something he found hard to accept. Time flew by, and soon the school bell rang, marking the end of the day. Jiang Li spent the entire day in anticipation. When he saw Chen Datong's figure appear outside the classroom, his face lit up with joy, and he walked towards him with large strides. Finally, you're here. Chen Datong was holding a beautifully wrapped box, containing the school's reward, a bottle of C-grade energy liquid. Jiang Li, you must be very careful with this. It's best to take it under the supervision of your parents. Wait for the cooling period to end to maximize its effectiveness. Don't be impatient, Chen Datong advised as he handed the energy liquid to Jiang Li. Generally, people need to observe the cooling period when using energy liquids. Continuous use can cause serious harm to the body and greatly reduce the effectiveness. However, Jiang Li was not worried at all. He took the energy liquid with a smile and said, "Don't worry, teacher. I've already tried a bottle before. I'm experienced." Looking at the energy liquid in his hand, Jiang Li couldn't wait to use it. Chen Datong nodded with satisfaction. He felt genuinely happy and proud to have nurtured such a talented student. The combat technique has been sent to your private communicator. Remember, you must not share it with anyone, especially for commercial purposes, or you will face legal consequences, Chen Datong said sternly. This is a federal law. The school only purchased the right to use the combat technique, not the ownership. I understand, Jiang Li nodded again. Chen Datong patted him on the shoulder, offered a few more words of encouragement, and then turned to leave. Li Wanhe walked over, carrying their school bags, and remarked, "The school is really generous, giving away a bottle of C-grade energy liquid worth 1,000,000 federal credits. I heard the students in the neighboring class are green with envy." This was the second time he had seen such an expensive potion. Jiang Li laughed heartily. Let them be jealous. Enjoying the perks of being a genius is something they can't understand. This time, our regular class can finally hold its head high. It proves that even the regular class can produce geniuses, Li Wanhe agreed, nodding. Let's go to the training hall to practice our boxing. I've arranged with Mr. Chun to use it for an hour, Jiang Li said as he and Li Wanhe raced off. Jiang Li thought to himself that at least his good friend could also benefit, even if it meant just getting into a third-rate university rather than giving up martial arts entirely. Wanhe, keep your punches steady, extend your arms fully, clear your mind. Keep your back straight. Faster. Jiang Li's concise instructions on the bull fist technique hit the mark every time, greatly benefiting Li Wanhe, whose eyes were filled with gratitude. Sometimes, underachievers don't put in the effort because they lack a sense of accomplishment. The current effort and rewards were opening up a new world for Li Wanhe, unlocking his potential that had been dormant for years. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Li Wanhe said gratefully, "Thank you, Jiang Li." Jiang Li smiled and patted his head. "All right, I have to go now. There's something urgent. Please put my bag in the storage locker at home for me. Yesterday, when I went for a coaching job interview, I had to temporarily leave my backpack at a store, which was quite inconvenient." Li Wanhe watched Jiang Li walk away, scratched his head, and chuckled. Having a good brother like Jiang Li felt like a blessing for life. Jiang Li quickly changed into casual clothes and sprinted towards the Kangman branch, moving so fast that he broke a slight sweat. He finally made it just in time. With a slight smile, he stepped onto the 49th floor, under the reverent gaze of the receptionist. "Li Gu, you're finally here." As soon as he entered the training room, Meng Changming and the other trainees eagerly approached him. They were extremely satisfied with yesterday's lesson and had arrived early today. Jiang Li smiled and said, "Got delayed on the way. The public hovercraft was late." Meng Changming suggested, "Li Gu, how about I arrange for someone to pick you up from Nana High School? It would save you some time and be more convenient." Jiang Li immediately declined. "No way. If you come to pick me up and find out we go to the same high school, that would be embarrassing." He diverted the topic while instructing everyone to warm up. "Why are you all here so early today?" A chubby trainee immediately chimed in. "It's because of that exchange event between Nanming Middle School and First Middle School. Some of the Nanming kids were so motivated by it that they insisted on coming for extra training early." "Stop talking, Xiao Peng. No one thinks you're mute if you stay quiet," Meng Changming said, clearly annoyed. Jiang Li was taken aback, not expecting it to be related to him. He pretended not to know. "An exchange event? Did you lose badly?" I thought Naming and First Middle School were pretty evenly matched. This opened up the conversation, and everyone started talking at once. Li Gu, don't mention it. It was brutal. They wiped us out 3-on-1. No problem at all. Yeah, who knew First Middle School had such a powerhouse this year? I heard that Guy's bull fist technique is perfected, almost on par with yours, Li Gu, except his vital energy isn't as high. If it were me at the exchange, we wouldn't have lost that badly, Meng Changming muttered, still bitter about not being chosen for the exchange event. Jiang Li couldn't help but smile inwardly. He knew Meng Changming's strength wasn't even close to Lu Qinyuan's. Trying to save face in front of Jiang Li, Meng Changming continued, the reason we lost so badly is that our top talents didn't go. My brother, Meng Chongqing, is now at the intermediate warrior level. Even if that student's bull fist is perfected, it would be like an adult fighting a child. Our principal kept it under wraps, but my brother told me personally, so keep it to yourselves. He looked a bit smug. The others gasped, intermediate warrior? That's definitely a top-tier candidate for the 5 prestigious schools. Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh silently. The idea of someone boasting about beating him in front of him was quite amusing. He didn't bother to argue but chuckled to himself. Once I finish using the energy liquid today, I'll be at the intermediate warrior level too. Beat me? Maybe in another lifetime, he thought. He suddenly imagined their reactions when they found out during the upcoming mock exam that he was also a senior in high school. That should be interesting. Jiang Li clapped his hands to stop the conversation. All right, today's training officially begins. Time flew by. 2 hours flew by in a flash. Jiang Li finally got his hands on the hard-earned 100,000 Federation credits. Feeling the envious gazes of those around him, he eagerly strode away. The wait had truly been agonizing. Returning home, Jiang Li effortlessly opened the precious bottle of Grade C energy, liquid with practiced ease. His heart surged with anticipation and excitement, as if he was on the brink of facing a new challenge. Under the glow of the lights, the dark brown liquid shimmered, mirroring the excitement in Jiang Li's eyes. Without hesitation, he uncapped the bottle and drank it in one gulp. After his previous training, Jiang Li was well acquainted with this energy liquid. Assuming a training stance, his body began to twist and change as if performing a mysterious dance. Suddenly, his vital energy and blood began to boil and then surged explosively. The quantity of his vital energy increased several-fold. With just one round of the training technique, his vital energy boosted by 20 calories. After half an hour of training, Jiang Li's aura grew stronger, and the rich vital energy brought a flush to his cheeks. He stood up and threw a punch, the deafening explosion shattering the silence, his joy evident. He had successfully broken through to the intermediate warrior level. His vital energy surged to 265 calories. Feeling the immense power within, Jiang Li laughed heartily. At this moment, he was strong enough to rival peak warriors. With 2 new combat techniques at his disposal, Jiang Li eagerly examined them. The Thunderblade technique and the Windstep technique were both exceptionally powerful D-rank skills. The Thunderblade technique excelled in speed and was incredibly difficult to master, but once perfected, it could unleash lightning-fast blade strikes with extraordinary lethality. The Windstep technique, on the other hand, was a standout among speed techniques, and once mastered, it could multiply one's speed several times over. As Jiang Li studied these 2 techniques, satisfaction was written all over his face. The choice of these techniques perfectly aligned with his aspirations, and Principal Feng Buping had recommended them precisely because of Jiang Li's potential. Through repeated practice, the proficiency in both the Thunderblade technique and the Windstep technique gradually improved. Jiang Li felt an immense excitement, realizing that he had transformed from a novice to a skilled practitioner adept at wielding these techniques. The Thunderblade technique required a sharp combat blade, so Jiang Li decided to purchase a D-rank alloy blade to better facilitate his training. In this era of universal martial arts, technological advancements far surpassed those of the world Jiang Li had come from. In this opportunity-filled era, Jiang Li was filled with anticipation and hope for the future. D-grade alloy knives are typically designed for students and are affordably priced. However, once you upgrade to a C-grade alloy combat knife, the costs start to rise significantly. Especially those rare weapons forged by master craftsmen can greatly enhance one's prowess and come with a hefty price tag. Powerful warriors need weapons that can fully harness their immense energy and vitality. Otherwise, the weapons could be corroded after a few uses. If a warrior-level fighter uses a D-grade alloy knife, it might only last a few battles before breaking. Fortunately, during simulated exams, one can temporarily borrow weapons corresponding to their vitality level. Currently, the combat knife would take another hour to arrive, so Jiang Li decided to practice the Windstep technique. This technique doesn't require much space. He moved the sofa aside, and the area from the balcony to the living room was just enough. Ding! After practicing the D-grade Windstep technique 5 times, the 10,000-fold amplification kicked in. Practicing it 50,000 more times, he reached a proficient level. Ding! After practicing the D-grade Windstep technique 20 times, the 10,000-fold amplification kicked in again. Practicing it 200,000 more times, he reached the minor mastery level. In just an hour, Jiang Li successfully advanced his wind step technique to minor mastery, leaving afterimages all over the living room. The minor mastery of the wind step technique doubled his speed and made him more agile. If he had learned this technique earlier in the day, he could have defeated Lu Qianyuan and his group in under a minute. He stopped, slightly out of breath, excitement gleaming in his eyes. The rapid progress was intoxicating. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Jiang Li eagerly opened the door. The smart drone had already dropped the package at his doorstep and flown away. He couldn't wait to tear open the package. A bright silver alloy combat knife appeared before his eyes, measuring 1.23 meters in length and resembling the Tang knives from his previous life. It perfectly met the requirements of the Thunder Blade technique. He gently stroked the knife, feeling its smooth texture, and gave it a light flick. Ding! The crisp, melodious sound made him fall in love with combat even more. This was the first weapon of his life. Since the living room was too small to practice, he went down to the community area to train the Thunderblade technique. Even though it was already 10:30 p.m., his eagerness to train made him impatient. He took his combat knife and, learning from last time, found a more secluded spot. Swish! The long knife sliced through the air, giving Jiang Li a different sensation compared to fist techniques. His blood boiled with excitement. He felt that his talent in blade techniques far surpassed that in fist techniques. Grasping the combat knife gave him an inexplicable thrill. Under the night sky, the blade's light flickered under the streetlights. Jiang Li trained hard, with sweat dripping from his forehead, but he didn't mind at all. Ding! After practicing the D-grade Thunderblade technique 3 times, the 10,000-fold amplification kicked in. Practicing it 30,000 more times, he reached a proficient level. Ding! After practicing the D-grade Thunderblade technique 15 times, the 10,000-fold amplification kicked in again. Practicing it 200,000 more times, he reached the minor mastery level. In less than an hour, he had achieved minor mastery. Jiang Li's Thunderblade technique finally reached the intermediate level. In the pitch-black residential area, a sudden flash of purple lightning appeared, blindingly fast and symbolizing the hallmark of his new mastery. Gasping for breath, Jiang Li stared at the deep gash on the ground, his eyes gleaming with joy. He couldn't help but marvel at his decision. Choosing the blade technique was undoubtedly the right choice. With a blade in hand, his destructive power far surpassed that of mere fist techniques. Jiang Li understood that once he reached the warlord level, his vital energy could envelop his entire body or weapon, making the difference between fist and blade techniques negligible. But for now, the blade held a clear advantage, especially at the intermediate level of the Thunderblade technique, whose destructive power was truly terrifying. In an instant, Jiang Li's strength surged at an astonishing rate. Not only did he successfully break through to the intermediate warrior level, but he also mastered both the Thunderblade technique and the Windstep technique to the intermediate stage. This was just the beginning. A couple more days as a part-time coach and earning 500,000 yuan, and his vital energy would be sufficient to advance to the senior warrior level. Satisfied with his progress, Jiang Li rigorously practiced his blade and movement techniques, making the most of every second until he reached his limit and reluctantly prepared for bed. Jiang Li knew that to become a true powerhouse, relying solely on the system was far from enough. Personal willpower and determination were equally crucial. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it's already Thursday. Over the past few days, Jiang Li has been deeply immersed in his training. His blood and energy levels have been steadily increasing, reaching a rate of 6 to 7 calories per day. The part-time federal credits he earned were quickly spent on D-level energy liquids. He decided not to wait to buy C-level energy liquids in bulk, as that would delay his progress and he wouldn't be ready for the upcoming mock exam. Even though it might be a bit wasteful, he needed to rapidly enhance his strength. At his current rate of improvement, he was confident he would break through to the level of an advanced warrior before the mock exam. In addition to his blood and energy improvements, Jiang Li successfully mastered 2 combat techniques, both of which reached perfection last night. Now, he has mastered 3 D-level combat techniques to perfection, a feat that would astonish anyone. The days of rapid progress were coming to an end. As he gazed at the setting sun outside the window, Jiang Li felt a sense of nostalgia. With his resources exhausted, he would have to accumulate them slowly, a change he was not accustomed to. Fortunately, he could still continue to refine his combat skills, the only area where he could train without interruption. Through mental simulation and the effect of a 1,000-fold increase, his combat skills were advancing rapidly. Tonight, he was determined to break through to the expert level. With this thought, Jiang Li felt a surge of joy and closed his eyes to begin his training. On the podium, Zhao Jigang and the surrounding classmates had long grown accustomed to Jiang Li's behavior. Ever since his remarkable rise, Zhao Jigang had given him special privileges, allowing him to move freely in class as long as he didn't disturb others. Geniuses are always different and can't be judged by conventional standards. Only by doing so can they fully realize their potential. School ended quickly. In the training hall, Jiang Li faced off against Li Wanhe, who let out a deafening roar and charged at Jiang Li with a powerful punch.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
This time, the momentum was much stronger than before. His wild ox fist had become more proficient, and with a final roar, Li Wanhe's punch reached its peak, producing a faint blue energy, indicating he had successfully reached the proficient level. Brother Jiang, my wild ox fist has finally reached the proficient level, Li Wanhe exclaimed with excitement. Jiang Li patted his shoulder encouragingly and smiled. Hard work pays off. In the last month, focus on refining your blood and energy, and you'll have no problem getting into a third-tier university. He was genuinely happy for his friend's progress, as it meant Li Wanhe now had a chance at university and wouldn't be doomed to a life of setbacks. Li Wanhe nodded vigorously, eager to share the good news with his parents. His life was about to change completely, and he felt immense gratitude towards Jiang Li, believing that meeting him was the luckiest thing that had ever happened to him. Jiang Li, with a beaming smile, gave him a few parting words and then headed straight to the Kangman branch. Today was his 4th day as a part-time coach. Jiang Li had just arrived at the Kangman Tower when he unexpectedly ran into head coach Wu Wei, whom he hadn't seen in a few days. Wu Wei still exuded an air of authority and dignity, but to Jiang Li's surprise, he was courteously holding the door open for a luxurious hover car, a slight smile of deference on his face. Who could this person be to warrant such respectful treatment from Wu Wei? Jiang Li was filled with curiosity. Wu Wei was the head coach of the Kangman's Nanhe branch, a highly respected figure throughout Nanhe City, who didn't need to show such humility even to the city government officials. As Jiang Li watched curiously, a woman with long, slender legs clad in black stockings gracefully stepped out of the car, revealing a stunning figure. His gaze traveled up her elegant legs to her slightly cold red lips, which made his heart race, and her deep black eyes, which were unusually calm, as if few things in the world could disturb her. What a remarkably poised beauty. Master, you have finally returned. Wu Wei and the branch's management bowed their heads in deep respect. Jiang Li suddenly realized who she was. She was Shui Bingyue, the head of the Kangman's Nanhe branch. Jiang Li was astonished to learn that the head of the Nanhe branch was not only a woman but also so young. She looked about 27 or 28, clearly a young talent. For the head coach to show such deference, she must possess extraordinary skills, a powerful background, or unparalleled talent and strength. Any of these would be impressive. Who is this young man? With everyone else bowing their heads, Jiang Li's fixed gaze was particularly noticeable. Shui Bingyue smiled as she inquired. Only then did Wu Wei notice Jiang Li and hurriedly explained, Master, this young man was recruited a few days ago as a part-time coach. He is currently responsible for teaching the Wild Bull Fist. Wu Wei quickly added, perhaps fearing that the master might think he was too casual in handling affairs. Despite being just 20 years old and still a sophomore at Nanhe University, Jiang Li had already reached the warrior level and perfected the Wild Bull Fist. A hint of surprise flashed in Shui Bingyue's eyes. Perfected Wild Bull Fist? Impressive. Young man, keep up the good work. After you graduate, join Kangman, and I will ensure Coach Wu provides you with the best support and treatment. Jiang Li quickly expressed his gratitude. He could feel the immense power of the woman before him. Her mere presence was overwhelming. She must be at the Battle King level. After a few words of encouragement, Shui Bingyue led the way into the building. Although Jiang Li had made a good impression, it wasn't enough to astonish Shui Bingyue, who was a top-tier talent herself. While a perfected Wild Bull Fist was rare in Nanhe City, it might not be so uncommon in other martial arts hubs. Jiang Li watched as the senior members entered the building and then slowly followed them inside. Meanwhile, Meng Changming and the others were already waiting patiently in the training room. Over the past 4 days, they had developed great respect for Jiang Li, completely forgetting about their previous coach, Zhao. Jiang Li's handsome appearance and profound mastery of the Wild Bull Fist had enabled them to make rapid progress in their training. In the training room, Jiang Li led a group of students who were diligently practicing. The sound of fists slicing through the air and the occasional bellow of effort filled the space. Lately, students had been breaking through to new levels almost daily, a testament to Jiang Li's respected guidance. 2 hours flew by, and one by one, the students left the room with satisfied smiles, clearly pleased with their progress. Jiang Li, however, stayed behind, determined to hone his combat skills further. His close relationship with the students had made it natural for him to use the training room, which was far more convenient than practicing in the neighborhood. As he executed the perfected wind-stepping technique, Jiang Li's speed reached its peak, creating a whooshing sound and occasionally leaving afterimages, making him feel as if he had multiple bodies. The difference between running with and without this technique was worlds apart. His eyes sparkled with joy as he recalled the days when he had to rely solely on brute force for dodging, which not only drained his stamina but also prevented him from fully utilizing his speed. Now, with the wind-stepping technique, his body felt incredibly light, and his movements left after images, making the release of his inner energy more efficient. Mastering this technique alone had already significantly boosted his combat power. Jiang Li was now striving to integrate the various techniques he had learned, footwork, boxing, and swordsmanship, into his combat skills. He hoped that this effort would elevate his fighting prowess to an expert level, further enhancing his combat effectiveness. While Jiang Li was tirelessly training, a black luxury hover car pulled up outside the Kangman building. An elderly man and a young man stepped out. The elder was Mao Chunlei, the principal of Nanha University, and the young man was his grandson Mao Bai, a senior at Nanha University who was about to graduate. Mao Chunlei and Mao Bai stepped out of the car, with the grandson helping his grandfather towards Kangman building. With a solemn expression, Mao Chunlei said to Mao Bai, "Make sure to perform well. Shui, the head of the Nanha branch, just returned from a headquarters meeting and arranged for you to come here, hoping to give you a good opportunity." Mao Bai nodded eagerly. "Don't worry, Grandpa. I won't disappoint you." Mao Chunlei looked at his grandson with pride. Although Mao Bai's college entrance exam results were average, landing him in a second-tier university, he had made significant progress over the years. As he approached graduation, he had not only reached the level of an advanced warrior but also successfully mastered a C-level combat technique, which was no small feat. "Relax, I've known Coach Wu for years. He'll put in a good word for us, so it should be fine," Mao Chunlei reassured Mao Bai as they walked into Kangman building. A receptionist immediately recognized them and greeted them enthusiastically. "Principal Mao, what brings you here?" Mao Chunlei smiled and replied, "Where is Coach Wu?" The receptionist informed him, "He's on the 63rd floor with the head. You can go straight up." Mao Chunlei led Mao Bai to the elevator, and as they stepped out onto the 63rd floor, they were greeted by a hearty and energetic laugh from a distance. It was Wu Wei. "Principal Mao, what a surprise. Don't tell me you came just to see me." Wu Wei greeted them with a smile. Mao Chunlei laughed as well. "Why not? Can't I visit an old friend? Besides, I heard your head just returned to Nanha, so I had to come pay my respects." At a signal from Mao Chunlei, Mao Bai promptly presented the prepared gift. Though not expensive, it was a gesture of sincerity. Wu Wei accepted it with a smile. The gift itself isn't important. What matters is the sincerity behind it. Leading them towards the head's office, Wu Wei said, "The head knew you were coming and asked me to bring you over. If there's anything you need, we can discuss it first." Mao Chunlei responded with a smile. "I just wanted to introduce a talent to Kangman, nothing major." Hearing this, Mao Bai stood tall, exuding confidence and pride. Wu Wei looked at them and couldn't help but chide. "Old Mao, you're not playing fair." Ma Chunlei couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. This situation was truly perplexing. How could Nanha University produce such a genius student without him knowing? Suspicion crept into his mind. Could this prodigious student be planning to join another organization instead of staying with Nanha University? And these other organizations were no ordinary places but the three major factions of the Nanha branch: Yu Lu, Lei Guan, and Yu Gu. These organizations were founded 1,000 years ago by four legendary warriors and had since attracted countless martial artists. Ma Chunlei was slightly taken aback. It seemed that Mao Bai's recent performance had been quite impressive, even catching the attention of Wu Wei. He instinctively assumed that Wu Wei was referring to Mao Bai. Meanwhile, Mao Bai felt a surge of pride, unexpectedly drawing the attention of this prominent figure. With a smile, Ma Chunlei said, "How could that be? We have such a good relationship. Any genius nurtured by Nanha University would surely choose to join Kangman. Let's see if Coach Wu approves of him." He confidently introduced, "This is my grandson, Mao Bai. I haven't introduced him before. He's about to graduate as a senior, and I came here today hoping Coach Wu could look after him a bit." Although Mao Bai wasn't a genius, he had reached the level of an advanced warrior, and his C-rank martial skill, the Willow Sword technique, had shown some promise. Could he catch Coach Wu's eye? Ma Chunlei was full of confidence and encouraged Mao Bai to greet Wu Wei respectfully. "Mao Bai greets Uncle Wu. Please take care of me." At that moment, Wu Wei suddenly realized that Ma Chunlei wasn't referring to Jiang Li but to Mao Bai standing before him. He couldn't help but ask, "What about Jiang Li?" Ma Chunlei and Mao Bai exchanged a puzzled glance, feeling a bit awkward. Who was Jiang Li? Wu Wei's expression turned displeased as he scolded, "Old Ma, are you trying to hide something from me? Your sophomore student Jiang Li is already a junior warrior at such a young age and not far from becoming an intermediate warrior. He has even perfected the Wild Bull Fist. How could you not know this? Have you already signed a contract with another organization?" Ma Chunlei was dumbfounded, feeling a wave of confusion. What was going on? Was he being kept in the dark? Where did Jiang Li come from? He tried to explain, "Little Wu, this might be a misunderstanding. If Jiang Li were a student at our school, how could I not know? As the principal, I should be well aware of the talented students in our school. If there truly were such a student, even better than my own grandson, how could I not know?" Wu Wei also felt puzzled, seeing Ma Chunlei's bewildered expression. Both of them were at a loss. Suddenly, Wu Wei had an epiphany. Could it be that Jiang Li isn't a student at your school? He slapped his forehead, feeling both amused and exasperated. Initially, he had assumed Jiang Li was a university student because of his youthful appearance, but it turned out he had been fooled. Ma Chunlei also had a moment of realization. Suddenly, someone was posing as a student from Nanha University to deceive people in Kangman. What was even more shocking was that this person had successfully tricked Wu Wei. This piqued his curiosity, while Mao Bai was extremely furious. He had always taken pride in Nanha University, and discovering someone impersonating a student from his alma mater made him seethe with anger. He sternly said to Wu Wei, "Uncle Wu, tell me where that fraud is. I need to teach him a lesson." At that moment, a cool, clear voice interrupted. Shui Bingyue walked in, her unique presence instantly silencing the room. Wu Wei gave a bitter smile and said, "The young man you met downstairs just now, Jiang Li, he's the fraud. He claimed to be a sophomore from Nanha University, but Principal Mao found out that no such person is enrolled at our school." "Oh, is that so?" Shui Bingyue's curiosity was piqued. The young man she met downstairs had left a good impression on her, especially his deep, sharp eyes that set him apart. She asked, "So who is he really?" This question made Wu Wei break into a sweat, as it was indeed an oversight on his part. He quickly checked the building's entry records and hastily said, "He's still in the training room on the 49th floor. I'll go find out right away." After all, it's better late than never. They had to uncover the truth. Despite interacting with Jiang Li for a few days, Wu Wei didn't believe he was a bad person, but they needed to clarify his true identity and intentions. He secretly wondered, could Jiang Li be sent by another university to cause trouble? Which school would be so generous to send out such a talented student? Shui Bingyue said, "Let's go together." She was also filled with curiosity and had nothing else to do at the moment, so she decided to join in the action. A group of people rushed straight to the 49th floor. Meanwhile, Jiang Li was still engrossed in his training, completely unaware that his fabricated identity had been uncovered. Jiang Li sat cross-legged, his heart ablaze with the passion of his recent training. He had just mastered several combat techniques and immediately immersed himself in imagining battles with fierce beasts. He was convinced that his combat skills had reached a new pinnacle, as if only one final step remained to break through to the expert level. This time, he chose a serrated tiger as his opponent, a formidable elite beast whose power rivaled that of a high-level warrior, making it one of the top predators among fierce beasts. In the battlefield of his mind, Jiang Li wielded his battle blade, continuously inflicting wounds on the serrated tiger. He sensed that his combat awareness had reached its peak, just one step away from ascending to a higher realm. Suddenly, a piercing flash of blade light streaked past, and the serrated tiger's head was severed, blood gushing like a fountain. At the same time, a notification sounded in his ears. "Ding! You are in combat." Combat skills significantly improved, successfully breaking through to expert level. Jiang Li opened his eyes, which now gleamed with sharp intensity, followed by a wave of joy. He had finally reached the expert level. At this moment, Jiang Li could clearly sense his enemy's weaknesses and adeptly use the surrounding environment to his advantage. However, despite the significant progress in his mental battles, the simulated beasts were ultimately illusory. Facing real beasts would accelerate his progress even more. Feeling a slight twinge of regret, but not impatient, Jiang Li savored the process of growth, as if enjoying a meal slowly. As he tidied up his training room and prepared to leave, he saw a group of people approaching with a menacing air, leaving him puzzled. Wu Wei quickly walked up to Jiang Li with a stride that covered 3 steps in 2. His face was a mix of anger and helplessness, his expression complex. With a mocking tone, Wu Wei said, "Jiang, let me introduce you to someone. This is Principal Mao Chunlei of Nanha High School." He glared at Jiang Li, practically gritting his teeth as he mentioned Nanha High School. Jiang Li was stunned, his heart sinking. It seemed he was about to be reprimanded. Panic set in as he worried that his coaching fees were about to go down the drain. However, he soon calmed down, noticing that neither Wu Wei nor the sect leader showed anger. Instead, their expressions were more inquisitive. Principal Mao, smiling, said, "Young man, we don't have anyone like you at Nanha High School." Jiang Li shrugged, caught out. He replied helplessly, "Principal Mao, while I'm not a student at your esteemed school, Nanha High School has always been a place I've aspired to." Claiming to be a student there wasn't entirely a lie. He wasn't lying, as before his system awakened, his university dreams were limited to third-rate institutions, and Nanha High School had always been an unattainable goal for him. Mao Bai couldn't tolerate the deception. Young and ambitious, he was infuriated by Jiang Li's pretense of being a student from Nanha University. Jiang Li just smiled faintly and slowly took out his student ID. All eyes were fixated on the card, which revealed a strikingly handsome photo of Jiang Li. The description below left everyone in shock. Jiang Li was actually a senior student from Class 4, Grade 12 at the First Martial Arts Experimental High School. This revelation stunned the crowd. What? He's a high school student? Not a university student? No wonder he never showcased C-level combat skills before, Wu Wei thought, feeling a bit bewildered. Did I really hire a high school student to coach other high schoolers? He touched his forehead, torn between amusement and disbelief. Shui Bingyue's eyes widened with even greater surprise. She quickly grasped the significance. This young man had reached the level of a junior warrior at just 18 and had mastered the bull fist technique to perfection. Her eyes finally sparkled with admiration. Achieving such feats at 18 was vastly different from achieving them at 20, indicating a potential that was at least one, if not two, levels higher. Typically, the high school years are for laying foundations, with significant progress often seen in university. You, a high schooler, pretending to be a university student just to embarrass me, Wu Wei said, regaining his composure and feeling a bit annoyed. Jiang Li smirked lazily and replied, if I had known you wouldn't want me as a part-time coach, I would have honestly told you I was a high school student. So, coach, can I still teach the bull fist technique? Jiang Li looked hopeful. This was his most lucrative job, earning him 100,000 federal credits a day, and losing it would halt his progress in enhancing his qi and blood, something he couldn't afford. Wu Wei chuckled inwardly. In truth, he had no intention of making things difficult for Jiang Li. Whether Jiang Li was a high school or university student didn't matter, as long as his skills in the bull fist were genuine. In fact, Jiang Li being a high schooler made his talent even more impressive and appealing. Wu Wei's appreciation for Jiang Li grew even more. Just as he was about to agree, he received a signal from Shui Bingyue. A soft voice whispered in his ear, let Mao Chunlei's grandson test his limits. Her eyes were filled with curiosity and inquiry. Wu Wei couldn't discern her intentions, but she vaguely sensed that Jiang Li's abilities were not fully displayed. This young man was surely hiding his true strength, likely being at least A-level or even S-level talent. She needed to uncover the truth to bring Jiang Li under her wing. Recalling the grievances she faced at headquarters, her gaze turned cold. The branch had the authority to recommend talents to the headquarters, and the level of resources provided depended on the talent's caliber. More importantly, it was a matter of pride. Did the Nanha branch lack geniuses? She was determined to make them take notice. Shui Bingyue finally took Jiang Li seriously. Wu Wei immediately swallowed his words. After a dry cough, he said, allowing you to continue as the Mang Niu Fist coach isn't out of the question. Coincidentally, Principal Mao's grandson, Mao Bai, is about to join our kingman. Spar with him, and if you can defeat Bai, I'll let you keep the coaching position. Not only that, but I'll also double your coaching fee. Despite his offer, he didn't truly believe Jiang Li could defeat Mao Bai. As a senior warrior with a C-level mastery in the willow sword technique, Jiang Li was no ordinary individual. Old Mao, let's give our sect leader a look at Bai's skills. No objections, right? Mao Chunlei smiled and replied, not at all. It's always been about showcasing your potential and earning recognition, no matter where you are. Mao Bai, upon hearing this, had excitement flashing in his eyes and looked at Jiang Li with contempt. He had overheard everything. 18 years old, a senior high school student? Mastery in Mang Niu Fist, a junior warrior? I doubt it, he thought skeptically. He believed Jiang Li was either from a wealthy background or wasting his time moonlighting as a coach at Kingman. To him, Jiang Li was definitely lying. Today, I'll expose you. Jealousy surged within Mao Bai, clouding his judgment with anger. He had expected to be the focus of attention and cultivation by the Kingman branch leader, but now, this fraud Jiang Li was stealing his spotlight. Rage burned within him, and his fists clenched tightly. On the other hand, Jiang Li was thrilled at Wu Wei's words. Doubling the coaching fee meant 200,000 federal credits a day. With that money, he could break through to senior warrior level before the mock exams. Having reached intermediate warrior level and perfected 3 battle techniques, he had yet to showcase his true strength. Now, he had the perfect sparring opportunity. Chief coach, you can't go back on your word, Jiang Li said with a smile, flexing his wrists. Go ahead and fight with everything you've got. We'll be watching from the sidelines. Nothing will go wrong. Wu Wei's approval reassured both of them. The spacious 49th floor hall gradually quieted down. It was already late at night, and all the students had left the building, leaving only Shui Bingyue and a few others to watch. Jiang Li and Mao Bai faced each other, staring intensely, waiting to see who would make the first move. This was a battle of mental fortitude. Even before the fight began, it had already captured everyone's attention. This was going to be an epic showdown. The scene was silent, yet filled with a gripping tension. Although Mao Bai wasn't exceptionally talented by nature, he was still one of the top students at Nanha High School. Jiang Li, on the other hand, was in a league of his own. His extensive mental simulations of battles against fierce beasts had given him an unusually cold demeanor. The intensity between the two kept escalating, reaching its peak. Is this kid really exuding killing intent? Wu Wei wondered. It seemed improbable for a high school student to have had wilderness training. Soon, Mao Bai began to struggle. Jiang Li's gaze was exceptionally sharp, like a sword about to be unsheathed. Mao found it hard to accept that he was losing in this battle of auras. With a roar, Mao Bai launched the first attack. His agile steps drove his fists forward like lightning, clearly showing he had mastered an incredibly swift movement technique. Jiang Li smirked, knowing that making the first move meant losing the upper hand in aura and exposing weaknesses. His mastery of the wind step technique was impeccable. His figure turned into a blur as he appeared ghost-like beside Mao Bai. He delivered a powerful punch, its force overwhelming. The power of the bull rush fist was almost tangible, echoing with a deafening roar. Boom! Mao Bai was forced back, unable to even unleash his own power in the rush. His face showed a hint of embarrassment, eyes filled with shock and terror. He silently cursed, "This speed is insane." Shui Bingyue and the others watched in awe. This was expert-level combat technique. If they weren't mistaken, this was indeed wind step. Although it was just a D-level combat skill, few could master it to an expert level. Wu Wei spoke in a low voice, instinctively straightening his posture. The expert-level wind step was far more valuable than the bull rush fist. After all, movement techniques were harder to master than fist techniques, especially to an expert level. In Wu Wei's eyes, Jiang Li's potential kept rising. This guy is definitely A-level talent. Jiang Li was unstoppable, his wind step, making him as elusive as a shadow, relentlessly attacking Mao Bai. Mao felt extremely frustrated, unable to release his own power and taking several hits. Get back. Finally, he seized an opportunity. The power of an advanced warrior exploded, his fist technique producing a piercing sound as it cut through the air. Whoosh! Jiang Li's assault was repelled, but unlike Mao Bai, he was no novice. Reaching expert-level combat techniques meant his awareness of the surroundings was at its peak. Going with the flow, a hallmark of expert-level mastery, he leveraged a nearby piece of equipment with his left foot. His interrupted attack instantly resumed, retaliating with even greater speed, leaving Mao Bai no time to catch his breath as he faced a barrage of attacks like a violent storm. Shui Bingyue's eyes flashed with amazement. Expert-level combat techniques were indeed remarkable, but seeing them in a high school student was almost unbelievable. When did I reach this level? She mused. Was it after I became a battle commander? Reflecting on it, she became even more certain. This guy's combat talent far exceeded her own training talent. Mao Bai was being forced to retreat step by step. Despite his powerful vitality, he couldn't fully unleash it. Mao Chunlei watched the situation change dramatically, never expecting his grandson to be so formidable. The young man before him had already reached the level of an intermediate warrior. Bam! Another punch sent Mao Bai flying into the equipment area, his face contorted in pain. However, his eyes quickly lit up when he spotted an unopened training sword on the ground. The willow sword technique, a C-level battle skill, was his specialty. Without a sword in hand earlier, he had felt utterly frustrated. Mao Bai swiftly rolled over, grabbed the training sword, and shouted, "Watch out!" Although the young man was competitive and somewhat jealous, he was not inherently evil. The heavy training sword felt as light as a breeze in his hand, as if he were effortlessly wielding it. Jiang Li felt an unprecedented sense of danger. A C-level battle skill. The sword was faintly imbued with vitality, a power typically exclusive to generals. Mastering a C-level battle skill at an early stage was already a significant achievement, and even an unopened sword could be deadly in his hands. Pride flashed in Mao Chunlei's eyes. Mastering a C-level battle skill at an advanced warrior stage proved his extraordinary talent. Wu Wei and Shui Bingyue also nodded in agreement. They knew that with the sword in Mao Bai's hand, Jiang Li was likely to lose, but this did not diminish Jiang Li's standing in their eyes. If Mao Bai was rated B, Jiang Li was at least an A, maybe even an S. Yet, just as everyone thought Jiang Li was about to be defeated, he dodged the fatal blow in an instant, his demeanor transforming as he held a training knife. If Jiang Li had been sharp and aggressive before, he now exuded the confidence and poise of a drawn blade. Shui Bingyue's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. The third perfected battle skill. It's knife technique, she exclaimed. On the battlefield, dazzling knife light flashed like lightning, leaving clear marks. 3 knife strikes glimmered in the air and landed on Mao Bai, leaving him stunned, his actions frozen as he clutched his training sword. Mao Bai spoke bitterly, "I concede." 3 neat cuts on his chest displayed the astonishing power and control. Jiang Li sheathed his knife and stood tall, a joyful expression on his face. Though Mao Bai was strong, Jiang Li was stronger, and he felt this was far from his limit. The battle seemed almost effortless. Clap, clap, clap. Shui Bingyue's applause echoed, snapping the stunned onlookers out of their daze. Her eyes were filled with admiration, no longer as calm as before. 18 years old, an intermediate warrior, 3 perfected D-level battle skills, and expert-level combat techniques. Each of these traits alone might not be extraordinary, but together, they marked him as a true prodigy, a genius among geniuses. In Shui Bingyue's mind, she had already given Jiang Li the highest praise. Cultivation talent, S level. Battle skill comprehension, S level. Combat talent, S level. Overall evaluation, S level. In fact, he might even surpass this, as her understanding of sea-level battle skills was limited, making it difficult to accurately assess his potential in that area. This young man is truly exceptional. No wonder he caught the attention of Kangman. Shui Bingyue, graceful and captivating, flashed a radiant smile at Jiang Li, as if extending an olive branch. Everyone present was astonished, especially Mao Bai, whose eyes sparkled with envy. An A-level contract offers an annual stipend of 10 million Federation coins, free access to various levels of battle blades and armor, even up to the Battle King level, along with an array of precious combat techniques and rare materials. And that's just the basic package. What made Mao even more envious was the personal mentorship from a Battle Emperor-level instructor and the opportunity to join the elite training camp at Kangman headquarters, a privilege reserved only for A-level talents. This was the chance Mao had always dreamed of. Not to mention, there's also the jaw-dropping S-level contract. Such competition is truly nerve-wracking. At this moment, Mao Bai deeply longed for Shui Bingyue to choose him and extend a helping hand. His heart roared with the desire for her approval. However, Jiang Li, with an incredulous look in his eyes, politely declined. Thank you for your kindness, Master Shui, but I haven't experienced university life yet. I want to personally go through a more enriching life. Despite his excitement, Mao Bai knew that signing the contract would rapidly enhance his abilities, possibly allowing him to reach the level of a warrior or even a warlord in a short time. However, Jiang Li cherished his freedom more. He understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch, and Kangman would not selflessly nurture talent. Signing the contract would mean being bound by Kangman's orders for years to come, a prospect that repelled him. Though tempted, he was resolute in his refusal. I will earn my resources through my own efforts, and the 5 great academies offer abundant resources with fewer restrictions, as long as one is loyal to humanity. Mao Bai was devastated. He couldn't accept that Jiang Li had turned down such an opportunity. Do you know what you're refusing? He asked. Jiang Li calmly replied, I know what I want. Thank you, Master Shui. Shui Bingyue sighed inwardly, seeing the clarity and determination in Jiang Li's eyes. She immediately understood his resolve. He was like a hidden dragon, just waiting for the right moment to soar. Such a person would never willingly be constrained. She was inexplicably reminded of a woman she once disliked. Seeing the same determined eyes and unyielding spirit in Jiang Li, coupled with a touch of pride beneath his humility, Nanha City truly was a remarkable place. Mu Qingxue, who vanished 8 years ago. I don't believe she just died at the hands of beasts, Shui Bingyue thought, reminiscing about her former comrade, a person and her sword, crushing all geniuses. After a moment of reflection, she regained her composure. Since she had been refused, she wouldn't force the issue. After all, she was a proud person too. Since you have your own aspirations, I won't insist. If you change your mind in the future, you can come to the headquarters to find me. In a short while, Shui Bingyue would step down as the head of the Nanha branch. She had originally planned to recommend some talent before her departure, but it hadn't worked out. However, this was not a major issue. With her connections, no one would dare trouble her. Wu Wei, support Jiang Li with 1 million federal credits and the sea-level battle technique, Thunder Triple Slash. Deducted from my personal account, Shui Bingyue said softly, perhaps lost in past memories, leaving everyone present stunned. Clearly, this was an investment in Jiang Li. Shui Bingyue's exterior was cold, but she had a keen and delicate heart, immediately recognizing Jiang Li's potential as a grassroots genius. She not only offered 1 million credits, but also carefully selected the sea-level technique, Thunder Triple Slash, which complemented his Thunderblade technique, to help him get started quickly. She understood that a genius like Jiang Li just needed a spark to shine brightly. This investment was like offering coal in the snow, and could also be seen as making a friend. At your command, Master, Wu Wei responded respectfully, his regard for Jiang Li growing even further. Jiang Li was overwhelmed with excitement. This surprise came so suddenly, 1 million federal credits plus a powerful sea-level combat technique, worth at least 5 million. It was an unimaginable fortune. Although Shui Bingyue saw his potential and was generous, the weight of this favor was heavy on Jiang Li's heart. He earnestly clasped his fists and thanked Shui Bingyue's departing figure, feeling deeply grateful and vowing to remember this forever. Shui Bingyue nodded slightly and then turned to leave. Wu Wei signaled Mao Chunlei and his grandson, Mao Bai, to wait for a moment, and personally led Jiang Li towards the storeroom. Mao Bai watched Jiang Li's determined back with a mix of envy and admiration, realizing the vast difference between his 22-year-old self and the 18-year-old Jiang Li. Mao Chunlei patted his grandson's shoulder, sighed deeply, and said, Bai, don't harbor other thoughts. Some people are just born different, with talents that can be disheartening. You only need to compare yourself to who you were. Based on your performance today, Securing a B-level contract shouldn't be a problem. I'll talk to Wu Wei and try to get you an opportunity to train at the headquarters. If you train diligently, you can at least reach the rank of a battle general and maybe even a battle king. Remember, your fate is in your own hands. Mao Bai nodded firmly, this setback making him more mature. Jiang Li and Wu Wei stayed behind. Wu Wei dropped his previous stern demeanor and smiled at Jiang Li, saying, "Kid, you've been hiding your abilities well. If it weren't for old Mao, we wouldn't have known you had so much strength." Jiang Li merely smiled without saying a word. Youth has its advantages, but speaking of which, our leader has never valued any young person as much as you. You're quite lucky. Jiang Li recalled Shui Bingyue's cold yet beautiful face and couldn't help but wonder aloud. The leader doesn't look that old, yet she's already a branch chief. That's impressive. Wu Wei responded with respect, don't underestimate our leader. She once signed an S-level talent training contract, a peerless genius who ranked among the top even in the training camps of her time. Jiang Li was shocked. Although he knew Shui Bingyue was extraordinary, he hadn't expected her to be an S-level talent. Wu Wei's explanation made him realize the significance of this. Our leader is known as the Ice Beauty at headquarters, but we at the Nanhao branch know that despite her cold demeanor, she's actually quite nice. Unfortunately, she'll be returning to headquarters soon, Wu Wei said with a tinge of regret. Jiang Li remained silent, knowing it wasn't his place to comment on their internal matters. Wu Wei encouraged him, saying, Xiao Jiang, maybe when you go to university, you'll have some interaction with the leader. Kangman's headquarters is in Chongling City, one of the top 10 super base cities of the Federation. Jiang Li nodded to show he understood. Finally, they arrived at their destination. Wu Wei instructed Jiang Li to wait there, and then walked alone through a high-tech alloy door. This was the branch's storeroom, and any unauthorized entry would result in all resources being destroyed. Shortly after, Wu Wei returned with a metal briefcase. He had exchanged the 1 million federal credits for a bottle of sea-level energy, liquid, and a disc of the Thunder 3-strike technique, which he handed to Jiang Li. Remember, this is for your eyes only, Wu Wei reminded him. Jiang Li took the briefcase, his eyes gleaming with determination. He knew that with these resources, his strength would significantly improve. Jiang Li walked home with a light and buoyant step, a joyful smile spreading across his face. This time, he had a strong premonition that he might achieve a significant breakthrough in the mock exams, perhaps even becoming a top warrior. This sense of anticipation and excitement made his steps more resolute, filling his heart with boundless hope and dreams for the future. Jiang Li's steps were light and carefree, and he even began to hum a tune. However, he gradually sensed that something was amiss. The surroundings were eerily silent. Even at 11 or 12 at night, this street should not be this quiet. A hint of caution arose in his heart. Just as this thought surfaced, a terrifying explosion suddenly echoed in his ears. Jiang Li's heart felt as if it had been struck by lightning. He quickly employed his wind-stepping technique, swiftly dodging to the side. Shards of glass, building debris, and some alloy materials flew in all directions. A black, unidentified object shot through the nearby shop, leaving a massive crater. From this side, he could see the other end. The black object landed heavily a few meters away from Jiang Li. Gulp! Jiang Li's eyes widened in shock, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. What on earth was that? It looked like a person? Cautiously, he approached and discovered that the black object was indeed humanoid. Despite its tattered appearance, the scaly body and clawed hands set off alarm bells in Jiang Li's mind. Beast Warrior. At that moment, the Beast Warrior's tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open, revealing a pair of bloodthirsty vertical pupils. He sprang to his feet with agility, his sharp claws aiming straight for Jiang Li's heart. Caught off guard, Jiang Li was horrified. The wind from the claws was so intense it caused him pain, seemingly about to pierce his heart, putting his life on the line. Fortunately, he was somewhat prepared. His mind instantly entered a state of clarity, and he executed his wind-stepping technique, swiftly retreating. Jiang Li's perception became extraordinarily sharp, and he immediately realized that this injured beast warrior was not an ordinary fighter but a warrior commander. Retreat. Avoid the confrontation. He focused his mind, his feet moving like the wind, skillfully dodging the lethal strike. Just as the beast warrior was about to pursue further, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body spraying blood like a fountain. Clearly, he was on the brink of death. Severely injured, his strength was greatly diminished. Jiang Li's eyes narrowed. He was not one to take a beating without fighting back. He picked up a piece of alloy debris and, with great effort, performed the Thunder Blade technique. Seizing the moment to strike, 3 bolts of purple lightning flashed in succession. 3 pieces of alloy debris, imbued with the power of thunder, pierced the beast warrior's body, completely stripping him of his last breath of life. Jiang Li's tense mind finally relaxed, and the rapidly circulating blood within him gradually calmed. Although it seemed like an easy victory, it was, in fact, a tremendous pressure to bear. The opponent was too powerful, Even among warrior commanders, he was top tier. If not for his severe injuries, Jiang Li's skills would have been insufficient to contend with him. He let out a sigh, a trace of bitterness flashing in his eyes. This encounter was truly a stroke of bad luck. But then, a hint of curiosity arose within him. Who had injured such a formidable beast warrior? Jiang Li's thoughts were exceptionally meticulous, and he immediately connected it to the beast warrior attack on the data bureau a few days ago, and the principal's mention of the sword-bearer. A fierce battle was raging up ahead, and Jiang Li speculated that the sword-bearer might be clashing with the beast warriors. His curiosity piqued. He longed to witness the prowess of this formidable figure. However, his rational side warned him against getting involved. The power of the beast warriors alone could be fatal, not to mention the presence of the sword-bearer. Reluctantly, Jiang Li abandoned the idea of watching the fight and began searching the bodies of the fallen beast warriors. Unfortunately, he found no combat techniques or useful information on the one he examined, leaving him slightly disappointed. But then, his eyes lit up as he noticed the beastly claws. Realizing their potential value, he laboriously removed one of the claws, discovering its extraordinary sharpness. Pleased with his find, Jiang Li quickly collected the materials and left the scene, ready to hunt for his next target. Up ahead, a group of peculiar beast warriors surrounded a young man clad in black armor. Each beast warrior had a unique form, but all radiated formidable energy. The fallen beast warriors around them lay lifeless, yet the young man in black armor remained calm and indifferent, showing clear disdain for his adversaries. He sneered at them, saying, "You members of the myriad beast sect must have a death wish to come after me." The leading beast warrior retorted angrily, "You humans could never understand the price we geniuses pay for our power." The young man in black armor laughed coldly, "No matter the price you pay, it doesn't justify your evil deeds." His blood surged with intensity, almost as if it were about to erupt. The mention of Zhao Lian further enraged him, prompting him to unleash his formidable strength and drive the beast warriors back, plunging the scene into chaos. The young man closed his eyes, savoring the thrill of battle and the rain of blood and flesh. With a satisfied smile, he turned and left, embodying the spirit of the sword-bearer, leaving the cleanup of the battlefield to others. Jiang Li had just returned home, cautiously stowing away the beast claws. He hurried into the bathroom, turned on the hot water, and let the scalding stream wash away the scent of blood from his body, gradually calming his agitated nerves. At only 18, Jiang Li carried memories from a past life, but that era had been one of peace and tranquility. He had never before faced such a life-and-death ordeal up close. The intense state of alertness he had felt during the fight now gave way to a sense of relief, and only after leaving the battleground did the fear truly set in. Taking a deep breath, he couldn't help but replay that fatal strike over and over in his mind. After some time spent in contemplation, Jiang Li's emotions began to settle, and a flicker of excitement even sparked in his eyes. He wasn't afraid of battle. In fact, he somewhat relished the thrill it brought. The rush of life-or-death combat made his blood race. In many ways, he was a natural-born fighter, endowed with exceptional combat skills. After enduring the trials of this night, Jiang Li had officially embarked on the path of a warrior. Stepping out of the bathroom, Jiang Li put on his robe and reflected on the night's events. His identity at the Kangman headquarters had been exposed, forcing a confrontation with Mao Bai. Then, on his way home, he encountered beast warriors, narrowly escaping death. The series of events left him utterly exhausted. At this moment, he decided it was not wise to rush into consuming the sea-level energy liquid. He resolved to take some time off, advance to a senior warrior, address the beast claw issue, and fully commit to mastering the thunder triple-slash technique. With a sense of anticipation, Jiang Li lay down and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Jiang Li woke up feeling refreshed and in peak condition. Checking his communicator, he saw a message from his homeroom teacher, Zhao Jigang, advising him to rest well at home and not to miss the weekend's mock exam. After a simple breakfast, Jiang Li sat cross-legged, with the familiar sea-level energy liquid in front of him. He was already adept at using it. Beep. He practiced the standard guiding technique once, with 1,000-fold amplification, then practiced it another 10,000 times, increasing his blood energy by 20 cals. Boom! His blood energy surged, instantly doubling his strength, successfully advancing him to a senior warrior. Combined with his recent sporadic training, he was not far from the 400 cals of blood energy needed to become a peak warrior. Jiang Li stood up, stretched, and a smile of joy spread across his face. He was confident he could break through to a peak warrior before the mock exam. Now, he felt even more assured. If someone of his caliber couldn't get a special admission, then few in the entire Federation could. The top 5 schools had high standards, but not impossibly so. Could he defeat the peak state of the beast warrior from last night with his current strength? Jiang Li hesitated, but quickly shook his head. He could fight extreme warriors, but he had clear weaknesses. His main combat techniques were still limited to 2D level martial arts, with limited lethality. If he could master the Thunder Triple Slash to perfection, he might even dare to challenge a warlord. With this thought, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The gap between C-level and D-level martial arts was significant, and achieving perfection was even more challenging. Jiang Li inserted the martial arts disc, watching attentively and feeling grateful. This technique complemented the Thunder Blade method perfectly. The Thunder Triple Slash, one slash following another, could amplify blood energy on the third slash at the minor success stage, and triple it at the perfect stage, making its power extraordinary. Beep. Watching the C-level martial art Thunder Triple Slash once, with 1,000-fold amplification, then watching it another 10,000 times, Jiang Li achieved the entry-level stage. Instantly, countless insights flooded his mind, his mastery of the blade technique continuously improving. Both martial arts focused on blade techniques, deepening his affection for this weapon. With the foundation of the perfect Thunder Blade method, he had a premonition that his progress in the Thunder Triple Slash would be swift. His understanding of martial arts techniques never stagnated. Between two warriors, one who learns various techniques before tackling S-level martial arts, and one who directly learns S-level martial arts, the former clearly grasps them faster. Jiang Li woke up early, full of energy. He grabbed his beloved Grade D combat technique and headed straight out the door. Instead of practicing in his neighborhood, he went to a secluded spot in a nearby park. His blade flashed with lightning, precisely slicing falling leaves in half. Each strike of the Thunder Triple Slash was as powerful as the Thunder Blade technique, with the third strike being particularly dazzling, like a radiant lightning serpent. Ding! You have successfully practiced the Grade C combat technique Thunder Triple Slash 4 times, enhancing its effect by 10,000 times. Then you practiced it another 40,000 times, achieving proficiency. After just 4 attempts, Jiang Li had already become proficient in the Thunder Triple Slash. This rapid progress was reminiscent of when he first practiced the Thunder Blade technique, but it's worth noting that the Thunder Triple Slash is a Grade C technique, significantly more challenging. Jiang Li was completely immersed in his training. His warblade seemed to transform into lightning, flashing through the air. Sweat poured down like rain, and only the occasional notification sound broke his concentration slightly. Ding! You have successfully practiced the Grade C combat technique Thunder Triple Slash 16 times, enhancing its effect by 10,000 times. Then you practiced it another 160,000 times, reaching the minor success stage. Ding! You have successfully practiced the Grade C combat technique Thunder Triple Slash 62 times, enhancing its effect by 10,000 times. Then you practiced it another 620,000 times, achieving major success. Jiang Li spent the entire day training diligently, even skipping lunch. The results were remarkable. The Thunder Triple Slash had reached the major success stage, significantly boosting his combat power. It wasn't until the sunset's glow bathed him that a series of notification sounds interrupted his training. It was Su Yeye. Jiang Li, didn't you promise to take me out for dinner today? Don't tell me you forgot. Jiang Li slapped his forehead, realizing he almost did. Don't worry, I remember. Himph, if I hadn't reminded you, you'd definitely have forgotten. How could you? Men's promises are like ghost stories. The more handsome the man, the bigger the lies. Jiang Li couldn't help but smile wryly, unsure if she was complimenting or mocking him. Just then, Su Yeye sent another message. Mr. Zhao said you took the day off because you weren't feeling well. Are you okay now? Yeah, I'm fine now. Great. I brought you some blood replenishing potions. If you're happy, I'll tell you a little exam secret. What secret? I'll tell you when we meet tonight. Jiang Li, don't stand me up. I won't, that's a promise. Not showing up would be a dog's behavior. See you at 9. If you don't come, you're a dog. Their conversation, though somewhat childish, brought a smile to Jiang Li's face, gradually lifting the day's fatigue. Realizing it was getting late, he packed up his warblade and headed home, planning to take a shower and have dinner before continuing his part-time job later. The pressures of life. He couldn't help but sigh. If only his aunt had left him a fortune, he wouldn't have to work so hard as a part-time instructor and could live a wealthy life. Despite these thoughts, Jiang Li diligently arrived on time at the Kangman branch. He had expected some awkwardness today, but to his surprise, Meng Changming and the others still treated him with respect, clearly unaware of last night's events. This was a relief, as the mere thought of that embarrassing scene made him blush. The lesson on Mang Niu Fist was wrapping up soon. Jiang Li changed into a black shirt, which made him look even more striking and handsome. His short, tousled hair fluttered slightly, giving him the appearance of a young hero straight out of a comic book. Meng Changming and the others teased him, saying, "Brother Jiang Li, you look so dashing. Do you have a date?" Jiang Li smiled faintly, waved his hand, and left with a graceful silhouette. Perhaps it could be considered a date? To be honest, he was quite looking forward to it. Hey, where's Jiang Li? Why can't I find him? Su Yeye's slightly confused voice came through the phone. Jiang Li felt a bit exasperated. He'd been waiting here for half an hour already, but it was unexpected that Su Yeya, being somewhat directionally challenged, had taken a long detour to find the place. I'm 100 meters behind you, Jiang Li said, watching her. She was wearing a white short skirt and a plaid shirt, looking very pretty, almost like they were wearing matching outfits. Su Yeya turned her head, a shy smile playing on her lips as she jogged over, her cheeks flushing. She admitted to herself that she had a poor sense of direction. If she had known, she would have asked Uncle Zhao to drop her off. She made a tiny gesture with her thumb and forefinger. Did you mean tiny? That's more like a lot. Jiang Li rolled his eyes, but couldn't help smiling inwardly. The usually brilliant Su Yeya was actually a bit of a scatterbrain when it came to directions, which he found rather endearing. What do you want to eat? My treat. Humph, you better treat me. Su Yeya wrinkled her nose in mock displeasure, though she was clearly taken by Jiang Li's charm today. She led the way into the food court, a popular dating spot in Nanhe City, filled with delicious snacks. This place was a frequent hangout for Su Yeya and her friend He Xiaoli. Jiang Li was soon astonished by Su Yeya's appetite. Sitting across from her, he watched as she devoured one small squid after another, her flat stomach defying logic. Eat up, stop staring at me, Su Yeya urged shyly. Jiang Li chuckled, handing her a napkin, amused by the way her mouth glistened with oil. He began to eat as well, feeling a strange sense of peace. Ever since his aunt left, his life had become monotonous, just classes and training, day in and day out. But now, there seemed to be a new spark of color. Jiang Li found himself enjoying this feeling. They chatted casually, without any pretense. They weren't exactly a couple, but more than just friends. Glug glug, Su Yeya patted her small tummy and let out a cute burp, looking nothing like the campus beauty she usually was. Seeing Jiang Li's amused expression, she pouted. What? I have to maintain my image in front of strangers, but not with you? A flicker of emotion passed through Jiang Li's eyes, and he deftly changed the subject. You said you had a secret about the mock exam to share with me this afternoon. Were you just kidding? Su Yeya retorted indignantly. Do you really think I'm that kind of person? Of course, I wasn't kidding. But then she realized, okay, fine. I was trying to get your secret out of you, and you ended up getting mine instead. You go first. Jiang Li looked into Su Yeya's earnest eyes and finally relented. Who could resist those sparkling eyes? Su Yeya smiled triumphantly, eager to ask, Jiang Li, how did you suddenly go from being an unnoticed underachiever to a top student? Have you been pretending to be clueless all along, waiting to shine in the college entrance exam? Ever since she ran into Jiang Li while buying martial arts techniques, her curiosity about him had only grown stronger each day. Su Yeya walked up to Jiang Li with a determined yet mysterious air. Without hesitation, she asked, Jiang Li, did you find an old god of war living in a ring? Jiang Li interrupted her bluntly. You've been watching too much Do Po Tsang Qiong. An old god in a ring? Next, you'll tell me there's a grandma in a bracelet.
Su Yeye frowned, clearly displeased.
Jiang Li paused for a moment and then spoke softly. Actually, since last week, it feels like I've had some sort of breakthrough. Not only have my martial arts skills improved significantly, but the conversion rate of high-quality energy liquids has also increased. This was the explanation he had prepared in advance. He knew he needed a plausible reason to showcase his talents, regardless of whether others believed him or not. Recalling Jiang Li's recent purchase of C-grade energy liquids, Su Yeya felt a sense of realization. Although she was somewhat skeptical, she couldn't entirely dismiss the possibility. She muttered, I didn't expect it to be so simple. Though disappointed that she didn't get the answer she wanted, she quickly moved on. Her initial curiosity about what was happening with Jiang Li had shifted to an interest in Jiang Li himself. With a smile, she asked, Jiang Li, do you want to train in C-grade martial arts? Jiang Li's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained his composure and replied, I'm just a lowly pre-warrior. Why would I train in C-grade martial arts? Su Yeya looked at him skeptically. You just got a bottle of C-grade energy liquid from the principal, and with the one you had before, you must have already broken through to warrior level.
Jiang Li hesitata.
Maybe she wasn't entirely wrong, but he wasn't ready to admit he had become an advanced warrior. Su Yeya smiled triumphantly. Jiang Li, you must not have any C-grade martial arts skills. Call me Yeya Jia, and I'll give you the frost palm technique. I haven't trained in it, so I'll transfer the usage rights to you. Typically, purchased martial arts techniques have usage limits, and the frost palm she bought could only recognize one person's information. After realizing it didn't reduce her blood energy, she stopped training in it. Jiang Li was tempted, but looking at the much younger Su Yeya, he found it hard to speak. He thought to himself, how can I, Jiang Li, lower myself for a C-grade martial arts technique? His expression changed slightly, but inside he was roaring with anger. The next moment, he found himself saying Yeya Jia, as if the words weren't his own. He couldn't help it. Her offer was just too good. Su Yeya laughed gleefully, pleased with Jiang Li's slightly frustrated expression. She finally felt like she had won, thanks to her financial resources. Jiang Li chuckled and said, How about I call you again, and you give me another C-grade martial arts technique? He had let go of his reservations, thinking it was no big deal. Suya rolled her eyes. Do you think C-grade martial arts techniques grow on trees? How about I call you Li Gu, and you give me one? Jiang Li laughed, and as their eyes met, an inexplicable emotion surged between them. He said, "Thank you, Su Yeya." Jiang Li whispered softly, understanding that Su Yeya was trying to help him in a gentle way. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Su Yeya feigned ignorance, looking adorably clueless. Jiang Li caught on and smiled knowingly. I mean, do you want to eat something else? If not, let's get going. Su Yeya immediately perked up and exclaimed, 10 skewers of squid, please. Jiang Li burst into laughter, his joy evident. After they finished eating, he said, come with me to sell some stuff, Miss Su. You're the expert. With her mouth full of skewers, Su Yeya nodded and agreed, sure. Is this what you're selling? Su Yeya asked, eyeing the 2 sharp beast claws with a shiver. These claws were taken from a war general level beast warrior and looked quite valuable. A war general level beast warrior? Su Yeya's face was filled with astonishment. How did you get your hands on a beast warrior's beast parts? Jiang Li smiled smugly and briefly recounted his experience from the previous night. Su Yeya suddenly realized, so you encountered Brother Yang and the beast warrior yesterday.
Brother Yang?
Jiang Li immediately picked up on the key name, feeling a surge of curiosity. Su Yeya stuck out her tongue, a bit embarrassed, and said, I almost forgot to tell you something important because of you. This is actually the little secret I wanted to share with you. Jiang Li, have you heard of the sword bearers? Jiang Li was taken aback and replied softly, I've heard a bit about them. The principal mentioned them once. Good, that makes things easier. Brother Yang is a sword bearer. I only know he's here in Nanha City because of something related to the beast warriors. I don't know the details, but... She paused and then added mischievously, but he will be invited to observe our senior year mock exams, and I heard that if he finds suitable talents, they might be considered for the sword bearers candidate list. Jiang Li was a bit surprised. This information was more accurate than what the principal had told him. How do you know all this? Haha, because Brother Yang is staying at my house, the Su family. The young man in black armor, Yang, was sitting across from a dignified middle-aged man, sipping tea. This man was none other than Su Ye's father, Su Tianqing, a war king-level warrior. Your strength is becoming more and more unfathomable, Sikong, Su Tianqing praised. Perhaps you're not far from becoming a war emperor. Despite both being war kings, Sikong Yang before him could probably defeat an enemy without needing a second strike. Sikong Yang's father was an old friend and had witnessed his growth into the unparalleled sword-bearer he was today. If not for their seniority, Su Tianqing might have shown even more respect. Sikong Yang smiled brightly, his face radiating with warmth. Uncle Tianqing, I came to Nanha City to hunt down the beast user. After completing this mission, I plan to go into seclusion for a while to apply for the rank of a 3-star sword-bearer. He stood up and gazed into the distance, his eyes full of anticipation. Sword-bearers are ranked by stars, with War General level being 1-star and War Emperor level being 3-star. The difference in power and resources is immense, making the term, worlds apart, quite fitting. Su Tianqing stood shoulder to shoulder with him. The beast cult has been active lately. This mission won't be easy. If you need any help, just let me know. I may not come from a prestigious family, but I have some connections in Nanha City. Don't worry, Uncle Su. This beast user Jiang Li is an old adversary of mine. He's not much of a threat. I'll deal with him once he shows up. Make sure you're confident. After it's all over, you must stay in Nanha City for a few days. Of course, Nanha City is an excellent place, full of outstanding talents. Sikong Yang's tone suddenly carried a hint of longing, piquing Su Tianqing's curiosity, as if there was more to his words. Could it be that you're even more extraordinary than Sikong? Sikong Yang, at just 27, is already at the pinnacle of the Battle King level, unmatched in strength. Such a peerless genius, yet he speaks so highly of someone else, which piques Su Tianqing's curiosity. More extraordinary than me? Compared to her, I'm insignificant. Sikong Yang thought of that stunning and aloof woman again. He had been chasing her shadow, but she always seemed out of reach. His visit to Nanha City this time was to search for traces she might have left behind, filling his heart with memories of their past journeys together. Mu Qingxue, you must have surpassed the battle god level by now, maybe even more, Su Tianqing mused, his emotions fluctuating. For someone his nephew admired so much, it must be a peer of his own age. But a battle god level, or even higher. Is this really the Federation he knows? It seemed exaggerated. However, Sikong Yang wouldn't lie to him. He stood there with his mouth agape, taking a deep breath before quickly changing the subject as he noticed Sikong Yang's low spirits. Sikong, you should definitely check out the citywide mock exams for senior high students. You might discover some exceptionally talented individuals for your sword bearers. Sikong Yang snapped out of his reverie and smiled. Of course, If I remember correctly, Yaya and Xingqian are participating too. I'll be sure to observe their performance closely. Talking about his children made Su Tianqing's smile even brighter. You know that girl Yaya. She's not interested in martial arts and is out enjoying herself. I just hope she grows up happy. But Xingqian, he has some talent. He's already an advanced warrior. I'll need your guidance for him. They then fell into a nostalgic conversation. Meanwhile, Su Yaya and Jiang Li were walking back to the Su residence. As night fell, Jiang Li, worried about her safety, decided to walk her home. They walked side by side, the quiet streets allowing them to enjoy the peaceful atmosphere and a sense of mutual understanding. Su Yaya walked with her hands behind her back, her steps light as a lark, her face beaming with happiness. Soon, a luxurious villa came into view, showcasing the Su family's wealth in the city center.
Jiang Li, Imoma.
Thank you for walking me back, Su Yaya said, turning her head slightly, her eyes filled with reluctance, as if time was slipping through her fingers. Glad you're home safe. See you at the mock exams on Sunday? Jiang Li smiled. Tomorrow is Saturday, no classes. Yes, yes. Su Yaya nodded enthusiastically, waving a beast claw in her hand. I'll help you sell this tomorrow. The money will be transferred directly to your account. Jiang Li had planned to handle it today, but it was late. Su Yaya offered to help, leveraging the Su family's connections for a better price, saving him a lot of trouble. Jiang Li naturally agreed, estimating the beast claw could fetch tens of thousands of Federation credits. Thank you, see you. Jiang Li watched Su Yaya happily walk into the villa, shaking his head with a smile. He admired how she didn't have the airs of a wealthy heiress. Turning towards his own residence, Runjiang Garden, which wasn't far, he had already planned his training regimen for the next day, aiming to be in peak condition for the mock exams. The Thunder Strike triple slash needs to be perfected. The Frost Palm I just acquired seems capable of reaching its peak. My chi and blood levels are nearing the threshold of a top-tier warrior, and with the money from selling beast claws tomorrow, breaking through won't be an issue. At this rate, I might even be able to challenge an advanced battle general, not to mention an elite warrior. Jiang Li licked his dry lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes. In just 1 week, he had transformed from a 60-calorie chi blood slacker into someone on the verge of confronting peak battle generals head-on. This rate of progress was simply unbelievable. As he was lost in thought, there was a sudden loud crash. Jiang Li bumped into someone's shoulder and quickly apologized. But then, his expression grew serious, and his nose twitched slightly. Jiang Li had caught the scent of a beast warrior. Jiang Li sensed the presence of a beast warrior. Ever since his system awakened, his perception had become significantly sharper. Even the faintest aura couldn't escape his notice. This realization sent shockwaves through Jiang Li's mind. The scar-faced middle-aged man before him was either a beast warrior himself, or had been in frequent contact with them. Either way, caution was necessary. Jiang Li wasn't one to act impulsively. He put on an apologetic expression and, like an ordinary high school student, repeatedly apologized before brushing past the man. After walking a few hundred meters, Jiang Li quickly found a place to call the Enforcement Bureau's official hotline.
Hello, Enforcement Bureau?
I'd like to report a beast warrior sighting. After hanging up, a smile spread across Jiang Li's face. Facing off against a warlord-level beast warrior? Not a chance. Reporting it and earning the 1 million reward sounded much better. Leave the professional work to the professionals. Meanwhile, the scar-faced man snorted and walked away, his mind occupied with the task assigned by Master of Beasts. He hadn't noticed anything unusual about Jiang Li. Since Lord Zhaolian had given him a hunting mission, he needed to perform exceptionally well, hoping to become Zhaolian's trusted aide. He walked straight into his home, which, while not as luxurious as the Su family's villa, was still quite impressive. With a broad smile, he called out, "Xiao Xin, open the door." The door opened, revealing a young man who bore a striking resemblance to the scar-faced man. Zhang Sen's eyes lit up with joy. "Uncle, you're back." Clearly, the scar-faced man, Zhang Xiaotian, was his uncle. Zhang Sen, who had lost his parents early, was especially close to his uncle. Zhang Xiaotian smiled, then furrowed his brow, his aura filled with murderous intent. "Were you bullied at school?" Little did Zhang San know, Zhang Xiaotian was actually his biological father. 18 years ago, Zhang Xiaotian had eloped with his sister-in-law, resulting in Zhang Sen's birth. Officially, he was his brother's child, but in reality, he was Zhang Xiaotian's son. Consequently, Zhang Xiaotian doted on Zhang Senator when his ferocious beast bloodline erupted once. It led to the death of his brother and sister-in-law, leaving Zhang San an orphan. This only intensified Zhang Xiaotian's indulgence towards him. Zhang San, feeling a bit jealous, complained that Su Yaya had always looked down on him, even getting close to other boys and injuring his friend, making him lose face at school. "Uncle, you're a beast warrior. Why not quietly deal with Jiang Li? That way, he won't be able to compete with me for Su Yaya." Zhang San spoke excitedly, fully aware of Zhang Xiaotian's beast warrior identity. It was shocking to hear such words from a high school student. Zhang Xiaotian was well aware that the ferocious beast bloodline within him influenced his nature, embedding a violent disposition deep in his genes. After a moment of contemplation, he refused. No, we can't. There's too much going on right now. All the enforcers in Nanha City are gathered here. We need to keep a low profile for a while. Give it some time, and I'll stand up for you then. Zhang San reluctantly nodded, but then proposed, Uncle, why don't I become a beast warrior too? That way, my strength will increase rapidly, and Jiang Li will be no match for me. The jealousy in his eyes was almost palpable. Ever since he learned that Jiang Li had effortlessly defeated the top students of Naming High School in a 3-on-1 fight, he realized he could never surpass Jiang Li. Zhang Xiaoyan's face darkened, and he shouted angrily, Nonsense. Then, feeling that his words might have been too harsh, he gently reassured, Xiao Xian, you are different from me. I had no other choice back then, but you do. You have great talent. With proper training and the resources I provide, you will have no problem advancing to the rank of general. If you can win Su Ye's favor and gain access to the Su family's resources, you might even have a shot at becoming a king. When that day comes, our Zhang family will truly be established, and we will honor your father's spirit. Zhang Xiaotian did not want Zhang San to follow the same path of a beast warrior. As a member of the beast sect, he knew it was a one-way road. Rising from an auxiliary warrior to a full-fledged general, he had stained his hands with countless lives. Beast warriors were meant to live in the shadows, but he hoped his son could live in the light.
Therefore, he encouraged Jiang Sen torstai pursue sununtai yuriue.
However, Zhang Sin anxiously responded, If I don't become a beast warrior, I'll never be able to win Suya back from Jiang Li. Uncle, please help me. Faced with his nephew's persistent pleas, Zhang Xiaotian sighed deeply and finally decided to be honest. There is indeed an opportunity to take down Jiang Li. What opportunity? Zhang San jumped to his feet. A bloodthirsty glint appeared in Zhang Xiaotian's eyes. Sunday's mock exam. Nanha City is destined to be awash in blood. Zhang Sen gasped, his eyes wide with shock. This was a major operation that would undoubtedly shock the entire Federation. However, he quickly asked, Will Sua be safe? Zhang Xiaotian smiled confidently, Don't worry. I'll be in charge of this hunt. I'll give you a chance to play the hero and save her. She'll be devoted to you. Zhang Sun was overjoyed. Thank you, Uncle. This is the perfect chance to get rid of that damn Jiang Li. Good. Send me his photo, and I'll keep an eye on him. Thank you, Uncle. Just as Zhang Sun finished sending the photo, Zhang Xiaotian's expression changed dramatically. His legs instantly transformed into powerful wolf legs, and he leaped out, holding Zhang Sr. Boom! A violent heat wave crashed against the door, instantly igniting the entire house. The fire god cannon. This was a weapon developed by the Federation, capable of threatening even a general. The flames devoured everything, and the heat wave struck Zhang Xiaotian, making his blood boil and causing him to cough up blood. The power of the fire god cannon was truly terrifying. In his arms, Zhang San, a novice who had just stepped into the ranks of warriors, faced an unexpected challenge. Even with Zhang Xiaotian by his side to protect him, he felt weak and powerless. Trembling, he said, Uncle, please don't let me die. Zhang Sen's eyes were filled with a longing for life, but his vitality was rapidly fading. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaotian unleashed all his strength, bursting through the roof and speeding off into the distance. The enforcers roared, Catch him! Don't let him escape! Pain filled Zhang Xiaotian's eyes as Zhang Sen's grip weakened. He cried out in despair, Xiao Xian, hold on, don't leave Dad all alone. Uncle, Dad. Zhang Sen had long known their true relationship but didn't know how to face it. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaotian roared to the heavens, tears streaming down his face as his world completely shattered and his last hope vanished. I want you all dead. Zhang Xiaotian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He had lost all reason and recklessly began burning his own life force. Zhang Xiaotian was seething with anger and consumed by hatred. Despite being severely injured, he managed to evade capture. Zhang Sen's body had already been consumed by flames. Even though he paid a tremendous price, he only managed to take down one law enforcement officer before being fatally struck in the chest by his opponent once again. Filled with resentment and a thirst for revenge, the pursuing martial law enforcers continued their chase. From a distant high-rise, Zhao Lian, a young man with an evil mien and purple beast-like markings on his face, stood watching. His expression was grim. Zhang Xiaotian, that useless fool, had exposed himself before even making a move. Zhao Lian was livid, and those behind him dared not speak. Master Zhao Lian, should we proceed with the plan? What will happen to Zhang Xiaotian? A beast warrior asked cautiously. Zhao Lian sneered, Zhang Xiaotian has lost his son. He won't betray the sacred sect. The plan remains unchanged. Li Zhong, you are in charge of the hunt. A tall beast warrior, his aura indicating he had reached the warrior general level, beamed with joy. Yes, Master Zhaolian, I will not fail you. Zhaolian snorted and turned to leave. Xikong Yang, you've been chasing me for so long. This time, there will be a surprise waiting for you. Jiang Li watched the distant flames with satisfaction. The beast warriors were brutal and bloodthirsty, frequently committing massacres, and he had no hesitation in exposing them. Beast warriors must be exterminated. Unfortunately, the $1 million bounty would take a few more days to arrive. Otherwise, he could break through to the extreme warrior level before the mock exams. Feeling a twinge of regret, Jiang Li closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Jiang Li was awakened by the notification sound from Tianquan. The class group chat was in an uproar. Zhang's son has died. What happened? He was fine just yesterday. I heard he died while trying to capture beast warriors. Such a shame. He was so young. What? You guys are behind on the news. The beast warrior he was trying to capture was his own uncle. He got what he deserved. I heard they were plotting something. Oh my god, I never thought Zhang Xin, who seemed so upright, was colluding with beast warriors. Despicable. He deserved to die. He deserved to die one. He deserved to die too. Let's drop it. The mock exams are tomorrow. Let's focus on our preparations. Jiang Li's eyes were a bit dazed. Zhang Xin had actually died. Recalling their conflicts, despite his usual discontent with Zhang Xin, he had never intended to harm him. He never expected Zhang Xin would die because of him. Their most intense conflict was when Zhang Xin had Sun Qian ambush him. Jiang Li wasn't foolish. He quickly realized that the beast warrior he encountered yesterday was Zhang Xin's uncle. So that's why he looked familiar. It was Zhang Xin's uncle. What bad luck, Zhang Sr. Jiang Li didn't feel guilty. Given Zhang Xin's personality, he likely knew his relatives were beast warriors. His death was not undeserved. If Jiang Li knew that Zhang Sun had intended to harm him even in his final moments, he would probably feel relieved rather than guilty. Shaking his head, Jiang Li collected his thoughts. Today, Jiang Li decided to stay home and even took a leave from Kaiman to fully dedicate himself to intense training for tomorrow's mock exam. He was filled with a sense of determination, believing this would be the beginning of his ascent. As a student who had been specially recruited in advance, he didn't need to take the college entrance exam but would instead attend a special training camp in Jiangnan province. According to Jiang Li, this camp was rich in resources, something he desperately needed. With this in mind, Jiang Li began practicing the Frost Palm, a newly learned sea-level combat technique. Although it wasn't as powerful as the Thunder Triple Slash, Jiang Li valued its frost attribute. Once it hit, the Frost Palm could freeze an enemy's blood and chi, slowing their movements and disrupting their energy flow, making it an excellent technique for gaining the upper hand. Indeed, both the Thunder Triple Slash and the Frost Palm, being sea-level combat techniques, touched on some aspects of the warrior level. Jiang Li reflected that warrior-level experts not only had more robust blood and chi, but could also resonate their energy with various elemental forces, which was crucial. If a warrior performed the Thunder Triple Slash, it would be a real thunder strike, far more formidable than Jiang Li's current execution, provided their combat technique mastery was on par with his. While practicing the Frost Palm, Jiang Li watched and pondered repeatedly, eventually mastering the basics. When he struck, his palm exuded a bone-chilling cold, and the wind from his strike carried a palpable chill. If it hit an enemy, the cold alone would leave them breathless, not to mention the immense power contained within. Satisfied, Jiang Li nodded and continued his rigorous training. As he practiced more, his Frost Palm gradually reached a proficient and minor accomplishment level. In just half a morning, Jiang Li had impressively advanced his Frost Palm to a minor accomplishment level, showcasing its initial power. In the midst of his training, Jiang Li received a message from Su Yeya, informing him that she had successfully sold a pair of beast claws for 720,000 yuan, a price far exceeding Jiang Li's expectations. Beast materials were always in high demand. Jiang Li mused that hunting fierce beasts was indeed one of the quickest ways to make money. Free martial artists could earn substantial rewards from a single trip to the wilderness. However, he quickly shook his head, acknowledging the inherent risks. Each such venture was like licking blood off a knife's edge, trading life for money, and there were no guarantees of safety. For now, Jiang Li decided to stay in a safe place and focus on his rigorous training. Jiang Li received a transfer notification from the Celestial Network, and his heart raced with excitement. Without hesitation, he immediately placed an order for a bottle of C-grade energy liquid. The combination of his remaining tens of thousands and the newly acquired 1 million was just enough to cover the cost. With a resolute spirit, he was determined to break through his current chi and blood level and reach the pinnacle of a warrior's realm. At that moment, he was brimming with confidence for the upcoming simulated exam, feeling certain of his victory. As night fell, Jiang Li stood on his balcony, gazing at the starry sky. Ever since his aunt's departure, he had developed this habit. Although he had no idea where she had gone, staring at the same sky made him feel as if she were right beside him. Within Jiang Li, His blood and energy surged like a roaring river, emanating immense power. Earlier that day, Jiang Li had successfully broken through to the peak warrior level, with his energy reaching 486 calories, just a step away from becoming an ultimate warrior. Moreover, his combat skills had improved significantly. His thunder triple slash had reached its pinnacle, each strike ferocious, and by the third slash, even Jiang Li himself felt a tinge of fear due to its overwhelming power. His frost palm had also reached an advanced stage. Though not yet perfect, it was still formidable. At this moment, Jiang Li's energy flowed at a specific frequency, and frost rapidly formed in his palm, a speed that was simply astonishing. Such mastery was once the stuff of legends, comparable to celestial beings. Jiang Li felt immensely satisfied with his progress. Tomorrow, he would soar to new heights. He gazed deeply into the brilliant night sky, filled with boundless ambition. On Sunday, the entire city of Nanhe was enveloped in a tense atmosphere. Although it was just a mock exam for high school seniors, it was crucial for many families' futures. Rumors had it that this mock exam was as important as the college entrance exam, the Gaokao. This put immense pressure on students from ordinary families to take it seriously. Parents encouraged their children, hoping they would perform well, promising them a feast when they returned home. Jiangdong, this is your chance. Make the most of it. Swear, don't be nervous. Even if you don't do well this time, there's still the Gaokao. Stay calm. Such conversations played out in countless homes across Nanhe, adding a unique color to the city. Early in the morning, Jiang Li hurriedly set off for the Nanhe training base. The mock exam was different from the simple written tests of his previous life. It consisted of 3 parts: a theoretical exam, energy level detection, and actual combat. The theoretical exam had the smallest weight, while the energy level detection determined eligibility for the combat portion, which was crucial. The combat test wasn't a simple arena match, but a real fight against ferocious beasts. After all, martial arts universities trained real warriors who fought for humanity, not fragile porcelain dolls. Each student was required to sign a liability waiver for the mock exam, as there were annual death quotas. This was no child's play, but a genuine life and death selection process. Students with unstable mindsets, no matter how high their cultivation, could not pass. Of course, not many students would lose their lives. The Federation took this into account. Otherwise, it wouldn't be an exam but a feast for the beasts. As Jiang Li pondered these things, he arrived at the training base. The base was already teeming with people, and thousands of high school seniors were orderly entering the examination area. The theoretical exam concluded quickly, as it was just supplementary for the martial artists. Jiang Li handed in his paper ahead of time and met up with Li Wanhe, preparing for the blood vitality test. Walking side by side, they discussed the upcoming practical combat phase. Li Wanhe was confident about the blood vitality test, certain he'd qualify for the combat phase, and Jiang Li was even less concerned. The beasts at the training base, though not wild, were enslaved and controlled, so they generally posed no lethal threat to the students. However, there were occasional exceptions, with some beasts going out of control, leading to student injuries or fatalities. Jiang Li nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the method of enslaving beasts was a significant invention. In the past, many newcomers lost their lives due to lack of experience in fighting beasts. Now, according to federal data, the mortality rate of newcomers entering the wilderness had dropped by at least 30%. The importance of experience cannot be overstated. Even geniuses might falter in their first encounter with a beast due to fear. The Federation's method of enslaving beasts, using numerous ordinary and elite beasts to train newcomers, provided a crucial transition period. Each controlled beast was valuable, and the practical assessment required students to seize the score tags from the beasts rather than kill them, under penalty of fines. Li Wanhe mentioned with some schadenfreude that a student from Naming High School had been fined 100,000 federal credits last year for killing a beast. The goal of the practical assessment was to obtain the score tags from the beasts, which would trigger control measures and stop the beast's attacks once the tag was secured. Jiang Li smiled, noting this was to protect the Federation's public assets, as controlling a beast required significant resources. Just then, a mocking voice interrupted them, and several students in Naming uniforms provocatively approached. Li Wanhe recognized Lu Qianyuan and his group, smirking disdainfully. Lu Qianyuan's smile faltered, revealing his displeasure. Jiang Li promptly rejected Lu Qianyuan's provocation, stating he would draw the Nanming students' attention, sparing Li Wanhe from danger. Wang Daoyuan introduced himself with a sneer, but Jiang Li dismissively walked away, declaring he wouldn't remember the names of the weak. Wang Daoyuan's face darkened, vowing to make Jiang Li regret his arrogance with harsh reality. As he walked over, he exuded an impressive aura that left the surrounding Nanming students in awe. The unique presence of a high-level warrior emanating from him made people instinctively want to get closer and find out more. Lu Qianyuan watched him, unable to hide the joy on his face, feeling a surge of schadenfreude. He thought to himself, let's see how arrogant Jiang Li can be this time. With a high-level warrior, You'll be in for a surprise during the qi and blood test. The theoretical exam ended quickly, and a broadcast echoed through the vast training ground, reminding all candidates. There are 10 minutes left until the qi and blood test begins. Please proceed in an orderly manner according to your class under the guidance of the staff. Instantly, the atmosphere of the entire training base became electric with anticipation. The highly anticipated moment was drawing near, and everyone hoped to become the center of attention. On the massive circular screen, two leaderboards were clearly visible, one for warrior level and another for pre-warrior level. The names in gold and silver stood out brilliantly. Everyone aspired to see their names in gold on the warrior level board. Among the tens of thousands of students, almost all were at the pre-warrior level, so even the top spot on that board didn't garner much attention. Everyone knew that only reaching the warrior level and above in blood energy would make them the center of attention today. The students eagerly discussed, and their faces beamed with excitement. In first high school, Su Xingqian was highly anticipated to make it to the warrior level, possibly even clinching the top spot. Rumors had it that someone saw him in the training room with a blood energy reading of 332 calories. 332 calories is nothing. Our Nanning's Wang Daoyuan just recorded a staggering 376 calories yesterday. Who can beat that? Students from second high school retorted, unwilling to back down. Although our top student, Wei Zihong, keeps a low profile, he's already an advanced warrior and won't lose to them. Besides these three schools, other high schools like Aliston Private School, Shanlei Private School, and the 9th Martial Arts Experimental High School boasted their own top talents. These individuals were true prodigies. Comparing oneself to them could be disheartening. I only have a blood energy of just over 70 calories. I can't fathom how they train to reach such levels. If only I had their background and talent. Envy and jealousy aside. Watch me surpass you all one day. Listening to the discussions and admiring glances around him, Jiang Li couldn't help but smile. If they were already impressed by advanced warriors, what about peak warriors? Imagining that scene made him even more delighted. What are you smiling about? Su Ye's beautiful eyes glared at him slightly. Jiang Li chuckled, oh, nothing. He then changed the subject, chatting casually with Su Ye. With the blood energy test about to begin, he noticed that Su Ye seemed a bit nervous too. While the students were bustling with excitement at the training base, in the control room, thousands of screens monitored their every move. Several important figures entered, observing the students' performances through the screens. In the front row sat the director of the Nanhua City Education Bureau and other influential personalities, including Su Tianqing, the head of the Su family, and Meng Ku, the head of the Meng family. 6 empty seats in the middle were reserved for the most important guests of the event. The second row was occupied by principals and other key figures from various schools. For instance, Wu Wei, the head coach of the Kangman branch, attended the mock exam as a representative. These were the powerhouses of Nanhua City, admired by ordinary people. Principal Feng Buping of First High School and Principal Zhang Taihe of Nanning High School, old rivals, sat together and started a conversation. Principal Feng, though Jiang Li shows promise in combat, his blood energy test results aren't impressive. This time, the top spot will definitely go to Wang Daoyuan. Zhang Taihe initiated the topic. Feng Buping scoffed. What's the use of just the blood energy test? Jiang Li might still outshine Wang Daoyuan in advancing to the warrior level. Besides, do you think our Su Xingqian is easy to beat? Watch out, or Su Tianqing might knock your head off. Su Xingqian may be strong, but he's no match for Wang Daoyuan, Zhang Taihe replied confidently, making Feng Buping a bit uncertain. That old geezer, what's he up to now? All these influential people were chatting with their acquaintances. Suddenly, the room fell silent as 5 young figures entered together. 3 men and 2 women, all exuding an extraordinary presence. The once noisy control room became eerily quiet. Wang Deshang, the director of the Education Bureau, laughed heartily and stepped forward to greet them. Welcome to our city, esteemed representatives from the top universities. We apologize if our hospitality in Nanha City has been lacking. These 5 individuals were indeed the admissions officers from the 5 prestigious schools. The first military academy, affiliated with the military, and the other 4, Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, Thunderclap Martial Arts Academy, United Martial Arts Academy, and Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy, each represented one of the 4 major regions of the Federation. Since its founding, the Federation has been divided into 4 regions: East, South, West, and North. Each region is further divided into 9 provinces, with numerous base cities under them. Nanha City belongs to the Jiangnan province in the southern region. Not at all. Your city is a land of talent and extraordinary individuals. Our schools hold it in high regard, said the woman from the United Martial Arts Academy, her diplomatic skills evident. With her striking features and high-nosed bridge, it was clear she hailed from the western region, where her academy is located. Yanina is so pretentious, Ning Jing, the representative from Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, muttered, her quiet demeanor belying her unorthodox behavior as she casually crossed her legs. Liang Wu, The representative from the first military academy laughed heartily but gave no further comment. His upright posture clearly marked him as a military man. The representatives from Thunderclap Martial Arts Academy and Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy, belonging to the northern and eastern regions respectively, had average looks but carried a unique aura. Yuan Lei, with purple markings on his face, a sign of mastering a special technique from Thunderclap Martial Arts Academy, spoke calmly, "There's no need for arguments. We are all here for the sword bearer. Debating is pointless." The last representative, Tian Shang from Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy, chuckled, "Why so direct, big guy? We're not competitors. If the sword bearer isn't interested in us, then it's all for nothing anyway." All five were elite warriors, their vital energy incredibly strong, far beyond that of ordinary people. Even Su Tianqing, a battle king, couldn't detect their whispered conversation. It was clear these five weren't just here for admissions, but had their sights set on joining the sword bearer. The limited slots for schools to join the sword bearer meant they had to find another way. After much effort, they secured the opportunity to recruit in Nanhe City, hoping Si Kongyang would make an introduction for them. "If the sword bearer isn't interested in me, so be it. There are other places I can go, like Kangmin," Ningjing said boldly, causing Yanina to frown, puzzled by such behavior from a fellow woman. The five formed a tight-knit group, completely disregarding the so-called influential figures of Nanhe City. From their perspective, if it weren't for the sword bearer, they wouldn't have bothered coming to such a small city for recruitment. They didn't expect to uncover any exceptional talents here. Wang Desheng maintained a smiling face, not daring to complain. Each of these individuals could easily become a battle king, or even a battle emperor in the future, far beyond his reach. As the representatives remained indifferent, Si Kongyang strode into the control room, clad in black armor that exuded an aura of cold authority. His face bore a gentle smile, a stark contrast to his battle attire, giving him a unique charm. Everyone rose to their feet in respect, their eyes filled with awe as they addressed him as Master of the Sword. Even the five heads of the academies dared not act rashly, displaying their reverence for his power and status. Such was the majesty and nobility of the Master of the Sword. Liang Wu's eyes shone with fervent desire, yearning to become one of the masters of the sword and command the same presence as Si Kongyang. Yanina's gaze was filled with admiration, hoping to get closer to Si Kongyang. The other two had their own hidden agendas. Only Ningjing remained calm, her eyes reflecting respect without any other emotions. Si Kongyang smiled and said, "There's no need to be formal. I apologize for being late. Let's proceed with the blood and energy tests without further delay." Wang Desheng quickly waved his hand and responded, "Master, you arrived just in time. The tests are about to begin. Please, take a seat." Si Kongyang took the central seat and nodded slightly at the five heads, making them feel honored. Wang Desheng breathed a sigh of relief, feeling more pressure than he had ever felt at a city government meeting. He immediately gave the order, commenced the blood and energy tests. At the training base, the blood energy tests were conducted in an orderly manner, with each value swiftly updated on the leaderboard. Li Wanhe's blood energy value was only 63.4 calories. Among the many students, his score seemed rather lackluster and somewhat disappointing. Jiang Li clenched his fists and smiled at him. For Li Wanhe, such progress was already quite commendable. Then, the first warrior-level blood energy appeared. He Bingbing 101.2 calories. He Bingbing's name instantly soared to the top of the warrior-level blood energy leaderboard. Although it was temporary, it left a lasting impression on everyone. He Bingbing's cheeks flushed with excitement as she tightly hugged her friend, while the surrounding students, eager to become warrior-level themselves, looked on with envy. They gazed at the shining golden letters, dreaming of one day reaching the top themselves. With this signal, one warrior-level student after another appeared. He Bingbing was soon pushed off the leaderboard. Then, Meng Changqing appeared, with a blood energy value of 253.2 calories. The atmosphere instantly reached a climax, with all the students staring in shock. Everyone knew he was the eldest son of the Meng family, possessing extraordinary talent. It was unexpected that he had already broken through to the intermediate warrior level. "This year's South Ming High School is truly full of talent," a student murmured, eyes filled with admiration. Meng Changqing's younger brother, Meng Changming, looked at his brother with eyes full of admiration. To Meng Changming, although his brother's level wasn't as high as Wang Daoyuan's, his combat skills were outstanding. Not only was he proficient in the Wild Bull Fist, but he had also mastered a minor C-level combat technique. If it came down to a showdown, the outcome would be hard to predict. Seeing South Ming High School's dominance, Wei Zihong from No. 2 High School sneered, his face full of displeasure. Just an intermediate warrior and already so arrogant? He strode towards the testing device.
Beijiang, 358 2 cal.
Wei Zihong's name instantly appeared on the leaderboard, harshly pushing Meng Changqing down. The students from No. 2 High School began to cheer. "Wei Zihong is too strong. We at No. 2 High School are unbeatable." How dare South Ming be so presumptuous? Previously, at an inter-school exchange competition, South Ming students provoked number 2 high school, causing a grudge between the two schools. South Ming students glared at Wang Daoyuan, hoping he would step up to suppress Wei Zihong. Everyone knew that it was essentially a showdown among number 1 high school, number 2 high school, and South Ming High School, leaving others somewhat overshadowed. Wang Daoyuan stood with his arms crossed, calm and composed. Even the 358.2 calories blood energy couldn't shake his composure. His gaze fell on Su Xingchen, another top student from number 1 high school, who also remained unfazed. You first or me? His tone was filled with confidence, as if it was destined that he would stand above everyone. No matter who went first, the result was bound to be the same. This confidence, built from countless victories, made Wang Daoyuan an unbeatable legend at South Ming High School. Meng Chongqing might have the potential to rival him, but he never dared to claim he could surpass him. Wei Zihong's anger flared. It was clear that Wang Daoyuan considered him not in the same league, unworthy of being mentioned in the same breath. Underestimated? Let me show you just how easily you two can be defeated. Geniuses carry their pride. They never admit to being inferior. Su Xingchen shook his head, unwilling to waste time in such a place. I'll handle this, he said. Standing tall and coming from a prestigious family, he drew the attention of countless girls, earning the title of a Prince Charming. Wang Daoyuan couldn't help but sneer, thinking this guy was full of himself. But the next moment, Wang Daoyuan's expression grew serious as he saw Su Xingchen's name at the top of the leaderboard.
Su Xingchen, 389.1 points.
Not only had he reached the level of an advanced warrior, but he was just a step away from becoming a peak warrior. All the students stared at the shining golden numbers in awe. Is this really one of our classmates? Isn't this the blood level of a college student? Mao Bai from Nanha High School, who barely broke into the advanced warrior level, now found himself vastly outclassed by Su Xingchen and Wang Daoyuan during their high school years. Su Xingchen is definitely going to be first this time. Wang Daoyuan can't beat him, one student confidently declared. Wei Zihong's face turned grim. He had thought he was on par with others, only to find out his blood level was dozens of points lower, making him feel like a joke. Su Yeye beamed with pride. Jiang Li, isn't my brother amazing? She said with a smile. Jiang Li squinted and smiled back. He's really impressive. Hemph, just so you know, if you ever bully me, I'll get my brother to beat you up, Su Yeye threatened playfully, waving her small fists to assert her authority. She had just tested her blood level at 94.2 points. Although she was progressing quickly, she pouted at the thought of Jiang Li already breaking into the warrior level. Jiang Li just smiled silently. Aren't you going to test your blood level? Our class is almost done, she asked. No rush, I'll go in a bit, Jiang Li replied, stretching lazily with a smile. Meanwhile, Wang Daoyuan's gaze grew more intense. Su Xingchen's strength had exceeded his expectations, but he still believed that the top spot was his. Feel the fear, little runt? He taunted Jiang Li, but to his annoyance, Jiang Li didn't even acknowledge him. Keep pretending. You'll see the consequences soon, Wang Daoyuan said confidently, his arrogance palpable. The blood test results came out quickly. Wang Daoyuan, 397.6 points. At that moment, everyone gasped in unprecedented shock. If Su Xingchen was just a step away from a peak warrior, Wang Daoyuan had already half-stepped into that realm. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? Is he really a high school student? Ha ha ha, I knew Daoyuan was unbeatable. Who from any school dares challenge him now? Someone exclaimed.
Su Xingchen remained silent.
He hadn't expected Wang Daoyuan's blood level to be so high, but he soon smiled. Now this is interesting. The real battle is just beginning, he thought, seeing Wang Daoyuan as his only true rival in this mock exam. Wei Zihong felt extremely frustrated but couldn't use his blood level to suppress others, so he could only grit his teeth and say, so what if your blood level is high? I can still defeat you. Wang Daoyuan, full of vigor and basking in the attention, sought a hint of panic in Jiang Li's eyes. This time, Jiang Li finally met his gaze. However, the response was filled with indifference and disdain, as if the 397.6 calories of vital energy were nothing but air. Wang Daoyuan's expression darkened as he watched Jiang Li step towards the testing device. Let's see how much longer you can keep up this act, he thought grimly. In the control room, the atmosphere became tense as the results of Meng Chongqing's blood vitality test were revealed. The heads of the 5 prestigious schools wore grave expressions. They knew that their own blood vitality levels upon graduating high school were not much higher than Meng's current levels, perhaps only more well-rounded in skills. The emergence of one intermediate warrior after another made them uneasy. Initially, they had little hope for the admissions process, but now they were taking it seriously. After all, bringing back outstanding students would earn them rewards. As long as these students performed well in practical combat, they fully deserved special admissions consideration. The heads couldn't help but be surprised. What was happening in Nanha City? So many talented students were appearing, a stark contrast to previous years. Liang Wu smiled and said, Meng Chongqing is impressive. He would be a great fit for our first military academy. Yining Na chimed in, everyone, don't even think about competing with me for the one from a Liston private school. They quickly exchanged opinions and allocated the talented students, each feeling satisfied. After all, sharing was the key. Amidst their cheerful discussions, Wei Zihong's results suddenly topped the charts, with a blood vitality of 358.2 carats, causing the five heads to feel uneasy. How could this be happening? So many geniuses emerging from Nanha City? A blood vitality level of a senior warrior, even higher than some freshmen in the top 5 schools. Even Sikong Yang, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them, showing a hint of seriousness. He had only reached this level at that age, although he later broke through to achieve his current success. Wei Zihong's potential was undeniable. If his combat skills were good, he could be considered for the sword-bearer assessment. The other heads began to observe seriously, seeing that even the sword-bearer was interested, further affirming Wei Zihong's potential. Tian Shang from Imperial Capital University immediately said, this kid is mine. Give me some face, everyone. The others were displeased. Clearly, Nanha City wouldn't have many such geniuses. Come on, show some courtesy. However, just as they were about to speak, Su Xingqian's results surpassed Wei Zihong's, with a blood vitality of 389.1 carats, shocking every head. It was becoming more and more unbelievable. Yuan Lei from Thunder Academy quickly said, fine, you can have Wei Zihong. Su Xingqian is mine. You two can step aside. Such talent is perfect for my first military academy. Ning Jing and Yi Ningna remained silent, quietly watching the screen and noticing Wang Daoyuan's presence. This student certainly wouldn't be inferior to Su Xingqian. The next moment, Wang Daoyuan's blood vitality of 397.6 carats made Yi Ningna stand up, showing her inner turmoil. Undoubtedly, this student had the highest blood vitality among all the students. She observed closely, hearing everything clearly. Wei Zihong, Su Xingqian, and Wang Daoyuan were all top students from the 3 major high schools. No one else could surpass them. Bringing Wang Daoyuan back would surely yield substantial resource rewards. She smiled and said, Sister Ning Jing, you wouldn't compete with me, would you? Ning Jing sneered, little girl, save your tricks for the men. They don't work on me. Yanina furrowed her brow, just about to speak, when Yuan Lei, Liang Wu, and Tian Shang all gasped in unison, as if struck by the same shock. Their eyes widened, and they couldn't contain their excitement, causing their exclamations to echo through the control room. However, the influential figures of Nanha City paid no mind, as they too were awestruck by the sight before them. On the warrior ranking board, golden numbers gleamed so brightly they almost blinded everyone, making them question if they were seeing things correctly. Yi Nina and Ning Jing stopped their argument and looked at the numbers simultaneously. For a moment, the entire control room fell silent.
Jiang Li, 486, 6 calories.
Buzz. After the silence, the control room erupted into a wave of heated discussions. Sikong Yang's eyes sparkled as he slowly stood up, his expression extremely serious. A high school senior, a peak warrior. Though only a level above Wang Daoyuan and the others, the talent gap represented by this was immense. This kid has the potential to become a battle emperor. He might even become a war god. Sikong Yang exhaled slowly and said, for Nanha City to produce such a genius, bringing him into the swordbearer system would be a great honor for me, akin to being his sponsor. As long as his combat talent isn't lacking, he can skip the swordbearer candidate selection process entirely. Jiang Li was receiving a completely different treatment from Sikong Yang. Potential to become a battle emperor. Hearing this evaluation left everyone speechless. Throughout the Federation, a battle emperor is a figure of high status and power, let alone one who could become a swordbearer, a true elite among battle emperors. The representatives of the 5 major academies had a glint of determination in their eyes and said in unison, Jiang Li should come to our school. They exchanged wary glances and began to argue, not even using their blood energy, just whispering fiercely. Liang Wu, why are you doing this? So many geniuses have already been sent to the first military academy, and now you're here to steal the credit? Get lost. Tian Shang, you were just fighting for Wei Zihong earlier, and now that you have him, Jiang Li is mine. Do you think we're fools? Even 3 of Wang Daoyuan combined can't compare to Jiang Li alone. Jiang Li must come to our United Martial Arts Academy. South Martial Arts Academy is the best place for him. Oh, you want to fight? Bring it on. Let's see who's really strong. Whoever wins gets Jiang Li. The 5 representatives argued fiercely, even showing signs of physical confrontation, demonstrating just how much of an impact Jiang Li had made on them. The influential figures of Nanha City watched in stunned silence, witnessing these high and mighty geniuses argue like common folk over Jiang Li, which completely overturned their perceptions and made them even more impressed with Jiang Li. Wu Wei and Feng Buping shared a rare moment of mutual understanding. This kid really knows how to keep a low profile. Yet, their eyes couldn't hide their delight. Seeing the five on the verge of a brawl, sword-bearer Sikong Yang softly commanded, "Enough. The simulation exam isn't over yet. There's still the practical combat assessment awaiting you. Choosing a school is your freedom, but let your strength speak for itself. What's the point of all this arguing?" On the field, his status was the highest, and he was able to stop the five from continuing their dispute. Yi Ningna and the others abruptly stopped, united in their respectful salute to the sword-bearer, saying, "Yes, sword-bearer." They gradually calmed their emotions, which had been influenced by previous events. They began to contemplate. If Jiang Li underperforms in actual combat, wouldn't all their efforts have been in vain? Having a powerful bloodline alone means nothing without practical skills. As a group of prodigies, they deeply understood the importance of real combat. After all, in fierce battles, combat-oriented geniuses often display even more astonishing strength, surpassing those who excel only in cultivation. They exchanged glances, deciding to remain vigilant and continue their observation. At this moment, the training camp had fallen silent. All the students stared wide-eyed at Jiang Li, who had shot to the top of the leaderboard. 486.6 vitality points. Could that number be real? Some students were so stunned that they pinched themselves and rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Shock rippled through the crowd like a visual spectacle. Wang Daoyuan and his friends were already astounded, but Jiang Li's appearance had taken their disbelief to an unprecedented level. A peak warrior, something they had only dreamed of achieving, was a reality for Jiang Li, and he had reached this level while still in his third year of high school. Even more incredible was how close he was to becoming an ultimate warrior. Had he been training in vitality since birth? A dark horse, without a doubt. Their expressions were almost comical in their disbelief. Who exactly was Jiang Li? As the students searched for his figure, their initial shock gave way to curiosity and reverence. Meng Changming looked at Jiang Li with a growing sense of admiration. He finally connected Jiang Li with the brother Li he idolized. To his surprise, brother Li wasn't a student at Nanha High School but a fellow high schooler. His eyes nearly popped out of his head, and his admiration reached its peak. Jiang Li's performance was nothing short of miraculous. Wang Daoyuan's face turned pale as he recalled his earlier actions, feeling like a fool who had set himself up for humiliation. His lips twitched as he took a deep breath and turned away to avoid Jiang Li's gaze, which was filled with mockery. Wei Zihong, on the other hand, didn't show much anger. Seeing Wang Daoyuan and Su Xingchen being ruthlessly outclassed by Jiang Li brought him a strange sense of satisfaction. Perhaps human nature is such that seeing others in the same misfortune brings a twisted sense of joy. He gave Jiang Li a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Dude, you're amazing."
Su Xingchen fell silent.
It was already hard enough for him to accept being overshadowed by Wang Daoyuan, but now there was another hidden monster from their school. Freak. He watched Jiang Li standing next to his sister, and only one word came to mind: freak. Initially, when he learned that his sister was close to a certain boy, he had planned to teach that boy a lesson. But now, he quietly abandoned that dangerous idea, knowing it would only bring him trouble. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Li became the center of attention. Despite the countless eyes on him, he remained calm, as if he was destined to be in the spotlight. He knew the higher-ups in the control room must have taken notice of his performance. Jiang Li was destined to make a name for himself. Li Wanhe trembled with excitement, thrilled that his good friend had reached such a level. He was happier for Jiang Li's breakthrough than he would have been for his own. Enthusiastically patting Jiang Li on the shoulder, he exclaimed, "Brother Li, you're incredible." Su Yeye, after recovering from her shock and joy, grinned mischievously and said, "You tricked me, you rascal." Jiang Li chuckled. "How did I trick you? A peak warrior is still a warrior, right?" Su Yeye was left speechless with frustration. The blood and chi assessment finally came to an end, leaving the students deeply impressed and wanting more. The series of stunning performances nearly numbed their senses, making them realize the vast difference between brilliance and mediocrity. Jiang Li had now become the center of attention, drawing countless gazes wherever he went. Wang Daoyuan finally snapped out of his daze, clenching his teeth in frustration. "Even though my blood and chi levels don't match yours, I refuse to believe you have the energy to master combat techniques. Real combat is the true test," he vowed silently. In fact, many were envious of Jiang Li. Behind his impressive blood and chi levels, jealousy festered, causing discomfort. Such high levels must be due to some kind of medication, they speculated. When it comes to actual combat, his weakness will surely be exposed. Many students eagerly awaited Jiang Li's downfall. This is the darker side of human nature. When someone who was once inferior suddenly surpasses you, deep down, you hope for their failure. Jiang Li, however, remained oblivious to these thoughts. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. His strength was undeniable, and facts spoke louder than words. Now, the ultimate challenge awaited, the combat test. Attention, students. The combat assessment is about to begin. Please collect your weapons and armor according to your blood and chi levels. A reminder, during the assessment, you will face fierce beasts. If you cannot handle them, you may choose to withdraw, and the beast will stop attacking you. Note, do not kill the beasts, or you will be penalized. The assessment scores will be based on points, with different beasts yielding different points. This practical part of the simulation accounts for 70% of the total score. Additionally, there are special rewards this time. Points can be exchanged for federal currency to help you prepare for the college entrance exams. Give it your all. The examiner's commanding voice echoed through the training base, stirring excitement and anticipation among the students. The detailed instructions put everyone on high alert. Jiang Li recalled the information about the beasts. At the training base, beasts were categorized into two levels, non-ranked and ordinary. These corresponded to the levels of quasi-warrior and warrior, respectively. Ordinary beasts were further divided into 5 stars, matching the 5 sublevels of the warrior class. Even a 1-star ordinary beast was rare in the training base. With my strength, I can handle them with ease, Jiang Li thought to himself. Among the tens of thousands of beasts, only about 1,000 could match the warrior level. Though seemingly few, considering the scarcity of warrior level students, the ratio was balanced. Most students were facing these beasts for the first time, making the outcomes uncertain. I need to hunt as many ordinary beasts as possible to efficiently earn points. Non-ranked beasts yield 1 to 5 points, while ordinary beasts offer much more, 20, 40, 60, 80, and 100 points for 1 to 5 stars, respectively. Clearly, hunting higher-level beasts is more efficient, as the vast area means just finding them takes considerable time. As the simulation exam was coming to an end, Jiang Li found himself particularly intrigued by the examiner's mention of converting points into Federation credits. This could be a golden opportunity to earn a substantial amount of money. With anticipation building in his heart, he quickly recalled every detail of the assessment. Soon after, he received his assigned black battle armor and a C-grade alloy war knife. What an incredible weapon! Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as he deftly swung the black knife, feeling the smooth flow of his vital energy around his body. It was significantly more powerful than the D-grade knife he had casually purchased before. A good weapon could fully unleash his potential, and for a warrior, a quality weapon was like a second life, especially in the wilderness. Though the battle armor was also excellent, it had to be returned after the exam, which was a bit disappointing for Jiang Li. He yearned for high-grade weapons and armor, but they were expensive and beyond his current means. For now, he focused on being specially admitted as the top performer in the simulation exam, which would surely come with rich rewards. As the students' anticipation and anxiety grew, the gates of the base suddenly opened with a thunderous sound. They were greeted by a desolate wasteland, teeming with fierce beasts. The real combat assessment had officially begun. As the practical assessment officially began, a group of formidable beast warriors stood atop a ruined skyscraper near the training base, gazing into the distance. Leading the group was Zhao Lian, the beast master. Zhao Lian had received the latest intel. Blood tests revealed the presence of 1 top-tier warrior, 3 advanced warriors, and 9 intermediate warriors. A beast warrior approached to report, his eyes filled with envy. Despite being only 18, this individual possessed such powerful blood energy that it made others feel inadequate. Zhao Lian's eyes burned with jealousy. A top-tier warrior? These so-called prodigies were nothing but freaks of nature. How did they so easily acquire the power we all dream of? Most beast warriors had average talents and could only change their fate by merging with the blood of fierce beasts, leading many to harbor extreme views about prodigies. Zhao Lian was one of them. His words struck a chord with the other beast warriors, and soon, the rooftop was filled with a cacophony of roars, making it seem like a demon's dance floor. A cruel and vicious expression gradually appeared on Zhao Lian's face. The more prodigies, the better, he thought. That way, they can experience the pain of loss. Xikong, do you think I've always lost to you for no reason? Haha, you high and mighty genius, I know you all too well. You might even be waiting for me to challenge you. Don't worry, we'll give you a huge surprise. Ha ha ha. His maniacal laughter echoed as 10 more beast warriors in black robes stood beside him, all of them beast masters. Unaware of all this, Jiang Li was swiftly moving deeper into the ruins using his wind step technique. His classmates disappeared one by one around him. Although he could have chosen to team up, he preferred to act alone. While teaming up could be safer, a lack of coordination could lower the efficiency of earning points. Given Jiang Li's own strength, solo action was more suitable. Both Li Wanhe and Su Yeye had declined to team up with Jiang Li, not wanting to hold him back. On his way, Jiang Li chose not to hunt low-level fierce beasts, unwilling to waste time on them. However, he witnessed many battles. Even low-level beasts exuded a menacing aura. Most high school students, having never experienced killing, turned pale in the face of these beasts and couldn't perform to their full potential, except for a few exceptionally brave ones. Some students froze in place, nearly getting torn apart by beasts, only to be saved by their classmates and forced to withdraw from the assessment. Such incidents were common. Every year, some students had to exit early due to being unable to handle the fierce beasts. Suddenly, a blood-red flare shot into the sky, drawing everyone's attention. This signal meant that a student had perished at the hands of a beast. While some felt fear, more students had a look of determination in their eyes. Undergoing this trial by beasts, they would emerge stronger, which was the true purpose of the practical assessment. Jiang Li took a deep breath. Compared to ordinary students, he was much stronger. He had not only faced beast warriors of general rank, but also simulated battles with fierce beasts in his mind every day, allowing him to quickly adapt to this environment. Jiang Li swung his war blade, slicing through the night sky. The purple lightning-infused blade struck accurately, hitting the beast's leg and drastically slowing it down. This beast, known as the Bloodtail Wolf, was already covered in wounds, clearly battered by Jiang Li. He swiftly closed the distance, placing a palm on the beast, causing frost to spread rapidly and completely incapacitate it. The beast had lost its value as a training target. With a swift scan, the Skycom device registered the beast's score tag, 40 points. This was a 2-star ordinary beast, bringing Jiang Li's total to 100 points. He had successfully defeated 3 1-star beasts, and now this 2-star beast. Despite 2 hours passing, his points were not as high as one might expect for his strength. However, Jiang Li was not concerned. The reason was simple. He was using the beasts to hone his combat skills, naturally slowing his point accumulation. During his first battle, Jiang Li noticed his combat skills improving at an astonishing rate, perhaps due to the life and death stakes, much faster than during sparring sessions. This realization filled him with excitement. As his skills advanced to an expert level, the rate of improvement slowed. Now was a perfect opportunity. He decided to push himself to the micro level. Reaching the micro level was a feat even warlords might not achieve, and once he did, Jiang Li's combat prowess would reach an astounding level. Just 2 more battles, he thought. Licking his lips, his eyes gleamed with excitement. He had calculated that, although his efficiency might initially drop, once he broke through to the micro level, his efficiency would skyrocket, making ordinary beasts no match for him. Thus, his total points for the day wouldn't differ much, which is why he wasn't worried about his current points lagging. Pressing on, Jiang Li moved towards his next target, unaware that the top brass in the control room were frowning. Jiang Li's name had dropped out of the top 10 on the leaderboard. At the top was Wang Daoyuan with 328 points, followed by Su Xingqian with 312 points, and Wei Zihong with 286 points. Jiang Li had only 112 points, placing him 12th. Liang Wu frowned. As a student of the premier military academy, he placed great importance on practical combat skills, and Jiang Li's performance was disappointing. What was Jiang Li doing? With his peak warrior-level vitality, he only had 112 points. Was he avoiding battles with low-level beasts, not even daring to face 1-star beasts? Other officials were equally puzzled. In the training base, a peak warrior could easily crush groups of beasts, even with their eyes closed, so his low score didn't match his capabilities. If Liang Wu's suspicion was correct, Jiang Li's potential would be significantly discounted. What good was a genius who couldn't fight? Would they just wait for someone to overpower him? Everyone felt a bit disappointed, except for Principal Feng Buping and head coach Wu Wei, who looked anxious. What on earth is Jiang Li up to? Everyone knew that Jiang Li had exceptional combat talent, and pushing his limits was just a walk in the park for him. Now a top-tier warrior, he was certainly not considered weak among the elite fighters. How could he have such a meager score? Something must have gone wrong. The recruitment heads from the 5 prestigious schools looked disappointed, and Feng Buping could barely restrain himself from rushing into the ruins to check on Jiang Li's situation. At that moment, Yang, who had been silent all this time, finally made a move. His confusion was as intense as Liang Wu's, but his self-control kept him steady. He trusted his intuition and could tell from Jiang Li's aura alone that he was not someone who would cower. Yang turned to Wang Chengda and said, "Director Wang, could you dispatch a drone for precise tracking? I want to see the performance of the top 20 students." Wang Chengda immediately agreed. Although such a request had never been made before, since the sword-bearer had spoken, they had to adapt. Hearing this, everyone perked up and focused intently on the big screen. Soon, high-definition footage of Jiang Li's combat appeared on the screen. The next moment, after seeing Jiang Li's actions, the recruiters from the 5 prestigious schools gasped in astonishment, their faces filled with shock. Yang suddenly stood up, his eyes wide with disbelief. The higher-ups all rose to their feet, utterly stunned. Jiang Li was honing his combat skills using ferocious beasts. Everyone instantly grasped Jiang Li's intention. This ruthless training method commanded a sense of awe. The people present were filled with admiration as they saw Jiang Li, unafraid and in the company of these beasts, pushing his limits. His courage and determination were truly moving. Jiang Li's combat stance was effortless, like a masterful symphony in motion. Each move demonstrated his control over the fight, hinting at his imminent breakthrough to the subtle level. This level wasn't just a technical upgrade, it was an elevation of mindset. The confidence and composure in Jiang Li's eyes were captivating. In Jiang Li's hands, the golden-furred tiger seemed like a helpless kitten, unable to land a single hit on him. No matter how hard the tiger tried, it couldn't even graze Jiang Li's clothes. This immense control was astonishing, and the terror in the tiger's eyes was unmistakable. Jiang Li relished the sensation of his growing strength, teetering on the edge of life and death, experiencing the ultimate thrill. Suddenly, a crisp notification sounded. Combat skills successfully advanced to the subtle level. At that moment, Jiang Li felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. With a focused strike, a lightning serpent roared past, and the golden-furred tiger was instantly incapacitated. Jiang Li cheered. His rigorous training had paid off, boosting his confidence immensely. Jiang Li realized his combat prowess had significantly increased, and he looked to the future with confidence. He was now certain he could defeat intermediate-level warriors. However, he was also aware that his stamina was lacking for higher-level challenges. This regret was a bittersweet reminder to cherish his current achievements. With a confident smile, Jiang Li glanced at the points leaderboard. Meanwhile, in the control room, everyone was astounded by Jiang Li's performance. The subtle level. Jiang Li had truly reached the subtle level. He wasn't just fighting beasts. He was refining his combat skills, showcasing a level beyond ordinary. Yuan Lei, with a dry tone, asked Liang Wu about his experience reaching the subtle level. Liang Wu, slightly wooden in his response, said, "I just broke through last month." This revelation left everyone in awe. Mastering the subtle level of combat skills was an extraordinary achievement. Liang Wu's talent and hard work commanded deep respect, marking him as a genius among geniuses. Hiss. Everyone gasped, not for Liang Wu, but for Jiang Li. Mastering micro-level combat techniques as a battle general is considered genius, but mastering them as a warrior? Monster? Prodigy? The heads of several prestigious schools turned their attention to Jiang Li on the screen. Clenching their fists, they thought resolutely, "Jiang Li must be ours." Their gazes met, sparks seeming to fly between them. Yang was equally stunned, remembering how he had only comprehended micro-level techniques after becoming a battle general himself. Such extraordinary combat talent he had only seen in one other person, Mu Qingxue. However, Mu Qingxue also reached the micro-level just before breaking through to battle general as a peak warrior. This realization shocked him even more. Could Jiang Li be more of a prodigy than Mu Qingxue?
Impossible.
Yang shook his head, knowing that many factors couldn't be so simply calculated. Yet, this did not diminish Jiang Li's monstrous talent. Compared to his cultivation aptitude, his combat prowess was even more dazzling. A sword master needed such a peerless genius. He silently made up his mind. Jiang Li's status in his heart soared. While these influential figures were deep in thought, the students taking the mock exam had their own reactions. Seeing the rankings, Wang Daoyuan couldn't help but laugh heartily. This Jiang Li is indeed a weakling. So what if he's a peak warrior? If he can't fight, he's still just a small fry. His joy evident, his battle sword transformed into a silver moon, skillfully slicing through the black-striped bear in front of him.
C-level combat technique, silver moon swordsmanship.
And at a decent level, having reached minor mastery. After an intense battle, this 4-star ordinary fierce beast, comparable to a peak warrior, was defeated by Wang Daoyuan. His cultivation talent was impressive, and his combat prowess was equally outstanding, allowing him to fight above his level. At this moment, his ranking points surged by 80, reaching a terrifying 452, firmly holding the top spot, astonishing countless students. Su Xingchen watched this scene, gripping his spear tighter. Seeing Jiang Li drop out of the top 10, he frowned. Did I misjudge him? Shaking his head, he charged at the next fierce beast. Time would reveal the truth. Wei Zihong felt a bit frustrated. Jiang Li fell too quickly. I was counting on him to suppress that jerk Wang Daoyuan. Looks like I'll have to do it myself. Only a few students who knew Jiang Li well still believed in him. Brother Li must be busy with something, Li Wanhe said confidently. Jiang Li, hurry up, the practical exam is almost over, Su Ye thought, worried. She knew Jiang Li had fought against battle general level beast warriors before and wouldn't be afraid of fierce beasts. There could only be one explanation. He was delayed by something. At that moment, just as Jiang Li was about to start hunting fierce beasts and racking up points, a figure appeared in the distance. It was Wang Daoyuan. Enemies truly meet on narrow paths. It was no surprise, given they were both hunting high-star ordinary fierce beasts in the ruins. The place wasn't that big. Jiang Li frowned, feeling unlucky. He didn't want to waste time, and turned to leave. Wang Daoyuan spotted Jiang Li, the prodigious talent, and couldn't help but feel a surge of smug satisfaction. Blocking Jiang Li's path, he wore a provocative smile. Although Jiang Li had humiliated him before, Wang Daoyuan was now determined to settle the score. In the past, he might have hesitated to provoke Jiang Li, given Jiang Li's reputation as a top-tier warrior with formidable strength. However, the situation had changed. Jiang Li had recently shown a lack of combat prowess during the tests, whereas Wang Dayuan himself was a genius capable of easily challenging opponents above his level. Comparing their scores, it seemed like Jiang Li's points were practically a gift to him. Wang Dayuan congratulated himself, thinking how clever he was. As Wang Dayuan taunted Jiang Li, Principal Zhang Taihe of Naming High School couldn't bear to watch from the control room any longer. Covering his eyes, he was overwhelmed with anger and nearly burst in to strangle Wang Dayuan. Not skilled in combat? Do you not know his fighting techniques have just reached a subtle level? You're the crazy one, and I'm your brother. The surrounding bigwigs cast strange glances at Zhang Taihe, making him feel utterly humiliated, wishing he could turn into an ostrich and bury his head in the sand. Jiang Li looked at the arrogant Wang Dayuan, feeling both amused and helpless. Was he afraid? He knew that Wang Dayuan's assumption of his lack of combat skills must have come from the leaderboard, which was why he had come to provoke him. Wang Dayuan sneered. Stop putting on airs. If you don't want a beating, hand over half your points. He tilted his head, a sharp crack sounding, expecting to see fear in Jiang Li's eyes. According to the practical exam rules, one could indeed plunder another's points, but only up to half. However, few did so, as the points held by the weak were limited and not necessarily quicker to gain than hunting fierce beasts, while the strong were harder to deal with. Moreover, such behavior often drew the examiner's ire. Yet, Wang Dayuan didn't care. He wasn't after the points, but just wanted to vent his anger. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled, almost forgetting how rich Wang Dayuan's points were, much faster than hunting beasts himself. He scrutinized Wang Dayuan as if eyeing prey. Jiang Li's gaze made Wang Dayuan feel both furious and uneasy, his whole body uncomfortable. Determined to make Jiang Li pay, Wang Dayuan stamped his foot, and his long sword transformed into a silver moonlight, slashing towards Jiang Li with immense power. Jiang Li's eyes flashed with surprise, realizing Wang Dayuan indeed had extraordinary skills. Unfortunately, he had met Jiang Li. Jiang Li leaned back slightly, narrowly dodging the silver moon's attack, causing Wang Dayuan's pupils to contract in shock. How could this be? The silver moonlight was a concentrated sword light that even top warriors had to avoid. Yet Jiang Li easily deflected it, like a precision instrument. Wang Dayuan hadn't expected to defeat Jiang Li in one strike. But Jiang Li's dodging method left him baffled and disbelieving. Wasn't he supposed to be bad at combat? Wang Dayuan's face was full of confusion, feeling like he was being played. His blood and energy surged to the limit, and silver moonlight-like sword beams were unleashed. But Jiang Li dodged them all by a hair's breadth. Jiang Li's wind-step technique, though only a D-level combat skill, was driven to a level comparable to a C-level technique under his control. Each near miss, each swing into empty space, left Wang Dayuan increasingly frustrated. Seeing Jiang Li with his hands behind his back, eyes smiling and at ease, Wang Dayuan finally realized Jiang Li had been toying with him all along. Blazing with anger yet helpless, Wang Dayuan was unwilling to admit the terrifying truth. Combat skills reaching a subtle level? That was even more absurd than Jiang Li breaking through to the warrior level. Jiang Li reassessed his own strength, gaining a clearer understanding of himself. Even without using any combat skills, he had already surpassed. Jiang Li's combat skills are truly astonishing. With just one punch, he can send his opponent flying, as effortlessly as an adult bullying a child. Wang Dayuan was beaten so badly he couldn't stop groaning, his eyes swollen like a panda's. Watching Wang's agony, Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh and asked, "Do you want me to transfer the points, or will you do it yourself?" Wang quickly agreed to transfer the points himself, swearing never to compete with Jiang Li for the top spot again. He even suspected that Jiang Li had deliberately lagged in points to trick others. Wang was heartbroken over the 200+ points he had to transfer, wishing he could slap himself, but it was too late. Jiang Li, on the other hand, cheerfully accepted the points, feeling quite pleased. He knew it would take defeating 2 5-star beasts to earn that many points, which, although easy for him, were hard to find. Jiang waved goodbye to Wang, advising him to bring more people next time to give away their points. Although Wang smiled, he harbored a deep hatred for Jiang. He felt it was unfair that he had to endure such suffering alone. Determined to find Su Xingqian and others to team up against Jiang, he wanted to share the pain. Wang thought he was clever, having come up with a brilliant plan. In the control room, the others found his idea laughable. Wang's failure was expected, but they didn't anticipate his continued antics. They realized that despite Wang's apparent confidence, he was actually quite a fool. Zhang Taihe and Nan Ming were speechless, unable to comprehend Wang's behavior. As the screen lit up, Wang Daoyuan's strategy of alliances and diplomacy began to unfold. However, Sikongyang and the others made no move to stop it. Instead, their eyes glimmered with anticipation. They were fully aware of Jiang Li's prowess, knowing that he was in a league of his own, far above the other students. Perhaps these young challengers could push Jiang Li to his limits? With such expectations, these influential figures straightened their postures and focused intently on the screen. Meanwhile, Wang Daoyuan had already approached Su Xingqian. Xiao Su, do you want to be the top performer in this practical exam? Wang Daoyuan asked with a sly smile, catching Su Xingqian off guard. Su Xingqian was startled by Wang Daoyuan's appearance. The dark circles under his eyes made him look exhausted, and the clear footprints on his armor showed he had taken quite a beating. Given the current standings on the leaderboard, Su Xingqian was in first place with 402 points, followed closely by Jiang Li with 352 points, and Wei Zihong in third with 326 points. Wang Daoyuan, however, was only in seventh place with 276 points. Su Xingqian quickly realized that Wang Daoyuan must have encountered Jiang Li, got beaten up, and lost points in the process. Crossing his arms, Su Xingqian said warily, "Don't try to sweet-talk me. Just get to the point or get lost." He showed no fear of Wang Daoyuan. Wang Daoyuan's smile froze, thinking this guy is really tough to deal with. Half pleading, he said, "Little Su, we've been friends for a long time. Jiang Li ambushed me and took half my points." Su Xingqian responded dismissively, "What does your grudge with him have to do with me? Jiang Li is my future brother-in-law. Why are you coming to me?" Wang Daoyuan cursed inwardly, realizing both of them were tough nuts to crack. Jiang Li had openly stated that he intended to take on Su, Wei Zihong, and himself, one by one. Su Xingqian turned to leave. "I'm not afraid of him. Bring it on." Wang Daoyuan's heart skipped a beat. This was practically delivering Su Xingqian to Jiang Li on a silver platter. He knew that Jiang Li's combat skills had reached an expert level, far from what they seemed on the surface. Jiang Li was a prodigy. Wang Daoyuan withheld some facts, fearing Su Xingqian would leave immediately if he knew the truth. Jiang Li's strength was beyond imagination, and he hadn't even shown his true combat prowess yet. Su Xingqian was intrigued. "Expert level? Are you sure?" He knew he was still some distance from reaching that level, even with his sea-level combat skills. Su Xingqian was confident yet cautious, not someone easily fooled. He asked, "What exactly do you want?" Wang Daoyuan's face lit up as he grabbed Su Xingqian's shoulder. "Good brother. Let's team up with Wei Zihong, Alice, and a few other classmates to take on Jiang Li. Think about it. We used to compete among ourselves, and now this Jiang Li comes to challenge us. Aren't you angry? We need to join forces against him."
Su Xingqian nodded. Angry?
Of course. Jiang Li's behavior has been too outrageous. Although impressive, it's really annoying. Let's show him who's boss. Imagine the bragging rights we'll have in college. Both of them acknowledged that Jiang Li was stronger and decided to teach him a lesson before college. Points didn't matter. It was about pride. Su Xingqian hesitated a bit. Is it really necessary to involve so many people? Jiang Li is already quite strong. Better to be safe with more people. Wang Daoyuan feigned seriousness. To ensure success, we need strength in numbers. He was desperate to get Su Xingqian on board, even though he had never actually seen Jiang Li's combat skills. The two agreed to bring Wei Zihong along for the attack. Observers couldn't help but sigh at the scene. In the control room, Su Tianqing almost lost his breath. This guy is really naive, easily tricked into a trap. He felt a bit helpless. Wang Daoyuan is truly a master diplomat.
Yuan Lei laughed dirtily.
Everyone was amused by Wang Daoyuan and eagerly anticipated what would happen next. In the ruins district, Jiang Li moved like a whirlwind among the high-rise buildings. This area had been invaded by fierce beasts, leaving many structures intact. "Oh, there's a beast." A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he sensed danger. It was a black-striped demon spider, its size equivalent to at least 2 adults, looking extremely menacing. With a swift and unadorned flash of purple light, the spider was cut at its mouthparts before it could even screech, the blade stopping precisely at its abdomen, rendering it immobile yet not dead. 80 points, easy. Jiang Li's efficiency was astonishing. Whether it was a 4-star or 5-star beast, none could withstand a single round against him. His combat skills were impeccable, each strike precise and unerring. If only I could find beasts more efficiently, I could score at least 2,000 points.
Jiang Li Musa.
At this moment, he was far ahead on the leaderboard with a terrifying score of 1,824 points, a full 1,000 points ahead of the second-place Su Xingqian. This left all the students in awe, praising him as a monster. Some students still had single-digit scores. What's up with Wang Daoyuan? His score hasn't changed much, Jiang Li wondered, seeing Wang Daoyuan stuck below 300 points. It's been so long, something's off. Did I scare him too much? But he quickly shook his head. Better focus on earning my points. There's half an hour until sunset. I need to hit 2,000 points. 2,000 points would earn him at least 2 million federal coins according to the exam rewards. Missing this chance would be a pity. Jiang Li kept pushing forward. Meanwhile, Wang Daoyuan had finally gathered his ideal team. Su Xingqian, Wei Zihong, and Nan Ming, all advanced warriors skilled in sea-level combat techniques, reaching the minor mastery stage. The top students from other schools were intermediate warriors, proficient in sea-level techniques and nearing minor mastery, making a total of 7. Although 2 were still missing, Wang Daoyuan had managed to assemble the top 10 students in Nanha City. One had to admit, Wang Daoyuan had some prowess. Of course, their common goal was to teach Jiang Li a lesson. His outstanding performance had made everyone uneasy. Young people should have some fire in them. Old Wang, hurry up. If we don't find Jiang Li soon, the exam will be over, Su Xingqian urged. In such a short time, the two had already developed a tacit understanding, almost colluding. Don't worry. My student from Nanming just told me Jiang Li was spotted near the ruins of the high-rise buildings. We'll find him there, Wang Daoyuan said confidently. Once, he simply wanted to find some companions to share his inner turmoil. However, as the team grew larger, his confidence swelled. He began to believe that even an opponent as formidable as Jiang Li couldn't withstand the collective strength of so many people. He joked, "Oh, come on. No matter how strong you are, you can't handle this many people. Look, your panda eyes are about to get 2 more. Hurry up, I heard Jiang Li is racking up points at lightning speed, already nearing 1900. Just a heads up, after we defeat Jiang Li, points will be distributed based on contribution, so no slacking off." A group of people, some disgruntled with Jiang Li, some eager to test their skills, and others driven by the lure of generous points, were all pumped up. Various talents gathered for their own reasons, but they had one common goal: to defeat Jiang Li. The higher-ups in the control room started to feel the tension, and the situation grew more intriguing. Xikong Yang's smile carried a hint of amusement. In the high-definition projection, Wang Daoyuan and his team finally encountered Jiang Li. Jiang Li had just stepped out of the building, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He knew well that this building had once been the lair of ferocious beasts, but now it was cleared out, thanks to him. However, as soon as he exited, he was confronted by Wang Daoyuan and a group of students, forming a half-circle blockade. Wang Daoyuan's once prominent panda eyes had mostly faded, leaving faint, dark marks that looked somewhat comical. With a sneer, he declared that Jiang Li's good days were over. The students beside him stood with arms crossed, watching Jiang Li with an air of confidence, as if they had already won. Wang Daoyuan mocked, "Jiang Li, your good days are over." He proclaimed his victory with smug satisfaction. The students around him joined in the mockery, clearly intending to put Jiang Li in his place today. Jiang Li looked at Wang Daoyuan and casually teased, "Little Wang, just because your panda eyes have faded, you think you can act all high and mighty?" Wang Daoyuan's heart sank as he recalled the scene of his defeat at Jiang Li's hands, filling him with a mix of fear and anger. He glared at Jiang Li, vowing to avenge his prior humiliation. The more he looked at Jiang Li, the more irritated he became. He was secretly envious. Why did Jiang Li have not only extraordinary talent, but also good looks? This sentiment spread among the other students, who began to show signs of discontent, feeling the pressure of Jiang Li's exceptional presence. 2 girls nearly sided with Jiang Li. Su Xingqian nervously touched his face, swearing to teach Jiang Li a lesson, even if it meant facing his sister's scolding later. Jiang Li smiled, put away his weapon, and clenched his fists. Dealing with these weaklings didn't require any sophisticated techniques. He jeered, "Little Wang, are you the ringleader here?" He threatened to give Wang Daoyuan an unforgettable hairstyle makeover. Wang Daoyuan felt a pang of fear and ordered his comrades to attack. Everyone launched themselves at Jiang Li. Su Xingqian was the first to strike, aiming a ruthless blow at Jiang Li's face. The others followed suit, each showcasing their skills. Though they outwardly dismissed Jiang Li, each harbored a deadly intent. They didn't dare underestimate Jiang Li, knowing his exceptional prowess in martial arts and combat techniques. Wang Daoyuan remained especially vigilant, feeling a chill every time he saw the mocking look in Jiang Li's eyes. He secretly wondered if Jiang Li was still holding back his true strength. What happened next was beyond belief. Jiang Li moved like a nimble fish, effortlessly weaving through the attacks of 10 people. Every strike missed him by a hair, as if he was performing a meticulously choreographed dance. Jiang Li's fist grazed Su Xingqian's nose, while Wei Zihong's kick missed entirely. The others, armed with knives, swords, or sticks, found themselves outmaneuvered by Jiang Li's agility, turning the scene into chaos. A blue glow shimmered around Jiang Li's fists as he effortlessly dodged and countered their attacks with a few swift punches, neutralizing their efforts with ease. The ensuing battle was almost enjoyable for him. "Su Xingqian, were you aiming for my face just now?" Jiang Li asked with a playful grin. Su Xingqian, flustered, replied, "Jiang Li, I'm your brother-in-law. You shouldn't hit family, especially not in the face." Ignoring him, Jiang Li swiftly landed 2 punches on Su Xingqian, giving him panda eyes, followed by a kick that left a red mark on his face. "Wei Zihong, was that a groin kick earlier?"
Jiang Li inquired.
Wei Zihong hurriedly explained, "Brother Jiang, that was a sweeping kick. Don't misunderstand me." Jiang Li, still smiling, paid no heed and struck Wei Zihong's backside, causing him immense pain, followed by 2 more punches. Wei Zihong and Su Xingqian glanced at each other, their panda eyes filled with helplessness and sorrow. They wanted to fight back, but Jiang Li's prowess left them utterly powerless. Are you going to do it yourselves, or should I? Jiang Li asked the remaining students with a smile. One by one, the students surrendered voluntarily. 2 girls, tears in their eyes, wanted to beg for mercy but, seeing Jiang Li's cheerful expression and Su Xingqian's panda eyes, resigned themselves to inflict the punishment on themselves. Soon, a dozen more panda eyes appeared on the field, and Jiang Li felt a sense of satisfaction, finding amusement amidst the battle. Su Xingqian and the others finally realized that Jiang Li's combat skills were unparalleled. They were shocked to discover his abilities far exceeded their expectations, seeing him as a warrior god. Wang Dayuan, watching Jiang Li, was filled with fear, realizing the grave mistake he had made. Jiang Li's indifferent strike to his face shattered his last hopes, leaving Wang Dayuan to blame himself for walking into danger knowingly. Wang Dayuan tried to flee, but Jiang Li wasn't about to let the instigator escape so easily. It's all a misunderstanding, Wang Dayuan pleaded, retreating in fear. Jiang Li chuckled, little Wang, how could I let you do it yourself? I'll handle it. With that, he landed 2 more punches on Wang Dayuan, enlarging his panda eyes. And let's give you a stylish new haircut, Jiang Li said with a grin. Jiang Li suddenly remembered his promise and, without hesitation, drew his battle knife. Wang Dayuan instinctively swallowed hard. With a trembling voice he said, Brother Jiang, we were just kidding. Please don't hurt me. Jiang Li calmly replied, don't worry, I won't harm you. In Jiang Li's hand, the knife moved with the grace of a dancing butterfly. The blade's glint made Wang Dayuan's scalp tingle, prompting him to close his eyes and brace for whatever fate had in store. Moments later, Jiang Li looked at his handiwork with satisfaction and proudly declared, my knife skills are truly exceptional. Wang Dayuan's head was completely shaved, his shiny scalp reflecting light. He touched his bald head, feeling a chill in his heart as his once prized looks were gone. Gritting his teeth, Wang Dayuan decided to challenge Jiang Li to a fight to the death. Jiang Li disdainfully kicked him aside, a cold smile playing on his lips. He hoped the crowd would surrender their points voluntarily, preferring not to use force. One by one, the crowd handed over half of their points, and Jiang Li's total quickly surpassed 4,000. Su Xingqian and the others were furious, but temporarily swallowed their anger, their eyes all focused on Wang Dayuan. Jiang Li threatened, we might not be able to provoke them, but we can certainly beat you up, Wang Dayuan. Suddenly, Wang Dayuan was subjected to a brutal beating, his body covered in footprints, eliciting laughter from the big shots in the control room. Wang Dayuan truly was a fool, losing out in such a spectacular fashion. Amidst the laughter, Wang Dayuan suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted, pointing behind the crowd, oh my god, stop hitting me! Look behind you. There's a beast. Wei Zihong punched him even harder, as everyone knew beasts rarely attacked students. However, Wang Dayuan struggled desperately, pointing at the beast's blood-red eyes, exclaiming, why are their eyes turning red? The crowd turned to look and saw, behind a distant building, flashes of blood-red light filled with a murderous aura. It was the eyes of the beasts. Blood-red demon spiders, iron-backed wolves, jagged-toothed leopards, giant long-haired bears, and green-scaled bulls surged from all directions, exuding an endless aura of bloodlust. Their eyes were a deep crimson, a stark contrast to their previous state. Under the Federation's control, these beasts had never behaved this way. They were like the harmless green monsters in games, attacking only when provoked. But now, they had transformed into hostile red-named creatures, far more savage than any wild beast. The students couldn't help but gasp in shock. Things were looking grim. Jiang Li's eyes darkened with concern. He had already cleared the beasts inside the building, yet now so many had appeared out of nowhere, defying all logic. It seemed as though these beasts had lost their control. A female student, her voice trembling with fear, noted that the bloodthirsty aura was suffocating, far more terrifying than before. The 10 genius students looked pale and deep in thought. Despite their exceptional talents, their lack of experience showed. In contrast, Jiang Li remained composed, having previously fought against warlord-level beast warriors. These beasts were no real challenge to him, yet his eyes were filled with caution. It seems someone's temporarily lifted the control over these beasts. There's a problem on our end, but the training base will react soon. Don't panic, Jiang Li said in a deep, steady voice, snapping everyone out of their fear. Yes, we just need to hold on. The teachers will come to rescue us. The students' eyes gleamed with hope. Wang Dayuan shook his head with a wry smile, showing his decent mental resilience. No, we can't just sit here and wait. The number of beasts is increasing. We need to break through their ranks, or we'll be devoured by this beast tide before the training base can respond, he insisted. By now, Over 100 beasts had surrounded them, and the roars of more beasts echoed in the distance. Their survival was uncertain. Su Xingqian and Wei Zihong nodded in agreement, but Jiang Li had deeper concerns. There seemed to be a manipulator behind this beast riot, likely a beast warrior. His heart sank like lead. Beast warriors never acted recklessly. They were methodical and disciplined. The top forces of this simulated assessment were here, which meant the situation for the other students might be even worse. They needed to gather everyone to face whatever was coming next. The true mastermind hadn't revealed themselves yet, and they couldn't afford to lose their composure. Jiang Li's voice was steady and his analysis clear, capturing everyone's attention. At that moment, he became their leader. "Follow me out," Jiang Li commanded, wielding his battle knife as he strode forward. A slash of his blade cut through the air like lightning, slicing 3 charging beasts in half. Drenched in beast blood, he stood like a blade pointing towards the heavens. His sharpness and resolve dispelled the fear among the genius students. "Attack! Follow Jiang Li!" Wang Dayuan shouted, forming a protective formation with Su Xingqian and Wei Zihong around Jiang Li. Under Jiang Li's leadership, the students pressed forward fearlessly, facing the ferocious beasts with unwavering determination. Their faces were set with resolve, transforming into fearless warriors as they launched into fierce combat. A girl shouted loudly, swinging her sword to decapitate one of the beasts, inspiring her fellow students. The morale soared, and everyone joined the battle. Jiang Li led the charge, confronting dozens of beasts with a fervent gleam in his eyes. Each swing of his blade carried thunderous power, felling or injuring a beast with every strike. The other students followed closely, taking down the fallen beasts one by one. They watched Jiang Li's godlike prowess with awe and admiration. Jiang Li not only possessed incredible talent, but also the courage to lead the charge, creating a path for others and earning their respect for his bravery and determination. Wang Dayuan fought valiantly, a stark contrast to his usual playful demeanor. Though covered in wounds, he continued to fight fiercely, bleeding yet smiling, assuring Jiang Li he held no grudge for past decisions. Su Xingqian, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, laughed heartily, his spirit ablaze. Wei Zihong's eyes shone warmly as he shouted, displaying an unyielding will. Though slightly less skilled than Wang Dayuan and Su Xingqian, he received special care from them. The other students, with tear-filled eyes, looked gratefully at the geniuses ahead, knowing that without their brave resistance, they would have perished at the hands of the beasts. Amid the shouts and cheers, the students' fighting spirit was fully ignited. Hearing the words from behind, Jiang Li shouted angrily, "Less talk, stay close, and let's break through." His words revitalized everyone, boosting their morale. Suddenly, 3 streaks of lightning flashed across the sky, cutting through the horde of beasts like thunderous pythons, decimating the creatures ahead. Jiang Li's eyes lit up, the path was clear. He accelerated, with the other students following nimbly, easily outpacing the beasts behind them. Wang Dayuan, gasping for breath, joyfully declared his survival. The remaining students were pale, their eyes filled with gratitude and awe. They were deeply thankful to Jiang Li, knowing that without his intervention, they would have likely become the beast's prey. Jiang Li's expression remained grave. He was well aware that the ordeal was far from over. The mastermind behind the scenes had yet to reveal themselves, and the eerie silence at the training base only underscored the gravity of the situation. Now, their only hope for survival lay in their own hands. Gazing into the distance, Jiang Li seemed to see visions of ferocious beasts, roaring and hunting down innocent students. At this moment, the training base was plunged into an unprecedented crisis. As Xikong Yang and his companions watched Jiang Li fiercely beat up Wang Dayuan and his followers, they initially wore knowing smiles. However, their expressions quickly turned to ones of terror and unease. They noticed that behind this group of prodigies, each person's eyes gleamed with a feral intensity, exuding an unusual malice. Xikong Yang and the leaders of the 5 prestigious schools simultaneously directed their gaze towards Wang Chengda, asking in a grave tone, "What's going on?" Wang Chengda, drenched in sweat and with his heart pounding, stammered, I don't know. If something happens to these senior students, we'll not only lose our reputation, but there could be fatalities." However, this was just the tip of the iceberg. Suddenly, Yi Ningna screamed, "Look!" Instantly, all eyes turned to the large screen, which showed scenes of rampaging ferocious beasts. The violent aura seemed to emanate through the screen, causing everyone present to turn pale. Students were already falling prey to the beasts, and the entire ruins area had descended into utter chaos. Xikong Yang's expression grew extremely serious. He said, "This is the work of the beast cult. They chose this moment to launch their attack. Damn Zhao Lian." He realized he had underestimated Zhao Lian, who had managed to temporarily block the Federation's methods of controlling the beasts, leading to their rampage. He roared, "What are you standing around for? Send in the rescue team immediately." The people present seemed to wake from a dream. hastily issuing orders and rushing to the ruins area, hoping to minimize casualties and prevent the situation from worsening. Just then, a panicked voice rang out. The communication signal has been jammed. We can't contact the Federation forces. The scene descended into chaos as everyone fell into a state of panic, realizing they had lost the means to relay information and could not promptly rescue the students. Among the senior students were the children or relatives of many influential figures, who were now anxious and distressed. One person complained, "My son is still in there. He has a bright future ahead of him. These students are the future of the Federation. They must not be harmed." Another pleaded with the sword-bearer, "Please, lend us your aid and save them. Lord Sword-bearer, the beast cult surely has a bigger plot. You must be careful." The situation grew increasingly chaotic.
Si Kong Yang below it, stop panicking.
Wang Qingda, contact the reserve forces at the training base and have them rescue the senior students immediately. Everyone else ranked above general, come with me. His commanding presence instantly calmed the chaotic crowd, and everyone looked at him with hope. Si Kong Yang understood that the beast cult would not sit idly by while they rescued the senior students. They must have hidden traps awaiting them. His eyes flashed with murderous intent, and his heart burned with rage. "Let's go. We will fight to the death for the sword-bearer." The 5 school leaders echoed in unison. The prominent figures present, including Su Tianqing, all watched the unfolding situation with tense anticipation. They knew that besides the Battle King level experts, there were 8 other warriors with comparable strength. Additionally, there were over 100 Battle General level fighters, which finally allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Against ordinary beast level threats, they had ample strength and could even handle a beast master without much trouble. However, a sense of unease lingered in their hearts, knowing that other threats besides Zhao Lian were lurking. Si Kongyang remained vigilant, but just then, a sudden change occurred. In a moment of slight relaxation for Si Kongyang, Wang Chengda erupted with a terrifying force. His face twisted into a horrifying visage, radiating a menacing aura that would chill any battle general level warrior to the bone. Before their very eyes, Wang Chengda's head morphed into that of a fox, and his hands transformed into thick, deadly claws. The air was filled with the piercing sound of tearing, as his claws slashed towards Si Kongyang's head with immense power. Wang Chengda was a beast warrior. This unexpected transformation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Everyone desperately wanted to warn Si Kongyang, but as they stood helpless and Si Kongyang was momentarily distracted, Wang Chengda's strike landed with perfect timing. "Watch out, sword-bearer. Si Kong, move. Wang Chengda, how dare you?" The crowd's frantic shouts filled the air, but Wang Chengda seized the moment. Just as everyone was unable to assist and Si Kongyang's attention was divided, his strike reached its peak.
Die Rechtswortbearer.
Wang Chengda seemed to already envision the scene of his claws tearing through his enemy's skull. However, this was nothing more than a delusion. A pair of cold eyes met his beastly gaze, sending shivers down his spine and drenching him in cold sweat. Did he really think the sword-bearer was an easy target? A terrifying red flame surged from Si Kongyang's palm, striking Wang Chengda's chest and sending him flying. Molten lava began to flow from Wang Chengda's heart, filling the air with the stench of burning flesh. His body seemed on the verge of exploding, and this single strike took his life instantly. Yet, Si Kongyang was not unscathed. Although he avoided the fatal blow, a large chunk of flesh was torn from his shoulder, and blood flowed freely. The crowd was horrified. The sword-bearer had been attacked. Even more alarming was the revelation that Wang Chengda had been a beast warrior in their midst, casting a shadow of fear and suspicion over everyone. Trust began to fray, and people kept a wary distance from each other, eyes filled with doubt. Su Tianqing supported the injured Si Kongyang and asked quietly, "Si Kong, are you all right?" "It's just a minor wound. I'll be fine," Si Kongyang replied, his face pale, clearly in more pain than he let on. However, the most crucial task now was to stabilize everyone's morale. If they descended into chaos and mutual suspicion, not only would they fail to save the high school students, but they would also be picked off by the beast cult one by one. Just as he was about to speak, a round of applause from outside the control room interrupted him. A familiar voice echoed, "Si Kongyang, I never thought I'd see you like this." Si Kongyang's expression darkened instantly. He spoke in a low voice, "Zhao Lian." "That's right, it's me." Surprised? The Beastmaster Zhao Lian walked in leisurely, followed by a group of black-robed figures and a large number of beast warriors in the distance. This scene caused everyone present to turn pale. The purple beast markings on Zhao Lian's face twisted with his maniacal laughter, making him look even more sinister. He laughed so hard he doubled over. Si Kongyang stood there, staring blankly at the despicable figure before him. A wave of indescribable anger and humiliation surged within him. Once proud and untouchable, he now found himself mocked by this wretched cur, a reality he could hardly bear. The man's sneering smile and exaggerated gestures seemed to taunt Sikong Yang's weakness and incompetence. A blazing fire of fury ignited in his heart, threatening to consume him entirely. The murderous intent in his eyes was as sharp as a blade, as if he could tear the man to pieces with his gaze alone. Sikong Yang stood up, his voice low and his expression grave as he addressed Zhao Lian. Zhao Lian, I underestimated you. But do you really think you've secured victory? Having 10 beast masters is indeed impressive, but with just a few of you, it's far from enough. As he spoke, a powerful aura erupted from Sikong Yang, despite his wounds no longer bleeding. Clad in black armor, the sheer force emanating from him was terrifying, a testament to his extraordinary strength. He was a true sword-bearer, unmatched among his peers. The beast warriors retreated, while the people of Nanha City showed signs of relief. As long as the sword-bearer stood, they still had a chance to turn the tide. Zhao Lian's face remained unchanged, a smile playing on his lips. Lord Sikong Yang, your strength is undeniable, but can the same be said for those around you? And can you be sure of their loyalty? His mocking smile deepened as he watched the faces of those around him change. The relief on the faces of Nanha City's people vanished instantly, replaced by wariness. In a situation where no one knew who the beast warrior spies were, they dared not act rashly. Any move could lead to an attack from within their own ranks. Sikong Yang had become a cautionary tale. As Zhao Lian observed the mutual suspicion among the high-ranking officials, he did not attack, but leisurely sat in the spectator's seat. He propped his feet up and popped a grape into his mouth, enjoying the chaos. You rulers really know how to live, he remarked. Sikong Yang demanded, Zhao Lian, what are you planning? Zhao Lian shrugged, a sarcastic smile on his face, and pointed to the big screen. Watch, the show is about to begin. The screen split into hundreds of segments, each displaying scenes of beasts hunting students. Though the death toll was currently low, it was clear that it would soon rise dramatically. Especially concerning was Jiang Li's situation, surrounded by beasts, which caused everyone present to pale. These students were true prodigies, and losing someone like Jiang Li, a future war emperor, would be a devastating blow to the Federation. Liang Wu, furious, shouted, How dare you do this? Aren't you afraid the Federation will hunt down every last beast warrior? Zhao Lian scoffed. What? Isn't that already happening? We've been driven into the wilds, forced to live among beasts, and now you want to hunt us down even more? That's true pain. And let me tell you, this is just the beginning. A cruel smile spread across his face. The suffering we've endured will be returned to you tenfold, you hypocrites. His eyes gleamed with madness, making even the black-robed beast masters behind him shiver. Zhao Lian invited everyone to sit, his tone almost hospitable. I must say, there are some remarkable individuals this time around. Perhaps they will turn the tide. He nodded slightly. The main screen shifted to show Jiang Li and others battling the beasts, and everyone held their breath. Zhao Lian remarked, Impressive, that strike was unexpected. Even I couldn't have managed it, and Sikong Yang, at your age, I doubt you could either.
Zhao Lian nodded repeatedly, admiring Jiang Li's skilled swordsmanship.
Although his expression was one of appreciation, his heart was filled with jealousy. Wow, he actually made it out of the beast horde. That's incredible. Watching Jiang Li and his group stand united without being overwhelmed by the ferocious beasts, Zhao Lian felt deeply displeased. Stop putting on that stern face and sit down to watch properly. Zhao Lian suddenly slammed the table, glaring darkly at the people from Nanha City. Can't you at least show me some respect? The beast warriors exuded a bloodthirsty and violent aura, causing the atmosphere in the control room to shift dramatically. The faces of the people from Nanha City turned pale, and all eyes turned to Sikong Yang. With a cold smile, Sikong Yang unexpectedly sat down. Zhao Lian, do you really want to see us go from hope to despair? Let me tell you, you're not worthy. Be careful you don't end up regretting this. Sikong Yang stared directly at Zhao Lian, his hostility unhidden. Zhao Lian chuckled, yes, I'm about to regret it. Look, they've already successfully made it out of the beast tide. Although he seemed somewhat flustered on the surface, he remained unwavering inside. Sikong Yang snorted coldly and turned to look at Jiang Li and his team. Though he wasn't entirely confident, he had no choice but to pin his hopes on Jiang Li pulling off a miracle. It wasn't that he was unwilling to fight with everything he had, but Zhao Lian and his men were blocking the way. Even if they broke through, it would be too late. Observing the situation from here might actually be more advantageous. Zhao Lian, of course, wasn't a fool. At this moment, Wang Qingda's sneak attack had failed to seriously injure Sikong Yang, and he was uncertain if he could defeat him. So, he shifted to psychological warfare, making these people witness their students being brutally slaughtered, hoping to crush their spirits and easily eliminate them. Confident in his scheme, Zhao Lian felt assured. Both sides silently watched the projection of Jiang Li and his team in the control room, their thoughts diverging. The beast warriors eagerly anticipated their downfall, while the people from Nanha City prayed quietly. Jiang Li, you all must hang in there. They knew it was almost impossible for a few student warriors to turn the tide in such a dire situation. Although most held a pessimistic outlook, they still clung to the hope of a miracle. Meanwhile, Jiang Li and his team were oblivious to the power struggle between the executors and the myriad beast sect. Their ultimate fate rested in their own hands. They had just escaped the beast horde, and Wang Daoyuan and the others looked to Jiang Li as their leader. Brother Jiang, what do we do now? Jiang Li rubbed his temples, aware that a greater crisis loomed. He opened his eyes, which shone with determination. Our immediate priority is to gather all our classmates. The reason these beasts are so terrifying is that they form massive hordes, overwhelming us with sheer numbers. If we can match their numbers, we can turn the tables on them. Jiang Li's words made the other talents suddenly realize the truth. Yes, if we can regroup with our classmates, even if the beasts outnumber us several times over, it will be better than our current situation. At least we can reduce casualties. Even if we can't win, we can hold out longer. The group unanimously agreed with Jiang Li's plan. Jiang Li stood before the crowd, gazing deeply into the eyes of each student. His eyes were filled with determination and trust. In a soft voice, he said, "Now, we need to unite and face this challenge together. I believe that each of you is a pillar of this school, with immense strength and wisdom." The students nodded in agreement and quickly used their devices to contact their classmates, urging them to gather at the designated location. Jiang Li pointed towards the distance, and everyone followed his gesture to see a huge, abandoned sports stadium come into view. Once a bustling hub, the stadium now lay in ruins, but it was our best stronghold. It could accommodate all the students, was easy to defend, and hard to breach. As long as we guard the main entrances, the beasts won't be able to break in. Hearing this, the crowd felt a surge of excitement and hope. They saw the glimmer of victory. In unison, they shouted, "Yes, Brother Jiang. We will overcome these difficulties and defend our home." Jiang Li smiled slightly, knowing that this team would be invincible. Now, let's stand together and face the challenge ahead. Jiang Li's reputation has reached its peak. All the genius students have set aside their arrogance and are full of admiration for him. The image of him leading them out of the sea of beasts like a war god is deeply etched in their minds. Consequently, when Jiang Li speaks, everyone responds enthusiastically. They are not just saving others, they are also saving themselves. Jiang Li gazes at the blood-red clouds on the horizon, silently contemplating. He knows it won't be easy, but how can one achieve anything without effort? At this moment, Su Xingqian steps in for Jiang Li to rally the students of First High School. Immediately, all the students gather in the central sports complex of the ruins. Jiang Li informs them that they will provide support along the way and urges them to come quickly. The students quickly relay this message to their peers and spring into action. Su Xingqian issues orders to the elite Class 1, and its students swiftly spread the news to those around them. The message rapidly circulates throughout the entire school. Soon, all the students of First High School are aware of the plan. Those who were nearly in despair from being chased by fierce beasts suddenly feel a glimmer of hope. Su Xingqian and Jiang Li, the pinnacle warrior, are rallying us. Su Xingqian and the others are also advanced warriors. As long as we head to the sports complex, we have a chance to resist the beasts. It's not far from here. Let's go. With hope ignited, the students muster greater strength and head towards the central area, braving the pressure from the beasts. That place is their beacon of hope. This scene unfolds in various corners of the ruins. It's not just the students from First High School. Those from Second High School, Nanming, and Ali Stone also receive the notification. The more astute students realize that unity is the best option. Otherwise, they will be defeated one by one. Move out. Move out. Jiang Li and the others will support us. Everyone, hold on. Once we reach the sports complex, we have a chance at survival. Keep going, everyone. Don't give up. In times of crisis, unity prevails. Although there are occasional incidents, most students help each other. Many of them, under intense pressure, achieve breakthroughs and demonstrate outstanding leadership, guiding their peers to survive. Keep going. Don't give up. The sports complex is just ahead. Hope is right in front of us. Everyone, push on. From a bird's eye view, one can see countless students rushing in from all directions. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Suddenly, a ferocious blade of lightning cuts through everything, sweeping away dozens of fierce beasts and giving a group of despairing students a new lease on life. They look at Jiang Li with immense gratitude, the man who saved their lives. Jiang Li, panting heavily, is exhausted from a series of high-intensity battles. Even he is feeling the fatigue. Su Xingqian quickly supports Jiang Li and asks with concern, "Brother Jiang, are you all right? Can you keep going? Do you need me to take over?" He has long been in awe of Jiang Li and, even though he acknowledges Jiang Li as his brother-in-law, he respectfully calls him Brother Jiang. Jiang Li waves his hand and shakes his head, "I'm fine." How many groups of students have we helped so far? The 12th group.
Su Xingchen answers accurately.
This man single-handedly turned the tide of the entire situation, standing like an unbreakable iron wall at the forefront, bearing all the pressure. You guys go inside and rest. Once you've recovered, we'll come out together to support the others, Su Xingchen warmly called out to the students who had survived the dire circumstances. The students clasped their fists in respect, expressing their deep gratitude to Jiang Li and his companions. Jiang Li let out a sigh. Is this the 12th group already? The road ahead will be tougher, but once more of our classmates arrive, things will get easier for us. It was the truth. Once the arriving students had rested, they would become a fresh force, and the situation would gradually improve. Su Xingchen and the others nodded, their eyes filled with admiration. Everyone saw hope, and their spirits were instantly lifted. Jiang Li asked, Xingchen, have Ye and Wanha arrived yet? He was a bit anxious. He had informed them at the beginning to come as soon as possible, but their delay made him worry that something might have happened. Su Xingchen quickly replied, they are on their way. They were quite far off to begin with, and trying to break through the outskirts of the ruins took them some extra time. They should be here with the last group.
Jiang Li nudda.
Seeing Su Xingchen's slight hesitation, he continued, the outskirts of the ruins are very dangerous. What happened? Jiang Li asked, hearing that Ye and the others had encountered a large number of fierce beasts in the area, as if they were being hunted. He couldn't help but think of a cat and mouse scenario. Clenching his fists, he silently vowed, don't get too cocky. Be ready to lose all your teeth. He calmly said, don't tell anyone else about this. Quickly gather everyone. We still have a chance to fight. Tell Wang Daoyuan and the others to step up their efforts. Yes, Brother Jiang. The situation was progressing smoothly, with group after group of students being safely escorted to the gymnasium. Jiang Li had been fighting for nearly 2 hours, covered in blood and exuding a fierce aura, yet he was deeply respected by everyone. Every time someone looked at the figure valiantly fighting at the front lines, they felt a surge of strength from within. Someone said, Brother Jiang, take a break. But he firmly replied, no worries, Ye and Wanha will be here soon. Once we get them, we can hold the gymnasium. At that moment, more and more beasts gathered outside the gym, making the defense increasingly difficult. Every time they went to support the students, Jiang Li had to lead the charge, carving a path through the beasts. They're here. Jiang Li's spirits lifted as he saw the beasts becoming agitated in the distance, indicating that someone was trying to come through. Su Xingchen shouted, it's Ye and the others. Jiang Li nodded and shouted, charge with me. Let's support them. Wielding his long blade, the students behind him were filled with high spirits. Charge! With Brother Jiang leading the way, morale soared, and victory was within reach for the last group of students.
Attack!
All the students were filled with fervor, and with Jiang Li at the forefront, they instantly broke through the beast horde, creating an astonishing path. Jiang Li stood there, gazing at the students before him, a deep sense of excitement and worry welling up in his heart. This last group of students had gathered, and the sheer number, 2,000 strong, was staggering. He took a deep breath and then shouted loudly, I'll hold them off, you go quickly. As he swung his battle blade, an overwhelming aura of ferocity emanated from him. Even the bloodthirsty beasts were intimidated by his imposing presence and dared not approach. Su Ye and the others hesitated, but Su Xingchen resolutely pulled them forward. Move faster, don't let Brother Jiang down. Inspired by Su Xingchen's determination, they charged ahead with fervor, knowing that the stadium was their last hope, the place where they would see the light of day again. Su Ye cast a heartfelt glance at Jiang Li before resolutely leading the students toward the gymnasium. She was not one to hesitate. Jiang Li's imposing presence had only temporarily held back the fierce beasts. As their savage aura surged again, the beasts charged at Jiang Li, almost engulfing him, appearing from a distance like a ball encircling him completely. However, in the next moment, buzz! Accompanied by a buzzing sound, intense purple lightning erupted at the center. It was the Thunderblade. Jiang Li, like a frenzied demon king, unleashed the Thunderblade technique to its fullest. In this situation, although the Thunderblade technique was not as ferocious as the Thunder Triple Slash, it was more efficient and energy-saving. The beasts were cleaved in half and flung away, creating a vacuum around Jiang Li. Seizing the opportunity, he suppressed the turbulence in his blood and quickly caught up with Su Ye and the others. With the gymnasium doors slamming shut, Jiang Li and the students successfully regrouped. All the students erupted in excited cheers. Brother Jiang, you're fearless. Brother Jiang, you're awesome. Brother Jiang, I want to be your girlfriend. Me too. Brother Jiang, do you mind having another girlfriend? Ha ha ha. The last remark triggered laughter among the students, and a glimmer of hope brightened the atmosphere, making everyone feel relieved and no longer despairing. Su Ye pouted as she carefully bandaged Jiang Li's wounds, her eyes filled with concern. She knew Jiang Li always pushed himself too hard. You're such a hero. No wonder the girls adore you now.
Jiang Li grined.
Although the beasts were kept at bay outside the door, they could at least hold them off temporarily with proper rotation and defense. Yet, Jiang Li still felt a sense of unreality. Could the problem really be resolved so easily? Meanwhile, in the control room, as Jiang Li and the others gathered all the students, the key figures of Nanha City watched with fervor. Jiang Li's actions were incredibly inspiring, and his kingly demeanor, willing to carve out a path for others, earned their deep admiration. They acknowledged that they couldn't have done the same at his age. Yang, his eyes full of approval, couldn't help but stand up and laugh heartily. Fantastic! Jiang Li really didn't let us down. Not only does he have extraordinary talent, but he also has a heart full of justice. Truly a genius of our people. The heads of the 5 great schools were stunned. After all, they were also young and passionate, itching to join Jiang Li in battle. If the timing were right, they would have already started vying for Jiang Li. Zhao Lian, on the other hand, wore a dark expression, seething with anger and cursing incessantly. Useless. All of you are useless. You can't even hold back a bunch of kids. Pathetic. Seeing Yang's elated expression only made him more annoyed. A genius of our people, he scoffed. Maybe this genius will rise quickly, but he might fall just as fast. Zhao Lian's face was full of scorn. Despite his foul mood, he wasn't desperate yet. He even had some confidence that the executioners of the hunting plan were not just the beasts. Yang sneered disdainfully. Zhao Lian, stop with the sarcastic remarks. If you have any real skills, show them. Are you at the end of your rope? In reality, Jiang Li himself was filled with uncertainty, unable to determine how many beast warriors Zhao Lian had dispatched. Zhao Lian's sinister grin grew even more pronounced. He clapped his hands elegantly, signaling his agreement to Jiang Li's request. Then, to the shock of everyone in Nanha City, the atmosphere inside the stadium instantly grew tense amid Zhao Lian's maniacal laughter. Jiang Li and the others had just breathed a sigh of relief from the immense pressure, seizing the moment to regain their strength. Although a few students had tragically perished during the initial onslaught of the mutated beasts, everyone was mentally prepared for the breakout, so the casualties were not severe. The students consoled each other, their spirits gradually lifting. Just then, Wei Ziheng burst into the stadium, panic-stricken, leading a new wave of reinforcements to battle the beasts. Jiang Li immediately stood up, walked to the entrance and asked, "What's happening?" Wei Ziheng took a deep breath, pointed ahead, and said, "Look." Following his gesture, Jiang Li's relaxed expression turned grave. The once ferocious beasts had suddenly calmed down, as if someone were commanding them. This caused Wang Daoyuan and the others behind him to gasp in shock. The number of beasts was nearly 10 times that of the students. The only reason they had managed to break through earlier was due to the beasts' savage nature and their tendency to kill each other. But now, it seemed they had reached some sort of agreement, which was terrifying. If they launched an assault, even with the stadium as a defensive line, the time they could hold out would be drastically shortened, and the improving situation would quickly reverse. What worried Jiang Li the most wasn't the beasts, but the beast warriors controlling them. Were they of general level or king level? If they were king level, there would be no chance of fighting back. However, Jiang Li considered the possibility of king-level warriors to be minimal. Although the 10,000 Beast sect was powerful, they couldn't possibly have so many high-level beast warriors. He speculated that the primary force here should be general-level beast warriors. As for their exact numbers and levels, he couldn't be sure. Nonetheless, Jiang Li felt confident about facing general-level warriors. Having broken through to the extreme warrior realm, he possessed immense vigor and perfect combat skills, mastering top techniques like the Thunder Triple Slash and Frost Palm. He knew he had been holding back his trump cards and had not gone all out. In this high-intensity battle, he was certain that, with the help of the 10,000-fold amplification system, he would achieve a breakthrough. As the students fretted, a sudden change occurred within the beast horde. A pathway several dozen yards wide appeared. The once savage beasts lay on the ground like docile pets, whimpering. Along the path, powerful figures began to emerge one after another. 1, 2, 3, 11. The students counted, their fingers trembling, faces turning ashen. A formidable group appeared at the academy gates, consisting of 11 beast warriors. Among them, 10 were of junior warrior rank, while the other was a mid-rank warrior. The leader of the group exuded an overwhelming aura, clearly far superior to an ordinary mid-rank warrior. This was none other than Li Zhong, who had taken over Zhang Xiaoyan's role in executing the hunting plan. The students were instantly gripped by despair, as if a dark cloud had descended upon them, suffocating them with its weight. This sense of hopelessness felt like being trapped in a quagmire, impossible to escape. Jiang Li faced the concerns and doubts of Wang Daoyuan and the others with a clear mind, undeterred. He understood their skepticism about his abilities and their wavering trust, but he didn't mind. Though he was merely a peak warrior, deep within him burned a passion and courage for challenges. With a faint smile, Jiang Li quietly observed the situation before him. Several beast warriors approached, stopping 100 feet away, exuding an aura of authority. Su Xingqian couldn't help but rebuke. How dare you provoke the Federation and hunt down prospective warriors? Aren't you afraid the Federation will come after you? He knew that if the beast warriors continued to unleash their aura, the students' morale would crumble entirely. Leading the group was Li Zhong, tall and imposing. He laughed heartily, responding, "If the Federation had the ability to wipe us out, they would have done so already. You're too naive." He turned his head disdainfully, his gaze falling on Jiang Li with a hint of admiration. "Are you Jiang Li?" he asked. Jiang Li maintained a calm demeanor and nodded. "Yes, that's me." Li Zhong praised. "You not only have exceptional talent, but also a steadfast mindset. Why not join our beast sect? You could become a Red Elder in the future." A Red Elder, a warrior of emperor-level strength within the beast sect, indicating their high regard for Jiang Li. Li Zhong's superior gaze revealed a sense of condescension. In his view, the current situation was extremely unfavorable for Jiang Li, and his proposal was undoubtedly a lifeline. However, Jiang Li mocked disdainfully. "Join the beast sect and become like you, oblivious to the vastness of the world? I'd rather waste my handsome face." The students burst into laughter. Their fear of the beast warriors significantly diminished. Jiang Li's unmatched handsomeness and confidence were indeed admirable. Li Zhong's face turned livid as he warned, "Young man, don't rely on your sharp tongue alone. I will show you with brutal reality that joining the beast sect is your only choice." With a wave of his hand, the beasts roared, and a fierce aura swept over, causing the students to retreat in silence. Jiang Li drew his warblade. Its blade stained dark red with the blood of fierce beasts, exuding a murderous aura. He was ready to fight with all his might. Li Zhong lost his patience and decided to strike directly, no longer wasting words. He coldly commanded, "Tear them apart." The calm in the beast's eyes vanished, replaced by blood-red pupils, and they let out deafening roars. The stampede of beasts and the terrifying aura sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Jiang Li stood at the forefront, displaying extraordinary calm and leadership that left everyone in awe. Taking a deep breath, he firmly commanded, "Shut the doors and secure every gap." Choosing the gymnasium as their defensive stronghold was no coincidence. Its structure made it easy to defend and hard to breach. Once the doors were closed, it significantly reduced the chances of the beast horde breaking through. With a resounding thud, the gymnasium doors shut tight against the onslaught of beasts. The students, following Jiang Li's lead, armed with swords and knives, guarded every opening with tense determination. Li Zhong's eyes gleamed with mockery, as if ridiculing Jiang Li's defensive strategy. Crossing his arms over his chest, he watched the beast charge with a leisurely demeanor. He believed no matter how strong the defense, it would eventually crumble under the relentless beast attacks. It was only a matter of time. He felt no urgency, relishing the thrill of controlling the situation. He swore to crush Jiang Li's hopes and see him beg for mercy. Li Zhong bared a sinister smile, revealing sharp teeth, and turned to his subordinates, asking, "Am I handsome?" Several beast warriors immediately vied to praise him. "Master, you are unparalleled in your looks. That little Jiang Li isn't even worthy of tying your shoes." Li Zhong nodded in satisfaction, his earlier irritation fading. He understood why people enjoyed flattery. It truly felt good. "Wait for the beasts to break through the defenses, then we'll all charge in and annihilate them. As long as we capture those key targets, the rest of the beasts will be easy to deal with." "Understood. We will bring Jiang Li to you." The beast warriors responded eagerly, ready to earn their merits. They knew that once they proved themselves, they would gain access to higher-level beast blood, significantly enhancing their power and freeing them from serving under Li Zhong, the narcissist. Inside the gymnasium, Jiang Li led the charge, his blade flashing like a web, slicing the invading beasts in half. Enormous heads rolled to the ground, and blood sprayed like a curtain, its pungent scent driving away the students' fear. Now was the time to fight with everything they had. Failure meant death. Everyone was giving their all, desperately resisting the beast attacks. However, the situation remained dire. The sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, especially when they attacked in packs, their ferocity multiplied. Giant beasts like the Qingmong ox and the black-striped brown bear slammed into the gymnasium doors, causing cracks to appear. Wang Daoyuan's heart sank. He had thought they could hold out for half a day, but now it seemed they wouldn't last an hour. The beast warriors in the distance had already begun their assault. Cutting down a beast, Wang Daoyuan quietly approached Jiang Li, gritting his teeth. "Brother Jiang, you need to escape alone?" Before Jiang Li could get angry, Wang Daoyuan interrupted. "Don't be mad. You know the situation better than I do. We can't hold out for much longer. I've never admitted defeat to anyone, but your talent is unparalleled. You cannot die here." As Wang Daoyuan's emotions surged, Su Xingqian and the others turned their attention to him. Wang Daoyuan was consumed by a thirst for vengeance and couldn't bear to see his future ruined. He decided to fight back. In front of everyone, his eyes filled with tears and bloodshot with determination, he found himself in a desperate situation but refused to give up hope. Su Xingqian and the others were deeply moved by his resolve and pledged their full support. Wang Daoyuan urged Jiang Ge to seize the opportunity to escape and avenge them in the future. The eyes of the crowd were filled with anticipation and trust, making Jiang Li feel the unity of the human race for the first time. His heart surged with passion, grateful for their support and recognition. Jiang Li let out a long howl, rejecting their emotional pleas. He knew there was still a chance to turn the tide. As a junior warrior-level beast soldier charged at him, his eyes gleamed with opportunity. Jiang Li swung his long blade with thunderous force, showcasing his astonishing strength and determination. This strike, like a thunder dragon descending to earth, shook the world around them. Everyone was stunned. Jiang Li swung his blade, his energy and blood surging to their peak. His thunder triple slash showcased unparalleled prowess. The beast warriors were terrified. The monstrous thunder python charged at them, and their vicious smiles froze instantly. They couldn't believe that these students could unleash such a devastating strike. The beast warriors struggled desperately, but Jiang Li's blade suppressed him mercilessly, not even allowing him to cry for help. In the end, he was cleaved in half, the gruesome sight sending chills down everyone's spines. Wang Daoyuan and the others were in shock, finding it hard to believe that a high school student could possess such terrifying power. Jiang Li's performance ignited the crowd. They looked at him as if he were a living legend, yet they also saw a glimmer of hope. Jiang Li's strike made them realize they weren't powerless, they could survive. Jiang Li became their hero, earning everyone's deep respect. Seeing the rekindled hope in the eyes of those around him, Jiang Li felt immense joy. He and Su Xingqian worked in perfect harmony, blocking the breach and starting to fight back against the ferocious beasts. The people present lit up with understanding, grasping Jiang Li's plan as they began preparing to ambush the next beast warrior. Li Zhong's eyes gleamed with delight as he watched his beast warriors charge into the enemy's ranks. However, as he awaited good news, none came. He was forced to send Du Chao again. Du Chao eagerly rushed into the battlefield, full of anticipation to make a mark, but in the next moment, the face of the beast warrior suddenly changed. In his final moments, a violent purple blade flashed, and he lost consciousness. Next, Jiang Li said coldly, his eyes indifferent. He and his team then took turns striking, methodically and precisely. Third, fourth, fifth, up to the sixth. Li Zhong's unease grew with each successive strike. Even the most foolish could sense something amiss now. The crack in the gymnasium seemed to hide a monstrous beast, freezing every beast warrior who entered. The remaining 4 beast warriors exchanged uneasy glances, panic beginning to take hold. Initially eager to prove themselves, they now dreaded being chosen by Li Zhong. His expression fluctuated, but he finally made a decision. In the control room, everyone stood in shock as they witnessed Jiang Li's astonishing strike, effortlessly taking down a junior warlord-level beast warrior. Even Zhao Lian and Xikong Yang were deeply shaken. An extreme warrior. Mastery of sea-level combat techniques. Pinnacle-level fighting skills. Any one of these would be impressive, but to find them all in an 18-year-old high school senior was beyond belief.
Ah, fantastic, Jiang Li.
The people of Nanha City erupted in joy. Initially, they had been forced to watch with heavy hearts, clinging to a 1 in 1,000 chance of a miracle. And now, that miracle had arrived. Xikong Yang laughed heartily, his eyes provocatively meeting Zhao Lian's, as if hinting that someone might be facing defeat. At this moment, Zhao Lian lost his previous composure, his face contorted with rage and bloodlust. Watching one beast warrior after another march to their deaths, his anger peaked. Useless. Useless. Li Zhong, you useless fool. He wanted to strangle Li Zhong, frustrated with his cat and mouse game that had now turned into utter foolishness. If this continued, Li Zhong would become an incompetent leader. Zhao Lian's bloodthirsty aura surged, his eyes bloodshot as he considered immediate action. Despite the lack of certainty, as the earlier intel about beast warriors lurking was a lie, he saw no other option. Their plan to shake their opponent's resolve had failed. Now, they had to attack directly. He couldn't afford to give Xikong Yang a chance to recover, as Xikong Yang's aura was equally overwhelming. The situation was on the brink of eruption. Just then, the high-definition projection showed Li Zhong and the other beast warriors making new moves, drawing everyone's attention. Li Zhong strode forward, leading the remaining 4 beast warriors towards the gymnasium. All eyes were fixed on them, the tension in the air unprecedented. This was the final showdown. If Jiang Li and his team won, the siege of the beasts would collapse. Conversely, if Li Zhong's team slaughtered the students, the morale of Nanha City's people would plummet, leaving them unable to contend with Zhao Lian's forces. Jiang Li, can you create another miracle? A mid-level warlord and 4 junior warlords awaited. Once, Sikong Yang might have thought this was a moment of utter hopelessness. However, as Jiang Li repeatedly performed miracles and amazed everyone, Sikong Yang had grown to hold this young man in great reverence. All eyes were now fixed on Li Zhong as he gradually approached the stadium, and a single question surged in everyone's mind. Jiang Li, what miracle will you create this time? In their hearts, an unwavering trust in Jiang Li had already taken root. In the control room, Jiang Li had no idea what everyone else was thinking. Meanwhile, in the gymnasium, the students watched intently as the last few beast warriors approached. Their faces were unusually tense, their bodies trembling, not out of fear, but from a complex mix of anxiety and excitement. Victory was within their grasp, as long as they could hold on until the very end. All eyes were on Jiang Li, who had become the center of attention. Even if he ordered a suicide attack now, they would obey without hesitation, having been completely won over by his strength and charisma. Jiang Ge, what should we do? Everyone asked. Jiang Li's eyes gleamed with a fierce determination. He understood that he was a crucial part of this plan and that any mistake was unacceptable. I'll take the leader. The other 3 are yours. Lao Wang, Xingchen, Zihong, you must give it everything you've got to hold them off, he commanded with a resolute and slightly crazed look in his eyes. Though he wasn't sure he could manage it, retreat was no longer an option. Don't worry, Jiang Ge. We won't let anyone interfere with you. Wang Daoyuan and the others responded with unwavering determination. They were prepared to fight to the death to buy time. Jiang Li had sacrificed too much. Failing this task would make them no better than useless. Even if our opponents are only junior beast warriors, we won't back down because we have faith, the 3 shouted in unison, their morale high. Jiang Ge, we'll hold off the beasts. We won't give them a chance. Other students echoed their support, united in their resolve. The tense atmosphere in the gymnasium grew as the beast warriors closed in. 100 meters, 90 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters, 40 meters. A steely determination flashed in Jiang Li's eyes. Now was the moment. D.
Jiang Li ruarat.
A purple lightning dragon surged forth, unstoppable, towards one of the beast warriors. It was a devastating, unparalleled strike that cleaved through the beasts in its path, silencing their roars. The attacked beast warrior desperately called for help, but against such a terrifying blow, he stood no chance. Li Zhong's face turned pale as he realized why the previous beast warriors had been so powerless. Even he felt a chill facing such an attack. He watched in horror as the beast warrior's body was split in 2, the final strike of Jiang Li's thunderclap triple slash sealing the fate of the battle. Jiang Li stood there, the gentle breeze rustling his hair, his long blade stained with blood, a streak of it still marking his face, making him look even more heroic. Li Zhong roared towards the sky, his voice filled with rage and helplessness. Jiang Li, I will make you pay. His anger burned uncontrollably. A mission that had seemed like a sure victory had turned disastrous due to his mistake, leading to the deaths of many beast warriors. He knew well that he would face Zhao Lian's wrath upon returning. The thought of the impending punishment sent a shiver down his spine. His only hope now was to correct his error, offering a slim chance of survival. Suddenly, Li Zhong's head morphed into that of a ferocious tiger, his clothes tearing apart as his muscles bulged, and his hands and feet transformed into sharp claws that gleamed menacingly. In an instant, he became a massive tiger-headed beast, embodying the bloodline of a fierce tiger, a top-tier entity among beast warriors. Jiang Li felt an overwhelming pressure unlike any he had encountered before. Taking a deep breath, his eyes burned with unyielding battle spirit. Come on, let me find my limits, he shouted, brandishing his blade to block Li Zhong's fierce attack, his swift movements leaving a human-sized crater behind. Li Zhong sneered. What's the matter? Not up to the task? Don't think you can escape, coward. His blood boiled, his muscles wrapped in a crimson hue. 3 other beast warriors attempted to join the fray, but were intercepted by Wang Daoyuan and his comrades. Trash, I'm your opponent. The beast warriors, infuriated, turned their attention to the trio. The surrounding area cleared, leaving only Jiang Li and Li Zhong locked in a deadly duel. Li Zhong taunted, coward, stop hiding, show your courage. His attacks were devastating, each strike creating a deep pit. If Jiang Li were hit, he would be severely injured, and his armor offered little protection. Yet, Jiang Li remained calm, his eyes reflecting a serene composure. He possessed an innate combat intuition and exceptional mastery of fighting techniques. Li Zhong's attacks barely grazed him, fueling Li Zhong's fury. Another flash of the blade cut a new wound, but Li Zhong's muscles contracted, healing the injury instantly, leaving him unfazed. Coward, let me teach you a lesson, he laughed maniacally, the onlookers' faces paling at the sight of such a formidable opponent. However, Li Zhong's inner anxiety grew. Despite the beast warrior's powerful regenerative abilities, It required consuming a vast amount of vitality. At this rate, he would soon deplete his reserves. His worry deepened. Jiang Li's keen observational skills immediately detected a breakthrough opportunity. Thunderous triple slash, third technique. This strike was incredibly powerful, capable of instantly defeating a typical junior warrior. Li Zhong's blood surged within him, and a faint, blood-colored shield enveloped his right arm. Although as a beast warrior he couldn't perform human combat techniques, some beast warriors inherited innate abilities from fierce beasts that rivaled such techniques. Despite the ferocity of Jiang Li's attack, it failed to secure victory. It only left a deep, bone-revealing wound on Li Zhong's right arm without severing it. A flicker of disappointment crossed Jiang Li's eyes. This had been an excellent opportunity, yet he hadn't managed to gain a decisive advantage. Li Zhong was utterly enraged. His taut muscles halted the bleeding from his wound, and his cold gaze swept around before finally locking onto Su Yeye. His senses were exceptionally sharp during battle, and he had clearly noticed Su Yeye's unusual attention toward Jiang Li. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he stomped the ground and shot towards Su Yeye like a cannonball. His intent was unmistakably clear. Little one, there's no use hiding anymore. In an instant, Jiang Li's expression changed dramatically, and white frost began to gather in his hands. He finally unleashed his hidden ace, Frost Palm, at its perfected level. After Jiang Li successfully mastered the Frost Palm technique to perfection, he kept it as his trump card. During the ferocious beast riot, he sensed the presence of a hidden beast warrior, prompting him to hold back this powerful move. Initially, he planned to use the Frost Palm and Thunder Triple Slash to settle the score with Li Zhong. However, circumstances forced him to reveal his plan prematurely. Li Zhong, exuding a menacing aura, charged at Su Yeye, turning the beasts in his path into bloody pulp. Seeing Jiang Li's anxious expression, Li Zhong felt elated. Getting nervous, are we? Good. I've had enough. He roared towards the sky, his beastly howl echoing thunderously. Under this immense pressure, Su Yeye and the students were paralyzed with fear, realizing they stood no chance against such a formidable beast warrior. Su Xingqian was desperate to save Su Yeye but found himself helpless, watching in agony as his sister faced imminent danger. At this critical moment, Jiang Li, with agile movements, had already formed a layer of frost on his left hand, emitting a chilling aura. Although the Frost Palm was not as powerful as the Thunder Triple Slash, its unique effects made Jiang Li regard it as his secret weapon. A single strike could immobilize Li Zhong for a brief moment, short, yet enough to determine life and death. Despite being forced to use it earlier than planned, Jiang Li felt no regret. Su Yeye had gifted him the Frost Palm, and today, he was using it to save her, good deeds repaying good deeds. Jiang Li's Frost Palm struck Li Zhong's right claw, freezing it instantly. Li Zhong was taken aback, not expecting Jiang Li to have such a trump card. He felt his right claw go numb, and the thought of being hit in a vital spot, potentially paralyzing him, sent a shiver down his spine. However, Li Zhong quickly shifted to a sinister grin. Having discovered Jiang Li's trump card, he was now on guard and could counter it. He could still use the other students to force Jiang Li into a direct confrontation. Laughing maniacally, he showed no concern over his frozen claw, believing he had found Jiang Li's weakness. Confident in a head-on clash, he was unafraid of Jiang Li. With a cold sneer, Li Zhong swung his right leg, striking Jiang Li's blade fiercely. Jiang Li staggered back, leaving deep marks on the ground. Immediately, his blade shattered. Given the prolonged combat, it was only a matter of time before the C-grade battle knife broke. The emotions of Xikong Yang and his companions surged wildly with Jiang Li's actions, like a roller coaster ride. Jiang Li gripped his broken sword tightly, facing Li Zhong with unwavering courage. Despite being injured in the fierce confrontation, he did not retreat. Li Zhong's voice was filled with madness and brutality as he issued threats, but Jiang Li remained silent, his eyes shining with determination and resolve. Under the tearful gaze of Su Yeye and the others, Jiang Li charged at Li Zhong without hesitation. His eyes burned with the fire of battle, and even without his trump card, he showed no fear. Roaring in his heart, he swung his broken sword, unleashing a powerful slash that sent lightning dragons in a triangular formation toward Li Zhong, while the power of frost gathered in his left palm and struck out fiercely. Jiang Li gave it his all, his momentum overwhelming, making his opponent tremble with fear. Li Zhong cursed angrily as his body swelled again, towering like a small mountain. He was no ordinary mid-level warlord. In this state, he could strike fear into even high-level warlords. Under the relentless assault of the lightning dragons, Li Zhong's body was covered in wounds, stained with blood, and the power of frost seemed to affect his movements. However, Jiang Li also suffered severe injuries, enduring Li Zhong's heavy blows, his left arm hanging limp and nearly broken, blood gushing from his mouth, and his clothes soaked in red. The crowd urged Jiang Li to flee, to abandon this seemingly unwinnable fight. But Jiang Li remained resolute, his fighting spirit high, his heart unyielding, entering a near-mad state. His entire being was filled with a peculiar power, as if guided by a mysterious will. At that moment, Jiang Li did not even notice that the beast pearl beside him was trembling slightly, seemingly activated by some force. Li Zhong felt an inexplicable fear grip his heart, not from Jiang Li, but from somewhere else. His eyes showed terror and unease. Jiang Li raised his sword high and let out a deafening roar, a bolt of lightning tearing through the night sky, causing Li Zhong to tremble uncontrollably. He wanted to counterattack but was bound by a powerful pressure, unable to move. To the onlookers, it seemed as if Li Zhong was stunned by Jiang Li's desperate strike, unable to mount an effective defense. Suddenly, a giant tiger head was raised high and then slammed heavily onto the ground, its eyes still glinting with fear. Everyone was stunned, finding it hard to believe. Such a powerful Li Zhong had been defeated by Jiang Li. In the distant starry sky, the sacred Fall Pass stood tall, one of the 7 great passes of the human race. With countless stars as its foundation, the sprawling light paths formed a magnificent and grand protective barrier. In the boundless expanse of the cosmos, a breathtaking battle is unfolding. The most captivating sight is a majestic and imposing divine gateway, standing tall amidst the celestial barrier, exuding an aura of ancient timelessness. Atop this divine gateway, a figure clad in black and white stands unwavering, gazing down at the myriad stars. Zhang Fan and Mu Hanmei gaze in awe at the spectacular scene before them. Suddenly, the 10,000 Beasts Pearl emits a tremor. Mu Hanmei is the first to sense the anomaly, her eyes sparkling with surprise. A wave of doubt surges in her heart. Could it be that the 10,000 Beasts Pearl has truly been activated? Zhang Fan and Mu Han exchanged a glance, their hearts deeply shaken, and an uncontrollable aura surged from within them, making the stars seem to tremble. The scene drew the attention of the many powerful beings at Shengyan Pass. They looked at the 2 dazzling figures with curiosity. Since these 2 had taken charge of Shengyan Pass, they had never shown such emotions. Could there be a change in the battle ahead? Many speculated but dared not ask, for the supreme beings controlled the entire situation, and they only needed to focus on their own duties. Zhang Fan's eyes flickered with doubt, and he finally couldn't help but speak. The Myriad Beast Pearl. We obtained it from the battlefield of myriads in our 3rd life. It's crucial for our human race. Although it never acknowledged us, we left it to Lear, hoping for his safety. Now, has Lear actually gained its recognition? In truth, the name Myriad Beast Pearl was something they had come up with casually. They didn't know its real name. After obtaining the treasure, they studied it for thousands of years, only scratching the surface and failing to fully understand it. Confirming it was safe, they had given it to Jiang Li as a birthday gift. Mu Han frowned and said, "Brother Fan, you have the immortal star body, and I have the green lotus sword body, both top-ranked physiques in the heavens, yet we couldn't gain the Myriad Beast Pearl's recognition. Could we have been mistaken? Is Lear not a waste body but possesses an even more powerful physique than us?" They began to feel a surge of excitement. Who wouldn't want their child to be a prodigy? But soon, the excitement was quenched. If that's the case, I'd rather Lear be a waste body. In this era, such a supreme physique might struggle to grow, lacking sufficient time. Seeing his wife's sorrowful expression, Zhang Fan gently comforted her. "Don't worry, Lear is destined for greatness. If he can leave our ancestral star, we have the means to protect him. Throughout history, the strongest have always risen from adversity. If Lear has such opportunities and talent, we will pave the way for him. If there's no time, we'll make time for him." As he spoke, a hint of killing intent flashed in Jiang Fan's eyes. They had once considered defeating Jiang Li, but such a talent was common in the universe and meaningless. Now, with Jiang Li's unknown physique and the recognition of the Myriad Beast Pearl, his potential had reached an unpredictable level, rendering their original plan obsolete. Mu Han nodded and continued, "Qingxue has already embarked on the path of the stars and is in intense training." Zhang Fan added, "Qingxue's talent is extraordinary. It's uncertain whether she is a contemporary genius or the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse." As Mu Hanmei's eyes twinkled with joy at the mention of Mu Qingxue, everyone believed that the Mu family had truly found a gem, praising the clan leader's discerning eye. Jiang Fan held his wife close, gently stroking her silky black hair, and thought to himself that perhaps the ultimate victor would be the Jiang family's treasure. Mu Hanmei expressed her discontent with a soft snort, making her stance clear. Qingxue's love for Lear was touching. Before leaving their home planet, she was determined to arrange everything to ensure Lear's safety, allowing them to fight with peace of mind. Once Lear embarked on his journey through the stars, they would verify everything once more. After their discussion, they buried their longing deep within their hearts. The passage of time on their home planet differed from that of the universe. They hadn't seen their sun in years. Amidst the ruins of the Nanhua City training base, when Jiang Li decapitated Li Zhong with a single strike, everyone was stunned. High above, two cold, black armored figures gradually vanished, as if they had never existed. Joy flickered in the eyes of Wang Daoyuan and the others. Brother Jiang did it. He actually did it. He turned the tides in an extreme battle, defeating a mid-level war general. Brother Jiang, you're my hero. The crowd cheered inwardly, feeling a surge of new strength. The power of hope. Kill. We can survive this. Hold on. Victory is within reach. Su Ye's eyes were blurred with tears. The scene of Jiang Li fighting desperately to protect her forever etched in her memory. Jiang Li, you big fool. The students' morale soared, and they shouted in unison. Meanwhile, the three beast warriors' faces were filled with terror. If even someone as powerful as Li Zhong was defeated by Jiang Li, what chance did they stand? Despite their numerous injuries and struggling to hold their ground as high-level warriors against the beast warriors, the situation was dire. Without the support of their classmates, they might have already perished. Seeing the beast warriors attempting to flee, the three couldn't let them escape so easily. Wang Daoyuan's face twisted with rage as he shouted, "You've bullied me for too long. Now you want to run? Stop. Don't think you can escape." Jiang Li swung his broken blade, its silver light wrapping around the beast warriors. Su Xingqian and Wei Zihong fought with equal ferocity, attacking with all their might. Jiang Li, nearing his limit and covered in blood, gripped his broken blade tightly and charged at the remaining beast warriors with a cold, determined expression. D. His final roar echoed in his mind. With a crack, the broken blade shattered in the thunderous clash, ending the life of the C-grade alloy warblade. The three beast warriors attempted to escape but were stopped by Jiang Li. With the death of the last beast warrior, the once rampaging beasts gradually calmed down, and the Federation regained control. The students stood in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. The joy of victory surged through their hearts, tears of emotion glistening in their eyes. Everyone was moved to the point of tears. They had done it. The victory was theirs. The overwhelming sense of joy flooded everyone's gaze, as if it were painting the entire world in the colors of happiness. The young warriors had faced brutal and arduous battles, yet they persevered until the end, showcasing their unyielding spirit. It was all worth it. All eyes were fixed on the blood-stained figure, filled with gratitude and reverence.
Jiang Li.
At this moment, Jiang Li became the hero in everyone's heart. He deserved this honor. Suddenly, a gasp rippled through the crowd. Brother Jiang, Brother Jiang. The brave and fearless figure began to waver, as if he might collapse at any moment. Jiang Li's vision blurred, clouded by the crimson haze. Through the haze, he could just make out three beast warriors fallen, with Wang Daoyuan and two others slumped on the ground. All the fierce beasts had ceased their attacks, becoming docile and harmless. Students threw down their swords and knives, their cheers deafening, mixed with faint sobs. Then, a chorus of exclamations rose, as if someone was rushing towards him. He was soon enveloped in a warm embrace. It felt like Yeya. She was always so dependable. Finally, his consciousness started to fade, a wave of immense fatigue crashing over him, as if a massive weight were pressing down on him, and something seemed to be calling him. His chest burned unbearably, and his awareness gradually slipped away. Could it be that the black pearl left by his parents was taking effect? Jiang Li's consciousness began to fade. Meanwhile, in the control room, chaos erupted. At the moment Jiang Li severed Li Zhong's head, Zhao Lian was so furious that his teeth ground together audibly. Useless. All of them. Useless. How dare they put on airs? Now look at them, suffering the consequences. That worthless fool died and ruined my grand plan. He was so enraged that he wanted to drag Li Zhong's corpse up just to beat it again. His fury and violent aura swept through the control room, making the beast tamers behind him tremble with fear. Zhao Lian was no ordinary beast tamer. He was destined to become a Red Elder, having fused with the bloodline of the royal-class ferocious beast, the purple-eyed flying wolf, giving him the power to command so many beast tamers. As Zhao Lian raged, Xikong Yang was all smiles, watching Jiang Li's display of tenacity and bravery with eyes full of admiration. Well done, Jiang Li. Everyone from Nanha City was thrilled. This incredible turnaround from an impossible situation left them in awe. Such a performance from an 18-year-old boy earned their utmost respect, especially from Principal Feng Buping of No. 1 High School, who laughed heartily. This is a student of No. 1 High School. See, Jiang Li is our genius. Meanwhile, Principal Jiang Taihe of No. 2 High School was green with envy and regret, wishing he had insisted on recruiting Jiang Li during the last competition. Another familiar face, Wu Wei, the head coach of Kangman, was already overwhelmed by shock. Despite his frequent interactions with Jiang Li, he hadn't anticipated the boy would be so wildly unrestrained. Sect Master, Jiang Li is even more formidable than you imagined, he thought, eager to relay the news to the Sect Master. However, the crisis wasn't over yet. Despite the students' remarkable comeback, 11 beast tamers still remained in the control room. The atmosphere was tense but cautious, with everyone's eyes fixed on Yang and Zhao Liyan, the key to victory. At this moment, Zhao Liyan lost his previous sly demeanor. The situation had spiraled out of his control, and he grew increasingly anxious, the purple beast markings on his face twisting and his savage aura intensifying. Yang, don't celebrate too soon. Do you think this is over just because that little brat won over there? Do you think I was playing games with you? Once I deal with you, I'll handle that troublemaker, and the result will be the same, Zhao Liyan roared. Sensing Zhao Liyan's rising murderous intent, the beast warriors behind him readied for battle. The control room turned into a scene of chaos, with all sorts of bizarre half-human, half-beast creatures appearing. At the same time, Yang's aura also exploded, dominating the room. Everyone felt the temperature rise as a wave of heat spread out. Yang had fully recovered to his peak state. Zhao Liyan, did you think I was just stalling? Yang's eyes were filled with mockery. Long before, he had secretly taken a precious elixir from the sword bearers, and his injuries had already healed. In this intense showdown, the sword bearers had already developed internal detection methods to ensure there were no beast warriors among them. Yang exuded an overwhelming aura, firmly controlling Zhao Liyan and displaying unmatched strength. Although his words carried a hint of bluff, in reality, he didn't bring the detection methods with him because they were too precious. However, with his deep understanding of the beast cult, he keenly sensed that it was almost impossible for there to be any other beast warriors present. The morale in Nanha City soared, and without any lingering worries, the people's hostility towards beast warriors escalated. Both sides were ready for a fight to the death, with no room for retreat. Upon hearing Yang's words, Zhao Liyan's face changed dramatically because what Yang said was true. There was indeed no second beast warrior among them. Arranging beast warriors was no easy task. Their auras would always differ to some extent and couldn't be inserted as easily as picking vegetables. Therefore, most beast warriors tried to avoid contact with others, and only those who had awakened the talent for concealment would be quietly placed in key positions within the Federation. Resolute to test his skills, Zhao Liyan unhesitatingly confronted all the beast warriors and targeted Yang. However, his heart was filled with dread, as even he had to admit Yang's strength, knowing he was no match. In a moment of crisis, he cried out for help, and several beast masters rushed to his aid, attacking Yang together. Yang smirked disdainfully, hinting to Zhao Liyan that there might have been a glimmer of hope earlier, but now there was none left. His body surged with terrifying flames, showcasing the blood resonance attribute of a war general, yet he had already reached the level of a war king, making his power even more formidable. As the fierce battle raged on, the control room turned into a ruin. The mere shockwaves from Yang's combat were enough to make one's heart tremble. Flames erupted everywhere, creating massive craters. Zhao Liyan roared incessantly, his face adorned with glowing purple beast patterns, and his eyes emitted a violet light. Beams of purple energy shot towards Yang, but dissipated into nothingness under his crimson flame sword intent. The beast masters around him turned to ash one by one, and Zhao Liyan's face darkened with despair, leaving only a sense of self-pity. Seeing the fallen beast warriors, Zhao Liyan felt no compassion, only self-pity. He knew the tide had turned, and he was incapable of continuing the fight. Quickly contemplating his next move, Zhao Liyan saw Yang launching another attack. He grabbed the last beast master beside him and hurled him towards Yang, retreating swiftly and covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Unwilling to back down, he shouted at Yang, "Just wait, I won't let this go." Killing intent surged in Yang's eyes as he roared back, "Trying to flee? Then face this sword." A terrifying crimson sword energy rapidly condensed and shot towards Zhao Liyan. With a thunderous explosion, the sword energy struck, nearly cleaving Zhao Liyan in half. Yet, somehow, his speed increased, and in a flash, he disappeared into the distant horizon. Yang's figure wavered, his heart filled with anger and the urge to pursue, but his eyes reflected hesitation and helplessness. After a moment of deliberation, he ultimately decided to abandon the plan to chase Zhao Liyan. The fierce battle on the battlefield continued, with the 5 leaders each facing off against a beast master. They resolved to deal with their immediate enemies first before taking further action. With Yang now free to act, the entire situation became much simpler. The beast warriors cursed desperately, "Zhao Liyan, you've gone mad." One after another, they fell, their screams echoing in the chaos. Though the flames of war still burned, the turmoil caused by the cult of 10,000 beasts finally began to subside, and Nanha City emerged victorious. However, the cost was enormous. The control room was a scene of carnage, and the students suffered heavy casualties. This tragedy was destined to be an irreparable loss. Yang took a deep breath and ordered in a somber tone, "Send a team immediately to assist the examination students, tally the casualties, and lock down the information." Yes, sword-bearer, his subordinates responded in unison. A trace of worry flickered in Sikong Yang's eyes. This was not the first time such a massacre had occurred, and the cruelty of the cult of 10,000 beasts far exceeded the Federation's imagination. Fortunately, Jiang Li and his team had managed to defuse the crisis and minimize the casualties. Pondering this, everyone felt uneasy. What had become of Jiang Li? None of them knew that Jiang Li's consciousness had entered a mysterious realm. They only saw him collapse and lie motionless. If Jiang Li were to fail, the loss of such an exceptional talent would be a tremendous blow to humanity. As the crowd flocked to the ruins, Zhao Lian staggered out from the depths of the wilderness. His body was riddled with bloody wounds, a gaping gash nearly splitting him in two. He coughed, recalling Sikong Yang's vicious strike, still shaken by the memory. Anger blazed in his eyes. Had he not used a secret technique, he would have been obliterated by Sikong Yang's sword. Summoning all his internal energy, Zhao Lian willed his flesh to regenerate, slowly knitting together his torn body. After a long while, his injuries showed signs of improvement, and he exhaled a breath of relief, his eyes devoid of any hint of defeat. Sikong Yang would not go unpunished for this. Zhao Lian smirked coldly, relishing the thought. Playing dumb, currying favor, and not revealing his true strength. These would all come back to haunt Sikong Yang. However, Jiang Li's prowess deeply unsettled him. Even in the entire southern region, Jiang Li was a force to be reckoned with. Thinking of Jiang Li, Zhao Lian's expression darkened. Everything had spiraled out of his control. He decided to leave it to the assassination unit. He had no time to deal with it himself. He needed to quickly ascend to the rank of Red Elder. Sikong Yang would pay for today's enmity, sooner or later. The sword-bearer, huh? Zhao Lian snorted and vanished into the distance. He had only barely suppressed his injuries. Without timely treatment, his life was still in danger. Unaware of the battle in the control room and Zhao Lian's predicament, Jiang Li's vision gradually blurred, his consciousness seemingly pulled by some force, descending continuously. Until a certain moment, thud. With a muffled impact, as if breaking through some barrier, Jiang Li's awareness snapped back. He gasped for breath, the sensation of rebirth leaving him stunned. Opening his eyes, he was astonished to find himself surrounded by a blood-red expanse, entirely different from the ruins. His movements stirred the liquid, revealing he was in a river of blood, beast blood. Jiang Li looked around in shock. The blood river stretched endlessly, a terrifying sight formed from countless battles. Though he did not feel oppressed by the blood river, he could sense the extraordinary quality of the beast blood. King level? Emperor level? Or even god level? Perhaps beyond that? Staring at the blood-red sun overhead, Jiang Li's heart trembled. The sheer quality of the blood made his skin crawl. If not for the elimination of its ferocity, his soul might have already shattered. Jiang Li dared not ponder further, awestruck by the terrifying power of the unknown strong being who had created this. Jiang Li was tracking and hunting down powerful beasts when suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. A series of startling memories surfaced in his mind. Could this black jade bead be the legacy left by his parents? In an instant, scenes of blood splattering, the black jade bead trembling violently, and the indescribable fear in the eyes of the beast warriors before they were slain flashed through his mind. Jiang Li realized he was inside a mysterious space. Could this be the secret space of the black jade bead? He wondered. Was all of this the inheritance left by his parents? Jiang Li couldn't help but gasp, feeling his understanding of the world turn upside down. Although he had long suspected his parents were extraordinary, discovering they were legendary figures among the supreme powerhouses was beyond belief. He glanced at the blood-red sun in the sky, his throat tightening. Despite never having seen a god-level beast, he couldn't believe this blood came solely from such creatures. Otherwise, their home planet would have been on the brink of destruction long ago. He realized that even a drop of this blood was enough to instill fear in a beast warrior, as if a grandchild had met their ancestor. What Jiang Li didn't know was that this blood was obtained by Jiang Fan and his companion after countless perilous battles against formidable beings from various races, resulting in the terrifying scene before him. Hence, the jade bead was dubbed the Beast Pearl. These two old rogues, putting their son through such trials. Jiang Li was speechless, overwhelmed by a mix of shock and excitement. Anyone would lose their composure in such a situation. His reaction was a blend of calmness and exhilaration. His eyes sparkled with excitement, like a country boy discovering his parents were mightier than the world's richest person, eager to announce it to the world. However, he soon realized that despite their immense power, his parents had to leave him to face unknown challenges. The unknown hardships must have been extraordinarily difficult. Jiang Li understood, clenching his fists in silent resolve. After a moment, he took a deep breath, his eyes shining with determination. Without a doubt, having gone through the simulated trials, Jiang Li's will had become more resolute, and he had begun to develop the mindset of a true powerhouse. Great achievements are never born from ease. Just give me some time. Even just a little, he murmured to himself, his determination growing stronger, unshaken by the unknown fears. However, could this beast blood be directly absorbed? If possible, wouldn't his future be bright, his cultivation soaring? This thought crossed Jiang Li's mind, but he quickly shook his head. Forget about the blood-red sun in the sky. Even the river of blood before him was beyond his current capacity. Any drop of this blood could tear apart his warrior-level body. He would need to reach at least the level of a battle king, or even a battle emperor to attempt absorbing this blood.
Jiang Li pundarat.
How to proceed would require careful exploration. After all, the treasure mountain was right here, and wouldn't vanish easily. Jiang Li temporarily set aside the questions swirling in his mind, his newly awakened consciousness overwhelmed by the scene before him. Yet, the mysterious allure grew even stronger, as if urging him onward. Could his parents have left something important for him? Curiosity surged within Jiang Li. Unbeknownst to him, his parents never intended for him to embark on the path of cultivation. The blood was casually placed in the myriad beast pearl, slightly modified to protect Jiang Li in times of mortal danger. Only Jiang Li could sense this unknown call. Jiang Fan and Mu Han, despite thousands of years of research, had never detected it, viewing the myriad beast pearl merely as an ordinary storage artifact. Unaware of these details, Jiang Li followed the river of blood, swimming toward the source of the mysterious summons. What could it be? Could it be more astonishing than the terrifying river of blood itself? Anticipation began to fill Jiang Li's heart. Jiang Li's heart brimmed with anticipation for the mysterious call, as if this feeling was the most precious legacy left to him by his parents. Following the summons, he began to explore ahead. The river of blood parted before him, releasing immense energy that filled Jiang Li with excitement. He longed to physically enter this realm. Just immersing in it was enough to benefit him greatly, feeling the surge of vitality. Although he realized he was currently in soul form and his real body might still be asleep, he sensed a safe atmosphere around him, so he wasn't anxious. Jiang Li swam forward with focus, surrounded by a blood-red hue that mirrored his soul's fervor. He couldn't gauge how long he had been swimming, only feeling that he was getting closer to his goal. Suddenly, when he could barely endure the overwhelming redness, the energy peaked. The blood-red world started to tremble, and even the blood-red sun in the sky quivered, as if encountering a fearsome presence. Despite being devoid of consciousness, it exuded an aura of dread. In Jiang Li's astonished gaze, a colossal gate appeared high above, an ancient stone door that seemed to exist eternally, standing silently, oppressing the entire world. As the giant gate fully manifested, the blood-red world gradually calmed down. Jiang Li's throat involuntarily moved, and what shocked him more were the carvings on the door, lifelike and depicting a mysterious and fantastical world. A golden-winged rock sweeping across thousands of miles, only to be shot down by a mighty archer. A demonic dragon wreaking havoc, ultimately annihilated. A three-eyed race reigning supreme, yet cast down from their divine thrones. Winged cannibalistic beings rampaging wildly, but fixed in the void until they weathered away. Scene after scene flashed before Jiang Li's eyes. Those thrilling battles and the majesty of supreme beings made his blood boil. This was the true land of cultivation. Jiang Li eagerly wished to step into this powerful world. Was there another world behind the door? If he opened it, would it mean he could enter? Excitement surged within him, but he hesitated. What about the situation on his ancestral star? It seemed there was nothing worth his concern. Although some figures flashed in his mind, these distractions didn't affect him. With the appearance of the colossal gate, he felt his soul being drawn upwards, accelerating. Soon, he stood before the giant gate, the grandeur even more palpable. Jiang Li was in awe. This wasn't just colossal, it was beyond comprehension. Despite feeling his own insignificance, Jiang Li wasn't disheartened. He was filled with confidence. Jiang Li received a gift from his parents, which left him a bit flustered. Nevertheless, he resolutely decided to use his mind to communicate with the giant door, attempting to uncover the mysteries behind it. In such a situation, anyone would be filled with curiosity. A buzzing sound emerged as the door started to tremble, revealing a slight gap. This wasn't a display of Jiang Li's soul power but a unique resonance, like a lever prying open the door. Blushing, Jiang Li exerted all his strength but couldn't push the door further open. Through the gap, he glimpsed a staircase leading to heaven. Panting heavily, he collapsed to the ground. Using his soul's power to resonate with the door was incredibly exhausting. He felt 100 times more fatigued than after his intense battle with Li Zhongda. Jiang Li felt helpless, as if he could see his parents secretly laughing. Since childhood, his parents loved to play tricks on him, making him feel like a pawn in their pranks. Leaning against the giant door, feeling utterly boneless, Jiang Li realized he couldn't open it. Not yet. His soul power was far from sufficient. He wished his soul could be stronger. Just as he had this thought, the door gently shook, and a golden rain of light showered down, making Jiang Li feel comfortable. His soul was restored, the sense of fragility vanished, and his soul began to grow stronger. The golden rain integrated into his body, doubling the strength of his soul. Jiang Li felt the comfort spreading through his body, and although he hadn't regained full consciousness, he knew that the doubling of his soul power was a form of transformation. Normally, Jiang Li might have tried again to push the door open, but at this moment, he was paralyzed by the information flooding his mind. A mysterious cultivation method called ascending the heavenly gate emerged in his thoughts. Jiang Li slowly recited these 3 words, sensing the profound and immense power within them. The reason for his shock was that this cultivation method wasn't about refining blood and energy but a terrifying technique for cultivating the soul. The concept of soul cultivation left Jiang Li utterly perplexed. This method was undoubtedly an earth-shattering secret capable of turning the world upside down. Jiang Li couldn't help but gasp. The significance of this secret art was beyond measure. Standing before the heavenly gate, Jiang Li couldn't help but feel a sense of mystery and curiosity. What connection did this enormous gate have with the scene before him? Could opening it reveal some extraordinary cultivation techniques? These speculations filled Jiang Li with longing. He was eager to discover what lay beyond the gate. Although he knew the miraculous shower of light he just experienced wasn't something that happened every time the gate was opened, he was still determined to try again. As he prepared to delve deeper into the mystery of the heavenly gate, a powerful force suddenly pulled at him, making his soul feel heavy. Jiang Li felt a bit confused, but quickly realized he was about to wake up. He understood that with his current soul strength, he couldn't fully sustain his soul form. It seemed he had reached some kind of limit. Glancing around at the blood-red world and the mysterious giant gate with a hint of regret, he acknowledged that this was a realm beyond his current reach. However, the experience was not without its rewards. At the very least, his soul strength had doubled, and he had learned the mysterious technique of the heavenly gate. With the knowledge in hand, there was no need to rush. He decided to let go and go with the flow. His soul form began to dissipate, sinking into a state of illusion. In the real world, Jiang Li's eyelids started to twitch. Finally, he opened his eyes and woke up. In a special ward at the Central Hospital of Nanhe City, 3 young men, Wang Daoyuan, Su Xingchen, and Wei Zihong, were engrossed in a game of Do Di Zhu, a popular Chinese card game. Wang Daoyuan, brimming with confidence, played his cards with the air of a true landlord. However, Su Xingchen sneered and played a higher card, humiliating Wang Daoyuan. Wei Zihong then casually followed suit, systematically defeating Wang Daoyuan. Feeling a bit dejected and realizing his card skills hadn't improved, Wang Daoyuan was teased by the others and could only lie back on his bed, pretending not to care. The scene of these young men playing cards in a special ward was somewhat comical. 3 days prior, they had engaged in a fierce battle with a junior-level beast warrior, emerging with numerous injuries. As a result, they, along with Jiang Li, were admitted to the hospital's special ward. Wang Daoyuan asked why Jiang Li hadn't woken up yet. The doctor explained that Jiang Li needed time to recover. Although his physical wounds were healing quickly, his consciousness still needed time to awaken. The 3 of them vividly remembered the heroic battle. As night fell, Jiang Li had sacrificed himself to save everyone but ended up in a coma. Suddenly, Wei Zihong voiced his concern about whether Jiang Li would ever wake up, prompting immediate scolding from the others. Su Yaya, who had been keeping vigil by Jiang Li's bedside, was filled with worry. Suddenly, Jiang Li's fingers twitched slightly, catching everyone's attention. Slowly, Jiang Li opened his eyes, looking slightly confused as he asked where he was. It didn't take long for him to piece together his memories of the recent events. Recalling the ambush by 11 beast tamers, he felt a chill of fear, but was relieved that only the beast warrior Li Zhong had shown up. Su Yaya ushered everyone out of the ward to let Jiang Li rest quietly. Jiang Li, feeling the changes within his body, struggled to control his emotions. He requested that the others notify Brother Sikong and the heads of the 5 great schools, insisting that he stay by Jiang Li's side. The group nodded in agreement and left to carry out their tasks. In the hospital room, Wang Daoyuan and his companions gently closed the door. Jiang Li finally couldn't resist feeling the surging energy coursing through his body. It was as if a mighty river was flowing within him. He felt his energy undergoing a remarkable transformation in purity. This sensation wasn't unfamiliar. When he had ascended from a quasi-warrior to a full-fledged warrior, his energy had significantly purified. It was common knowledge that every breakthrough in one's level came with a qualitative change in energy, making it purer and allowing one unit of energy to exert the power of 2. But the puzzling part was that he was still at the peak of the warrior level and hadn't yet broken through to the warlord level. Why was his energy undergoing such a qualitative change now? Jiang Li was filled with both joy and confusion. Then, it dawned on him. His soul. Yes, the strength of his soul in the blood world had doubled, and he hadn't anticipated that a stronger soul would directly impact his energy. He became increasingly convinced of this as his energy's purity surged dramatically. His previously weakened body fully recovered under the purification of this energy, absorbing some mysterious force and becoming even purer, culminating in a qualitative change. His energy had reached twice its original purity, perfectly matching the increase in his soul's strength. Feeling the immense power within him, Jiang Li was astonished. This level of energy purity was almost comparable to that of a warlord. Despite having an energy value of only around 500 calories, he had the strength to be considered a quasi-warlord. When he eventually broke through to the warlord level, his energy purity would ascend even further. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with excitement, understanding what this meant. From now on, even without relying on any combat skills or techniques, he could easily crush his opponents and win against those with the same energy level. Having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, he had never encountered any method in textbooks that could enhance energy purity apart from level breakthroughs. There might be other methods, but they were undoubtedly rare. If he had possessed such energy purity 3 days ago, he wouldn't have found himself in such a dire situation. Jiang Li felt a tinge of regret. If he were to face Li Zhong again, he might not win easily, but he could defeat his opponent without relying on the 10,000 Beasts Pearl. In just 3 days of lying in the hospital bed, Jiang Li's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. If anyone found out, they would probably exclaim that he was a monster. Jiang Li felt satisfied, knowing he hadn't wasted his 3 days in the blood world. Just thinking about the exaggerated scenes and the giant gate still sent shivers down his spine. Jiang Li touched the black jade bead hanging around his neck, feeling a noticeable difference. It used to be just an ornament, but now he could sense a faint yet close connection. Although weak, it was incredibly tight. He tried to communicate with the 10,000 Beast Pearl but failed. The reason was simple. His soul strength wasn't sufficient. It seemed he would have to work even harder on cultivating the Ascension Gate in the future. Jiang Li had already elevated the importance of the Ascension Gate significantly. Even if he couldn't use it to unlock the black jade bead or push open the giant gate, he was determined to give it his all. Jiang Li was relentless on his path of cultivation. His goal wasn't just to strengthen his soul. He also sought the pure and clear qi and blood, which provided him with boundless motivation. The thought of a more powerful soul in the future filled him with overwhelming excitement. He knew that if his soul could continue to grow stronger, facing higher-level challenges would become a breeze. This idea infused Jiang Li with confidence and determination. He began meticulously studying the cultivation methods of the Heaven Ascension Gate. But as he delved into the content, he was utterly stunned. My goodness, this secret technique had no upper limit? He could barely hold back a shout of surprise. The secret manual of the Heaven Ascension Gate clearly recorded that with each successful layer of cultivation, the strength of one's soul would double. The first layer doubled the strength. The second layer quadrupled it. The third layer increased it 8-fold. Jiang Li's eyes gleamed with fervor as he realized this was a perfect match for his own 10,000-fold amplification system. Once he mastered the higher levels of the Heaven Ascension Gate, the sense of exhilaration would be beyond his imagination. Just as he was about to attempt his first cultivation, he heard a knock on the door. "Come in," Jiang Li paused and said. The door opened, and a group of people flooded into the room. Yang, holding a sword, along with the leaders of the 5 prestigious schools and Wang Daoyuan, instantly filled the previously empty hospital room. Jiang Li finally opened his eyes. Before him stood a young man in black armor, his face radiating a warm smile. Jiang Li suddenly realized that this was the legendary sword bearer. As Jiang Li discreetly observed him, he noticed that although the young man's aura seemed ordinary, the sudden surge of soul power made Jiang Li aware of the formidable strength hidden within him. Gratitude welled up inside Jiang Li, and he nodded politely. Just as he was about to get out of bed, Yang stopped him, and Su Yeye immediately helped Jiang Li sit up. To everyone present, Jiang Li had just undergone extreme exhaustion and was at his weakest. "Lord Sword Bearer, there's no need for such formality. My main purpose here is to meet our little hero in person," Yang said with a smile. He had only seen Jiang Li through a projection before, but now, seeing him awake and up close, Yang noticed the unique aura that Jiang Li exuded. Particularly, his deep, star-like black eyes revealed the unique traits of enhanced soul strength. Jiang Li humbly smiled, not giving much thought to his own actions. Yang gestured for everyone to sit down and then said to Jiang Li, "Just call me Yang. You may not realize it, but if you hadn't stopped the beast cult's madness, the consequences for the entire Federation would have been catastrophic." Jiang Li listened quietly without interrupting. Yang continued, "This simulation exam had a total of 62,317 participants, and 3,423 students lost their lives to the ferocious beasts and beast warriors. If you hadn't ultimately defeated all the beast warriors, all 60,000 plus examinees would have perished here, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. Even so, among the hundreds of mid-level incidents the beast cult has committed in recent years, this event is considered particularly heinous. Hearing these terrifying statistics, everyone present was stunned. 3,423 students, 3,423 lives vanished just like that. They should have been enjoying their youthful days, but their lives were prematurely taken, unable to experience the world's splendor. Jiang Li fell silent. At the time, he hadn't realized the severity of the situation, but now that it was over, the horror of it all began to sink in. He recalled Principal Feng Buping's angry expression when mentioning the beast cult, and a wave of understanding washed over him. The students who had experienced the crisis looked pale, their eyes filled with shock. Su Xingqian couldn't help but exclaim, "Hundreds of mid-level incidents? How is that possible? The Federation hasn't seen such bloodshed in decades." Her words immediately drew everyone's attention. The heads of the 5 prestigious schools were not unfamiliar with this, but Jiang Li and the others were puzzled. The news had only reported the Beast Warriors' attack on the Data Bureau, causing the deaths and injuries of a dozen citizens. Yet, the sword-bearer mentioned that this event, where thousands of students died, was merely a mid-level incident, and there had been hundreds of similar incidents in recent years. The people present felt their worldview beginning to collapse. They gradually realized that there could only be one possibility. Si Kongyang stood before the crowd, his gaze deeply connecting with each person. He knew this decision would change their lives forever. With unwavering resolve, he declared, "The Federation has been concealing these atrocities. Yes, it's exactly as you suspect. One of my reasons for being here is to ask you to help keep this secret. No matter what, it's our responsibility." His eyes were filled with determination and conviction as he looked at each of them. These ordinary students have already been forced to sign confidentiality agreements. While they will receive some compensation, make no mistake, hiding this truth is not necessarily a bad thing for the general public of the Federation. Si Kongyang sighed softly. He knew this decision was unpopular, but it was for the peace and stability of society as a whole. The Federation's top officials have been debating whether to reveal this secret. Although they've chosen to keep it hidden for now, the calls for disclosure are growing louder, Si Kongyang continued. He stood on the side of truth, even if it meant facing more challenges and difficulties. Jiang Li listened to Si Kongyang's words, feeling a surge of irony. Have we been living in a false world all this time? He was filled with unease and anger, especially when he thought of those who had suffered at the hands of the cult. A wave of sorrow washed over him. This is a desperate measure. The Federation is too vast, and once exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable, Si Kongyang tried to explain. He knew the difficulty of this decision, but it was for the greater good of society. In the future, you may come to understand all of this, Si Kongyang concluded, leaving everyone in silence. Each person grappled with their own indescribable pain and sorrow, silently pondering everything. Jiang Li, you have made significant contributions to this event, and the Federation will reward you accordingly. Si Kongyang shifted the topic, bringing a slight relief to the atmosphere. Jiang Li felt a mix of anticipation and excitement, knowing this was recognition and reward for his efforts. You will receive a reward of 10 million Federation credits, and this is just the beginning. More rewards await you, Si Kongyang said with a smile, hoping this would bring Jiang Li some satisfaction and a sense of worth. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with light. He knew his efforts had not gone unnoticed, filling him with genuine happiness and contentment. Money. So much money. With this 10 million federal credits, reaching the war general level is now within sight. To Jiang Li, federal credits are practically synonymous with invincible power. Next, Si Kongyang revealed the second reward, a B-grade alloy battle knife. He explained that when he saw Jiang Li's battle knife shattered, he specially applied for this B-grade battle knife for him. With an adjusted alloy ratio, it is more durable and sturdy. Jiang Li's heart brimmed with joy. This reward was truly timely. A B-grade alloy battle knife is worth 10 million and can rival the equipment of a war general. More importantly, this knife has undergone special adjustments, making it even more valuable. This means Jiang Li won't need to change weapons before advancing to War King. He sincerely thanked Si Kongyang for his generosity and the invaluable help. Si Kongyang nodded slightly, looking very composed, as his efforts were finally recognized. The third reward was a B-grade alloy battle armor. Everyone was stunned. While 10 million federal credits and a B-grade alloy battle knife might only evoke envy, the B-grade alloy battle armor truly made their eyes green with jealousy. Armor is more valuable and rarer than weapons, usually available only through special channels. A good set of armor is crucial as it can save lives at critical moments. The heads of the 5 prestigious schools looked at the armor longingly, full of envy. The armor they were wearing was just second-hand B-grade, far inferior to the set Jiang Li now had. Jiang Li accepted the battle knife and armor, gently caressing them, feeling the cold texture, and couldn't put them down. The knife handle was pitch black, the blade had a silver sheen, exuding dominance. The armor was entirely black, adorned with golden patterns. If it weren't inconvenient at the moment, Jiang Li would have loved to try it on immediately. Without a doubt, with the B-grade alloy battle knife and B-grade alloy battle armor, Jiang Li's combat power would soar once again. He looked expectantly at Yang, eager to know what the fourth reward would be. The first three rewards were already so generous. What kind of surprise could the fourth one be? Yang didn't keep everyone waiting long. He gazed at the expectant faces and slowly announced, "The fourth reward is a B-level combat technique, the Thunder Annihilation Slash." A look of excitement flashed in Jiang Li's eyes. A B-level combat technique, and it was a blade technique he loved. Before Jiang Li could speak, Yang continued, "However, this is no ordinary B-level technique. In fact, the Thunder Annihilation Slash is originally an SS-level technique that has been divided into 4 parts to make it easier for practitioners to master gradually. What you're getting is just the first part of the SS-level technique, which is far more powerful than a typical B-level technique, but also more challenging to learn." Yang's eyes sparkled with amusement. This reward was specially arranged for Jiang Li. Your Thunder Triple Slash is actually a simplified version of the first part of Thunder Annihilation Slash. Mastering the perfect Thunder Triple Slash will make learning the first part of Thunder Annihilation Slash much easier. Jiang Li was stunned. The complete Thunder Annihilation Slash was an SS-level technique, something only godlike warriors could master. This was beyond his wildest expectations. He recalled his martial arts knowledge. Initially, when martial arts first emerged, there was no concept of subdividing advanced techniques. It was only later that people realized the difficulty of mastering S-level and above techniques, which only exceptionally gifted individuals could achieve. This led to the practice of subdividing techniques. An SS-level technique divided into 4 parts, with the difficulty increasing from B to A to S to SS. This way, even warriors could start learning the early stages of SS-level techniques, making the transition to the full SS-level technique much smoother. With this ingenious subdivision, the combat power of the Federation's elite had significantly increased. At this moment, the heads of the 5 prestigious academies were deeply shaken. They had spent 3 years in university and knew the implications. Although Jiang Li was only a warrior level, he had received the first part of the SS-level Thunder Annihilation Slash, applied for by the Swordbearer, showing how highly Jiang Li was regarded. In Yang's eyes, Jiang Li already possessed the potential of a war god. Ordinary B-level techniques were valued between 30 to 50 million, but the first part of Thunder Annihilation Slash was worth more than 50 million. Yang's move was a strong endorsement of Jiang Li. With this realization, Ning Jing and the others looked at Jiang Li with even more fervor, a single thought emerging in their minds: recruit Jiang Li to their school at all costs. The 5 of them exchanged glances, their eyes sparking with determination. Though Wang Daoyuan and the others didn't fully grasp the significance, they were awed by the series of shocks, feeling a surge of envy. They also received rewards, but compared to Jiang Li's, theirs paled in comparison. Even as children of noble families, obtaining such valuable resources was no easy feat. Jiang Li gratefully accepted the disc Yang handed him, fully aware of the reward's value. Yang encouraged him, "You are not far from reaching the warlord level. After you level up, diligently practice this technique. Aim to master it before becoming a war king. When you reach the war king level and obtain the second part of Thunder Annihilation Slash, it will be much easier." Jiang Li felt a wave of emotion wash over him as he listened. Deep down, Jiang Li really wanted to shout, "Before becoming a battle king, do you have the right to look down on me? I have exceptional combat skills." However, he understood Yang's well-intentioned advice and knew that the latter was worried about him aiming too high. So, he smiled and nodded to show his understanding. Jiang Li was deeply grateful for the meticulous arrangement of the 4 rewards. It was clear that these rewards were carefully considered and far from worthless. He knew that only by fully utilizing these resources could his strength experience an explosive growth. Yang nodded and then turned to address the audience. The last important matter, which everyone is concerned about, is the qualification for the Swordbearer assessment. He mentioned the names of Wang Daoyuan, Su Xingchen, and Wei Zihong. The 3 of them immediately sat up straight, feeling nervous. The identity of a Swordbearer was a coveted goal for countless young talents in the Federation. Yang acknowledged their outstanding performance during the Beast Tide crisis, successfully holding off Beast Warriors of Junior Battle General level as senior warriors, showcasing extraordinary potential. Although their current strength had not yet reached the standard to become Swordbearers, Yang decided to exempt them from the Swordbearer candidate assessment. Once they reached the Battle King level, they could directly apply to become 1-star Swordbearers. The selection process for Swordbearers is extremely rigorous, usually requiring a year-long observation period before one can formally apply. Only exceptional talents are qualified to enter. Even the lowest level, a 1-star Swordbearer, possesses the combat power of a Battle King. This meant that Wang Daoyuan and his companions were exempted from the year-long observation period, skipping the candidate phase. They only needed to meet the strength requirement to apply for Swordbearer tasks and become 1-star Swordbearers. The three were ecstatic and thanked in unison. Thank you, Sword-Bearer Master. Ning Jing and the others looked on with envy and jealousy. They had come to Nanha City with the goal of joining the Sword-Bearers, only to find that these three had already seized the opportunity. It was almost as if they had already stepped into the hall of the Sword-Bearers. Seeing the envious looks of the crowd, Sikong Yang smiled and said, "You five need not be envious. You have a share as well." He recognized Ning Jing and the others' contributions in the battle against the Beastmasters, proving that they had already met the minimum standards to become one-star sword-bearers, thus exempting them from the candidate process. They only needed to contact him and complete a one-star sword-bearer task to officially become one-star sword-bearers. This unexpected surprise left Ning Jing and the others somewhat taken aback. They exchanged glances, struggling to conceal their inner joy, and thanked in unison. "Thank you, Sword-Bearer Master." They hadn't expected that their involvement in the Beastmaster action would so quickly realize their original goal of coming to Nanha City to find the Sword-Bearers, and even exceed it. Initially, they thought they could only enter through a Sword-Bearer recommendation. They hadn't anticipated skipping the candidate process, saving an entire year of assessment time. This way, they might even become official Sword-Bearers before graduating in their senior year. With the resources of the Sword-Bearers, catching up to classmates who were once more talented than them would no longer be a dream. After all, while their talents were not the best among the 5 major schools, they were far from ordinary. Sikong Yang waved his hand dismissively and, with a gentle smile in response to Jiang Li's expectant gaze, said, "I won't forget you. Your performance has truly impressed me. If you wish to join the Sword-Bearers and reach the rank of Battle King, just come to me directly." As his words fell, the entire scene fell into a stunned silence. The previously excited group was left speechless. They exchanged bitter smiles, realizing how extraordinary Jiang Li's talents were. Sikong Yang's intentions were clear. Not only was he waiving Jiang Li's candidacy period for the Sword-Bearers, but also the tasks required to become a one-star sword-bearer. This showed how much importance Sikong Yang placed on Jiang Li. This was true genius. The group exchanged glances, all sharing the same resigned smile, but no one voiced any objections. Jiang Li's name was indeed well-deserved. Jiang Li couldn't hide his joy. He hadn't expected that the once distant dream of joining the Sword-Bearers was now within reach. Achieving the Battle King level wasn't an insurmountable task for him. "Thank you, Lord Sword-Bearer. It is an honor for me to join the Sword-Bearers," Jiang Li said respectfully. Sikong Yang nodded in satisfaction and casually briefed the group on some rules of the Sword-Bearers before turning to leave. His prolonged presence here already demonstrated his significant regard for Jiang Li. He also understood that the upcoming talent scramble among the heads of the 5 great schools would be intense, and his presence might become somewhat inconvenient. As Sikong Yang's figure receded into the distance, Ning Jing and the others gradually returned their gazes toward Jiang Li. A fervent excitement began to rise, and the look in their eyes, as if they wanted to devour him, made Jiang Li shiver instinctively, clutching his clothes tightly. "Oh my God, what do you all plan to do?" Jiang Li felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The eyes of the 5 people around him were fixed on him like hungry predators eyeing a prized possession, their intense gazes almost melting him on the spot. Wang Daoyuan and his companions couldn't help but furrow their brows, sensing a chill in the air. The attitudes of these officials were unusually fervent. Finally, Liang Wu broke the silence. As a military academy student, he was straightforward and candid. He addressed Jiang Li, "Hello. I'm Liang Wu from the 1st Military Academy, responsible for recruitment in Nanha City. Our academy is backed by the federal military, guaranteeing graduates high-ranking positions within the military. If you're determined to pursue a military career, the 1st Military Academy is your best choice. Additionally, I can secure a special scholarship of 30 million credits for you, which you'll receive upon enrollment." Liang Wu finished speaking with confidence, casting a glance around, certain that the offer he presented was exceptionally advantageous. The future for graduates of the 1st Military Academy was undoubtedly bright. Was there really any room for hesitation? He waited for Jiang Li's response, a slight smile playing on his lips. Before Jiang Li could reply, Tian Shang from the Imperial Martial Arts University scoffed, 30 million? Who are you kidding? Is that all the 1st Military Academy can offer? He turned to Jiang Li with a sly grin. "I'm Tian Shang. If you choose our Imperial Martial Arts University, you'll receive 40 million credits, directly deposited into your account. Plus, you'll have my full support at our school." Tian Shang's face was full of smugness, as if shouting, "I'm the best." Liang Wu's confident expression faltered, his earlier certainty now challenged. Hoping that Jiang Li had a special affinity for the military. Jiang Li's heart raced. 30 million. 40 million. If he could get his hands on such an amount, he'd swiftly rise to become a top-tier warrior. Even though the funds would be available only after enrollment, the offers were incredibly tempting. Who would turn down more money? On the home planet, federal credits were synonymous with resources. Wang Daoyuan and his 2 companions looked on enviously. They had already chosen their preferred schools and received various promises, but compared to the millions being offered to Jiang Li, their deal seemed insignificant. The three exchanged glances, speechless. Jiang Li wasn't in a hurry to make a decision. After all, there were still three other school representatives who hadn't spoken yet. He decided to hear all the options before making a choice. As expected, Yining Na from the United Martial Arts University smiled gently. Xiao Jiang, I'm Yining Na, but you can call me Sister Na. On behalf of the United Martial Arts University, I welcome you to join us. If you choose our school, I can secure a 50 million credit scholarship for you, plus an annual scholarship of 10 million credits. Her words left everyone gasping in shock. Such an astronomical scholarship was unheard of. Liang Wu and Tian Sheng both showed signs of defeat. The United Martial Arts University was indeed unparalleled in its wealth. The incredible offers left everyone astounded. Jiang Li remained silent, knowing he needed to choose carefully, as this decision would shape his future path. Yi Nina's eyes gleamed with a hint of pride. The United Martial Arts Academy had always offered top-notch benefits. She teased Jiang Li, Xiao Jiang, come and enjoy the feast your big sister has prepared for you. Jiang Li's breath quickened. The offer was indeed tempting. However, he forced himself to look towards Yuan Lei and Ning Jing, who still wore confident expressions. This gave Jiang Li a glimmer of anticipation. Yuan Lei introduced himself. Jiang Li, I'm Yuan Lei from the Thunderclap Martial Arts Academy. While our scholarship can't quite match that of the United Martial Arts Academy, I can offer up to 35 million in scholarship funds. But that's not all. His confident smile drew everyone's attention. What truly sets Thunderclap Academy apart is our complete SS rank combat technique, the Thunderclap Annihilation Strike. Although other swordmasters might also know this technique, obtaining it within our academy is much easier. If you join Thunderclap and later achieve the rank of Battle King, you'll receive the second part of the Thunderclap Annihilation Strike for free. His powerful words left the three representatives momentarily speechless. Even Yi Nina found herself at a loss for words. Money is important, but some resources can't be bought with it. The second part of the Thunderclap Annihilation Strike is an A-rank technique, the kind of resource that can't be purchased with federal currency. It requires a significant amount of contribution points to obtain, regardless of where you are. This is why many noble families send their children to prestigious martial arts schools or join larger organizations. A hint of regret flashed in the eyes of the three representatives. Faced with such an enticing offer, it seemed almost certain that Jiang Li would choose Thunderclap Martial Arts Academy. After all, who could resist the allure of an SS-rank combat technique? Jiang Li was on the verge of accepting the offer when Ning Jing from Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy could no longer hold back. Wait.
Jiang Li, I'm Ning Jing.
Listen to what Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy has to offer before you decide. Yuan Lei crossed his arms and sneered. What's there to hear? Can you offer the Thunderclap Annihilation Strike? His confidence was unwavering. Even if Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy had other SS-rank techniques, they couldn't compare to the allure of the Thunderclap Annihilation Strike. He declared, Jiang Li, you're already halfway to joining Thunderclap Martial Arts Academy. Ning Jing chuckled derisively. What a frog in a well. She continued, we can also offer a 35 million scholarship, and we have the Thunderclap Annihilation Strike as well. Moreover, Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy is famous for its beautiful women. If you join us, you'll outshine all other campus heartthrobs. Despite her gentle appearance, Ning Jing's words were straightforward and bold. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had long heard of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, his dream school, located in the provincial capital of Tiannan City, closest to his hometown of Nanhe City. Many students from the south aspired to attend Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. In the southern region, Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy held a local advantage, much like other prestigious schools in their respective areas. Initially, he had some regrets, but now that Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy could match Thunderclap's offer, the choice became clear. After living in Jiangnan province for 18 years, Jiang Li had become quite accustomed to its customs and culture. When he noticed Jiang Li making a move, Yuan Lei immediately grew anxious. He quickly said, Ning Jing, you can't use such underhanded tactics to steal people. Thunder Destruction Slash is clearly the top martial technique of our Leitang Martial Arts High School. How could Jiangnan Martial Arts High School possibly have it? Everyone looked puzzled after hearing this. Was Ning Jing lying? Doubt began to rise in Jiang Li's mind. He was eager to hear Ning Jing's explanation. However, Ning Jing remained unfazed. She glanced sideways at Yuan Lei and the others, calmly stating, it's understandable that you wouldn't know. After all, it's a disgrace for your school. A few years ago, an extraordinary genius named Mu Qingxue emerged from our Jiangnan Martial Arts High School. She defeated your school's genius in a wager match, making you lose face. Although this incident wasn't widely publicized, the fact that you lost several top-tier martial techniques is undeniable. If you don't believe me, you can go back and check. See if I'm lying. Ning Jing's eyes sparkled with pride. So, yes, our Jiangnan Martial Arts High School does indeed have Thunder Destruction Slash. Jiang Li had been listening attentively, but upon hearing Mu Qingshue's name, he seemed profoundly affected. Staring at Ning Jing with excitement, he asked, Senior Ning, is what you said about Mu Qingxue true? A strong urge surged within him to confirm everything. Was this really just a coincidence? Jiang Li's heart surged with emotion. After his aunt's departure, he had visited her former workplace to inquire about her whereabouts, but no one knew where she had gone. Now, with a clue about his aunt surfacing, how could he not be excited? Ning Jing was puzzled by Jiang Li's reaction, but patiently explained, yes, that extraordinary senior is Mu Qingxue. My mentor occasionally mentioned her. A few years ago, Jiangnan Martial Arts University saw the rise of this formidable figure, leaving other universities far behind. That period was a source of pride for our school. Yi Ningna frowned, still skeptical. If such a peerless talent existed, how could I not have heard of her? Someone capable of overshadowing geniuses from all universities would be highly valued. Logically, such a talent wouldn't remain unknown, yet none of the representatives from prestigious schools here have heard of her. Ning Jing, you need to be responsible about this. Don't make baseless claims. Misleading us is one thing, but jeopardizing Jiang Li's future would be a grave mistake. Ning Jing remained calm because she wasn't lying. I only heard about her from my mentor. For some reason, her feats were deliberately concealed, and few people know about her. I, Ning Jing, wouldn't fabricate information to recruit a genius and deceive you all. Besides, Jiang Li and I will sign a special admission contract, ensuring his development won't be hindered. After hearing this, the others refrained from further objections, realizing that Jiang Li's decision to choose Jiangnan Martial Arts University was almost certain. At this moment, Jiang Li concealed his excitement and feigned curiosity, asking, Senior Ning, do you know what Senior Mu looks like? He was eager to confirm if she was indeed his aunt. Ning Jing shook her head, indicating she didn't know. Her achievements were hidden, and I couldn't find anything in the library. Perhaps my mentor knows. You could ask her directly. Jiang Li felt a bit disappointed but persisted. Does Senior Mu have any distinctive features? This time, Ning Jing provided some useful information, her eyes gleaming with admiration. According to my mentor, she is extraordinarily beautiful and exudes a chilling aura, making it almost impossible for anyone to get within 3 meters of her. Ice cold all over. Jiang Li's heart skipped a beat. This description matched his aunt perfectly. Her body was always cold, and he often massaged her back, though it wasn't to the extent that no one could get within 3 meters of her. Coincidentally, this senior also seemed to be from Nanha City. Ning Jing suddenly realized and clapped her hands. This further confirms Jiang Li's suspicion. That unparalleled genius, Mu Qingxue, is very likely his aunt. He made up his mind. He had to go to Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Just this clue alone was enough, even if the conditions were slightly inferior. Besides, there was a generous scholarship and free exchange of resources upon reaching the level of a battle king, making it an undeniably advantageous choice. Ning Jing and Jiang Li were both from the same city, Nanha. This coincidence made Jiang Li suspicious. He didn't reveal his connection with Mu Qingxue, partly because it was just a guess, and partly because Mu's story had been covered up, leaving him uncertain whether it was good or bad. Hence, he chose to remain silent, though he was filled with curiosity about the extraordinary Mu Qingxue. Smiling, Jiang Li said, after careful consideration, I think Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy is more suitable for me. I hope the seniors can understand. Despite a hint of disappointment, the officials expressed their understanding, acknowledging that everyone has their own choices. Ning Jing, however, was exceptionally pleased, secretly rejoicing over Jiang Li's decision. She was thrilled to have successfully recruited such a rare talent. On the other hand, Yanina looked at Jiang Li with regret, shaking her head as she told him, Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy is not the best choice. You'll regret it in the future. She then turned away, leaving her words hanging in the air. Strong-willed by nature, Yanina felt a pang of resentment for not being able to win over Jiang Li, and her frustration was also aimed at provoking Ning Jing, intensifying the tension between them. Although Yanina's words had some truth, the decline of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy in recent years was undeniable. The once prestigious institution was now a shadow of its former self, lacking both resources and talent. Hearing this, Ning Jing's initial joy turned into a fiery rage, her fierce aura erupting like a tigress. She glared at Yanina, her tone carrying a dangerous edge as she blocked her path, resolute in her stance. Yanina, unwilling to back down, returned the glare, and the atmosphere grew tense, ready to explode. Others quickly stepped in to mediate. Tiansheng, acting as a peacemaker, said, This is Central Hospital, and Jiang Li just woke up. He needs peace. The recent interactions had only fueled their mutual dislike, now reaching a boiling point. Ning Jing's eyes were icy. Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy was her pride, and she wouldn't tolerate any insult. She demanded an apology from Yanina, threatening to silence her otherwise. Known for her decisiveness, Ning Jing's fierce reputation had earned the academy the nickname, the Lady Tyrant. Nina initially tried to argue, but as the intensity of their confrontation grew, she realized she was at a disadvantage. Liang Wu was shocked to discover that Ning Jing seemed to have reached the Battle King level, her talent surpassing theirs, and this crisis had propelled her breakthrough. Nina's face turned pale as she realized she was in a bad spot. Ning Jing began to count coldly. 3, 2. Nina finally conceded. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Ningna gritted her teeth and finally gave in to reality. Although she felt humiliated, it was better than getting beaten up by this female tyrant. Ning Jing smirked disdainfully and moved her long legs aside. If you knew this would happen, why did you speak out? Better to avoid a beating, she thought. Ningna clenched her fists, let out a cold snort, and turned to leave, burying her resentment deep within. The other three exchanged glances and smiled wryly, realizing it was pointless to stay any longer since Jiang Li was beyond saving. Remember, you three need to report to the Jiangnan Province Special Recruitment Training Camp in a week. Don't forget to coordinate with Wang Daoyuan and his group. With that, they turned and left. Jiang Li, hearing this, was filled with curiosity. Jiangnan Province Special Recruitment Training Camp? What's that about? Ning Jing turned her head and smiled. Those three were specially recruited by Tian Shang and his team. Yi Lucha didn't manage to recruit a single genius this time, so she's a bit on edge. I was just about to discuss the details of the special training camp with you. Jiang Li immediately sat up straight, ready to listen attentively. Wang Daoyuan gently closed the door, and the quiet sound gradually filled the room. Do you know how many students were specially recruited by the 5 top schools in Nanha City? Jiang Li asked, tentatively. Ning Jing glanced at him impatiently. Of course, it's not just us. Including you all, there are a total of 10 students. She sighed. In the past, the minimum blood energy requirement for special recruitment was an intermediate warrior level, but in recent years, more and more geniuses have emerged, and the requirements have risen accordingly. Now, not only is strong blood energy required, but also proficiency in combat skills and techniques.
Ning Jing remarked.
In recent years, geniuses have been emerging like an endless fountain, especially some extraordinarily talented individuals, which is simply unbelievable. Jiang Li asked, somewhat puzzled. What does this have to do with the special training camp? Of course, it has everything to do with it.
Ning Jing explained.
Not every specially recruited student can attend the special training camp. At the very least, you need to be a high-level warrior to qualify. In other words, in the entire Nanha City, probably only you and Wang Daoyuan are eligible to participate. Jiang Li was taken aback. He had previously thought the special training camp was just for concentrated training, but now it seemed to have a deeper purpose. He couldn't help but feel curious. Ning Jing continued, the special training camp is jointly organized by the 5 universities, aiming to provide special training for geniuses during the summer, so they can have a head start when they enroll. It's a rare opportunity. The camp offers guidance from Battle King level instructors, various precious blood energy cultivation resources, and advanced combat techniques. If you put in the effort, your strength will grow rapidly, and you might even break through to the battle general level. Ning Jing's eyes gleamed with envy. Students who had attended the special training camp in the past performed exceptionally well after enrollment, surpassing their peers. She knew well the hardships involved.
Jiang Li suddenly understood.
With less than a month before the college entrance exams, he couldn't enroll directly, making this training camp especially important. The prospect of Battle King level instructors, precious resources, and powerful techniques fascinated him. The guidance from Battle King level instructors and ample energy liquid supply would significantly boost his cultivation speed. Breaking through to the battle general level? This idea ignited a spark of hope in his heart. The training camp will officially start in 7 days, and a special plane will take you there to report. The participants are all students from Jiangnan Province, and the location is in Mingling City, Ning Jing continued. Jiang Li mused to himself. This meant there were a total of 36 such training camps, covering the 36 provinces of the Federation's 4 major regions, each varying in strength and number of geniuses. He felt a bit regretful that he wouldn't get to see the talents from other places, but he was filled with anticipation for the upcoming training camp. After listening to Ning Jing's words, Jiang Li felt a wave of emotion. He knew that although Nanha City wasn't the most prominent place, it certainly wasn't lacking in hidden talents. Ning Jing's reminder made him more vigilant, and he cherished every opportunity to cultivate his skills even more. A junior warlord? This news genuinely shocked him. Jiang Li couldn't help but marvel at how vast the world was, filled with countless geniuses. He realized he still had much to learn and achieve. Resolving to remain humble and diligent, he decided to work hard and live up to his dreams and expectations. Upon hearing the news about the junior warlord, Wang Daoyuan and the other 2 showed signs of surprise. Their previously proud demeanor was quickly dashed, but they understood Ning Jing's intention. They silently vowed to put in more effort, determined not to waste their talents and potential. Seeing their expressions, Ning Jing felt relieved that she had reminded them in time. She smiled and reassured them, don't be discouraged. You have exceptional talent, but perhaps a bit lacking in resources. Don't doubt yourselves. You are also top-notch geniuses, no less than those warlord-level prodigies. You just need more effort and opportunities. Listening to Ningjing, Jiang Li was filled with a sense of determination. He knew that the path of cultivation was arduous, but also full of hope. He resolved to constantly push his limits, explore new heights, and challenge himself, all to become a stronger version of himself. This is an opportunity we can only dream of, but you all have a chance to catch up. The top 5 prestigious schools have invested heavily in this special training camp. As long as you work hard to accumulate points, you can easily obtain these secret elixirs and special equipment. And the same will apply once you enter the school. Ningjing displayed a confident demeanor. This is the essence of martial arts colleges. They break the monopoly. As long as you are talented enough, you can thrive. Though you might fall behind initially, you can surpass others through consistent effort. Ningjing had reviewed Jiang Li's file and knew that he was a true dark horse. With adequate resources, he would definitely match those prodigies in the future. Wang Daoyuan and the other two clenched their fists, their hearts filled with fighting spirit. Jiang Li nodded earnestly and said to Ningjing, "Senior, rest assured. We will strive hard in the special training camp and never slack off." Ningjing felt satisfied and waved goodbye with ease. Jiang Li remembered Ningjing's advice and made a silent vow to find her once he returned to school. He nodded resolutely, determined to seek an introduction to her mentor in the future. He was committed to uncovering the truth about Mu Qingshue's past. Su Yeye snapped back to reality and noticed that the beautiful senior had already left. She waved her hand in front of Jiang Li, smiling brightly. Wang Daoyuan and the others watched this scene, snickering quietly. These past few days, Su Yeye had been by Jiang Li's side constantly. Jiang Li coughed lightly and said, "Senior Ningjing may be beautiful, but her personality is a bit fierce." Remembering Ningjing's furious expression, Jiang Li couldn't help but shrink back, thinking about how terrible it would be if he married her and got beaten up every day. Su Yeye gently tapped Jiang Li and playfully scolded, "You rascal." Wang Daoyuan and the others quickly left the room, giving the two some space. The atmosphere suddenly became silent, and a strange feeling filled the air between them. Su Yeye looked at Jiang Li's somewhat pale face, her heart aching with concern. She softly said, "Jiang Li, thank you for saving me." The scene under the night sky, with Jiang Li holding a broken blade and fighting desperately to protect her from the beast warriors, was something she would never forget. Jiang Li waved his hand dismissively and said, "Don't mention it. If it weren't for me, those beast warriors wouldn't have targeted you." Su Yeye pursed her lips and said, "Jiang Li, when you get into Jiangnan Martial Arts University, you'll probably meet a lot of outstanding girls, right?" Jiang Li was taken aback, understanding what Su Yeye meant. But right now, he only wanted to focus on his martial arts training. Other matters could wait. He smiled and said, "Maybe, but it has nothing to do with me. According to the first rule of the sword manual, with no woman in one's heart, the sword draws itself with divine power." Su Yeye, being very perceptive, fell silent for a moment before suddenly smiling brightly. "Don't pretend to be so mature. You're still young, trying to act all grown up." She rolled her eyes and started tidying up her things. "I don't care about your sword manual. You practice swordsmanship, so it doesn't count." Su Yeye huffed lightly, turned around, and left with a spring in her step. However, as she turned, a hint of sadness appeared in her eyes but was quickly replaced by determination. "Su Yeye, you need to work hard in silence and amaze everyone one day." Jiang Li watched her leave, shaking his head slightly. As someone who had been single for years, dealing with these matters was exhausting. He'd rather fight a few general-level fierce beasts. Oh well, let things take their course. He let out a long breath, clearing away his frustrations, then turned his attention to the items by his bed. A B-grade alloy combat knife, B-grade alloy armor, and the first part of the B-grade combat technique, Thunder Destruction Slash on a disc. His heart itched with eagerness, wanting to start training immediately. Although he had the system's help, Jiang Li didn't want to become someone who only relied on it. He firmly believed that besides talent, the most important thing for a strong person is the relentless pursuit of the peak. However, reality proved Jiang Li's thoughts somewhat idealistic. The discharge procedures weren't as smooth as he had hoped, with various checks and paperwork giving him a headache. By the time the final result came out, it was already the afternoon of the next day. This time, Su Yeye didn't come. Instead, Li Wanhe came to pick him up. Since yesterday, Su Yeye had been working hard in silence, not wanting to fall too far behind Jiang Li. Looking at the bald, mummy-like Wang Daoyuan, Jiang Li cheerfully said, "Little Wang, little Su, little Wei, I'm heading out first. See you at the training camp." While waiting to be discharged from the hospital, Jiang Li once again dominated the Fight the Landlord game, leaving his 3 opponents utterly defeated. These 3 had hoped to regain their confidence through the game but could only exclaim at Jiang Li's extraordinary skills. His innate talent was evident, but even in such a simple game, His prowess was terrifying, making them realize just how formidable he was. Jiang Li himself was a bit surprised. He found that his thinking and comprehension seemed sharper, making the game feel particularly effortless. He speculated that this might be due to his soul strength doubling. As for the truth, perhaps it would only be revealed when he practiced martial arts. Wang Daoyuan and the others watched Jiang Li leave, as if seeing a plague god departing. They, too, would be discharged soon. Seeing Jiang Li leave the hospital before them made them anxious, eager to recover quickly. Despite their injuries looking serious, like mummies, they were actually just superficial wounds. Su Xingqian and Wei Zihong exchanged glances and then laughed, saying, Jiang Gu is gone. Let's continue to beat old Wang next. Jiang Li and Li Wanhe sat in a floating car. After this incident, Li Wanhe became even more diligent, deeply understanding the importance of strength. If it weren't for Jiang Li, he might have been one of the beast's victims. Jiang Li noticed Li Wanhe's admiring gaze and teased. What are you looking at? Don't fall for me. I don't swing that way. Li Wanhe smiled without saying anything. He thought about how his good brother had changed so quickly, becoming someone capable of defeating warrior-level experts in no time. He remembered once saying that Uncle Zhang San was a warrior and thought he could one day shout, my brother is a warrior, just like Jiang Li. He felt a surge of excitement. By the way, Li Gu, I've got the B-grade energy liquid you asked for. Li Wanhe suddenly remembered and quickly handed over a few prepared bottles of energy liquid. A gleam of joy flashed in Jiang Li's eyes. This was exactly what he had planned. Once discharged, he could start breaking through to the warrior level. At this moment, his vitality had already reached around 500 calories, with a purity comparable to that of an average warrior. Another breakthrough was imminent. They chatted for a while, and Li Wanhe mentioned what had been happening in their class. However, Jiang Li seemed a bit distracted. Since being specially recruited into Jiangnan Martial Arts High School, the distance between him and the college entrance examination had grown, and the life of ordinary students seemed like a distant past. Li Wanhe said, work hard. Jiang Li responded, I know. I will strive to get into Changtian City. Jiangnan Martial Arts High School is located in Changtian City, one of the 10 super-large base cities of the Federation, with a population of billions, even more than some countries. The two parted ways at the community gate, and Jiang Li eagerly rushed home. As night fell, he glanced around the familiar living room and sat on the carpet, holding a bottle of pale green liquid in his palm. It was B-grade energy liquid, containing powerful energy, enough to provide 1,000 calories of vitality. Generally, only warrior-level or even warlord-level practitioners would use it. For a warrior level, it was a luxury. But Jiang Li didn't mind because he had the 10,000-fold amplification system, which could increase his vitality by 20 calories in a single practice, ensuring not a drop would be wasted. Jiang Li didn't hesitate as he downed the energy liquid, feeling the surge of power within him. Suddenly, boom! A terrifying energy erupted inside him, causing his expression to change slightly. The strength contained in the B-grade energy liquid was indeed astonishing. He quickly assumed the standard guiding posture. His blood and qi began to churn and boil as he absorbed the energy like a whale swallowing seawater, converting it into qi and blood. Ding! System notifications kept ringing. Jiang Li realized this was the longest training session since his awakening. Once, 3 times, 10 times, 20 times. His qi and blood surged at a visible rate. Initially, it felt uncomfortable, but as the energy was digested, he began to feel at ease. The abundant energy allowed him to immerse himself in his training, feeling incredibly invigorated. On the 25th cycle, Jiang Li's qi and blood reached 1,000 calories. This had already surpassed the level of a junior warrior, and the purity of his qi and blood was continuously improving. Although he was still some distance from breaking through to warrior level, the key lay in the resonance of his attributes. With the augmentation of his soul strength, he successfully resonated with the thunder and fire attributes. Jiang Li felt the purple and red attribute particles merge into his qi and blood, granting him formidable combat power with dual thunder-fire attributes. This was the true strength of a warrior level, where surpassing one's rank required exceptional capabilities in all aspects. Jiang Li felt the surge of his entire aura with delight, successfully breaking through to the junior warrior level. He opened his eyes, filled with joy and anticipation. Jiang Li clenched his fist slightly, feeling the surging power within him, stronger than ever before. This latest breakthrough in strength left him exhilarated. Previously, he was just an ordinary warrior with 500 units of vital energy, but now that amount had doubled, and its quality had significantly improved. Upon successfully advancing to the rank of a junior battle general, Jiang Li could even harness the power of thunder and fire without relying on combat techniques, thanks to the fusion of elemental particles. Although the elemental strength at the battle general level was still relatively weak, Jiang Li was confident that his powerful thunder attribute technique, the Thunderstrike Annihilation Slash, would greatly enhance his capabilities. However, he also realized he needed to find a fire attribute technique, ideally one that combined both thunder and fire attributes. The thought of this filled Jiang Li with a sense of joy, as if he were steadily ascending to the pinnacle of power, and the positive feedback from his progress made his heart swell with happiness. In less than half a month, he had successfully advanced from a 60-unit vital energy quasi-warrior to a junior battle general, a speed that was simply unbelievable. If others were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Jiang Li was confident that his current strength could easily crush his former self. Even if he encountered an opponent like Li Zhong again, he wouldn't need to exert much effort. He could defeat him in 3 moves. He couldn't help but laugh out loud, proud of his progress. The feeling of gradually reaching new heights was addictive. As Jiang Li often said, the sense of accomplishment was truly indescribable. With this thought, Jiang Li put aside his scattered thoughts. He still had half a bottle of B-grade energy liquid left, and now was the perfect time to absorb it without wasting any. So, he prepared to perform the guidance technique once again. Ding! You have practiced the standard guidance technique once. With the 10,000-fold amplification, you have practiced the standard guidance technique 10,000 times, and your vital energy has increased by 20 units. The familiar voice echoed in his ears once more, and Jiang Li reveled in the pleasure of rapid energy growth within his body. As the final notification sounded, this session of practice came to an end. It was already late at night, and the neighborhood was silent, with only the occasional sound of a cat's meow breaking the stillness. Jiang Li stood up and stretched, feeling his substantial 1,500 units of vital energy. With a punch, thunder and fire erupted. Even a simple ox punch was filled with thunder and fire power, its might astonishing. If he were to use the Thunderbolt Blade technique or the Thunder Triple Slash, the power would be unimaginable. As his vital energy soared, Jiang Li gradually adapted, the initial resistance disappearing, and he became more proficient. His eyes sparkled with joy, but soon his brow furrowed as he discovered a new problem. Although he fully absorbed the B-grade energy liquid this time, he clearly felt it becoming more difficult towards the end. The entire process took nearly half a day, with each guidance technique only increasing his vital energy by 20 units. He had to perform the guidance technique 50 times to completely absorb it. This situation gave Jiang Li some concern, though for now, it was still manageable. However, a doubt lingered in Jiang Li's mind. What would the future path look like? He wondered if absorbing A-level or even S-level energy liquids would require performing the guiding technique 500 times, or even 5,000 times. Such an impractical approach was clearly unfeasible. It was impossible to carry out the guiding technique so many times without causing substantial waste. This would significantly increase the cost of Jiang Li's breakthroughs. Instead of needing just 1 bottle of energy liquid, he might need several in the future. Jiang Li had to find a way to absorb the energy liquid completely in one go. Due to his inferior aptitude and physique, his energy conversion rate was too low, and retention was minimal. Some prodigies could retain half or even more of the energy after consuming a bottle of energy liquid and then slowly digest it over time. But for Jiang Li, leaving behind even 10% of the energy from one bottle was considered fortunate. He couldn't consume it in increments either, as the energy would gradually dissipate once the bottle was opened. Jiang Li pondered 2 possible solutions. The first was to improve his aptitude, but this was a near impossible dream. The rare treasures that could enhance one's aptitude were exceedingly precious, at least S-level, and currently beyond his reach. Hence, there was only one option left, to find a more efficient guiding technique. His eyes sparkled with determination. Although he practiced the standard guiding technique commonly used in the Federation, which was effective, it couldn't compare to some of the more powerful techniques. The reason some prodigies from prestigious families could break through to the warrior general level or higher while still in high school was partly due to more efficient guiding techniques. Such techniques were also available in universities, especially elite ones, which was one of the reasons martial arts schools, particularly renowned ones, were so highly sought after. The special recruitment training camp came to mind. Perhaps it could offer a better guiding technique. If not, he would have to wait until he enrolled in a university to find one. With a plan in mind, Jiang Li wasn't in a rush. After all, he was still some distance away from the warrior king level and didn't need to absorb A-level energy liquids just yet. He decided to put this idea on hold for the time being. Jiang Li began to meticulously sense the elemental power contained within his qi and blood. Though faint, it had already started to take shape. Training at the warrior general level required not only strong qi and blood, but also the continuous sensing and integration of elemental particles from the environment into one's qi and blood. Without this, relying solely on qi and blood would make breaking through to the warrior king level exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, Jiang Li wasn't deterred. His extraordinary soul strength made it easier for him to sense elemental particles. Moreover, he could continue to enhance his soul strength. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he thought of the ascending heaven gate method. This mysterious and unparalleled cultivation technique was about to unfold. Despite it being late at night, Jiang Li didn't hesitate. He began to immerse himself in the ascending heaven gate secret technique, visualizing a celestial ladder in his mind. By continuously climbing this ladder, his soul would be trained. Each successful ascent to the next level of the ascending heaven gate made the visualized ladder more challenging to climb. The heavenly ascension technique is an endless, captivating art. To Jiang Li, its potential seems boundless. With sufficient time and effort, he believes he can elevate his soul's power to unimaginable heights. After reflecting on this, Jiang Li felt a surge of amazement. He was in awe of the technique's creator, almost sensing the majesty of a being who looked down upon the mortal realm. Perhaps the originator of the heavenly ascension technique was truly an extraordinary existence. However, Jiang Li couldn't shake a subtle sense of doubt. This technique didn't seem to originate from his parents. There appeared to be a rift between the Blood River world and the heavenly gate. Could it be that the world beyond the heavenly gate was not where his parents intended for him to go? This curiosity and uncertainty churned within him, like a restless kitten. Yet, Jiang Li quickly cast these doubts aside. He decided to leave these questions for another day. For now, he would fully immerse himself in mastering the heavenly ascension technique and uncovering its mysteries. With a determined mind, he took his first step on the path of cultivation. Jiang Li focused his mind, and a golden staircase appeared before him, radiating mysterious ripples. His soul walked lightly on the steps, as if everything had become much easier.
Surprisa, Jiang Li pundarat silanli.
In an instant, he reached the top of the stairs, completing a session of his cultivation. Suddenly, a clear bell rang out. You have completed the introductory chapter of the Heaven Ascension technique once, gaining a 10,000-fold increase. Cultivate it 10,000 more times, and your soul cultivation will advance to the first level. This unexpected development left Jiang Li stunned. Could he be a rare genius in the realm of soul cultivation? However, he soon realized that all of this stemmed from the strength of his soul. The Heaven Ascension technique's cultivation is based on soul strength, and Jiang Li's soul strength had already reached level 2, making the first level of cultivation relatively easy for him. It all made sense now. The misunderstanding was due to his powerful soul. Although slightly embarrassed, Jiang Li didn't mind because he knew he possessed the 10,000-fold amplification system, ensuring he wouldn't lose to anyone. Jiang Li then began cultivating the second level of the Heaven Ascension technique. The golden staircase reappeared in his mind, even more magnificent and imposing this time. His soul walked laboriously on the steps, each step seeming to bring the sensation of his soul shattering, only to recover instantly, while his soul grew stronger in the process. The terrifying nature of this technique left Jiang Li increasingly awestruck. As his soul ascended the staircase in agony, threads of golden rain merged into the depths of his soul, instantly enhancing its strength. Opening his eyes again, Jiang Li was profoundly shaken. Just one session had significantly boosted his soul strength. He could clearly feel the surge of energy within him, as if undergoing some kind of transformation. Jiang Li speculated that at this rate, his energy might eventually become something sacred. However, as he prepared to continue his cultivation, a sharp pain erupted in his mind, as if his soul was about to be torn apart. Jiang Li suddenly realized that this technique could only be practiced once a day, and only with a stronger soul could he cultivate more frequently. He couldn't help but marvel at the extreme difficulty of this supreme technique. Even with the 10,000-fold amplification system, it would take Jiang Li half a month, or even a month to break through to the second level. For ordinary people, it might be impossible to reach this level in a lifetime. Fortunately, Jiang Li had the 10,000-fold amplification system. Jiang Li felt a sense of relief. Without his recent breakthrough, mastering this extraordinary secret technique could have taken decades, or even centuries. Such a waste would have been a real pity, as it would fail to showcase the true power of the technique. In reality, Jiang Li was unaware that no matter how talented someone is, training for the Ascension Gate is not much different from an ordinary person. This secret technique relies entirely on perseverance and time. Without consistent effort and enough time, reaching the pinnacle is impossible. In many ways, Jiang Li was the perfect candidate for this technique. From now on, practicing the Ascension Gate would become his daily routine. Known for his determination, this thought crossed Jiang Li's mind as he gradually drifted off to sleep. After a night of intense breakthroughs and training, his spirit was pushed to its limits. The next day, Jiang Li woke up around noon, feeling rejuvenated and at his peak again. Sensing the surging power within him, he felt immensely satisfied. He had already been specially admitted to Jiangnan Martial Arts High School, with all the paperwork completed, so there was no need to visit the school anymore. Over the next few days, he focused entirely on mastering the Thunder Destruction Slash. He also planned to discuss part-time coaching arrangements with Coach Wu Wei before heading to the special training camp. Jiang Li devoured a piece of stewed beast meat, his mind racing with thoughts. The 1 million federal credits he received as a reward for his previous report had significantly upgraded his daily diet, providing ample energy for his rigorous training. After finishing his meal, Jiang Li grabbed his B-grade alloy battle knife and stepped outside. This time, He chose a more secluded abandoned factory to avoid drawing too much attention while training in the park. After all, he had reached the rank of a battle general and was practicing the powerful Thunder Destruction Slash. With the B-grade alloy battle knife in hand, Jiang Li felt a seamless connection between his chi and blood, a stark contrast to the C-grade knife. The sharpness of the blade commanded respect. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What a fine blade!" The long knife in his hand moved like an extension of his arm, emitting flashes of purple light. With his current level of knife skills, Jiang Li could effortlessly switch between the Thunder Knife technique and the Triple Thunder Slash. In the abandoned factory, he didn't need to hold back. He unleashed his full power, with dazzling blade lights and an imposing presence. Dust and debris flew as the blade light sliced through the air, leaving deep, lasting marks. Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh heartily. This was the first time he had exerted his full strength since recovering from his injuries, and it felt incredibly liberating. He sensed that his soul had grown stronger, making his battle techniques flow more naturally, with a faint sense of transcendence. Each strike was executed with perfection, allowing him to fully release the joy within his heart. After warming up, Jiang Li began practicing the first part of the newly acquired B-grade battle technique, the Thunder Destruction Slash. After watching the instructional video, he had successfully grasped the basic principles of this technique. Now he wanted to see if his enhanced soul could indeed accelerate the mastering of battle techniques. While watching the video, Jiang Li felt his comprehension abilities had improved, his thoughts clearer, and he could easily draw analogies and apply them. He harbored doubts and was eager to verify the authenticity of the matter. Once confirmed, he believed it would yield unexpectedly significant results. Even if it turned out to be a secondary combat skill, he was confident that he could quickly master it to its peak. Jiang Li stood there, focusing intently as he sought to comprehend the mysteries of the Thunder Destruction Slash in his mind. This B-level combat technique served as a critical threshold, guiding him toward the pinnacle of mastery. Typically, combat techniques progress through 5 stages: initiation, proficiency, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. However, A-level techniques and above encompass an even higher realm, intent. Although the Thunder Destruction Slash was merely a fragment of an SS-level combat technique, it had already touched upon the essence of intent, despite being classified as B-level. Once fully mastered, its power would far exceed that of a conventional B-level technique. The term, Thunder Destruction, embodied the domineering spirit within the blade, imbuing it with the destructive force of thunder capable of annihilating everything. Jiang Li's understanding deepened, his thoughts unusually sharp. Meanwhile, his battle blade emitted a purple lightning glow, distinct from the thunder-like blade light produced by the Thunder Blade technique. This was genuine thunder. This phenomenon was a manifestation of the formidable power achieved through the resonance of blood and energy at the warlord level. With a single horizontal slash, lightning filled the air and pierced through the void. Although Jiang Li's swing was slow, it carried an overwhelming momentum. Upon contact, he vaguely sensed the correct way to cultivate the Thunder Destruction Slash. This was a level unattainable before the enhancement of his soul's strength. Indeed, his comprehension had improved significantly. Jiang Li's heart was filled with joy. His blade technique became increasingly refined, each swing reaching the peak of dominance and bursting forth with immense power. The blade energy roared like a dragon. The Thunder Dragon manifested in reality. This was the ultimate skill within the Thunder Destruction Slash. Thunder Dragon Break, the most exquisite move of all. Boom! Jiang Li's blood and energy surged within him, his entire body even flickering with purple lightning. At that moment, the fire attribute was completely replaced by the thunder attribute. In Jiang Li's astonished gaze, the Thunder Dragon Blade energy he unleashed obliterated everything, colliding continuously with the structures of the abandoned factory ahead. Boom! 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 In an instant, the buildings crumbled into ruins. The sheer destructive power was astonishing. Jiang Li was both shocked and exhilarated. To have such incredible power at the initial stage of understanding was almost on par with the major achievement stage of the Thunder Triple Slash. This powerful combat technique, derived from an SS-level skill, left him in awe. He could hardly imagine the terrifying might it would unleash if he mastered it to the major achievement or even perfection stage. The Thunder Dragon Break would undoubtedly become Jiang Li's most powerful attack, his most lethal trump card. With his enhanced comprehension, Jiang Li was confident that he could cultivate the Thunder Destruction Slash to at least the major achievement stage, if not perfection, before heading to the special training camp. Confirming his improved comprehension, Jiang Li cast aside all distractions and immersed himself wholly in the realm of blade techniques. His passion for the blade was boundless. Swish, swish, swish. In the abandoned factory, the sound of his battle blade slicing through the air echoed continuously. As the sun gradually set, the only constant was the silhouette drenched in sweat, tirelessly practicing. Jiang Li's black training clothes were already soaked through. During his training, Jiang Li found the system's notifications to be a powerful source of motivation, pushing him to keep striving. Each time he heard the familiar ding, his practice of the thunder annihilation slash would multiply tenfold, 50-fold, until he achieved proficiency in the minor accomplishment stage. 60 repetitions of the thunder annihilation slash, amplified 10,000 times, equated to a total of 600,000 repetitions. Finally, Jiang Li managed to bring this combat technique to the minor accomplishment stage, making the Thunder Dragon break his most formidable trump card. He was brimming with confidence, convinced that he could easily defeat even high-level or peak-level warriors, provided they relied solely on accumulated strength rather than extraordinary talent. Of course, if his opponent was also a genius, the outcome would depend on the specific circumstances. By now, it was late at night, and Jiang Li was utterly exhausted. Practicing the Thunder Annihilation slash once consumed far more energy than the previous Thunder Triple slash. 60 repetitions had pushed him to his limit, and without enough rations to replenish his energy, he might have already collapsed from hunger. Adequate nutrition and physical strength are essential for training combat techniques, an ironclad rule. Fortunately, Jiang Li's comprehension had improved. Otherwise, he might have only reached near proficiency. The Thunder Annihilation slash was indeed challenging to master. Wiping the sweat off his body, Jiang Li reflected on the difficulty of this B-grade technique, far beyond his expectations. However, given his current progress, he believed that in just 2 more days, he could achieve major accomplishment. By then, he would be ready to join the special training camp and aim for perfection. Jiang Li felt a surge of excitement, deeply satisfied with his rapid progress, which was definitely extraordinary. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to resign from his part-time coaching position at the Kangman branch. He had been so absorbed in his training that he had overlooked this important task. Smiling wryly, Jiang Li decided to handle it first thing in the morning. He hadn't been there since his hospitalization, and surely Meng Changming and the others knew about his situation by now. Recalling their surprised expressions when they saw him in the hospital, Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh. After packing his things, he dashed off, his movement technique swift yet still leaving him dissatisfied. This D-grade technique was indeed outdated. He needed to find a stronger movement skill once he joined the training camp. With the 10,000-fold amplification system, Jiang Li didn't want any weaknesses. A hexagonal warrior? No, he aimed to become a perfectly rounded one. These plans would take time to realize, but he was determined and knew that success required patience. Jiang Li quickly returned home, sitting cross-legged on his bed, enduring his fatigue as he began practicing the ascent to heaven's secret art, a daily routine he could not afford to neglect. Meanwhile, in an unfinished building in Nanha City, a fierce, blind figure sat cross-legged, surrounded by scattered human remains, creating a terrifying scene. Despite being merely an unfinished building, it felt like a tomb. In the densely populated Nanha City, occasional disappearances were not uncommon. Shaoxin, with his solitary eye and shadowy presence, muttered to himself. He opened his green beast-like eye, filled with agony. This was none other than Zhang Xiaotian, the fugitive who once escaped the clutches of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Despite losing an eye and sustaining severe injuries, he had managed to evade their relentless pursuit and hide in this abandoned building. Strangely, not only had his wounds miraculously healed, but he had also grown stronger, now surpassing the former Li Zhong in power and reaching the level of a high-ranking warrior. Revenge. Zhang Xiaotian let out a beastly roar, brimming with pain and madness. After the death of Zhang Xian, his world had plunged into darkness, and his heart was consumed by thoughts of vengeance. But how could a warrior, even of his caliber, stand against the entire law enforcement system of Nanha City? Escaping alone was a testament to his luck and strength. As for revenge, it might forever remain an elusive dream. With a flicker of insanity in his eye, Zhang Xiaotian, after a moment of struggle, shakily dialed the internal contact of the beast sect. Master Zhaolian, it's me, Zhang Xiaotian, he said. Atop a towering mountain deep in the wilderness, shrouded in mist with the occasional roar of fierce beasts echoing through the air, lies a massive base brimming with modern technology. Zhaolian is inside an energy chamber, surrounded by an unknown green liquid that occasionally bubbles violently. His face is contorted in pain, yet he silently endures it. Xikong Yang's sword strike had nearly taken his life, and using a secret technique to escape had drained his vital energy. Upon returning to this base, he was on the brink of death. After a period of recovery, he had finally improved. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and purple beast patterns glowed faintly. Zhang Xiaotian? You despicable scoundrel! You dare to seek me out? Zhao Lian's heart was filled with rage as he strode out of the energy chamber, an armor automatically covering his muscular body. Although their previous operation was doomed to fail, the segment involving the massacre of the candidates was not necessarily destined to fail. If Zhang Xiaotian had carried out the final hunt, it would have been much more effective than Li Zhong. Unfortunately, On the eve of the operation, Zhang Xiaotian was unexpectedly arrested by the Enforcement Bureau, forcing a last-minute switch to Lijiang. Naturally, Zhao Lian directed his fury at Zhang Xiaotian. You worthless wretch! How dare you contact me? Has breaking through to a high-level warrior made you so conceited that you dare defy me? Zhao Lian looked down at Zhang Xiaotian in the video, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust and cruelty. If possible, he would tear Zhang Xiaotian to pieces. Zhang Xiaotian knelt on one knee, trembling all over. He knew well of Zhao Lian's cruelty. As he recontacted Zhao Lian, he had already prepared for death, needing the power of the beast sect to exact his revenge. Master, this subordinate dares not, Zhang Xiaotian said through gritted teeth. When I was ambushed, it delayed your plans. I am willing to accept any punishment, even death. But please allow me to make one last contribution before you dispose of me as you see fit. The thought of the beast sect's punishment made Zhang Xiaotian shiver, but his eyes revealed determination. He sought revenge. The scene of Zhang Xin's death constantly haunted his mind, causing him immense pain. Zhao Lian sat leisurely on a high platform, mocking, Zhang Xiaotian, do you think I'm a fool? You botched my plan and didn't come back for punishment. Yet you still want to use the beast sect's power for your own revenge? Zhao Lian clapped his hands, his eyes growing even bloodier. In fact, from the moment Zhang Xiaotian contacted him, he knew where he was hiding, with no escape. Once the matters in Nanha City were settled, a few beast warriors could easily capture him alive. Zhang Xiaotian's conditions were nothing but wishful thinking. At that moment, Zhang Xiaotian found some courage from somewhere, and suddenly looked Zhao Lian directly in the eye. Master, I know I deserve death, but I am not resigned. If you provide me with information, I am willing to launch a suicide attack on the Nanha City Enforcement Bureau to vent your anger. I swear to do so with my life. The madness in Zhang Xiaotian's eyes intensified as he knelt and repeatedly kowtowed. Although he knew this act might be futile, he was willing to gamble his life in an attempt to move Zhao Lian. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaotian's words, Zhao Lian was momentarily stunned before bursting into a fit of maniacal laughter. His face, adorned with beast-like patterns, seemed to come alive with each mocking cackle. With a sneer, he taunted Zhang Xiaotian, Ha! Zhang Xiaotian, you fool! You don't even know your true enemy, and yet you pride yourself on being part of the Enforcement Bureau. How laughable! Zhang Xiaotian stood frozen, his eyes nearly bloodshot as he repeatedly kowtowed, leaving small dents in the ground. His voice trembled, like a vengeful spirit returned from the underworld. Master, please tell me who wronged me, who killed my son. I beg you, tell me. With a smug grin, Zhao Lian responded, I had no interest in this matter, but since you insist, I'll tell you. The Enforcement Bureau knows you're a beast warrior because Jiang Li betrayed you. The Myriad Beast sect has infiltrated all sectors. Ever since Jiang Li disrupted my plans, I started investigating him, and naturally, I found out about this. The name Jiang Li flashed through Zhang Xiaotian's mind, and he suddenly understood. It was him, Jiang Li, the classmate Zhang San had mentioned. Zhang San had always wanted me to kill him, but he struck first.
Jiang Li. Jiang Li.
You wretched creature, I'll make you pay. Zhang Xiaotian pounded the ground, his eyes ablaze with hatred. Zhao Lian sneered, Jiang Li is not to be underestimated. Just a few days ago, Li Zhong met his end at his hands. Suppressing his murderous intent, Zhang Xiaotian said, Master, please tell me everything about him. I'll help you eliminate him. It's in my best interest too. Zhao Lian's demeanor shifted instantly, clearly eager to rid himself of Jiang Li. He wasn't concerned about Jiang Li defeating Li Zhong, confident that his own strength far surpassed Li Zhong's. Applauding, Zhao Lian said, You're finally showing some sense? I'll give you some critical information. Jiang Li has no family left. The most important people to him now are Li Wanhe and Su Yeye. Su Yeye is difficult to deal with, and the Su family has hidden protectors. You could use his friends to lure him out. Also, he's just been discharged from the hospital with serious injuries. His strength is at the intermediate warrior level, slightly above Li Zhong but nothing more. Weigh your options carefully. The fire of hatred burned fiercely in Zhang Xiaotian's eyes. Thank you, master. Zhao Lian stopped him, adding, Wait, there's one more thing. In the wilderness area near Mingling City, a B-grade treasure, the three-leaf serpent flower, is about to mature. I'll send you the exact location later. You can go and retrieve it, but make it seem like you found out by chance. A mischievous smile spread across Zhao Lian's face. He wanted Zhang Xiaotian to eliminate Jiang Li, but he was also prepared for any outcome. If Zhang Xiaotian failed, he would still be drawn to the B-grade treasure. The birth of the three-leaf serpent flower, mysterious and powerful, is enough to help a warrior break through their limits. This treasure, however, depends entirely on fate's favor. Zhao Lian smirked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he imagined Jiang Li's terrified expression. He was convinced that Jiang Li wouldn't escape his grasp this time. Zhang Xiaotian's gaze was indifferent. He understood that Zhao Liyan was using him as bait, but he offered no resistance. His sole objective was to see Jiang Li die in agony. If he couldn't achieve it himself, he was content to let Zhao Liyan finish the job. My lord, I am willing to repay with my life. Zhang Xiaoyan's eyes were cold and menacing as he watched Zhao Liyan's figure fade into the distance. Jiang Li, you won't escape again. In these final 2 days, I'll make sure you experience the depths of despair. He grinned cruelly, a sinister smile playing on his lips. As he turned to leave, the bones on the ground had already been shattered into dust by the force of his energy. The moon set and the sun rose, but Jiang Li remained deeply engrossed in his rigorous training, oblivious to the approaching danger. At the Cayman branch in Nanhe City, Jiang Li apologized sincerely to Wu Wei. Coach Wu, I'm sorry, but I have to leave Nanhe City to attend a training camp, so I won't be able to continue as the Mang Niu Fist instructor. I apologize for any inconvenience. Although it was just a temporary part-time job, Jiang Li felt a bit guilty. Fortunately, Wu Wei didn't mind at all. He laughed heartily and put his arm around Jiang Li's shoulder. Kid, don't be so formal. Just call me Uncle Wu. Don't worry, the regular instructor for Mang Niu Fist has recovered and can resume teaching, so the students' training won't be affected. Wu Wei's eyes were filled with admiration. He clearly remembered the impression Jiang Li had made. This kid is something else, and he's got great character. It's definitely worth staying on good terms with him. Wu Wei recalled the surprise on Shui Bingyue's face when they had discussed Jiang Li's performance a few days earlier, which made him chuckle. Unfortunately, Shui Bingyue had already returned to the Kangman headquarters. Xiao Jiang, our sect leader has already returned to the headquarters, but she asked me to give this to you before she left, Wu Wei said, patting his head as if suddenly remembering something, and handed Jiang Li a golden letter. An invitation to the Genius Exchange? Jiang Li read aloud slowly. Upon opening it, he suddenly understood. It turned out that the 4 major organizations regularly held a Genius Exchange, gathering talents from within and outside their ranks. This invitation was specifically issued to exceptional talents outside the 4 major organizations. Uncle Wu, have you heard of this Genius Exchange? Jiang Li asked curiously. Wu Wei's eyes showed a hint of envy as he nodded slowly. Yes, I've heard of it. Only real geniuses receive this invitation, at least those at S level and above. At the exchange, these geniuses spar and learn from each other. The intricacies of it are beyond what a branch head coach like me can comprehend. The fact that sect leader Shui entrusted you with this invitation shows she holds you in high regard. Wu Wei shared everything he knew without reservation. Jiang Li nodded, understanding the value of the gift. There was still time before the next Genius Exchange, so he could plan accordingly. It was evident that sect leader Shui Bingyue had an extraordinary background to be able to issue such a high-level invitation. Jiang Li carefully put away the invitation and, after bidding farewell to Wu Wei, left. Wu Wei watched Jiang Li's departing figure with a wry smile, knowing that they were destined for different worlds. In an abandoned factory, Jiang Li trained tirelessly, his sweat glistening as he wielded his blade. Day and night, he immersed himself in perfecting his swordsmanship. With a powerful shout, he unleashed the Thunder Dragon Strike. The massive blade energy shaped like a thunder dragon swept out with terrifying force, carrying an aura of complete destruction. The deafening roar echoed continuously, and amidst the ruins, Jiang Li rampaged like a fierce storm. The massive boulder had shattered into fragments, as fragile as powder. Jiang Li stood with his sword sheathed, joy flickering in his eyes. After arduous efforts, he had finally mastered the thunderous annihilation slash, achieving mastery. His combat prowess had once again soared, leaving him deeply satisfied. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Li concluded his training for the day. Standing nearby was Li Wanhe, Jiang Li's close friend. Ever since the mock exams ended, Li Wanhe had been training fervently. Jiang Li decided to invite him for after-school training sessions, where he could personally teach him the Wild Bull Fist. In the final days of the training camp, Li Wanhe made significant progress. With Jiang Li's high proficiency in the Wild Bull Fist, guiding Li Wanhe was effortless, and his improvement was swift. Li Wanhe was dumbfounded, astonished by Jiang Li's Thunder Dragon Strike. He exclaimed, Li Gu, you're incredible. Have you reached the level of a battle commander? Jiang Li smiled, not directly answering, but instead encouraging Li Wanhe to keep striving, suggesting they could head to Changtian City together in the future. Li Wanhe felt a mix of shock and pride, realizing Jiang Li had indeed broken through to the battle commander level. Though proud of his friend, he was also aware of the growing gap between them, which left him somewhat bitter. He worried this difference might affect their friendship. Recalling the ancient bell fragment he had obtained from the black market, Li Wanhe hesitated but ultimately decided not to delve into it. Jiang Li's call interrupted his thoughts, snapping him back to reality, filled with a mixture of fear and determination. He reminded himself not to waver, and that he had the capability to cope. Hurrying over to Jiang Li, the two friends chatted and laughed, showing no signs of anything amiss. Time flew by, and Jiang Li experienced the ultimate joy after enduring pain. His soul strength and blood essence purity were rapidly advancing. If his soul strength reached 3, he would break through the bottleneck to 4. The secret technique of ascending Heaven's Gate would also see a new leap. Jiang Li encouraged himself to remain steadfast. In an abandoned factory, Jiang Li was focused on honing his swordsmanship. Suddenly, his communicator beeped. It was Li Wanhe. He informed Jiang Li that he wouldn't be able to join him today due to an urgent matter at home. Jiang Li nodded and reassured, "It's okay. You've already grasped the essentials of the bull fist technique. With diligent practice, achieving a minor breakthrough shouldn't be a problem. Does Annie need any help from me?" Li Wanhe waved his hand with a smile. "No major issues. You know how my mom can be, just some small disagreements. I'll handle it." Jiang Li promised, "If you encounter any difficulties, let me know." "Thanks, I'll get back to training," Li Wanhe said before hanging up. Jiang Li shook his head with a smile, not overthinking it. He cleared his mind and focused on his training. As the sun set and the moon rose, Jiang Li's swordsmanship became increasingly refined, each stroke as fluid as a brushstroke in a painting. He could clearly feel that his training speed was gradually increasing, rather than remaining stagnant. Gazing at the rising moon, Jiang Li had no intention of stopping. Filled with joy, he decided to continue for another 2 hours, replenishing his energy with dried beast meat before getting back to his training. Just then, he received a message. It was from Li Wanhe. Jiang Li smiled and asked, "What's up, Wanhe?" But his smile quickly faded as the screen showed not Li Wanhe, but the back of a somewhat familiar stranger. Jiang Li demanded sternly, "Who are you? Where's Wanhe?" The person slowly turned around, and Jiang Li's pupils contracted sharply as he exclaimed, "Zhang Xiaotian." Despite Zhang Xiaotian's drastically changed appearance, Jiang Li recognized him as the beast warrior he had once reported. Zhang Xiaotian's single eye gleamed with cruelty, and his voice was dry and ghastly, like that of a vengeful spirit. "You have 10 minutes to get here, or your good brother is dead." After Zhang Xiaotian finished speaking, the scene shifted to Li Wanhe, who was covered in blood, dizzy, and in a semi-conscious state. He struggled to call out to Jiang Li, begging him not to come. Vaguely, he saw Zhang Xiaotian pick up a communicator to contact Jiang Li. Seeing Li Wanhe's miserable condition, Jiang Li's heart burned with anger, but he suppressed his emotions and calmly said to Zhang Xiaotian, "I know you're after me. Yes, I was the one who reported you back then, and Zhang Sen's death is on me too. If you want revenge, come at me. But if Li Wanhe gets hurt any further, I will disappear until I reach the Battle King level, and you will never get your revenge." Jiang Li's mind raced as he grasped the situation. Although he didn't know how Zhang Xiaotian discovered his anonymous report, he became more resolute, knowing that the more determined he was, the less likely Zhang Xiaotian would harm Li Wanhe. The thought of Li Wanhe suffering because of him filled Jiang Li with a murderous intent. Zhang Xiaotian paused unexpectedly, not anticipating that Jiang Li would dare to threaten him. Good. Very good. So much brotherly love. His single eye flashed with anger, but he also feared that Jiang Li might really disappear. 10 minutes. You have 10 minutes to come alone. If I sense any trickery, you'll lose your dear brother's head by tomorrow. With that, Zhang Xiaotian ended the communication with a cold snort. In the abandoned factory, Jiang Li's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and said, "Zhang Xiaotian, you're courting death." Suddenly, he bolted towards the address Zhang Xiaotian had left, moving like lightning. Time was of the essence. There was no time to seek help, and even if there were, he couldn't take the risk. Jiang Li's heart raced as he pushed his speed to the limit. "Hang in there, Li Wanhe," he thought, knowing that the only chance of survival lay in Zhang Xiaotian's underestimation of his true strength. In the dilapidated building, Zhang Xiaotian's sinister eyes scanned Li Wanhe. Despite having taken care of him before, he couldn't afford to take any chances now. What if he accidentally hurt Li Wanhe and Jiang Li didn't show up? However, a few minor methods could still be employed. Slap. A crimson handprint appeared on Li Wanhe's face, jolting him awake from his daze. Zhang Xiaotian sneered, "You scum. You were one of those who ostracized Xiao Xin back then." Li Wanhe trembled all over, the force of Zhang Xiaotian's blood energy making his body ache as if he were being tortured. He could barely move a finger, his eyes filled with hatred. Hatred for his own weakness and hatred for Zhang Xiaotian's cruelty. Zhang Xin, that bastard, deserved it. If you weren't so useless, his death is on you. Li Wanhe spat out blood with all his might, but Zhang Xiaotian easily dodged it. Zhang Xiaotian's eyes glowed with a bloody light, unable to tolerate any mention of him causing Zhang Sen's death. "You want to die? Come on, let me show you what I'm made of." Li Wanhe screamed hoarsely, completely broken. For someone who has just awakened a passion for martial arts, this seems like a dead end. Zhang Xiaotian sneered. "Trying to provoke me? Not a chance. Don't worry, neither you nor Jiang Li will escape. I'll make sure you both witness each other's agony and ultimately die screaming." The despair and pain I feel will be repaid to you 100-fold. With a vicious slap to Li Wanha's head, Zhang Xiaotian knocked him unconscious, his eyes brimming with bloodthirsty malice. Jiang Li, you'd better come and meet your death soon. Time ticked slowly by, and the rhythmic sound of dripping water in the abandoned building made Zhang Xiaotian increasingly agitated. He stood high on the rooftop, glaring at the opposite side. Why hasn't he come yet? Just then, a dark figure swiftly approached in the night, arriving in the abandoned building in an instant. Jiang Li's icy voice echoed, Zhang Xiaotian, I'm here. Come out now. Jiang Li scanned the eerie surroundings but couldn't spot Zhang Xiaotian, struggling to control his inner rage. He heightened his spiritual awareness, staying on high alert for a possible ambush. Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed, hee hee. Zhang Xiaotian appeared at the top of the building, next to the unconscious, suspended Li Wanha. With just a flick of his wrist, Li Wanha could plummet from the 100-meter-high rooftop and be reduced to a bloody pulp given his current state. Jiang Li's face darkened, and he said coldly, Zhang Xiaotian, your target is me. Now that I'm here, let Wanha go. His blood surged within him, gripping his alloy combat blade, ready to strike at any moment. Zhang Xiaotian's face was full of resentment. He blamed Jiang Li for the death of his only child. What wrong did Xiaosun do? He could have lived under the sun. All because of you, Jiang Li. You deserve to die, he muttered, looking down at Jiang Li from above. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaotian kicked Li Wanha's leg, producing a sickening crack of bones breaking. He sneered, look at your good brother. He came to save you. Li Wanha groaned in pain, faintly seeing Jiang Li's figure. He pleaded, Jiang Li, run. Don't worry about me. Avenge me in the future. The sight of Li Wanha's misery fueled Jiang Li's rage, but he had to stay calm. With Li Wanha under Zhang Xiaotian's control, he couldn't act recklessly. Jiang Li remained silent, slowly closing the distance. 100 meters, 90 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters, getting closer. Once he was within 50 meters, his explosive power would allow him to save Wanha before Zhang Xiaotian could harm him. At that moment, Zhang Xiaotian, your end will come. Jiang Li's heart was filled with overwhelming murderous intent, stronger than he had ever felt towards anyone. Every drop of blood on Li Wanha's body fueled his anger, making his heart roar with fury. He longed to tear Zhang Xiaotian to pieces with a single strike. However, Zhang Xiaotian was no fool. Knowing Jiang Li's formidable strength, he remained cautious despite his confidence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used Li Wanha to lure Jiang Li. He sneered, take one more step and he dies. Zhang Xiaotian tightened his grip on Li Wanha's neck, his eyes gleaming with malice. Jiang Li stood 65 meters away, his steps weighed down as if by an immense burden, unable to take another step forward. The distance before him was fraught with uncertainty, and he refused to risk his best friend's life. Deep down, he yearned for a powerful movement technique. If he could master an exceptional combat skill, he would have already rushed forward and severed Zhang Xiaotian's head. What a good boy, Zhang Xiaotian sneered, the corner of his mouth curling up. Now, throw your sword to me, 100 meters away. He knew Jiang Li's strength largely came from his swordsmanship. Without his battle sword, Jiang Li's power would be halved, perhaps even less than Li Zhong's. Just one more step, Zhang Xiaotian said. I'll count to 3. 3, 2. Li Wanha's eyes filled with tears, and he shook his head frantically. No, Li Gu, don't do it. Jiang Li remained silent. Zhang Xiaotian was indeed cunning and ruthless, a very tricky opponent. With a flick of his wrist, Jiang Li's B-grade alloy battle sword traced a graceful arc and embedded itself 100 meters away, humming as it landed. A gleam of satisfaction flashed in Zhang Xiaotian's eyes. That's right, just like that. Now, break your right hand, or else, you wouldn't want to watch your best friend die before your eyes, would you? He was trying to threaten and mentally torture them, to further weaken Jiang Li's resolve. But this time, Jiang Li raised his head, his eyes cold and filled with a roaring sea of blood. His voice was calm, yet carried a hint of fear. I won't break my right hand. If Wanha dies, I'll escape, and you won't be able to kill me. I'll use all my connections to retrieve Zhang Sen's remains. He was reduced to ashes in the flames, but I'll take good care of him and let him rest in peace. You will die, and you will die in endless agony. You know I have the means. Zhang Xiaotian's face turned pale in an instant. Jiang Li's demeanor was entirely unlike that of an 18-year-old boy. Zhang Sen was his eternal pain. He had only seen Zhang Sen's body fall into the fire, seemingly turning to ashes, but he was never certain. Very good. Very good. Zhang Xiaotian sneered. So ruthless at such a young age. It seems you won't escape today. Since you want to save your best friend, I'll grant your wish. Without hesitation, he grabbed Li Wanha and tossed him towards Jiang Li like a rag doll, then swooped down like an eagle spreading its wings. His claw gleamed with a bloodthirsty red light, clearly possessing some terrifying beastly power. To save Li Wanhe, Jiang Li would have to withstand this strike. Dodging it would mean certain death for Li Wanhe. What choice would Jiang Li make? Zhang Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with mockery. Jiang Li, relish in your despair. Jiang Li faced the incoming Li Wanhe without hesitation. He stomped hard on the ground, propelling himself into the air. A glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. Although Zhang Xiaoyan's plan was meticulous, he suffered due to insufficient information. For an ordinary person, faced with such a dilemma, they would either abandon Li Wanhe or be severely injured by Zhang Xiaotian and unable to escape torture. The blood-red glow on Zhang Xiaoyan's claws made Jiang Li's heart skip a beat. This was a powerful innate skill of a fierce beast, comparable to a standard B-level combat technique. If the target of the initial hunt had been Zhang Xiaotian instead of Li Zhong, it would have been uncertain whether Jiang Li could turn the tide. Facing such a strong and cunning opponent, ordinary beast warriors stood no chance. Sometimes, brains are more important than brawn. Undoubtedly, Zhang Xiaotian was smart, but unfortunately for him, he encountered Jiang Li. At this moment, Jiang Li was grateful for wearing his B-level alloy battle armor during training. Beneath the black armor was not a frail body but a sturdy protective shell. Zhang Xiaotian was unaware of the fact that Jiang Li had received the Federation's armor as a reward. It was top secret. Watching Jiang Li recklessly leap into the air to catch the bloodied Li Wanhe, Zhang Xiaotian's face showed a mocking expression. He thought to himself, what a fool, thinking he's so clever. Just moments ago, Jiang Li's calm demeanor had instilled fear in him, but now Jiang Li's reckless behavior seemed utterly foolish. After all, Jiang Li was just a novice on the path of martial arts, unworthy of Zhang Xiaotian's elaborate schemes. Zhang Xiaotian's eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty light, and his sharp claws gleamed in the night sky. Li Wanhe, witnessing this scene, was on the verge of collapse, filled with self-blame. His body was caught by Jiang Li, but Jiang Li was fiercely grabbed by Zhang Xiaotian's claws, right at the heart. The situation seemed dire. However, in the next moment, Zhang Xiaotian's eyes bulged, and the cruel smile on his face vanished instantly. His claws did not touch the warmth of flesh, but instead felt the coldness of metal. Sparks flew. The B-level alloy armor had incredibly strong defenses, capable of withstanding the claws-piercing attack. It was this layer of alloy armor. Zhang Xiaotian's eyes burned with anger as he desperately tried to tear through the defense, but to no avail, only causing more sparks to fly, as if mocking his impotence. A warrior of his caliber might be able to penetrate the alloy armor's defense, but it was no easy feat. Jiang Li spat out a mouthful of blood. Although the armor had blocked the claws-piercing blow, he still had to endure the impact force. Thankfully, most of the force was absorbed, leaving Jiang Li with only minor injuries. Using this momentum, he surged forward, instantly creating a 100-meter gap. Li Wanhe, are you okay? Jiang Li's eyes were filled with concern. Li Wanhe coughed up blood. Although Zhang Xiaotian had given him a precious potion that allowed him to barely walk, he was still filled with guilt. Brotherly, don't worry about me. I still have some strength left. You either deal with this bastard or escape quickly. Jiang Li knelt down to examine Li Wanhe's grievous injuries. A gentle touch caused blood to gush out like a fountain. Multiple fractures marred his body, but the power of the potion was barely keeping him alive. Modern medical technology might heal these external wounds, but Li Wanhe's core vitality was shattered beyond repair. This meant he was doomed to a life of disability, unable to pursue martial arts or even lead a normal life. Jiang Li roared in fury, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He gently laid Li Wanhe down and turned to charge at Zhang Xiaotian. He could not accept that his actions had led to such a tragic fate for Li Wanhe. His mind was consumed by a single thought: kill Zhang Xiaotian and make him suffer the same pain. Jiang Li, filled with rage, challenged, "Come on, you bastard. Today, either you die or I do." Zhang Xiaotian, now calm despite the unexpected turn of events, felt confident. Even without a weapon, Jiang Li was just an 18-year-old boy. Zhang Xiaotian, like a cold, venomous wolf, launched himself at Jiang Li with powerful leg muscles propelling him forward, his claws razor-sharp. Jiang Li's hands were covered in white frost. His ice palm technique pushed to its limit, forming what seemed like icy gauntlets. Despite the lack of a battle blade, he was fearless. Having broken through to the war general level, Jiang Li's strength had increased significantly. The two engaged in a fierce clash, with Jiang Li remaining calm and searching for weaknesses in his opponent. Zhang Xiaotian, on the other hand, was filled with panic, realizing Jiang Li's combat skills far surpassed his own. He understood that Jiang Li was a true monster, while he was merely a skilled fighter, incapable of matching him. Zhang Xiaotian's desire for revenge was maddening. He knew this was his last chance. If he didn't eliminate Jiang Li now, he would never get another opportunity. Jiang Li quietly tried to approach his battle blade, but Zhang Xiaotian quickly obstructed him, forcing Jiang Li to defend. They engaged in a frenzied fight, blood splattering everywhere. Jiang Li leveraged his combat skills and pure vitality to gain an edge, while Zhang Xiaotian relied on his robust physique and frenzied vengeance, unafraid of death and ready to perish together. Jiang Li landed a punch on Zhang Xiaotian's face, frost scattering and leaving bloodstains, but was kicked in the arm in return, causing a sharp pain in his bones. This intense battle marked the ultimate showdown between the two. If it weren't for the protection of his battle armor, Jiang Li's arm would have long been broken. At this moment, Jiang Li's condition was far from ideal. His training uniform was in tatters, and his battle armor was covered in claw marks. Despite the armor's protection, it couldn't absorb all the impact, forcing Jiang Li to endure the immense force. Without his battle blade, Jiang Li couldn't unleash his full power, leading to a stalemate with Zhang Xiaotian. This was extremely dangerous, as Zhang Xiaotian's strength far exceeded that of ordinary high-ranking generals. Jiang Li nimbly dodged an incoming kick, avoiding a situation where he would have to trade blows. Zhang Xiaotian found it difficult to land a hit on him. Seizing an opportunity, Jiang Li executed his thunder triple slash technique, substituting his palm for a blade. Though the power was somewhat diminished, the 3 consecutive slashes accumulated energy, enhanced by the lightning particles within him, making it mightier than his frost palm technique. Boom! Zhang Xiaotian was struck by a powerful palm strike, sent flying into a dilapidated building. The structure collapsed, sending dust and debris into the air. A glint of determination flashed in Jiang Li's eyes. This was his chance. He charged towards Zhang Xiaotian with unstoppable force, quickly gaining the upper hand. Zhang Xiaotian, now completely irrational, his eyes bloodshot, screamed, "Die! Yusti!" The two were locked in a fierce, frenzied battle, oblivious to their surroundings. At that moment, in a corner, Li Wanhe struggled towards the battle blade that Jiang Li had dropped, his blood-red eyes filled with longing. Step by step, with each movement accompanied by a spurt of blood and searing pain, Li Wanhe remained resolute, his eyes shining with determination. He wanted to do something for Jiang Li. Finally, he grasped Jiang Li's battle blade with his right hand, mustering his last ounce of strength to throw it towards Jiang Li, shouting with a voice mingled with blood and fury, "Brother Li, catch the blade." Li Wanhe's roar shook everyone present. A cold gleam flashed, and an alloy battle blade flew towards Jiang Li. Li Wanhe desperately wanted this weapon. Jiang Li's eyes lit up with excitement, while Zhang Xiaotian's expression changed dramatically. The blade had been snatched by Li Wanhe, a lapse that shocked them all. Though Zhang Xiaotian could fight unarmed and still hold his own, allowing Jiang Li to get his hands on a weapon could have dire consequences. Zhang Xiaotian rushed towards Jiang Li, trying to reclaim the battle blade before him. But Jiang Li wasn't about to give in easily. He countered swiftly, delivering 3 palm strikes that shattered Zhang Xiaotian's ice armor, forcing him to retreat. Furious, Zhang Xiaotian watched as Jiang Li caught the flying blade. In an instant, Jiang Li's entire demeanor transformed. A surge of power seemed to pierce the night sky, as if he had become one with the blade, showcasing unparalleled strength. The time spent mastering the Thunder Destruction Slash had yielded incredible results, far beyond mere combat skill improvement. Jiang Li's understanding of the weapon deepened, and he felt a latent force stirring within him. Once unleashed, it would be earth-shattering. Zhang Xiaotian's face turned pale. Seeing Jiang Li with the battle blade was more terrifying than he had imagined. For the first time, fear flickered in his eyes, a primal fear of death inherent in all sentient beings. Jiang Li's aura continued to rise as he stared at Zhang Xiaotian, as if looking at a dead man walking. When his domineering presence peaked, he swung the blade. Purple lightning flickered around Jiang Li, traveling swiftly to the blade's edge. A deadly strike. Thunder Dragon Slash. Jiang Li finally unleashed his signature move. The blade's lightning cut through the night sky, and the Thunder Dragon's energy, laden with destructive intent, surged towards Zhang Xiaotian. The layered blade energy formed into a Thunder Dragon, locking onto its target. Zhang Xiaotian tried to dodge, but it was futile. He gritted his teeth and faced the Thunder Dragon head-on, but it was like trying to stop a tidal wave with bare hands. Ah! Zhang Xiaotian screamed in agony, like a tortured ghost. He couldn't withstand the terrifying blow. The blade energy spun and cut, as if to tear him apart. Each strike was like a master chef slicing through his flesh, delicate yet devastating. When the blade energy dissipated, Zhang Xiaotian was left in tatters, bloodied and broken, his scales shattered and his beastly claws severed. His painful wails echoed, though his vocal cords were destroyed, leaving only pitiful whimpers. He was utterly defeated. Had Jiang Li not held back, Zhang Xiaotian would have been reduced to fragments. Such was the terror of the Thunder Destruction Slash. Difficult to master, but its power was undeniable. Jiang Li watched Zhang Xiaotian's miserable state with a cold expression. Compared to the suffering his own brothers had endured, this was hardly enough. Li Wanhe hobbled towards Jiang Li, his hands trembling. His voice was dry and calm, but his eyes burned with endless hatred, bordering on madness. Jiang Li, give him to me. Jiang Li sighed inwardly, knowing Li Wanhe had endured unimaginable torment. Not releasing his anger would only worsen his pain. This was why he had spared Zhang Xiaoyan's life. Go ahead, Jiang Li said softly, not stopping Li Wanhe. After this incident, the sarcastic Li Wanhe might change. With permission granted, his eyes gleamed with fervor. He grabbed Zhang Xiaoyan's leg and laboriously dragged him into a nearby abandoned building. The entire process was a struggle, but he trembled and persevered through it all. Zhang Xiaoyan's single eye was filled with terror, and he whimpered continuously. Li Wanhe whispered softly, let's play a game. Cries of pain echoed from the abandoned building, sending chills down Jiang Li's spine. Li Wanhe had always been fascinated by the unusual and had a particular interest in torture. Time slowly passed, and the cries gradually weakened until Jiang Li could no longer sense Zhang Xiaoyan's presence. It was clear he had stopped breathing. Li Wanhe emerged, trembling and drenched in blood, both his own and Zhang Xiaoyan's. Seeing him come out, Jiang Li hurriedly supported him, breathing a sigh of relief. Finally, there was a spark of life in Li Wanhe's eyes, no longer the cold indifference from before. Li Wanhe waved his hand and smiled. Don't worry, I know everything. He cut off Jiang Li and changed the subject. Brother Li, I found this on Zhang Xiaotian. He handed over a piece of animal hide, which detailed information about the trifoliate serpent flower, including its growth location and maturation time. During the torture, Zhang Xiaotian had tried to shove the hide into his mouth, but Li Wanhe had snatched it away. Li Wanhe explained, this kind of hide is common in black market transactions. He frowned, looking uneasy. But something's off. It seems Zhang Xiaotian wanted me to find this. Jiang Li glanced over the information on the hide and noticed it mentioned the trifoliate serpent flower, a B-grade treasure that could help a warrior break through their level and slightly improve their aptitude. For Jiang Li, it was a perfect match. His eyes gleamed with temptation, as if he could smell its allure. Killing Zhang Xiaotian and then getting this perfectly fitting treasure was too coincidental. The wilderness area near Mingling City? Jiang Li paused, his eyes widening. Isn't that where your special training camp is held? Li Wanhe's expression changed. Brother Li, it seems someone is luring you there. Jiang Li nodded lightly. Neither of them was a fool, and they quickly realized this, exchanging glances. Jiang Li felt a shadow cast over his heart. The feeling of being secretly manipulated by an enemy was unpleasant. Could it be the higher-ups of the beast sect? Was this a coincidence? Or was it because someone was targeting me over the simulated exam? From the current situation, Zhang Xiaotian was merely a pawn in someone else's hand, a fool blinded by hatred. Jiang Li stared intently at the information on the hide, his mind churning with thoughts. The temptation facing Jiang Li was immense, but he was well aware that it could be a trap set by others. Li Wanhe, deeply worried, advised, we should stay away from this temptation and pretend it doesn't exist. Jiang Li slowly shook his head, torn with indecision. He realized that the opportunity presented by the sand snake birth flower might be genuine, otherwise, no one would attempt to use him. However, his lack of knowledge about the hidden enemy's tactics made him uneasy. Despite this, he felt the need to test the waters, as being targeted by an unseen enemy also made him anxious. This was one of the reasons for Jiang Li's hesitation. The opportunity was undoubtedly a rare chance for him. If utilized properly, it could bring unexpected gains and reveal the enemy's identity. Jiang Li wasn't entirely without confidence. There was still some time before the sand snake birth flower matured, and by then, his strength would have significantly increased, something the hidden enemy could not foresee. I'll make a plan when the time comes, Jiang Li thought, as he put away the animal hide and prepared to leave. Just then, Li Wanhe's body started to sway, having reached his limit after a series of ordeals and stimuli, and he finally collapsed. Jiang Li's expression changed dramatically. He quickly scooped up Li Wanhe and rushed towards the central hospital. Jiang Li returned to the central hospital of Nanha City, feeling heavy-hearted. He urgently inquired about Li Wanhe's condition, and the doctor's face was filled with concern. The situation was severe. Without timely treatment, the consequences could be unimaginable. Although the injuries could be healed, Li Wanhe's martial arts career might be over, and his overall health would be significantly weakened, requiring long-term medication. Jiang Li felt as if he had fallen into a deep abyss. It was a devastating blow for Li Wanhe. Unwilling to accept this, he asked if there was any other way. The doctor hesitated for a moment and mentioned a mythical artifact that could regenerate one's core vitality, but it was extremely rare and difficult to find. Jiang Li's eyes lit up with hope, but the doctor shook his head, indicating that such an artifact was beyond ordinary means. He suggested that the patient should rest well and be encouraged when he wakes up. Even if he couldn't return to martial arts, there were other paths he could pursue. As the doctor left, Li Wanhe's parents were in tears, unable to imagine their son's future as an invalid. Jiang Li comforted them, promising that once he became stronger, he would find the artifact for Li Wanhe. Although grateful, Li's parents were skeptical about the existence of such an artifact. Jiang Li's resentment towards the beast warriors deepened, realizing the threat posed by the Wan beast cult. Li Wanhe's voice broke the silence. He wanted the truth, and Jiang Li could only nod softly, trying to offer some hope. Li Wanhe gripped the bedsheet tightly and, with a weak smile, expressed his understanding. He believed that his talents were lacking and that his martial arts journey was doomed. However, he decided to trust Jiang Li and said that he would rely on him in the future. This acceptance lightened his mood, and he felt a glimmer of hope. Jiang Li nodded resolutely, vowing never to let his friend go hungry again. They shifted the conversation to various trivial matters, their favorite way to pass the time. However, deep down, Jiang Li was determined to find a rare treasure that could restore vitality and help his friend resume his martial arts journey. The forced smile on Li Wanhe's face pained him. How could someone who had just awakened a passion for martial arts not care about their crippled body? Li Wanhe clenched his fists tighter, his knuckles turning white, as he made a firm decision in his heart. A few days passed. During this time, Jiang Li not only trained diligently every day but also spent time at the hospital, chatting with Li Wanhe to lift his spirits. Yet, he could clearly sense that Li Wanhe had become more melancholic than before. Despite the smiles he put on, Jiang Li felt a deep-seated unease within him, waiting to erupt at any moment, which filled him with extreme worry. Wanhe, take good care of yourself at home and don't overthink things. Your parents will be there to look after you. Once my training is over, I'll come back to see you. Today was Li Wanhe's discharge day. He insisted on recuperating at home rather than staying in the hospital. Jiang Li gave careful instructions to Li Wanhe's parents and arranged a light job for him through Wu Wei, along with a gift of 500,000 federal credits, enough for Li Wanhe's recovery. Li Wanhe was deeply grateful to Jiang Li. Even though his injury was meant to lure Jiang Li out, he never blamed him. Don't worry, brother Li. I'll be fine. Let's stay in touch. Tomorrow, Jiang Li would head to the training camp, and they bid each other farewell. Supported by his parents, Li Wanhe returned home. As night fell, he lay in bed, restless. The roars of beasts from the simulation exam and Zhang Xiaoyan's mocking laughter echoed in his mind like a haunting nightmare. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, soaking the sheets.
No.
I don't want to rely on others anymore. I need to depend on myself. Li Wanhe's eyes snapped open with resolve. He mustered his strength, got out of bed, dressed, and quietly left with his tools. Soon, he arrived at the spot where he had buried the fragment of the demonic ancient bell. An invisible force seemed to be luring him. Dig it up. Dig it up. The mysterious origin of the bell fragment, possibly related to the 10,000 Beasts sect, made Li Wanhe hesitate. He didn't know what the fragment signified, but the voice had once told him it would make him invincible. This was his only hope now, potentially a way to reclaim his martial arts path. Though he believed in the S-tier treasure Jiang Li mentioned, it would take too long, and he couldn't wait. He had to take control of his own destiny. With determination gleaming in his eyes, Li Wanhe started digging. As the soil piled up, his palms grew sweaty. He had painstakingly buried this fragment, and now he was unearthing it himself. Thud. The clear sound of impact startled Li Wanhe, but he continued to dig. Suddenly, a bronze shard from an ancient bell, about the size of a palm, appeared in the pit. The intricate bronze patterns on the bell seemed to pulse silently. Li Wanhe gently picked up the shard, and with a resolute bite of his lip, he cut his finger and let his blood drip onto it. Instantly, the bronze bell emitted a dazzling light. A mysterious voice echoed in Li Wanhe's mind. "Heh heh heh, little one. You've finally awakened." Li Wanhe's face was expressionless. Having endured life and death trials, his spirit was already weathered. He grew impatient with the voice emanating from the ancient bell, and in a detached tone, he questioned, "What do you want from me? If you can't satisfy me, be prepared to be handed over to the Federation's war god." Previously, the voice from the bell had informed him that beast warriors belonged to a vast organization called the 10,000 Beasts sect, and had said some bizarre things that influenced his actions, frightening him enough to bury the fragments overnight. Though he had been scared before, he now understood that the voice in the fragments couldn't interfere with him directly and could only exert minor influences. Suddenly, the eerie laughter stopped abruptly, like a duck being strangled. Li Wanhe mocked with disdain. This guy sure talks big. Who's he trying to fool? If he's so powerful, why is he just a remnant soul? Unfazed, he pressed on, "My vital energy core is destroyed, and I can't practice martial arts. Do you have a way to help me recover?" The voice sounded somewhat helpless, having its rhythm of conversation disrupted, and felt a bit embarrassed. Yet, facing someone so ruthless, it dared not say much, as it was merely a remnant soul at that moment. If buried again, it would never see the light of day. The voice quickly spoke up, "There is a way. Once you recover, reaching the so-called war god level will be a piece of cake for you. It began to boast. Li Wanhe nodded slightly and continued to ask, "What's your connection to the 10,000 Beasts sect?" The voice hesitated, trying to gauge Li Wanhe's attitude. "Is your injury caused by the 10,000 Beasts sect?" "That's right." "Then it's clear. I can't stand the 10,000 Beasts sect either, especially their leader, who burns bridges after crossing them. It's outrageous." Li Wanhe grew curious. "Were you harmed by the 10,000 Beasts sect?" "Of course not. Those guys couldn't harm me even in 1,000 years," the voice said indignantly. Then it quickly changed the topic. "Do you want revenge?" A fire of anger flickered in Li Wanhe's eyes. "Of course I do. I wish I could destroy the 10,000 Beasts sect completely," the voice proposed. "Then I'll teach you a method. Become their leader." Li Wanhe, enraged, exclaimed, "Are you messing with me?" and raised the shovel in his hand. The voice hurriedly explained, "No, no, listen to me, young man. This method is related to the cultivation technique I will teach you. There will be no flaws, trust me. I know the 10,000 Beasts sect very well." Li Wanhe coldly patted the dirt off the ancient bell, tucked it into his robe, and turned away. He still held doubts about the voice and wanted it to prove its sincerity. The voice resignedly said, "All right, from now on, I'll call you Xiaogan." From that day on, Li Wanhe embarked on a completely new path. He vowed never to be betrayed again, for he knew that true brothers would never let him walk alone. Meanwhile, Jiang Li stood by the window, gazing at the starry night sky. Tomorrow was the day he would head to the special training camp. It would be the longest time he'd be away from home, lasting at least a month, if not longer. Beyond the stars, perhaps another universe exists. Jiang Li's gaze grew deeper as he pondered the possibility that his parents and aunt might be living on other planets. As his strength increased, so did his perspective, no longer naively believing that his loved ones were still on the ancestral star, as the Blood River world clearly did not belong there. Recent rumors about breakthroughs in space warp technology on the ancestral star intrigued him. Could they be true? These questions needed Jiang Li to seek the answers himself. He gently touched the black jade bead on his chest, smiling slightly, undeterred as he continued to make progress. Even though his Thunder Annihilation Slash had reached perfection, Jiang Li felt there might be room for further improvement, perhaps reaching the realm of intent that Ning Jing had mentioned, a level unique to advanced combat techniques. Although the first part of Thunder Annihilation Slash was derived from top-tier techniques, even lower-tier techniques could touch this realm, albeit with great difficulty. His progress in swordsmanship had been smooth, diligently practicing the Ascension Gate technique every day. His soul strength was nearing 2.4. Once it reached 3, he could attempt to break through the second level of the Ascension Gate, which would boost his soul strength to 4, significantly enhancing his power. Jiang Li carefully calculated his progress. However, he knew that without his sword, his combat effectiveness would plummet, highlighting a major weakness. Additionally, his movement skills and physical strength were also shortcomings. Jiang Li frowned as he recalled his prolonged battle with Zhang Xiaotian, where he only managed to resolve the fight after retrieving his sword, exposing many deficiencies. Foremost was his movement technique. If Jiang Li had mastered an advanced B-level movement technique, Zhang Xiaotian would pose no threat, and he could have saved Li Wanhe directly. Currently, his most powerful unarmed combat skill was the C-level Frost Palm gifted by Su Yeya, but a B-level combat skill would prevent him from being so passive. Lastly, his physical strength. Despite the protection of his B-level armor, it was still external. If his body became stronger, his combat power would further increase. It was said that a particular body refinement martial art could train the body to a level where it could rival fierce beasts. He needed to keep an eye out for it once he reached the training camp. Reflecting on this, Jiang Li realized that his upcoming training couldn't bypass the special recruitment training camp. The energy liquids he needed, as well as more powerful guidance techniques and combat skills, had to be obtained from the camp to support his rapid progress. He looked forward to the surprises the training camp might offer. Gathering all the geniuses from Jiangnan province in one place was an exciting prospect. Jiang Li's eyes gleamed with determination, confident that he wouldn't lose to anyone. After completing his Ascension Gate practice, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Jiang Li, Wang Daoyuan, Su Xingqian, and Wei Zihong gathered early at the Su family residence. From a distance, Wang Daoyuan spotted Jiang Li approaching, his bald head gleaming in the sunlight. He had tried growing some short hair but felt uncomfortable, so he shaved it off again. Su Xingqian and Wei Zihong looked at Wang Daoyuan with a hint of curiosity. It seemed this guy was somewhat obsessed with Jiang Li's bald head. Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh, greeting them warmly. Just as they were about to start chatting, a voice echoed from the distant sky. A sleek, jet-black fighter plane swiftly landed on the Su family's private helipad, its powerful downdraft stirring up the surrounding dust. The eyes of the young onlookers instantly lit up with excitement. Wow, that's the Black Hawk fighter jet. The latest top-tier aircraft developed by the Federation military, equipped with laser weapons, rumored to be capable of defeating a battle king. Well, A battle king wouldn't just stand there and let you hit them, but it's more than enough to handle king-level beasts. This high-profile reception was truly impressive. Jiang Li and his companions exchanged glances, their mutual surprise reflecting a shared anticipation for the unknown training camp. Hundreds of Black Hawk jets were there to welcome these specially recruited geniuses, a display that undeniably highlighted the extraordinary nature of the camp. Let's go. Without hesitation, they boarded the fighter jets. Immediately, the Black Hawk jets roared into the sky, transforming into streaks of black lightning that vanished into the horizon. The Black Hawk fighter jet sliced through the clouds like a lightning bolt, soaring swiftly into the sky. As Nanha City gradually shrank from view, Jiang Li couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. As a child, he had only flown on commercial airlines accompanied by his parents. Now, experiencing the freedom of flying on his own felt like a dream come true. The War God-class Black Hawk jet, capable of flying freely at high altitudes, filled Jiang Li with a longing for such freedom. Staring at the rapidly receding landscape outside the window, Su Xingqian marveled, "The Black Hawk is incredible. It's far superior to my family's private jet." His comment earned disdainful looks from the others, who clearly thought Su Xingqian was showing off. Wang Daoyuan, rubbing his bald head, remarked, "At this speed, we might reach Mingling City in less than 2 hours. The speed is truly astounding." Wei Zihong interjected, "This training camp is taking place in the wilderness. We might even encounter flying beasts." Flying beasts are considered highly dangerous among ferocious creatures due to their ability to fly. Several instructors from the Cayman School had once been seriously injured by flying beasts in the wilderness. Generally, only those at the War King level possess the long-range attack capabilities needed to contend with such creatures. Wei Zihong's words elicited ridicule from the group, and he got a few playful knocks on the head, causing him to wince in pain. Despite his loose tongue, everyone felt reassured knowing they had the Black Hawk jet for protection. Jiang Li smiled and mentioned that he had not only been training recently but also thoroughly researched the area they were headed to. He had gathered a lot of information about the tri-leaf serpent flower, rare S-grade treasure that could slightly improve one's aptitude. If given the chance, he would strive to obtain it, though he knew he had to act within his means. A strong soul was one of his assets, and after his soul had become more powerful, Jiang Li noticed a significant improvement in his ability to sense enemies. Just then, Wang Daoyuan interrupted Jiang Li's thoughts with a mysterious tone. "Do you know how many people are participating in this training camp?" Everyone's curiosity was piqued, and they eagerly asked for details. Wang Daoyuan raised a finger and said, "Over 1,000. The group was stunned. This meant that at least 1,000 high school students in Jiangnan province had reached the level of advanced warriors, a truly astonishing number. Curious, Jiang Li asked, "So, what's the level of the strongest participants?" Wang Daoyuan gave a thumbs up and praised, "No wonder you're our Jiang brother, always looking at the big picture." According to rumors, the strongest participants include 5 or 6 people who are at least at the junior ward general level. Whether any have broken through to the intermediate ward general level is unknown, given the vastness of Jiangnan province and the potential for various talents. Su Xingqian muttered, "That's quite an exaggeration. By your account, 4 to 500 participants are peak warriors, 2 to 300 are extreme warriors, and the 3 of us are, at best, just average? Maybe not even that?" The group couldn't help but feel a sense of amazement. The level of the special training camp was truly astonishing, with every participant being a top talent in their own right. Jiang Li squinted slightly, feeling indifferent. As a warrior of the primary battle general rank, he believed he had the ability to fight across ranks, no matter how exceptional his opponents were. After all, reaching near perfection in all aspects like him was not something everyone could achieve. With a powerhouse like Jianggu in the mix, Nanha City was far from weak. If Jianggu could break through to the battle general rank, we might even have a shot at leading the training camp. Wang Daoyuan beamed with confidence, and Su Xingqian and Wei Zihong nodded in agreement. In their eyes, Jiang Li's combat power was extraordinarily formidable. How many extreme warriors could take on a mid-level battle general beast warrior? Yet Jiang Gu had done it. Jiang Li couldn't help but feel a bit amused by their confidence, which seemed to exceed his own. Just then, the Black Eagle aircraft had completely left the Bay City, heading towards the wilderness area. Suddenly, Su Xingqian shouted, "Wei Zihong, you jinx!" Everyone followed his gaze, their pupils shrinking in shock. Ahead, a flying beast was tearing through the air, its fierce aura targeting the aircraft. Its black wings spanned over 30 feet, and its talons gleamed menacingly in the sunlight. The most terrifying aspect was its cold, murderous eyes. Humans and such beasts could never coexist peacefully. Whenever they met, a life-and-death struggle ensued. It was an extreme general rank beast, the golden-crowned demon eagle.
Jiang Li exhaled slowly.
This type of flying beast was incredibly formidable, something he had read about in the data. Although it was said that the Black Eagle aircraft could easily defeat a king-rank beast, no one felt entirely confident about the actual situation. Encountering such a beast in the air naturally made everyone tense. The pilot, however, smiled and said, "Don't worry, prepare to activate the aircraft's weapons, the laser cannon." At that moment, another Black Eagle aircraft from the other side fired several thick laser beams. The originally imposing Demon Eagle's eyes filled with fear. It couldn't dodge in time and collided directly with the laser beams. Swish, swish, swish. The laser beams pierced through the Demon Eagle's body in an instant, completely destroying its life and sending it plummeting to the ground. The four of them were stunned. This weapon was incredibly powerful. Even an extreme general rank beast had no chance to resist and was mercilessly annihilated. Su Xingqian excitedly exclaimed, "If our Federation could equip these weapons on a large scale, the extinction of these beasts would be imminent." It's not that simple. It just so happened that this beast flew into our line of fire. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to hit the target, the pilot explained with a smile. Then, he lowered the window and shouted, "Xiao Zhao, let's go have a drink when we get back." Another aircraft flew alongside theirs, and Jiang Li and the others saw through the window that the other aircraft also carried a group of young talents heading to the special training camp. There were quite a few of them, about a dozen, though it was unclear how capable they were. Wang Daoyuan sneered disdainfully, feeling a bit annoyed at the sight of the other group. The youngsters on the other aircraft, both boys and girls, surrounded one individual with an air of arrogance. They looked at Jiang Li's group with condescending eyes, as if to say, "Country bumpkins, so ignorant." Clearly, they were mocking Jiang Li and his friends for being impressed by the Black Eagle aircraft. The more Wang Daoyuan thought about it, the angrier he became. So he made a provocative gesture towards the other group, raising his middle finger elegantly yet forcefully. Su Xingqian and Wei Zihong were being mischievous, raising 3 middle fingers in a triangular formation, a gesture that was highly provocative and insulting. The boys across from them were infuriated and started shouting curses, but their voices were muffled by the windows. Wei Zihong playfully rubbed his ears and flashed a smug smile. "The angrier you get, the happier I am," he thought to himself with satisfaction. The two aircraft soon parted ways, each heading towards their respective training camps. Wang Daoyuan and Jiang Li burst into laughter, unbothered by the disdainful looks from the other side. "Arguing is pointless," Jiang Li shrugged. "Once we get to the training camp, if they still act tough, a good beating will set them straight." These dozen or so students were clearly from a large base city in Jiangnan province, and their leader seemed formidable. Jiang Li whispered, "Looks like one of those junior warriors the old guys were talking about." Wang Daoyuan's face darkened. This could be trouble. "I have a bad feeling about this." Jiang Li reassured him with a cheerful smile. "Relax, as long as I'm here, nothing will go wrong. I'm as tough as they come." The group joked around, quickly brushing off the minor incident. "We've all faced life and death trials as warrior-level beast fighters. What's a little spat?" Before long, the aircraft began to descend slowly, revealing a massive military base below. The metallic sheen and powerful aura of the place filled their eyes with anticipation. "We've finally arrived at the special recruitment training camp," they exclaimed excitedly. The Black Hawk jet roared through the air, creating powerful gusts as Jiang Li and his companions gracefully leaped out, landing swiftly within the base. Immediately, they felt the intense atmosphere of the training camp. Surrounded by sleek, metallic buildings, mech soldiers patrolled every corner, and laser cannons were strategically placed, leaving Jiang Li and the others in awe. They had just witnessed the devastating power of these weapons, capable of easily destroying formidable beasts. Seeing thousands of such weapons, along with other unknown equipment, was nothing short of extraordinary, at least as impressive as the laser cannons. The group gasped in shock, overwhelmed by the high-tech arsenal. The words "heavily fortified" came to mind. Clearly, the 5 elite academies had spared no expense for these future Federation elites. Any troublemakers, whether from the beast cult or wild beasts, would find themselves in a one-way trip if they dared to cause trouble here. As the crowd bustled around them, Su Xingqian remarked on the scene. Along the way, they saw other newly arrived trainees, all of similar age. Although 1,000 people might not seem like a lot, when gathered together, they formed a dense crowd. "Don't wander off, scan the code to enter," Jiang Li said, firmly holding onto the wobbling Wang Daoyuan and signaling him to use his communicator to scan the QR code. The basic information about the training camp immediately displayed on the screen, showing a wealth of details. "Let's go. Our dorms are that way." Jiang Li led the group towards their destination. Soon, they arrived in front of a small villa. The sign read, "Nanha City Trainee Dormitory." The villa had 2 floors. The upper level housed individual rooms for each trainee, while the lower level featured a spacious training hall, ensuring no one would be disturbed. "Wow, this is luxurious. I've never stayed in such a comfortable place," Jiang Li marveled, feeling a mix of emotions. Despite being the strongest among them, he came from a humble background and had never experienced such luxury, making the moment even more surprising. Wang Daoyuan and the others, however, remained calm. "And there's an intelligent butler, too. Awesome." Oh, and don't forget, there's an induction ceremony after dinner. All trainees must be ready by tonight. One of them reminded. Jiang Li nodded and headed to his room, eager to review the training camp information he had just scanned. Even a quick glance revealed several items he needed. Wang Daoyuan shrugged. Shall we take a walk? Not everyone is as obsessed with training as Jiang. I don't know how he stands it. With a few light-hearted jabs, the three of them left the room. Jiang Li's eyes were filled with awe as he delved deeper into the information. The more he read, the more excited he became. The camp's purpose was clear: to train the trainees and make these geniuses even stronger before they entered the academy, while also identifying the top talents. Survival of the fittest. Besides equipment, the camp focused on 4 aspects of combat power, including vital energy cultivation, which was exactly what Jiang Li needed. Each trainee would receive a more efficient version of the standard guiding technique, twice as effective. There were even more powerful guiding techniques available, beyond imagination. This involves the hard currency of the training camp: points. With enough points, you can exchange for treasures, energy liquids, weapons, armor, combat techniques, and guidance techniques. However, the amount of points required can be daunting. For instance, B-level treasures and combat techniques typically range between 1,000 and 3,000 points. The Thunder Guidance technique, which is 10 times more effective than the standard version, costs a staggering 10,000 points. Jiang Li was both eager and anxious, so he started looking into how to earn points. According to the information, points are mainly earned through progress in strength, various assessments, and tasks assigned by the training camp. These points are valuable, and the more, the better. Jiang Li realized that in the training camp, points are equivalent to federal currency, and perhaps even more useful since some treasures can't be bought with federal currency. Skipping the exchange list for now, Jiang Li decided to think about it once he earned some points. Besides blood energy cultivation, the training camp also covers combat technique and combat skill training. The teaching staff is incredibly impressive, with over 100 instructors, all of whom are battle kings. The camp's overseer is even a battle emperor. Jiang Li shook his head, feeling a bit surreal. Nevertheless, he was very excited. Even though he had a 10,000-fold increase in training efficiency, having battle kings personally instructing him would surely speed up his progress even more. Who wouldn't want to improve faster? Maybe he could take this opportunity to master combat techniques and reach the control realm. Jiang Li was thrilled and couldn't wait to start his formal training. In addition to these, the training camp guidelines mention some rare facilities, such as the gravity chamber and the blood energy cultivation room, which can accelerate the increase in blood energy. However, the points required to use these facilities are quite substantial. Points. Points. With points, my strength will improve tremendously. Jiang Li continued to read. The guidelines also included various taboos, such as areas that must not be crossed and the prohibition of unauthorized entry into the wilderness area. Jiang Li memorized all these important details. By the time he finished browsing all the information, 2 hours had passed. Jiang Li stretched and felt quite satisfied. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Wei Zihang's anxious voice came from outside. Jiang Gu, come out quickly. Something happened to Lao Wang and the others. Jiang Li was startled. How could something have happened in just 2 hours? He quickly rushed out of the room, and the initially anxious Wei Zihang looked relieved upon seeing him. What happened? Jiang Li asked in a deep voice. Wei Zihang grabbed Jiang Li and started running, explaining hurriedly as they went. Jiang Gu, do you remember the students from the other Black Hawk aircraft when we arrived? We were just walking around when they came looking for trouble. Jiang Li's heart sank. The leader of that group was a battle general. Wang Daoyuan and Xing Chan might be in trouble. Did Lao Wang and Xing Chan get beaten up? Jiang Li asked. Wei Zihang paused, his expression turning a bit strange. No, Lao Wang beat them up. Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Jiang Li felt a sudden clarity after listening to Wei Zihang's explanation. They had taken advantage of the absence of the lead trainee to provoke trouble. Sensing something was amiss, Old Wang and the others quickly sent Wei Zihang to inform Jiang Li. Jiang Li immediately offered to guide the way. As he spoke, pure energy surged through his body, and even with just a D-level agility, he displayed astonishing speed. Wei Zihang, barely able to keep his eyes open as Jiang Li carried him, was profoundly shocked, thinking to himself, my goodness, has brother Jiang already broken through to a warrior level? His admiration for Jiang Li grew even more evident. Jiang Li shouted, this way. Hurry. As he sped forward, Jiang Li's irritation towards those arrogant juniors intensified, and he decided to teach them a lesson. Maybe he could even gain some prestige from this? Having just finished reading the training camp's rules, a flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes as he quickly strategized. Soon enough, a noisy crowd appeared before them, with 2 groups in a standoff. Among them, Wang Daoyuan's shiny bald head stood out conspicuously. Time had shifted slightly, and the once arrogant demeanor displayed by the group on the Black Hawk helicopter had now vanished into silence. Wang Daoyuan's fists pounded together with a metallic clang, his knuckle dusters gleaming. Since he had cut his hair, his passion for Silver Moon swordsmanship seemed to have waned, and he had developed a preference for hand-to-hand combat, displaying a trend towards becoming a bald, muscular fighter. He had begun to grasp the fundamentals of the Federation's B-rank martial skill, the Bull Demon Overlord Fist. At this moment, his imposing presence made the four opponents hesitate, as they were merely advanced warriors, a tier below Wang Daoyuan and Su Xingqian. Their faces were filled with frustration and suppressed anger. Su Xingqian continued to press the attack, ready to leave, unwilling to waste time on them. Su Xingqian was somewhat cunning. After a fight, he always aimed to leave quickly. He had already noticed someone on the other side preparing for a sneak attack, so he had sent Wei Zihong back. Despite this, he didn't want to get bogged down in a brawl on the first day. One of the boys opposite, clutching his swollen eye, shouted angrily, "Don't think of running away. When our boss arrives, you'll regret it." Though the four were heavily injured, they still surrounded Wang Daoyuan and Su Xingqian, preventing their escape. Wang Daoyuan and Su Xingqian exchanged a wary glance. The opponents seemed overly confident. Back on the helicopter, their numbers had been in the dozens. The wise choice was to retreat first. Understanding each other without words, they charged at one of the boys. The explosion of energy from the peak warriors shocked the onlookers. They attacked without mercy. Two more black eyes appeared. Since their last mock exam, the duo had developed the habit of targeting their opponent's eyes. However, they held back just enough to cause only minor injuries, not fatal ones. With a small wound torn open, they quickly broke through the encirclement. The remaining three boys shouted anxiously, "Stop them! The friendship of Twin City isn't that easy to earn." The onlookers were intrigued. Twin City. Rumor had it that a junior warlord-level student named Qin Tianhin had emerged from Twin City. A junior warlord might stand out in this training camp. Some began to reconsider. Gaining Twin City's friendship could be beneficial in the camp. Wang Daoyuan and Su Xingqian's expressions subtly changed. They shouted, "Our boss is a senior warlord who can fight beast warriors. Think twice before acting." Wang Daoyuan slightly exaggerated Jiang Li's strength. Those who were tempted began to hesitate. Though they doubted the claim of a senior warlord, the duo's performance suggested they weren't lying. This hesitation allowed the two to break through successfully. Just then, a cold snort echoed, and a figure in a silver battle robe appeared before the crowd. His face was stern, with a hint of arrogance. It was the leader from the helicopter, Qin Tianhin. The onlookers were stunned, intimidated by Qin Tianhin's powerful presence, a level entirely different from theirs. Was this the standout from Twin City, Qin Tianhin? His aura was indeed strong. It was said that he not only reached the junior warlord level, but also had extraordinary talent in combat skills, mastering more than one B-rank martial technique. The Qin family, a warlord family, had many experts and dominated Twin City. The crowd buzzed with shock and envy. Qin Tianhin's fists moved like lightning, each punch glowing with an earthy yellow light, aimed directly at Wang Daoyuan and Su Xingqian. Their faces turned pale as they realized the power behind Qin's attack. They gave it their all to defend themselves but were still forced back several steps, soon finding themselves surrounded by a dozen students from Shuangzi City. This time, they weren't just facing four opponents but a group of over 10, including peak and extreme warriors, causing Wang Daoyuan and Su Xingqian to feel a deep sense of dread. They knew they were in serious trouble. Qin Tianhin, with a smug expression, slowly approached Wang Daoyuan and Su Xingqian, his arms crossed over his chest. The defeated youngsters, seeing Qin, couldn't contain their grievances and began to complain to him. A flash of anger crossed Qin's eyes. He prided himself on being unbeatable, but seeing his subordinates defeated so soundly, he felt he had to retaliate to maintain his dignity. He ordered his men to return the favor, challenging the others to dare strike back. Qin Tianhin coldly declared, his gaze fixed on Wang Daoyuan and Su Xingqian, as if warning them that any resistance would lead to their utter destruction. Wang Daoyuan, with his fiery temper, couldn't stand by idly. He retorted mockingly, "You think you're something special? When you were still in diapers, I was already fighting on the battlefield. If you dare make a move, you're courting death." His fierce eyes locked onto the complaining boy, determined to drag him down no matter what. The boy, intimidated, took an involuntary step back. Su Xingqian felt the same, glaring at another boy with the resolve not to let them off easily. Both had faced life and death before. This fight was nothing new to them. Qin Tianhin's anger peaked, feeling humiliated by Wang Daoyuan and Su Xingqian's defiance. He was used to having his way in Shuangzi City, relying on his formidable strength. He wanted to use this opportunity to establish his authority in the training camp, just as he did back home. He commanded his men to attack Wang Daoyuan and Su Xingqian, vowing to take responsibility for any consequences. Dominantly, he shouted, "Go! Beat them to a pulp. I'll take the blame for anything that happens." The surrounding students, eager for a fight, grinned maliciously as they closed in on Wang Daoyuan and Su Xingqian. Standing back to back, Wang Daoyuan and Su Xingchen braced themselves for the imminent battle. The fight was about to erupt. Just then, a disdainful voice suddenly pierced the air, as if taunting everyone, like he owned the entire training camp. That voice belonged to Jiang Li. With his arms crossed over his chest, Jiang Li sauntered over leisurely with Wei Zihong, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Wang Daoyuan and another person's faces lit up with joy. Seeing Jiang Li felt like finding a solid pillar of support, bringing them immense comfort. Jiang Li's once invincible image was deeply ingrained in their minds. Just his presence there was enough to boost their confidence. Jiang Li's arrival was like a bolt of lightning, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. The young man in black walked in casually, his demeanor exuding extraordinary confidence and charisma. His handsome face could easily make anyone swoon. Some of the female trainees looked at him with admiration, secretly thinking, "Is this the legendary warrior who can tear apart beasts with his bare hands?" However, other trainees were skeptical, thinking Jiang Li appeared too frail to be as formidable as the rumors suggested. When someone questioned whether he was indeed a high-level warrior, Jiang Li paused, puzzled by the exaggerated tales about him. He turned and saw Wang Daoyuan grinning mischievously. Instantly, he realized it was Wang's doing, spreading those wild stories. But even if he wasn't a high-level warrior, Jiang Li still exuded an unparalleled aura. His presence grew more imposing, and the domineering essence of his thunderstrike technique began to manifest in various ways. He was constantly improving. Standing nearby, Qin Tianhin narrowed his eyes, sensing the aura emanating from Jiang Li. Though he couldn't fully gauge its depth, as a descendant of a prestigious warrior family, Qin had enough confidence to crush anyone. He dismissed Jiang Li's taunts with contempt, his gaze revealing disdain. He even uttered insults, questioning how a country bumpkin like Jiang Li could claim to be a high-level warrior. The trainees from Twin Cities laughed heartily, confident in Qin's abilities. They believed their leader was a genius, not only superior in bloodline but also possessing combat prowess that transcended his rank. To them, even mid-level warriors wouldn't dare act arrogantly in front of him. Jiang Li tilted his head and smiled, completely unfazed by Qin Tianhin. He turned to Wang Daoyuan and others, saying, "Looks like we've got a new show today. How about a streaking challenge?" Wei Zihong, excited by the crowd's reaction, loudly announced, "Today, let's show everyone the brilliance of our Twin Cities geniuses." The surrounding trainees expressed their interest, as gossiping was a natural human inclination. Unable to hold back any longer, Qin Tianhin and his group, filled with anger, declared they would teach Wang Daoyuan and his friends a lesson, confident they were no match. Qin waved his hand, and the trainees from Twin Cities immediately surrounded them. With a mocking tone, he said, "Who would be foolish enough to duel you one-on-one now? Strength in numbers is the real deal." Jiang Li responded with a cheerful smile. "Did you issue a challenge? It's too late to beg for mercy now. Get ready for the streaking." Qin Tianhin moved like the wind, swiftly reaching Jiang Li, showcasing his impressive speed, far surpassing Jiang Li's. However, Jiang Li remained calm. Speed was important, but mastering combat techniques was crucial. He launched a punch infused with thunder and fire, a simple yet powerful move that successfully blocked Qin's attack. According to the training camp rules, Jiang Li had already reminded them. Since they initiated the challenge, he would accept. The playful look in Jiang Li's eyes vanished, replaced by seriousness and determination. His earlier taunts were merely a prelude to this moment. In this training camp, earning points was no easy task. Jiang Li gazed down at the students of Twin Cities with a heart full of passionate challenge. Each student started with 200 points, but if they initiated a challenge and failed, they would lose 100 points. This rule thrilled Jiang Li, as it promised a series of exciting battles. Although he had a fiery temper, he enjoyed motivating the students this way. To him, anyone who dared to challenge was an opponent to be defeated, regardless of their status. Qin Tianhin found these rules somewhat perplexing and even absurd. He didn't care about initiating or being challenged. He just wanted his opponent to concede. He moved with the force of a swinging battle axe, unleashing the aura of a warrior, trying to overpower his foe with sheer strength. However, Jiang Li's eyes carried a hint of coldness and mockery. He looked at Qin Tianhin as if to say, "A mere junior warrior dares to be so arrogant? You should be the one yielding at my feet." In the next moment, Jiang Li's vitality surged, as if ignited by a raging fire. The purity of his vitality, enhanced by his soul strength, made him far more formidable than Qin Tianhin. With a powerful palm strike, he summoned a white frost that formed into an ice fist, causing Qin Tianhin's face to change as he sensed danger. The onlooking students were stunned and exclaimed, "This junior warrior is unbelievably strong. Who would have thought Nanha City harbored such a genius?" They couldn't help but speculate whether Jiang Li had previously defeated other warriors, explaining his immense strength. This was already the 4th warrior-level student, and such a formidable individual was awe-inspiring. In the intense confrontation, Qin Tianhin showcased his earth attribute power, his dark yellow armor glowing with formidable defense. The two exchanged dozens of blows, and Qin Tianhin no longer dared to underestimate Jiang Li. He suddenly realized that although Jiang Li lacked dual thunder and fire attribute techniques, his exceptional combat skills made him a formidable opponent. Jiang Li sneered, aware of his own shortcomings but unconcerned, as he possessed strength on par with senior warriors. Perhaps Wang Daoyuan hadn't been exaggerating. Jiang Li thought to himself that he must quickly deal with Qin Tianhin. His eyes shifted, noticing Wang Daoyuan and two others being besieged and in a perilous situation. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full power, revealing his strength without reservation. In this training camp, there was no need to hide one's abilities. Qin Tianhin was shocked to discover that Jiang Li's vitality was far beyond his imagination. Jiang Li took the initiative to attack. Although he wasn't as fast as Qin Tianhin, he seized the right moment in the battle, landing a heavy blow on his opponent's face, shattering his arrogance completely. Qin Tianhin exclaimed in disbelief. Not only is he fast, but his grasp of combat timing is impeccable. He had a vague suspicion in his heart, a feeling of awe and a deep yearning for the advanced combat skills he had heard about. Yet, he always felt there was a thin veil separating him from that realm. In contrast, this country bumpkin seemed fearless, which left Qin Tianhin feeling quite aggrieved. His jealousy burned like a raging fire inside him. But Jiang Li was relentless. For him, crushing Qin Tianhin was nothing out of the ordinary. After all, he had defeated powerful beast warriors like Zhang Xiaotian. How could a high school student pose any challenge? Their levels were comparable, but Jiang Li had purer blood energy and superior combat techniques. Even if his skills had some shortcomings, he could compensate with his higher level. His mastery of C-level techniques was so profound that it rivaled the minor mastery of B-level techniques. If he couldn't easily crush his opponent, what would be the point of all his years of training? With each punch, Jiang Li showed no mercy, as if determined to deliver a fatal blow regardless of how aggrieved Qin Tianhin might feel. Boom! Ice shards exploded from Qin Tianhin's chest, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. This was sheer brutality, akin to an adult bullying a child. The overlord of Nanha City was indeed excessively fierce. Jiang Li delivered a swift kick to Qin Tianhin's shoulder, forcing him to his knees in pain. Jiang Li was not one to show mercy. He believed in fighting back and giving as good as he got. Qin Tianhin, who had lived a privileged life, had never faced such humiliation. His anger was about to erupt. He roared, "If my sword wasn't in the dorm, I'd never lose to you." His swordsmanship was formidable, already at an advanced level. Jiang Li mocked him, saying that if he had a knife, he would easily defeat him. The other students from Gemini City were both shocked and furious. They couldn't believe their leader had been bested by an unknown figure. They left 3 people to guard Wang Daoyuan and the others while the remaining 10 charged at Jiang Li, surrounding him like an inescapable net. However, Jiang Li's counterattack was even more ferocious. Wang Daoyuan and his companions felt a sense of déjà vu. Jiang Li's movements were swift and decisive, easily defeating the young men who had not yet become battle-hardened warriors. With a few punches, their eyes were swollen shut. Since the mock exams, Jiang Li had taken a liking to using his fists to teach others a lesson, finding great satisfaction in it. The onlookers shivered, their eyes stinging from the sight. They looked at Jiang Li with strange expressions. The leader from Nanha City seemed a bit peculiar, always hitting people particularly hard in the eyes. Some timid female students couldn't bear to watch, while the students from Gemini City were left in a pitiful state. Their attack had some effect, at least buying Qin Tianhin a bit of time to catch his breath. He roared in anger, ready to charge again. Suddenly, a stern voice rang out from a distance. "What do you think you're doing? Fighting? Are you trying to rebel?" It was the camp instructor, followed by a squad of soldiers. The instructor's imposing presence made no one dare to meet his gaze. The students quickly dispersed, not wanting to be labeled as brawlers. Qin Tianhin felt wronged and was just about to strike back when the instructor arrived. It felt like a great injustice. The instructor always showed up just in time to catch the aftermath, but never during the fight. He felt furious and refused to look at the instructor. Jiang Li, on the other hand, put on an innocent face, like a well-behaved child, completely masking his earlier aggression. He said, "Instructor, they started it." The instructor looked at them sternly, but inside he was secretly amused. If it weren't for the clear surveillance footage, he might have been fooled by Jiang Li's appearance, thinking he was a model student. Qin Tianhin was seething with rage, unable to tolerate the existence of such shameless people. They twisted the truth, claiming they were the ones attacked. He felt deeply ashamed and refused to look at them any longer, letting out a cold snort before turning away. Jiang Li, however, was all smiles, clapping his hands in delight. "Instructor, they provoked us first, but unfortunately for them, they were too weak and ended up getting beaten. We weren't brawling. It was just a normal sparring session." Wang Daoyuan and the others echoed his words. They too bore some injuries from the prolonged skirmish. That's right. We were just sparring. Who knew they'd be so feeble? The instructor barely suppressed a smile, stating that challenges and sparring were allowed in the training camp. Qin Tianhin became anxious. He couldn't let them off so easily, or else he and his friends would have suffered in vain. Instructor, they're lying. They picked a fight for no reason. Jiang Li was well prepared and remained calm. Little brother, I must remind you that according to Article 38 of the camp regulations, anyone fighting without reason will be confined for a day and lose 200 points. Qin Tianhin and his friends' faces turned pale. They decided they had to get the others confined as well. Jiang Li continued, we've always followed the rules. How could you compare us? He then revealed a video recording, smiling as he said, according to Article 39, anyone provoking others after a warning must pay 100 points to the victor. I warned you multiple times, but you kept provoking us, so we reluctantly accepted your challenge. Jiang Li spread his hands, looking smug. Wang Daoyuan and the others burst into laughter, watching the Twin City trainees' gloomy faces with amusement. Qin Tianhin was on the verge of exploding, recalling Jiang Li's earlier words. You set us up. Jiang Li shrugged. Who told you to be so foolish? Smiling, he addressed the instructor. That's the situation. Instructor, please handle it. Thank you for your hard work. The instructor marveled at Jiang Li's composure, which was truly impressive. After a moment's thought, he said, let's not have any more incidents like this in the future, and walked away. He knew Jiang Li, though cunning, had done nothing wrong. Moreover, the camp encouraged challenges among trainees, as long as no vital organs were harmed. As the instructor left, Jiang Li grinned, thank you for your generosity. 100 points each. The Twin City trainees were fuming, tempted to punch Jiang Li and his friends, but they knew they were no match for them. Qin Tianhin gritted his teeth, accepted the points and left, with no fondness for this painful place. They silently vowed to avenge their humiliation one day. The Twin City trainees walked away dejectedly, like defeated roosters. Jiang Li jokingly reminded, next time, make sure to stock up on more points. This amount is hardly enough to fill the gaps between your teeth. Qin Tianhin barely restrained his urge to draw his sword and, with a swift movement, vanished from sight. Jiang Li and the other three exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. The fight had been exhilarating. All right, everyone gets 200 points as a reward, Jiang Li announced with a broad smile, distributing the points. He never liked to hog the credit, even though he contributed the most. Unfair distribution was something he could never accept. Thank you, brother Jiang. Wang Daoyuan and the other two beamed with joy. Jiang Li waved his hand dismissively, feeling quite pleased himself. With his own 200 points added, he finally accumulated 1,000 points. In the training camp, 1,000 points were equivalent to 10 million federal credits, a sum that was indeed thrilling. Unfortunately, opportunities like this might not come again, as the trainees weren't fools and wouldn't easily challenge unbeatable opponents. The four of them strolled back to their villa dormitory. After dinner, Jiang Li began to check what he could exchange for with his 1,000 points, feeling a bit frustrated. He had hoped to trade his points for a bottle of B-grade energy liquid worth 10 million federal credits. However, to his surprise, the training camp offered a special type of energy liquid that required a whopping 3,000 points. Although its effects were superior, absorbed faster, and could help break through levels more quickly when combined with the camp's guidance techniques, Jiang Li didn't need it. With his amplification system, ordinary B-grade energy liquid and the special type made no difference to him. He was somewhat resigned since points and the items from the camp couldn't be traded privately. He had to accept the situation. Well, it was essentially free energy liquid anyway. I'll just earn more points, he thought, adjusting his mindset. Not everything could go his way. He wasn't the protagonist of some novel. Now that he had advanced to a mid-level warrior, he needed to start mastering several B-grade combat techniques, or his weaknesses would become too apparent. Jiang Li made his plans. Just then, he heard Wang Daoyuan calling from outside, Brother Jiang, the induction ceremony is about to start. Let's go. Coming. Jiang Li quickly got to his feet. The four of them used their agility techniques and swiftly made their way to the central hall of the training camp. Jiang Li and his group rushed towards the central hall. Along the way, a crowd of young, spirited individuals gathered, each exuding an extraordinary aura, and all were top talents from their respective schools. Most of the geniuses from Jiangnan province had converged here, making for a striking scene. Wang Daoyuan became noticeably more reserved. The hall was tiered, with the spacious front reserved for the instructors. Jiang Li and his three companions chose a vantage point where they could overlook the entire hall. By now, every seat was occupied, with over 1,000 students packed in, forming a dense sea of black. Su Xingchen pointed to a spot and said, Jiang, look, there's Qin Tianhin, that playboy. Jiang Li followed his gaze and couldn't help but chuckle. Qin Tianhin had added a few tattoos to his face, conveniently covering the scars Jiang Li had inflicted earlier. This guy really cares about his image, Jiang Li remarked with a smile. Scanning the room, Jiang Li noticed several students whose presence was no less intimidating than Qin Tianhen's. He silently marveled, realizing that Wang Daoyuan's information might have been off. Judging by the proportions, at least 10 students could reach the level of a battle commander, and there were certainly mid-level commanders, or even stronger among them. This realization ignited a fire within Jiang Li. He felt no discouragement, confident that given time, he could surpass everyone. Even now, he considered himself second to none. The students sized each other up, each having been a standout in their respective city or county schools. Most remained confident, believing they wouldn't lose to anyone else. However, reality was setting in, with Qin Tianhen serving as the perfect example. The upcoming challenges promised to be fiercely competitive. Jiang Li bit his lip lightly, filled with anticipation. Who would falter first? Suddenly, the hall fell silent. A steady, authoritative voice echoed through, calming the previously bustling atmosphere. It was the voice of a war king. Students, please be quiet. Instructors, take your seats. All eyes turned towards the leadership seats. It had been rumored that the instructors at this special training camp were all war kings, with one instructor for every 10 students. Now, the truth was about to be revealed. In the next moment, over 100 war kings stepped onto the stage, their presence electrifying the hall even though they restrained their auras. Each war king had a unique demeanor. Some were imposing, some stern, some gentle, and others calm, captivating the students, who eagerly searched for their ideal instructor to join. The sight of over 100 war kings was overwhelming. In everyday life, one rarely encountered even a single war king. Yet here they were, so close. But it was crucial not to underestimate these war kings. They were elite figures within the Federation, capable of founding their own dynasties. Su Xingqian's family, the Su clan, had established their domain thanks to the war king status of their patriarch. Yet, the war kings before them now, each with their unique strengths, were undoubtedly far beyond the Su family patriarch's level. To nurture these young prodigies of the Federation, the 5 prestigious academies have dedicated themselves wholeheartedly. Even the elites like Qin Tianhen, who hailed from the noble war emperor families, were awestruck by the scene before them. It was truly rare to see so many war kings gathered in one place. They were filled with anticipation for the training camp that was about to begin, unaware that this was just the beginning. As all the war king instructors took their seats, a commanding voice rang out, carrying an air of solemnity. Next, please welcome the supervisor and the 9 deputy supervisors. The room erupted in thunderous applause, and the crowd's eyes burned with excitement.
Va Emperos.
In the absence of war gods, war emperors represented the pinnacle of power within the Federation. Anyone capable of overseeing the special training camp must be extraordinary. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, a middle-aged man with an imposing presence took the stage, his striking white hair particularly noticeable. Some of the students recognized him and gasped, "That's the Ice Fist War Emperor, Duan Changqiu." It was said that his ice dragon fist could subdue even emperor-level beasts. In the Federation, war emperors were already immensely powerful, and those with titles were the creme de la creme, each a legendary genius of their time. Duan Changqiu's eyes were kind as he smiled and waved at the crowd, yet his aura suppressed that of all the war kings present, making him stand out like a towering peak. The 9 deputy supervisors were equally impressive, a mix of men and women, all at least peak war kings, nearing war emperor level. Some of them could even rival ordinary war emperors. The young prodigy's eyes burned with fervor as they focused on the 9 deputy supervisors. Those in the know understood that while the supervisor managed the overall operations, the deputy supervisors also served as instructors. Naturally, the students hoped to attract the attention of the most powerful instructors, aiming for their guidance to boost their own potential. The induction ceremony had yet to begin, but the crowd's emotions were already fully ignited. Jiang Li understood that this ceremony was far from the mundane formalities of his past life. It was crucial for determining important matters such as student rankings and instructor assignments. Everything would be based on the student's strength and potential. He was filled with anticipation, wondering what the assessment process would be like. On stage, Supervisor Duan Changqiu began his speech. He covered the fundamental principles of the training camp, emphasizing key points while leaving the rest for the students to explore on their own. His speech was engaging and refreshing, capturing the interest of the many students who listened intently. Every person present was an elite among their peers, otherwise, they wouldn't have been specially recruited by the 5 prestigious academies. However, he needed to remind them that regardless of which academy they eventually joined, their ultimate goal was to fight for the Federation, to fight for humanity. Duan Changqiu's voice grew more solemn, instilling a sense of responsibility in the students' hearts. Fight for humanity. Duan Changqiu nodded in satisfaction before continuing. In this training camp, there are no distinctions between schools. You are here with one goal, to find ways to enhance your own strength. Of course, This is contingent on following the rules. Duan Changqiu burst into hearty laughter as he recalled his first day at the academy, when he heard about a brawl among the trainees. According to the rules, such behavior should have resulted in a day of confinement. However, considering it was a first offense, he decided to be lenient and simply reminded them that if they wanted to fight, they should schedule a time and place in advance. His humor elicited a wave of laughter from the trainees present. The term, schedule a fight, essentially means to challenge someone. Jiang Li smiled slightly, finding this battle emperor somewhat unconventional, while Qin Tianhen's face turned ashen, memories of past pain welling up inside him. However, Duan Changqiu quickly cut off the chit-chat to avoid being blamed for rambling. He was about to announce the trainees' rank classifications and the assignment of instructors, news that immediately grabbed everyone's attention. They stared at Duan Changqiu with eyes full of anticipation. The battle emperor's beaming smile sent chills down their spines, as if he was secretly plotting something. All the trainees present were geniuses, but even among geniuses, there are varying levels of talent. The eternal truth is that the capable rise while the mediocre fall. So, how would the potential of each trainee be evaluated? With a mischievous glint in his eye, Duan Changqiu finally hinted, perhaps a little test is in order. A minor assessment? All the trainees were puzzled, unsure of what kind of evaluation awaited them in the hall. Finally, Duan Changqiu revealed the content of the assessment, instructing everyone to stand up immediately. At his booming command, the trainees instinctively rose to their feet. Duan Changqiu then clapped his hands lightly, and the chairs folded up with a series of clicks, retracting into the floor. The hall slowly transformed into a flat, expansive platform. Within minutes, the previously narrow hall had become a broad stage. The trainees, spaced apart from each other, were all taken aback. Duan Changqiu explained that the assessment was straightforward. All the instructors would unleash their aura, and the trainees' task was to withstand it as best as they could. With a smile, he sat down. They had 5 seconds to prepare before the assessment began. Some trainees, brimming with confidence, thought that such a test would be no problem. However, they quickly realized how naive that assumption was. As the countdown ended, all the Battle King instructors simultaneously released their aura. The resulting force was earth-shattering. The combined aura of over 100 Battle Kings was terrifying enough to devastate the entire city of Nanhe. While the aura of a single Battle King might be bearable, the collective force of over 100 was overwhelming. The trainees' faces turned pale as the formidable aura surged towards them like a flood. They felt as if they were bearing the weight of a mountain on their shoulders, like small boats adrift in a stormy sea. Their hearts pounded like drums. In a matter of moments, some trainees, unable to withstand the pressure, blushed and collapsed to their knees, the first to fail despite their prior confidence. As these trainees fell, the pressure on them vanished, leaving them dejected. They had lost the chance to continue in the assessment, and their results were bound to be dismal. Duan Changqiu, smiling, turned to a valiant woman clad in fiery red armor, saying, "Xiao Yu, these young ones have good talent, but seem a bit too impetuous." This woman, named Gu Xiaoyu, was ranked among the top 3 of the 9 deputy supervisors. She shook her head, replying, "Without a steadfast mind, even the greatest talent will come to nothing." Clearly, she was dissatisfied with the trainees' performance. Gu Xiaoyu's gaze swept over the crowd, effortlessly identifying a few geniuses at the battle general level. These prodigies appeared relaxed and unperturbed, exhibiting a level of composure that the other trainees could only dream of. The aura they projected was far from enough to pressure them. Suddenly, Gu Xiaoyu let out a soft, surprised sigh, her eyes fixing on Jiang Li. Despite being a junior battle general, Jiang Li seemed unaffected, as if the aura of 100 battle kings was nothing more than a gentle breeze. Intrigued, she began to watch him closely. Indeed, Jiang Li felt the aura as lightly as a breeze. Ever since his soul strength had reached twice that of an average person, he possessed a unique advantage in such confrontations. Jiang Li felt the gazes around him, including that of Gu Xiaoyu, but he paid them no mind. Instead, he confidently showcased his muscular physique, knowing that this was the way to earn more recognition. Jiang Li maintained a relaxed demeanor, unlike the others who were not as composed. As time passed, some of the less capable trainees began to feel their legs weaken, with cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. On the expansive platform, more than half of the trainees could no longer remain standing. Suddenly, a loud voice announced that those who couldn't last for 20 seconds would be classified as 4th-tier trainees. Those who were just a second away from being promoted to 3rd tier were especially frustrated and annoyed. According to the training camp rules, 4th-tier trainees earned 10 basic points daily, while 3rd-tier trainees earned 20, double the amount. Despite this, some trainees gritted their teeth and persevered. Everyone understood that this was a crucial test of strength and endurance, and that advancing in rank would make subsequent training much smoother. Wang Daoyuan and 2 other trainees struggled to hold on. Most of those classified as 4th tier were advanced warriors, with a small portion being top-tier warriors who lacked determination or had unstable mindsets. They felt a strong urge to advance to third tier, but they knew this assessment was not as simple as Duan Changqiu had described. Suddenly, the Battle King instructors stepped forward, their aura intensifying once again. All the trainees' faces turned pale with fear, and those who had reached their limit collapsed immediately. Wei Zihong, for instance, gritted his teeth for a few more seconds, but ultimately couldn't hold on, followed by Su Xingchen. The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with unwillingness as they looked at the others still standing. They believed their talent was not inferior, but they had lacked the necessary resources before. Wang Daoyuan held out the longest, but ultimately failed to cross the threshold to become a second-tier trainee. He cursed himself internally, angered by his performance. The loud voice then announced that those who couldn't last for 35 seconds would be classified as third-tier trainees. This announcement left many trainees pale-faced. At this point, only a little over 100 trainees remained, with the lowest rank being extreme warriors, and the most notable ones being at the battle general level. Jiang Li stood tall, unaffected by the pressure, drawing everyone's attention. Wang Daoyuan and two other trainees looked at him with firm resolve, cheering him on with shouts of, "Go, Jiang Ge." Duan Changqiu's laughter echoed, causing the remaining trainees to shudder. As his voice faded, all the Battle Kings finally unleashed their full might, reaching their true peak. At that moment, the very sky seemed to change, as if it would be pierced through, creating an incredibly terrifying scene that left the eliminated trainees in awe. This newfound intensity was much stronger than before. If it had been like this from the start, many wouldn't have lasted even 3 seconds. The remaining trainees swallowed hard, their eyes fixed on those still standing. Are these individuals all exceptionally talented? From this rigorous assessment, the once overconfident trainees finally realized the vastness of the world and the abundance of talent, leading them to adopt a more humble attitude. On the training ground, as the instructors pushed themselves to the limit, each trainee reached the level of an elite warrior. Their legs trembled, struggling to stay steady, and even the top-tier trainees felt unprecedented pressure. Yet, Jiang Li moved as gracefully as a gentle breeze. Although he felt a hint of pressure, it wasn't overwhelming. Suddenly, with a series of thuds, like dumplings being dropped into water, trainees began to collapse one after another. The speed and frequency with which they fell were astonishing. Those who couldn't last 45 seconds were classified as second tier. As an announcement echoed across the field, only 10 figures remained standing. Jiang Li stood among them, with everyone staring at him in shock and admiration. This meant that the remaining 10 trainees were at least first tier. What does it mean to be a top-tier cadet? It means earning 100 points every day, equivalent to a daily reward of 1 million Federation credits. This news set every Battle King instructor's blood racing. These 10 cadets are seen as the elite of the training camp, each one a standout among many. Everyone wants to have them on their team. However, it's clear that these cadets have essentially become disciples of the 9 deputy supervisors, and the rest can at best aspire to be second-tier cadets. At this moment, Duan Changqiu adjusted his posture, no longer as casual as before. The 10 cadets before him, having just reached adulthood, have already attained the rank of battle general. Each one exhibits the bearing of a battle emperor. They have abundant resources, and it's not far-fetched to think they could become battle gods in the future. Indeed, this seemingly simple and brutal momentum assessment is actually quite sophisticated. By comprehensively considering strength, temperament, and perseverance, one can preliminarily evaluate a person's potential in martial arts. These young individuals who have persisted thus far have all shown exceptional performance. Duan Changqiu smiled and said, "This test may look simple and rough, but it's truly anything but. It requires evaluating multiple factors, such as strength, mindset, and perseverance, to gauge a person's potential in martial arts. Those who have made it this far have demonstrated exceptional qualities." A deputy supervisor immediately praised, "Battle Emperor, your wisdom in designing such an excellent test is unparalleled." Duan Changqiu felt satisfied upon hearing this. After all, who doesn't enjoy a bit of flattery? The atmosphere became harmonious, and everyone began to closely observe the remaining 10 cadets. Initially, despite the large number of participants, the 10 battle general level cadets seemed relaxed yet unremarkable. But now, standing together, they appeared extraordinarily outstanding. A cadet at the extreme warrior level couldn't help but exclaim, "Look at them, not a single leg is shaking." It was evident that although these 10 showed signs of strain, they stood as firm as rocks. At this rate, they could easily hold out for another half-minute or even a minute, a stark contrast to the performance of many other cadets. No wonder they are geniuses capable of reaching the battle general level. The eyes of many cadets were filled with awe. These 10 had far surpassed the ordinary standard, appearing almost superhuman. They felt the oppressive force of this momentum firsthand, fully aware of its challenges, especially considering that these 10 were enduring the peak momentum of the Battle Kings. At this moment, Jiang Li also began to feel some pressure. Fortunately, he could handle it with ease. Compared to those beside him, he appeared exceptionally calm, even having the extra capacity to observe the performance of others. This guy seems a bit special? Duan Changqiu and the others noticed Jiang Li, feeling quite surprised. He stood up and, smiling at the 9 deputy supervisors, said, "Gentlemen, how about we have some fun?" The 9 deputies responded in unison. If the supervisor commands, how could we refuse? To the astonishment of all the cadets, Duan Changqiu and the 9 deputy supervisors personally stepped into the field. Boom! At that moment, the already terrifying momentum storm intensified dramatically.
No.
It became several times, even dozens of times stronger. Under Duan Changqiu's lead, the previously chaotic Battle King momentum instantly coalesced into a powerful force, wasting no energy as it surged directly toward Jiang Li and the others. What the heck is this? Jiang Li screamed internally as he felt the pressure increase sharply. An overwhelming force surged from all directions, as if it intended to crush him into pieces. Boom! The blood and energy within Jiang Li roared and surged violently, resisting the terrifying force storm. His companions were also struggling, their legs shaking uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the onlooking students found perverse joy in others' suffering, seemingly forgetting their own predicaments. They seemed to secretly rejoice that even if their own lives were tough, others shouldn't have it easy either. This mindset was truly pitiful. Suddenly, some students could no longer hold on and collapsed, reaching their limits, as if signaling others to fall in succession. Among them was Qin Tianhin, who was filled with rage as he watched Jiang Li still standing firm. He couldn't accept that this seemingly unremarkable guy was so resilient. His heart was brimming with helplessness and fury, but his fingers were too weak to lift. At that moment, Duan Changqiu announced that those who lasted less than a minute would be considered top-tier students. The hall fell silent, with only the sound of dripping sweat echoing. Everyone was stunned because 3 students were still holding on. A wave of exclamations erupted, and everyone expressed their surprise. Wasn't being a top-tier student the ultimate goal? This seemed like a hidden bonus. If they had known earlier, maybe they could have held on a bit longer. But soon someone joked, "You say that as if holding on a bit longer would have gotten you past a minute." Everyone understood that lasting over a minute carried a weight far beyond mere seconds. Who were these 3? Intermediate warriors, or advanced ones? Among them was a girl named Xu Ming'er from the Zhanhuang family, who, despite her ordinary appearance, displayed remarkable resilience and perseverance. Rumor had it she had reached the intermediate warrior level. Another was a plain-looking guy named Deng Bian, the second son of the Deng family, rumored to be even stronger than Xu Ming'er, with the potential to be the star of this training camp. As for the handsome boy, though unfamiliar to most, he piqued everyone's curiosity. Jiang Li's name, however, left people puzzled, seemingly unheard of before. Wang Dagyuan chimed in, grinning. I know. That handsome guy is a rare genius from Nanha City. As a warrior, he could easily defeat generals and beast fighters. Rumor has it he defeated a descendant of the Zhanhuang family upon arrival. He then pointed at Qin Tianhin and continued, and that Qin Tianhin, did you see the tattoo on his face? It's exposed now after being beaten. Following his finger, everyone saw the tattoo on Qin Tianhin's face, partially revealed by sweat, and couldn't help but feel surprised. Qin Tianhin, feeling the strange gazes around him, was filled with anger and shame, wishing to tear Wang Dayuan apart. But Wang Dayuan pretended not to notice, rubbing his bald head with a foolish smile and continuing to boast about Jiang Li's heroic deeds, albeit exaggeratedly. The crowd's attention gradually shifted to Jiang Li, filled with awe and shock. On the field, Jiang Li bore immense pressure, his 2 companions drenched in sweat and trembling. This level of strength was not just about power, but also unyielding perseverance. This seemingly ordinary girl was so tenacious? Jiang Li's soul perception was extraordinarily clear, realizing that this girl was even more resilient than the other guy. Unfortunately, despite everything, Ye still didn't receive any prize money. Jiang Li, however, remained undeterred, continuously coming up with new ideas. Duan Changqiu observed the remaining 3, a faint smile appearing on his face. He decided to up the ante. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The once imposing aura transformed into a chaotic storm in an instant, with thunder and lightning tearing through the sky. The 3 were stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. What was supposed to be a simple test of presence had turned into an apocalyptic scene, with lightning bolts as thick as an arm striking down. Xu Ming'er and Deng Bian collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their bodies drained of strength. They exchanged a look, still filled with terror. Was this an illusion? Then, they turned their attention to Jiang Li, their minds racing with questions. Who was this guy, and how was he still standing? Duan Changqiu was equally shocked, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Could it be that even he couldn't handle this? This illusion is no ordinary phenomenon. It contains the essence of Duan Changqiu's artistic power, a realm accessible only to battle sovereigns, or those who have mastered A-rank techniques to a near-perfect level. Even a slight wavering of will can result in severe repercussions, as evidenced by the pallor on Xu Ming'er and Deng Baiyan's faces. But this little guy, does he really have such unwavering martial faith? Duan Changqiu and the other deputy supervisors were filled with shock. Such willpower is far beyond what a novice warrior should possess. At this moment, flashes of thunder and fire appeared before Jiang Li's eyes, followed by ice rain as heavy as boulders. Each pang of pain in his soul nearly made him scream. Previously, Jiang Li could handle it with ease thanks to his strong soul, but now, his will is equally steadfast. Jiang Li has always had a firm belief in martial arts. Even without awakening a system, he has been diligently practicing the wild ox fist for years, a perseverance unmatched by ordinary people. Coupled with his soul's transformation and his experiences on the brink of life and death, having witnessed the grandeur of the Blood River world and the 10,000-foot heaven gate, Jiang Li has long surpassed his peers. Despite the onslaught of thunder, fire, and ice rain, Jiang Li's heart roared with defiance. His eyes gleamed with unyielding light, and his posture was as erect as a sword, his spine like a sharp blade. Though his body trembled, he never fell. Sweat pooled at his feet, forming a small stream. 1 minute, a minute and a half, 2 minutes. The eyes of all the trainees were filled with shock and surprise. Jiang Li was gradually pulling away from Xu Ming'er and Deng Baiyan. At this moment, that tenacious figure was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. For the 9 deputy supervisors, however, their gazes at Duan Changqiu were somewhat peculiar. After so much time without a victory, could he be your illegitimate son? Are you deliberately going easy on him? Old 6. Sensing the doubts, Duan Changqiu, feeling slightly uneasy, subtly intensified the artistic power. In Jiang Li's vision, the ice rain became piercingly cold, and his lips started to turn pale. What the heck is going on? Jiang Li seriously suspected that someone was setting obstacles for him. This wasn't a mental illusion but a real power attack. In an instant, he felt his blood and qi about to freeze, the overwhelming pressure nearly swallowing him whole. Thud. Jiang Li finally collapsed. At this moment, the time stopped at 2 minutes and 37 seconds. All the trainees were utterly shocked but also relieved. Although this result was somewhat monstrous, it was still within an acceptable range. If Jiang Li had lasted 5 or 10 minutes, everyone might have started doubting their own abilities. Duan Changqiu also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he had dealt with this kid. Although he had used a small trick, it was of little consequence. If he didn't resolve Jiang Li soon, he would start doubting his own prowess. Am I a fake battle sovereign? Ahem. Feeling the peculiar gaze from Gu Xiaoyu beside him, he pretended not to notice. Such acts of setting obstacles could never be admitted. Huff, huff, huff. Jiang Li lay on the ground, gasping for breath, looking somewhat disheveled. Almost everyone's eyes were on him. Duan Changqiu burst into hearty laughter, clearly delighted and satisfied with the trainee's impressive performance. He had a feeling that this batch of the special training camp was going to be extraordinary. Excitedly, he announced, "Fantastic! Jiang Li, Xu Ming'er, Deng Baiyan, you 3 have proven yourselves with your actions and have been named top trainees. Each of you will receive a daily reward of 200 points." This announcement made all the trainees envious. The benefits for top trainees were beyond imagination. Jiang Li felt happy and finally recognized for his perseverance, but he also harbored a slight dissatisfaction, believing he had put in more effort than Xu Ming'er and Deng Baiyan and should be the sole top trainee. However, Duan Changqiu was not finished. With a smile, he continued, "There are additional point rewards for those who performed exceptionally well. 7 first-class trainees will each receive 500 points. Xu Ming'er and Deng Baiyan, as top trainees, will receive 1,000 points each." Hearing this, everyone was green with envy, wishing those points were theirs. But someone noticed that Jiang Li's name had not been mentioned yet. Duan Changqiu paused briefly, then smiled at Jiang Li and said, "Jiang Li, your performance has been outstanding, and your potential is remarkable. You are awarded 3,000 points." This reward came as a surprise. Originally, the training camp's plan only included top trainees, but Jiang Li's extraordinary talent warranted special recognition. Since they couldn't create a new rank above top trainee, the extra points served as compensation. Jiang Li was stunned by the unexpected windfall. 3,000 points. Previously, he had been worried about points, using small tricks to earn just 800, and now he had effortlessly gained 3,000 points along with a bottle of special energy liquid. He increasingly understood that in this training camp, blending in was not an option. The more exceptional a genius, the more attention they received. Standing under everyone's gaze, Jiang Li felt both conspicuous and rewarded, drawing envy and even jealousy from other trainees. One of them, Qin Tianhin, was especially furious. He had only been named a first-class trainee, which might have been acceptable under normal circumstances, but now, With Jiang Li being a top trainee, he couldn't accept it. Gritting his teeth, Qin Tianhen loudly protested, "Supervisor, I think this evaluation method is unfair." Duan Changqiu's previously cheerful expression quickly vanished, leaving it unclear whether he was pleased or angry. Jiang Li listened to Qin Tianhen's complaints with a blank expression, but a faint trace of worry flickered in his heart. He understood all too well that the assessment of one's aura, though somewhat unfair, was a rule set by the training camp that everyone had to accept. Watching the trainees rally in support of Qin Tianhen, Jiang Li couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment, though he kept it hidden. He knew his own strength and the extent of his efforts, and he refused to let others' doubts shake his confidence. The hall was filled with a cacophony of complaints, an overwhelming barrage of opinions that could give anyone a headache. Yet, Jiang Li remained unaffected, standing there calmly like an immovable mountain. He paid no heed to the chatter around him because he knew his capabilities were not to be underestimated. Even as a novice warrior, he possessed an unimaginable potential and an unyielding spirit. Jiang Li's eyes shone with determination. He did not fear challenges but instead yearned to prove himself. He quietly bore the skepticism and provocations of others, his heart ablaze with a desire for victory. No matter how noisy the outside world became, Jiang Li firmly believed in his own strength and the goals he pursued. This assessment was merely the beginning for him. He would use his power and courage to prove his worth, leaving all doubters astounded. Qin Tianhen felt a surge of confidence as he saw many classmates supporting him. He stared defiantly at Jiang Li, driven purely by his dissatisfaction. At this age, getting beaten up would annoy anyone, especially someone like Qin Tianhen, who had been born with a silver spoon in his mouth and had never experienced such humiliation. Jiang Li, however, remained indifferent, simply casting his gaze towards Duan Changqiu, waiting for the supervisor's reaction. The deputy supervisors looked at Qin Tianhen with a mix of curiosity and admiration for his courage to challenge authority openly. They secretly praised the young man's bravery. Duan Changqiu did not get angry over such a trivial matter. He smiled and calmly signaled the students to settle down. He acknowledged that the assessment method was not perfect, but absolute fairness is a myth. Everyone has their strengths, and luck is part of one's ability. Jiang Li had achieved outstanding results, proving his strength. However, Duan Changqiu's tone then shifted, his eyes gleaming with a hint of cunning. He expressed understanding of the students' concerns and, after discussing with the 9 deputy supervisors, announced a final decision. The student ranking system was not set in stone. Dissatisfied? It's simple. Challenge a higher-ranked student, and if you win, you move up to their level. Hearing this, Jiang Li silently cursed the old fox. Clearly, this was a well-laid trap. The flaws in the momentum assessment would undoubtedly leave unprepared students feeling discontent, setting the stage for future challenges. It was foreseeable that the training camp would soon be engulfed in a wave of challenges until everyone's abilities were more evenly matched. Jiang Li felt the intense gazes from the crowd and shrugged. After all, he was just a junior warrior. Compared to Xu Ming'er and Deng Bian, he seemed like an easier target. The benefits of being a top-tier student were enticing, and he hoped more people would challenge him so he could earn points. Xu Ming'er and Deng Bian exchanged curious glances, hoping that other top-tier students would reveal whether Jiang Li's abilities were genuine or if he had a special talent for resisting pressure. Duan Changqiu, observing the rising tension in the hall, smiled in satisfaction. He knew that competition fostered improvement and mentally applauded his strategy. He then turned to Qin Dao and asked, "Are you satisfied, student? Would you like to challenge Jiang Li now?" Qin Tianhen's face darkened. Having been severely beaten in the morning, the last thing he wanted was to be humiliated again in front of everyone. He forced a smile and thanked the supervisor for the suggestion, stating that he would challenge Jiang Li later. Inwardly, he swore, "Jiang Li, just wait. I'll soon break through to the intermediate warrior level and be the first to take you down." After this brief episode, the tension in the hall gradually subsided. Duan Changqiu continued, "Next, let's talk about the training schedule for everyone in the camp. Your respective instructors will guide your daily training, and during your free time, you can use the camp's various facilities for self-practice. Additionally, there will be weekly and monthly assessments. I hope you all give it your best effort. The details of these assessments will be explained by your instructors." Now, we come to the final part of today's induction ceremony, selecting your instructors. Remember, this is a mutual selection process between you and the instructors. Each instructor can only take on a maximum of 10 students. With that, over 100 Battle Kings stood up in unison. A semi-transparent screen appeared in front of each of them, displaying their brief introductions. Wu Daniu, Senior Battle King, specializes in boxing and kicking techniques, has hunted down 12 king-level beasts in the wilderness. Wan Tian, Senior Battle King, an expert in swordsmanship, ranked among the top 32 in the Battle King Swordsmanship Tournament. The array of powerful Battle Kings was dazzling. The lowest rank among them was Intermediate Battle King, and there were even Senior, Peak, and ultimate battle kings present. All the trainees were filled with enthusiasm. Normally, they had little chance to interact with such high-level warriors, especially someone like Su Xingqian, who came from a modest background. Now, these powerful figures would be their coaches for the next month. It was a rare opportunity indeed. Wang Daoyuan focused intently on a burly bald man who excelled in a robust form of boxing. He thought to himself, I'll choose him. This instructor is perfect for me. He completely abandoned his initial choice, forsaking his once favored silver moon sword technique. Su Xingqian and Wei Zihong both raised their middle fingers in excitement and also selected their desired instructors. Although the three of them weren't top-tier talents, they were still quite competent, so their selection process went smoothly. Meanwhile, many second-class and first-class trainees hadn't made their move yet. Their eyes were fixed on the 9 deputy supervisors, as Duan Changqiu wasn't taking on any students. These 9 were the most powerful instructors, each an ultimate battle king with formidable combat abilities. Being personally guided by them would undoubtedly yield better results than with other instructors. Some trainees whispered among themselves, spreading information about the 9 deputy supervisors. Jiang Li's eyes lit up upon hearing this. A titled battle king wasn't just any battle king. Having grasped the half-step concept, they were almost certain to become battle emperors in the future, with limitless potential. But what attracted Jiang Li the most was her expertise in blade techniques, which made his heart race with excitement. Jiang Li's eyes locked onto Gu Xiaoyu's group of trainees, and he wasn't the only one interested in her. A first-class trainee was the first to approach Gu Xiaoyu. With broad shoulders and long arms, he looked like a blade technique expert. Someone exclaimed, revealing the identity of the trainee. It was Gu Shang. Although he was merely an heir to a battle king family, his talent was exceptional. At a young age, he had already reached the level of a junior battle general and was deeply passionate about blade techniques. Rumor has it that there is a swordsman who specializes exclusively in sword techniques and shows little interest in other combat skills. It's said that he has mastered a B-level sword technique to perfection, indicating his extraordinary talent in the way of the sword. Observing his demeanor, it seems his sights are set on the Crimson Flame Sword King. This is understandable. After all, the Crimson Flame Sword King's mastery of the sword is an irresistible allure for any swordsman. Moreover, Instructor Gu Xiaoyu's striking beauty is undeniably captivating. As Jiang Li listened to the discussions among the trainees, he also noticed the uniquely charismatic Gu Shang. Both skilled blade users, Jiang Li and Gu Shang, seemed to share an unspoken connection. Gu Shang's intense gaze made it clear that he recognized Jiang Li's prowess, understanding that a fierce duel between the two prodigious blade masters was inevitable. However, Jiang Li did not subscribe to the idea of confining all combat techniques solely to the blade. He firmly believed that people should wield the blade, not be controlled by it. Under the watchful eyes of all the trainees and instructors, Gu Shang began walking toward Gu Xiaoyu but suddenly halted. To Jiang Li's surprise, Gu Xiaoyu took a step towards him instead of Gu Shang. The Crimson Flame Blade King had long noticed Jiang Li's exceptional qualities, and her admiration for him grew with each passing day. Jiang Li's extraordinary talent in blade skills left her deeply impressed. Just as trainees select their instructors, instructors also choose their trainees. Jiang Li's talent was equally captivating to Gu Xiaoyu. Imagine the honor of nurturing a genius blade master who could one day become a battle emperor or even a battle god. Gu Shang felt his body tense, his fists clenched, and a trace of unwillingness surged within him. He was reluctant to believe that his proactive approach was overlooked by the Crimson Flame Blade King. Yet, despite this, she chose to extend a hand of friendship to Jiang Li. This indicated that, in her eyes, Jiang Li was a more outstanding blade master than himself. Gu Shang's fists tightened further, his eyes brimming with determination. He wasn't jealous. He merely wanted to prove his strength through his blade skills. In this subtle atmosphere, Jiang Li almost heard the ringing of blades and saw the fiery Gu Xiaoyu smiling at him, saying, Jiang Li, would you like to become my disciple? Even the supervisor would look at me with new eyes when it comes to blade skills. Think about it. Wow. The vice supervisor, whose status was as lofty as a battle emperor, personally inviting Jiang Li to join her team caused a sensation. Even though everyone understood Gu Xiaoyu's intentions, her open invitation still left them all stunned. It turned out that as long as one was exceptional enough, even powerful instructors would extend a hand of friendship. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Jiang Li was filled with envy and jealousy. Gu Xiaoyu, being the top among all instructors, having Jiang Li as her disciple would undoubtedly accelerate his progress. The other trainees, looking at their own high-ranking battle kings, felt a sense of helplessness, especially Wang Daoyuan. He looked at his instructor, then at Jiang Li's beautiful mentor, and shook his head in resignation. Comparing oneself to others can be frustrating. He suddenly felt dizzy. Gu Shang, too, felt an even stronger sense of unwillingness, his fists clenching tighter. Among the 9 vice supervisors, 7 first-class trainees, and 3 special-class trainees, each vice supervisor had exactly 1 trainee. Gu Xiaoyu chose Jiang Li, a special-class trainee, meaning the other trainees could only select second-class trainees to ensure fairness. When Jiang Li heard Gu Xiaoyu's invitation, he hesitated at first, but then accepted it with a face full of joy. This was a rare opportunity, and Jiang Li accepted Gu Xiaoyu's guidance with gratitude and without hesitation, showing sincere appreciation. Among the many assistant supervisors, Gu Xiaoyu's knife skills were undoubtedly the most suitable for Jiang Li's needs. Smiling, Gu Xiaoyu invited Jiang Li to stand behind her and demonstrate her prowess. Other trainees showcased their skills as well, but Gu Xiaoyu did not actively invite them. Instead, she waited for them to volunteer, signaling her expectation. Subsequently, the assistant supervisors began selecting trainees, some proactively and others passively, eventually dividing them into different groups. Gu Shang and another top-tier trainee were taken under the wing of an assistant supervisor who then turned his attention to Jiang Li. He praised Gu Shang for his exceptional talent and knife skills, expressing confidence that under his guidance, Gu Shang could surpass Jiang Li. This assistant supervisor, namely Shanhe, was highly skilled, ranking among the top of the 9 assistant supervisors, and was proficient in both knife and sword techniques. Delighted to have taken on 2 top-tier trainees, he encouraged Gu Shang. Gu Shang, however, calmly responded that he did not need to surpass Jiang Li because he was already on par with him. Li Shanhe was slightly surprised but then laughed heartily, commending Gu Shang for his unique personality. He decided to seize the opportunity to take away Gu Shang's top-tier title, aiming to humble Gu Xiaoyu. This revealed the underlying tension between Li Shanhe and Gu Xiaoyu. He was somewhat displeased with Gu Xiaoyu's perceived arrogance, which was another reason for taking Gu Shang under his wing. Returning his gaze, Gu Shang felt a surge of competitive spirit, waiting for the right moment to challenge Jiang Li. Jiang Li, sensing that the gaze fixed upon him had finally shifted away, couldn't help but smirk. He thought to himself that while a challenge was brewing, neither party had yet gauged the other's full capabilities, making it an unsuitable time for a confrontation. Shaking his head, Jiang Li shifted his focus to Gu Xiaoyu. Dressed in fiery red armor that accentuated her figure and balanced her heroic demeanor with a touch of allure, she appeared even more captivating. Watching Gu Xiaoyu reject another second-tier trainee, Jiang Li silently marveled at her selectiveness. Compared to her enthusiastic invitation to him, Gu Xiaoyu's standards for other trainees were exceptionally high, requiring not only peak physical condition but also mastery of sea-level combat skills and expert-level fighting techniques. Initially, some male trainees approached her, drawn by the allure of a powerful and attractive female instructor, but her cold rejections left them feeling embarrassed. Consequently, only a few confident trainees dared to step forward. In this context, Jiang Li seemed even more enigmatic in the eyes of the others. Gaining Gu Xiaoyu's favor was no easy feat. Eventually, the situation calmed down. Throughout the process, Jiang Li displayed a unique charm that commanded respect and admiration from everyone around him. When all the trainees had made their choices, only 6 people remained behind Gu Xiaoyu, more than half of the 10 slots available. Duan Changqiu felt a wave of frustration as he watched this scene. This Xiaoyu, always so picky. According to the rules, the instructors were supposed to recruit up to 10 trainees, but they usually filled all the spots. However, Gu Xiaoyu had made her own decisions and Duan Changqiu could only let her be. After all, those with great power often had some privileges. Finally, the grand induction ceremony came to an end, and the trainees buzzed with excitement, discussing their experiences of the day. Gu Xiaoyu looked at the 6 trainees in front of her with a stern expression and said, "Tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, training ground number 1. I expect you all to be there on time." Dismissed. With that, she turned and left, not one for unnecessary words, standing out from the rest. The remaining trainees exchanged glances, noticing how the other instructors were still engaging with their trainees. Their own instructor, however, seemed quite different. Jiang Li also turned and left, uninterested in further conversations with the others. He figured there would be plenty of opportunities to get to know them later. After all, he hadn't come to the training camp for socializing. Right now, he had only one goal: to return to his dorm, exchange for energy liquid, and break through to a mid-level combatant tonight. The anticipation filled Jiang Li's heart. In the dormitory, Jiang Li, under the admiring gazes of Wang Daoyuan and the others, confidently walked into the training room on the first floor. Jiang Li's name was legendary among them. He was known as a training fanatic. Inspired by his spirit, the others entered their respective training rooms to begin their own practice. Inside the training room, Jiang Li slowly opened his hands, revealing a bottle of specially formulated energy liquid that glowed with a red light. Acquiring resources through the training camp was incredibly convenient. One simply needed to use points to exchange for items in the camp store, and the intelligent steward would handle the rest. The special energy liquid, worth 3,000 points, left Jiang Li astounded. On the outside market, it would cost a staggering 30 million federal credits, an invaluable treasure. He could sense that the liquid possibly contained the blood of a rare beast, making its absorption remarkably swift. It seemed that the trainee's strength would experience a significant leap forward. Jiang Li estimated that by the end of the camp, Every warrior-level trainee would at least advance one minor realm, with some potentially reaching 2 or even 3 minor realms. However, he was confident in his own progress. He set a modest goal for himself, to break through to the War King realm during the camp. Such ambition would surely astonish others, but Jiang Li had the 10,000-fold amplification system, his greatest advantage. He didn't rush to absorb the energy liquid, but first reviewed the improved guidance technique provided by the training camp. The improved guidance technique was 3 times more effective than the standard one, a game changer for most people. Although it didn't make a huge difference for Jiang Li, it would save him a lot of time in absorbing the energy liquid, allowing him to focus more on honing his combat skills. He was eager to see the combined power of the improved guidance technique and the special energy liquid. With eyes burning with anticipation, he gulped down the energy liquid in one go, and his body began to twist in a strange manner. The improved guidance technique wasn't much different from the standard one, and Jiang Li quickly grasped its essentials. Guidance techniques weren't usually difficult, unlike combat skills that were harder to master. Boom! The immense energy liquid exploded inside Jiang Li. Although it was the same grade as the last B-level energy liquid, this one merged into his body at an astonishing speed, transforming into pure vital energy. Ding! You have practiced the improved guidance technique once. Under the 10,000-fold amplification, your vital energy has increased by 200 calories. This increase was extraordinary. Jiang Li's vital energy surged visibly, leaving him in shock at the effectiveness of the improved guidance technique combined with the special energy liquid. It was 10 times more efficient than practicing the standard guidance technique. This meant he only needed to practice the improved guidance technique 5 times to fully absorb the energy liquid. He couldn't help but wonder how powerful the thunder guidance technique would be. Despite his curiosity, Jiang Li remained focused on his training, continuously transforming his vital energy. Rumble. His vital energy roared through his body like a raging river, growing stronger and emitting a dazzling purple-red light that shimmered beautifully. The particles of thunder and fire attributes merged with his vital energy, intertwining and becoming increasingly cohesive. Training was no longer about simply boosting vital energy. It now required the resonance of attribute particles. Ordinary practitioners, even with 2,000 calories of vital energy, couldn't break through to the intermediate battle general level if their attribute particle resonance was insufficient. However, Jiang Li was different. His soul was extraordinarily powerful, more than twice as strong as that of an average person. After days of cultivation, his attribute particle resonance had already met the breakthrough standard. What he lacked was sufficient vital energy. At this moment, he frantically refined energy, filling the final gap. Buzz. One round of the improved guiding technique amplified his vital energy 10,000 times. After 10,000 rounds, it increased by another 200 calories. On the final round, Jiang Li's vital energy surged past 2,500 calories. He successfully broke through to the intermediate battle general level. His powerful aura erupted, causing Wang Daoyuan and the other 2 nearby to widen their eyes in shock. Jiang Gu broke through again? This is insane. Stimulated by this, the trio's cultivation became even more diligent. Living with such a freakish talent, they had no choice but to work hard, unable to tolerate the feeling of being left behind. Feeling the growing strength within him, Jiang Li smiled faintly and opened his eyes, which seemed to flash with lightning. An intermediate battle general, paired with the perfected thunder destruction slash, was enough to contend with an ordinary ultimate battle general. However, his movement technique was too much of a hindrance. In real combat, being too passive could be detrimental, as others could escape if they couldn't win. His next goal was to earn enough points to exchange for a B-level movement technique. Jiang Li calculated carefully. He had 1,000 points left, plus a daily bonus of 200 points for being a top-tier student. Even without doing anything, he could exchange for a decent B-level movement technique in a few days. Moreover, there were many other ways to earn points. He drew his long blade and continued practicing his blade technique in the training room, wasting no time. The faint blade intent he sensed from the Red Flame Blade King yesterday had given him some insights, allowing his blade technique to reach a new level. Thunder.
Destruction.
Dominance. Jiang Li swung his blade with focus, and his blade aura grew increasingly intense. Early the next morning, Jiang Li got up, with Gu Xiaoyu's words from yesterday still echoing in his ears. He didn't want to be late for his first class. At training ground number 1, 6 students were already standing there, but there seemed to be some distance between Jiang Li and the other 5. Jiang Li had left too early yesterday, making the others feel he was too aloof and difficult to approach. As the 5 grew closer, they seemed to exclude Jiang Li. He noticed this but didn't care. He was here to train, not to make friends with these kids. A beast walks alone, while sheep flock together. He quietly closed his eyes to rest, waiting for Gu Xiaoyu's arrival. He was very much looking forward to what surprises the Red Flame Blade King would bring him. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of alloy combat boots on the metal floor echoed crisply. Today, Gu Xiaoyu was still clad in armor, but it was black, making her appear even more stern. No one is late, good. She nodded slightly, showing her satisfaction. Her gaze lingered on Jiang Li for a moment before casually moving on, but Gu Xiaoyu's heart was already in turmoil, utterly shocked. Just yesterday, this boy was a novice warrior, and now he had already broken through? However, her innate grace allowed her to mask her surprise successfully. Despite the whirlwind of emotions inside her, she managed to suppress her astonishment and slowly said, "Since everyone is here, let's begin the class." At Gu Xiaoyu's command, the 6 trainees immediately straightened up. During their time at the training camp, Gu Xiaoyu was responsible for teaching combat techniques and skills. Every morning, they would receive guidance from Gu Xiaoyu at training ground number 1, while the rest of their time was free for other activities. Gu Xiaoyu expected them to work hard because their first weekly test was just a week away, followed by more assessments, including the final monthly exam. They couldn't afford to let Gu Xiaoyu down. With his arms crossed and a stern expression, it was clear that Gu Xiaoyu had high expectations for both himself and his trainees. The trainees felt a chill in their hearts. Getting kicked out by the instructor would be humiliating. "Do you understand?" Gu Xiaoyu's voice was firm. The trainees responded in unison, "Yes, instructor." Satisfied, Gu Xiaoyu nodded and softened his tone slightly. "Since this is our first class, I need to gauge your abilities. Who's willing to demonstrate their combat skills first? Don't hold back. I need to adjust the training plan based on your performance." Several trainees were eager to step forward. Among them, Du Ziqing, a member of one small group, stood out. He was an elite warrior, close to becoming a junior general. Among the second-tier trainees, he was undoubtedly one of the best, which was why Gu Xiaoyu paid special attention to him. "All right, Du Ziqing, you go first." Du Ziqing excitedly stepped forward, knowing this was his chance to make a good impression on Gu Xiaoyu. Every instructor had a quota of points they could award based on performance, and being chosen by one of the 9 deputy supervisors was highly coveted because they had more points to distribute. "Please instruct me, instructor." Du Ziqing displayed confidence. He had mastered 3 C-level combat skills, and after years of rigorous training, 2 of them reached a proficient level, while the one he focused on had reached perfection. Gu Xiaoyu nodded, signaling him to begin. Du Ziqing started demonstrating a set of palm techniques. The wind from his palms whistled, carrying a faint white frost, but it was clear that it was not quite at the desired level. Although proficient, it still fell short compared to Jiang Li's nearly perfect frost palm. Gu Xiaoyu's expression remained unchanged, clearly unimpressed with this level of skill. After completing the frost palm set, Du Ziqing immediately showcased a C-level movement technique, also at a proficient level, creating numerous afterimages on the training ground. It was quite impressive. Yet, Gu Xiaoyu's expression still did not change. Observing the instructor's indifferent reaction, Du Ziqing felt a sinking feeling, realizing his performance had not caught Gu Xiaoyu's attention. Determined, he decided to show his trump card, a C-level sword technique that had reached perfection. The sword light flashed, and a fierce wind howled, revealing sharp edges. Even Jiang Li became serious. This talented individual, who had made it into the training camp, displayed a C-level combat skill at the perfect level. Although it might not be surprising to him, it was the first time he had seen such a display among his peers. Indeed, one should never underestimate others.
Jiang Li's emotion slowly settled.
Despite having a system, not everyone could easily surpass geniuses who had honed their skills through years of hard work. After Du Ziqing demonstrated his sword technique, Gu Xiaoyu finally revealed a satisfied smile. "Not bad. You've achieved minor success in 2 C-rank combat techniques, and 1 is already perfected. Your talent in combat technique training is truly impressive," she praised, noting that his achievements were much better than the previously set goal of minor success in a C-rank technique. According to the training camp's regulations, reaching the perfected level of a C-rank or higher technique would earn reward points. Since Du Ziqing had perfected 1 C-rank technique, he earned 200 points. Du Ziqing happily thanked her, while Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with joy. He hadn't expected that perfecting a technique would come with such a pleasant surprise, and he began calculating in his mind. His Frost Palm and Thunder Triple Slash were both perfected, which meant he would earn 400 points. As for the Thunder Annihilation Slash, a B-rank technique, the points it would yield were yet to be seen. With this in mind, he was eager to demonstrate his skills, knowing now wasn't the time to hide his strength. However, the other 4 trainees were even quicker than him, seemingly intent on blocking Jiang Li's opportunity to showcase his abilities. They each took their turn, leaving no chance for Jiang Li. He smiled wryly, finding their behavior somewhat childish. He decided not to rush, as whether he demonstrated early or late wouldn't make much difference to him. The next 4 trainees didn't shine as brightly as Du Ziqing. 3 of them had only achieved major success in C-rank techniques and received no reward points. Only 1 girl had perfected her soft bone palm. At this point, Jiang Li was the only one left to demonstrate his combat technique proficiency. Gu Xiaoyu looked at him with a hint of curiosity. From observing Jiang Li's blade movements, she could infer that he had at least mastered a noteworthy blade technique, but the exact level would only be revealed when he demonstrated it. Du Ziqing and the others also turned their attention to Jiang Li, eager to see if he was genuinely skilled or merely putting on a show. Du Ziqing was confident, believing that although Jiang Li might have mastered a B-rank technique, his own C-rank techniques wouldn't be inferior. If Jiang Li hadn't perfected any technique, it would be quite laughable. This scenario wasn't impossible, as some people, in pursuit of more powerful techniques, would abandon their C-rank techniques to train in B-rank ones after becoming a combat general. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Li smiled faintly. Daring to demonstrate without reaching perfection? He stepped forward, his handsome face calm and composed, exuding a unique aura that earned a look of appreciation from Gu Xiaoyu. The other trainees were also shocked. Jiang Li began to move gracefully with the wind-stepping technique while performing the starting moves of the Wild Bull Fist, his momentum robust and powerful. As they watched in amazement, Jiang Li seemed to transform into a wild bull, full of majestic presence. This was the wind-stepping technique and Wild Bull Fist. The two combat techniques Jiang Li initially trained in had, through his diligent practice, surpassed their original scope, rivaling even average C-rank techniques. The trainees were all astonished. Although they were very familiar with the Wild Bull Fist, a D-rank technique widely taught in the Federation, the raw power Jiang Li displayed left them in disbelief. Is this really the Wild Bull Fist? Gu Xiaoyu's eyes revealed even more surprise. As someone who could rival a battle emperor, she had seen many things, but this was unexpected. Her eyes sparkled with delight. What was once deemed impossible had been accomplished by Jiang Li. These two D-level combat techniques showcased his astonishing talent. Jiang Li smiled slightly, his movements as smooth as a Dove chocolate bar, seamlessly switching between techniques. Dense frost gathered in his palm, swiftly forming into ice gauntlets that extended up his arms. Du Ziqing's eyes widened in amazement, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "The frost palm. You've mastered it completely." As someone who had trained in the frost palm himself, Du Ziqing knew the technique inside out. Compared to Jiang Li, his own skills were merely mediocre, not even worth comparing. He felt ashamed of his previous foolish thoughts, his face flushing red. If Jiang Li could perfect the frost palm to such an extent, how could his other techniques be any less impressive? No wonder Jiang Li was renowned for his swordsmanship. No wonder he was so famous. The other trainees exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a hint of bitterness. They realized their previous attempts to ostracize Jiang Li now seemed utterly ridiculous. Though Jiang Li's frost palm hadn't directly attacked them, it made their cheeks burn with embarrassment. Gu Xiaoyu's eyes shone with even greater excitement. She felt like she had truly found a treasure this time. She couldn't wait to see Jiang Li's most powerful swordsmanship on display. Her eyes were filled with eager anticipation. It was as if he sensed the anticipation from Gu Xiaoyu and the others. Jiang Li's lips curled into a faint smile. Holding his battle blade, he suddenly unleashed a powerful and razor-sharp aura. Gu Xiaoyu's expression grew serious as she slowly said, "This is blade momentum. Understanding momentum is crucial to becoming a battle king, and Jiang Li has already come a long way in this regard." Du Ziqing and the others were stunned. They knew exactly what this meant. When Jiang Li ascends to the battle king level in the future, momentum will not be an issue for him. As long as his vitality and attribute particles meet the requirements, he can directly advance to battle king. A future battle king. The five of them exchanged glances, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. This was unbelievable. While all the trainees in the camp had the potential to become battle kings, the threshold for advancement would likely halt their progress for years. Yet, Jiang Li seemed capable of breaking through this barrier in a very short time, perhaps in just 1 or 2 years. Becoming a battle king before the age of 20? A hint of bitterness appeared on everyone's lips. At this moment, they felt no jealousy, only awe. On the training field, Jiang Li swung his blade methodically, practicing the thunder-slash technique. His eyes were intensely focused. Although this was only a basic D-level technique and not particularly powerful, its significance was immense. Sooner or later, Jiang Li would break free from the constraints of his predecessors and forge his own path in battle techniques. Creating his own battle techniques. All he needed now was experience and time. Gu Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with amazement, purple lightning flickering as if piercing her heart. This trainee was extraordinarily outstanding, far beyond her expectations. With the final burst of the Thunder Dragon, lightning transformed into a frenzied dragon, striking the specially made alloy target on the training field. A deafening boom echoed, leaving the 5 trainees in utter disbelief at the sheer power. The alloy target was blasted into a massive dent, drawing the attention of everyone around the training field. Gu Xiaoyu's body trembled slightly, her eyes filled with astonishment. Perfect mastery of the D-level thunder-slash technique, perfect mastery of the C-level triple thunder strike, and perfect mastery of the B-level thunder annihilation slash. At that moment, everyone present was completely stunned. Hadn't this guy just advanced to a junior battle general? And he had already achieved perfect mastery of a B-level technique? Could he have started practicing B-level techniques while still at the warrior level? Du Ziqing muttered to himself, shaking his head in an attempt to snap out of his shock. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoyu tried to recall when she had achieved perfect mastery of a B-level technique. Was it at the peak of her battle general phase? Or at the extreme battle general phase? As a blade technique prodigy, she had begun to explore the realm of blade intent at the Battle King level. But now, in comparison to Jiang Li, she felt like an ordinary person. Hearing Jiang Li's calm words, everyone finally snapped out of their shock. A smile, as beautiful as a blooming begonia, finally appeared on Gu Xiaoyu's serious face. She praised, "Jiang Li, your talent in battle techniques is unparalleled. It's truly astonishing." However, Du Ziqing and the others felt that Jiang Li was well deserving of his reputation. In this training camp, this was not yet enough to be called the best. Others had been somewhat overly harsh. Jiang Li, filled with gratitude, looked at the instructor with eyes brimming with anticipation. He showcased all his skills without holding back, eager for the rewards. Gu Xiaoyu, after a moment of contemplation, slowly spoke, "Jiang Li, you have mastered 3 D-level combat techniques, 2 C-level techniques, and 1 B-level technique. According to the rules, D-level techniques are not counted. However, your D-level techniques have surpassed their original standards and are on par with C-level techniques, so they are considered as such. Mastery of a C-level technique earns you 200 points, and a B-level technique earns you 1,000 points. So, you have earned a total of 2,000 points. 2,000 points." Du Ziqing and the others looked at Jiang Li with envy. Despite their best efforts, they could only earn 200 points, and 3 of them had earned nothing at all. Jiang Li's points were 10 times theirs, stirring their jealousy. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with surprise. Mastering 3D level techniques was completely unexpected. Indeed, it's impossible to hide one's abilities in the training camp. With these 2,000 points, he could at least exchange for a B-level technique. "Thank you, instructor, for the points," Jiang Li said respectfully, fully aware that this was largely due to Gu Xiaoyu's recognition of him. Gu Xiaoyu waved her hand slightly and then reminded him, "Jiang Li, your talent in combat techniques is impressive, but you have obvious weaknesses. Your agility level is too low, and you lack stronger hand-to-hand combat skills. Remember the barrel effect. Any weak point could be fatal in the wilderness. I once heard of a mighty warrior who was eaten alive by an ant swarm in the wilderness due to poor agility. This is a heartfelt warning." Jiang Li's heart trembled. Gu Xiaoyu's advice echoed his own thoughts. Previously, his family's poverty had prevented him from training in other techniques. Now, with the points, he could finally address his weaknesses. "I understand, instructor." Jiang Li humbly accepted the suggestion, and Gu Xiaoyu smiled in satisfaction. Arrogant geniuses often struggle to survive, but Jiang Li, with his exceptional talent, good looks, and willingness to heed advice, was truly a monster everyone admired. With everyone's combat skills evaluated, Gu Xiaoyu gestured for Jiang Li to return to the group. At this point, none of the other trainees had any intention of isolating Jiang Li. This monster was someone they would rather not provoke, even if they couldn't cooperate with him. During the momentum assessment, it might not have been so evident. But now, Jiang Li's actions had completely shattered their last illusions. A genius is a genius, with no luck involved. Seeing the eager looks in the trainees' eyes, Gu Xiaoyu summarized, "I have recorded all your combat techniques. I will create personalized training plans for you going forward." She paused and then continued, "As for you, Jiang Li, since all your combat techniques have reached mastery, you can train freely. If you have any questions regarding blade techniques, you can always ask me." All the trainees responded in unison, "Yes, instructor." Jiang Li felt content. He had chosen Gu Xiaoyu as his instructor precisely because of her expertise in blade techniques. This arrangement was exactly what he had hoped for. Gu Xiaoyu nodded slightly and then said, "Great. I have a good grasp of your combat skills. Next, I want to see the level of your battle techniques." She then turned to Jiang Li, "It's your turn." This time, she didn't want Jiang Li to play the role of the final act. Her heart was pounding, as if anticipating the upcoming thrill. Gu Xiaoyu felt a rush of fear, her heart racing and eyes wide open. It wasn't just her. The surrounding trainees were equally stunned, their jaws practically hitting the floor. They watched intently as the two figures on the field engaged in continuous combat. Du Ziqing stammered, "Teach, this is advanced level fighting technique, isn't it? And not just any advanced level. Look at their proficiency. It's at the peak." Du Ziqing had always considered himself nearly at the expert level, thinking his skills were exceptional. But compared to Jiang Li, he felt like an amateur. Du Ziqing started to question if Jiang Li had already reached this advanced level while still a warrior. How else could he have improved so drastically? Could someone just promoted to junior warrior already be at the peak of advanced technique? It felt like cheating. Gu Xiaoyu's internal shock was even more profound. She had just been suppressing her own strength to spar with Jiang Li, hoping to experience his combat skills firsthand. Instead, she nearly got critically hit, making her question everything. This guy must have reached the advanced level while still a warrior. It's terrifying. Typically, reaching advanced level as a warrior is considered genius. But a warrior reaching this level? Unbelievable. She vividly recalled the moment she first sensed Jiang Li's combat skills. She had almost been struck in a vital area. The thought made her feel a bit ashamed. Duan Changqiu must have known all along. He had access to all the trainees' records and purposely didn't disclose it to watch them squirm. That old fox was probably hiding somewhere, laughing. In fact, Duan Changqiu was in his office, laughing uncontrollably. He had several trainees' files on his desk, feeling amazed. Even he had taken a long time to digest this information. Duan Changqiu walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looked towards the training ground, and said to his assistant supervisors, "Enjoy the shock." He laughed heartily, suddenly sneezed, and coughed a few times. Training ground number 1. Gu Xiaoyu finally managed to control her shock. Seeing Jiang Li getting more engrossed in the fight, she sneered, "You haven't even begun to deal with me." In the next moment, her entire demeanor changed, and an inexplicable force started to blend into the battle. Jiang Li's instinct screamed danger, and he dodged to the right, barely escaping Gu Xiaoyu's punch. He was terrified. This was mastery-level combat technique? Then a surge of excitement filled him. During the simulated exams, Jiang Li had already reached the peak of advanced technique, but he had never broken through. He had thought it was due to his blood energy levels, but now he realized it wasn't the case at all. He had been heading in the wrong direction. Even with more enhancements, it would have been a waste of time without understanding the crucial element. Merely relying on time, any breakthrough would have been a distant dream. Mastery level meant understanding and controlling force, just as Jiang Li had come to grasp. Combat techniques from the advanced level onward involved more than just fighting. If expert level was the peak for ordinary people, even renowned fighters and soldiers from his previous life might reach it. Advanced level required the power of blood energy, and that keen perception needed strong blood energy to be fully prepared. As for higher realms, that was an entirely different level. Mastering combat at the highest level requires an understanding and control of momentum, using it to guide the battle. Without this comprehension, even the strongest physical strength is in vain. At this moment, Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had glimpsed the potential to break through to the next level of combat skills. He finally realized the vast difference between having a mentor's guidance and figuring things out on his own. Gu Xiaoyu personally demonstrated the advanced combat techniques, and Jiang Li immediately found his path forward. This not only saved him a lot of time, but also filled him with confidence. Perhaps, in just 7 days, he could successfully break through to the mastery level, achieving a significant leap in combat prowess. As Gu Xiaoyu showcased her mastery-level combat techniques, Jiang Li was completely outmatched, retreating step by step under her relentless attacks. Each painful blow made him grimace, but his eyes shone with increasing joy. Despite the system notifications being turned off, it felt as though he could hear the cheers of his improving combat skills resonating in his mind. Initially, Gu Xiaoyu felt a sense of pride seeing Jiang Li's shocked expression, but as the battle continued, she was overwhelmed with astonishment. Could Jiang Li have comprehended these techniques on his own without any guidance? A chill ran down her spine, and a flicker of fear crossed her eyes, as if she were looking at an extraordinary being. This guy, he's not ordinary at all. With the final punch, both of them staggered back. Gu Xiaoyu was utterly shaken and couldn't help but ask, "Did you understand?" Jiang Li, eyes brimming with joy, nodded and said, "Yes. Thank you for your guidance, instructor." His happiness surpassed the joy of earning 2,000 points earlier. The long-standing issues that had troubled him were finally resolved, and his combat skills were poised for continuous improvement. With the tenfold amplification system, he wasn't afraid of spending time, only of lacking a clear direction. Gu Xiaoyu sighed inwardly. Who am I? What have I done? Did I merely demonstrate something? It was like a math teacher introducing the concept of calculus, only for the student to grasp it on their own. This left her at a loss. She coughed twice and calmly said, "Since you've understood, that's good. A student with achievements will certainly not disappoint their instructor's expectations." Watching Jiang Li's performance, Gu Xiaoyu felt a bit embarrassed. She quickly changed the subject and said, "Jiang Li, your combat skills have reached the meticulous level. According to the rules, you are awarded 1,000 points." Jiang Li was overjoyed, having gained another 1,000 points, adding up to 4,200 points with the previous rewards and daily points. He gratefully said, "Thank you, instructor." He couldn't wait to exchange for more combat techniques to make up for his deficiencies. However, he understood that this was just an extra reward for talented students in the training camp. Earning points wouldn't be this easy in the future. Perhaps, he would have to wait for the weekly exam to earn a substantial amount. Jiang Li returned to the team, his mind filled with thoughts, while several fellow trainees looked enviously at his vast number of points. Now, It was their turn to showcase their strength. Gu Xiaoyu's gaze turned cold and stern once again. She stared at the remaining trainees with an air of inscrutable mystery. Du Ziqing and the others felt a chill run down their spines, puzzled by the sudden change in her demeanor. Inwardly, Gu Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a bit smug as she thought to herself, come on, let's see who else can reach the micro-realm. The moment had come for Du Ziqing and his peers to face a rigorous test, and one by one, defeat was written all over their faces. Of course, Gu Xiaoyu, with her sense of duty, only inflicted minor injuries on them. After putting the trainees through their paces, she regained her authoritative presence as an instructor, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Ignoring the sorrowful looks from Du Ziqing and the others, she beamed and said, there's still time. Keep training hard and learn from Jiang Li. Hopefully, you can soon break through to the micro-realm. Du Ziqing and his comrades' faces fell. They thought, who would want to be treated like this? But they respectfully replied, yes, instructor. With that, the formal training session began. One had to admit, Gu Xiaoyu was exceptionally skilled. Despite her strictness, the trainees' progress was evident. Especially Jiang Li, who sparred with Gu Xiaoyu, experiencing firsthand the combat techniques at the control level. With her patient explanations, Jiang Li's progress was astonishing. He thought confidently, with instructor Gu Xiaoyu's guidance, I don't need 7 days. 3 days at most to break through. If I can't do it, I'm worthless. The morning passed quickly, leaving Gu Xiaoyu with a heavy heart as Jiang Li departed. Her emotions were calm on the surface, but deep inside, she felt an unshakable turmoil. She was astonished by Jiang Li's rapid progress. Such talent was indeed rare. Jiang Li headed to the cafeteria with a satisfied look on his face. The training camp's cafeteria offered a rich variety of nutritious beast meat and specially made fruits. Although the energy absorption wasn't highly efficient, it still provided him with a daily increase of several dozen calories in blood and qi. As they ate, Wang Daiyuan asked, what did you all gain from today's lessons? The four of them devoured their food quickly, a testament to their growing strength. Su Xingqian's eyes sparkled as he praised the instructors, admitting they were incredibly powerful and made him feel inadequate. Wei Zihong jokingly remarked, anger can turn into appetite. Suddenly, all three turned to Jiang Li, asking about his points. Wiping his mouth, Jiang Li humbly replied, it's nothing, just 3,000 points. This number shocked the others, who all expressed their admiration for Jiang Li. Despite some harboring jealousy, Jiang Li remained unfazed and calmly left the cafeteria. He felt a bit uneasy about the undigested food still in his system. Out of nowhere, a mocking voice chimed in, 3,000 points? That's just a country bumpkin's trick. Jiang Li frowned and glanced at the two figures. One was Gu Sheng, who had once sought to learn from Gu Xiaoyu, and the other was an unfamiliar first-class trainee. Despite their sarcastic remarks, Jiang Li paid them no mind, knowing that true strength would prove everything. Choosing not to engage, Jiang Li walked away silently, but he made a mental note of the encounter. Gu Sheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief, silently reprimanding Zhao Ziyan for provoking Jiang Li unnecessarily. He turned to the young man beside him and said, Zhao Ziyan sneered disdainfully, Humph, did you see how scared he was? I was clearly provoking him, but he didn't dare to retaliate. It's obvious he's afraid of losing. That's a sign of weakness. He smugly believed he had already seen through Jiang Li's facade. Gu Sheng gently shook his head and replied, he's not afraid. He's just avoiding unnecessary conflict. That's a swordsman's instinct. You can't judge the power of a blade before it's drawn. He sensed that Jiang Li was different, not lacking in strength, but possessing a certain pride that made him disdain arguing with Zhao Ziyan. Zhao Ziyan clearly disagreed with Gu Sheng's perspective and snorted contemptuously, Gu Sheng, you're too timid. If you had dared to challenge Jiang Li directly yesterday, maybe the instructor would have chosen you. Gu Sheng stopped in his tracks, staring coldly at Zhao Ziyan, making him feel uneasy. Gu Sheng responded icily, what did you say? And then walked away. Zhao Ziyan muttered, coward, under his breath, and turned to leave as well. He was determined that the next time he saw Jiang Li, he would reclaim his status as a top student. Meanwhile, Jiang Li had just completed a round of the standard guiding technique. He was a genius, endowed with exceptional talent and a diligent work ethic. Now, he was ready to start learning movement techniques and unarmed combat skills. With 4,200 points, Jiang Li was confident he could exchange them for some decent combat skills. However, reality was disappointing. Although 4,200 points seemed like a lot, it was only enough to buy one B-grade combat skill, and the better B-grade skills cost at least 3,000 points. Feeling slightly frustrated, Jiang Li carefully selected his combat skills. He knew that movement techniques were crucial for him, as they were his weak point. Despite the D-grade wind step technique exceeding his previous framework, it still couldn't keep up with Jiang Li's pace. He began to browse the movement techniques in the skill library until he found one that suited his lightning attribute perfectly, Thunderwing Flash. This technique required 3,500 points and was considered a good choice among B-grade skills, Plus, it matched his lightning attribute. Excitement sparkled in Jiang Li's eyes as he decided on this skill. Once mastered, it could even allow him to glide at low altitudes. This ability made Jiang Li very eager. He spent the 3,500 points without hesitation, leaving him with 700 points, but he felt no concern. Once he successfully mastered the technique, he would earn an additional 1,000 points as a reward, a benefit exclusive to Jiang Li. Others would find it incredibly difficult to train as quickly. Soon, Jiang Li began practicing Thunder Wing Flash, preparing to enhance his future combat capabilities. The smart assistant, Xiao Ji, personally handed the gleaming disc of Thunder Wing to Jiang Li. The efficiency of the training camp was truly impressive. Jiang Li took the disc, a satisfied smile spreading across his face, as if anticipating a new adventure. He gently opened the disc, revealing endless possibilities within. Now, he was on the brink of embarking on a brand new journey of cultivation. In the training room, Jiang Li steadied himself, his blood and energy resonating in harmony. Lightning particles were activated, vibrating intensely. Purple electric arcs gathered behind him, gradually forming a faintly visible pair of light wings. Although their shape was indistinct, it was barely discernible. Suddenly, with a slight movement of his toes, countless afterimages of Jiang Li appeared throughout the training room, flickering with lightning and emitting continuous crackling sounds. His speed and agility had at least doubled from before. Is this the power of a B-level movement technique? Jiang Li's heart surged with excitement. He had just begun to grasp the basics and was already displaying such astonishing speed. He came to a stop, his eyes shining with exhilaration. In his recent attempt, he had almost lost control and crashed into the wall due to his overwhelming speed. He realized that his combat power had significantly increased. If he had been able to use Thunder Wing Flash back then, saving one he would have been a breeze. Jiang Li felt a tinge of regret. This movement technique was indeed powerful, even among B-level techniques, and it was notoriously difficult to master. However, Jiang Li's exceptional talent and his daily dedication to practicing the Tianmen sect's secret techniques had steadily enhanced his soul strength. He was just a step away from breaking through his current limits. His successful initial attempt at Thunder Wing Flash in the training room filled him with joy. However, the limited space in the training room was not suitable for practicing movement techniques. So, Jiang Li pushed open the door and headed towards the training area. The expansive space there was perfect for practicing various combat techniques. It could even simulate different environments and provide specialized equipment to accelerate training progress. He was eager with anticipation. Despite being at the camp for a while, he had never visited the training area, making it the perfect opportunity to explore. If he could speed up his training for Thunder Wing Flash, he might achieve mastery in just 3 days. This wasn't overconfidence. Compared to the Thunder Destruction Slash, Thunder Wing Flash, although challenging, was not insurmountable. Wang Deguan and his 2 companions curiously asked, "Jiang Gu, where are you going?" Jiang Li waved and replied, "To the training area to practice my movement technique." Wang Daoyuan and the others were taken aback. Their initial plan to take a break vanished, and they hurried into the training room to start their own practice. Jiang Li sped towards the training area, arriving quickly. It was the largest section of the camp, bustling with students registering to rent training equipment and spaces. The wide array of equipment and training grounds dazzled Jiang Li, making him feel like a country bumpkin in a bustling city. He realized that some people's seemingly easy success might be aided by external resources. However, the expenditure of points was indeed staggering. Even as a top-tier student, Jiang Li couldn't afford to spend points recklessly every day. The premium gravity chamber, for instance, cost 60 points per hour, allowing him only 3 hours of use. Fortunately, Jiang Li didn't need to worry about his blood and energy training, at least for the time being. Jiang Li was torn between whether his energy liquid points were sufficient, but he was already very satisfied with the speed of his qi and blood cultivation. His thoughts were scattered, yet it was soon his turn. Although his fellow disciples glanced at him with curiosity, none approached him. He chose a room for body technique training and decided to train for 5 hours. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Li spent 50 points without hesitation. In contrast, second-tier students only had 40 points to use daily. Nearby students gasped softly, their eyes filled with envy. The staff member registering him gave Jiang Li a surprised look, as it was rare for a student to spend so many points on the first day, but said nothing more. Room 101 had an alarm to remind him when time was up. Jiang Li nodded calmly and walked towards room 101 with long strides. The room's interior surprised him. It was 4 to 5 times larger than the dormitory training room. As soon as he stepped inside, a smart reminder sounded, "Would you like to set the body technique parameters yourself?" The training camp's body technique library can simulate the optimal environment directly. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. This equipment truly lived up to its reputation and was worth the points. He chose to train in the body technique, Thunder Wing Flash. As soon as he made his choice, mechanical sounds began to whir. The layout of the training room started to change dramatically. Thin alloy tubes extended from the walls, with lightning flickering within them. Artificial thunder pillars intermittently appeared on the ceiling, seemingly random but perfectly matching the trajectory of the thunder wing flash technique. The floor was equally perilous, with sharp blades protruding that could pierce with the slightest misstep. Jiang Li couldn't help but gasp. He hadn't anticipated that training in body techniques would be so dangerous. The smart system's voice promptly reassured him, "Students, do not worry. The attack methods in the body technique training room are merely to assist in training and are not highly aggressive. Please train with confidence. The current mode has been adjusted to the optimal training mode for the entry level of Thunder Wing Flash. Please prepare. The system will start in 10 seconds." Jiang Li licked his lips, his eyes blazing with determination. This brutal method suited him perfectly. He didn't mind some hardship if it meant rapidly increasing his strength. The Thunder Wing Flash training mode initiated. In the next moment, lightning from the alloy tubes shot out madly, almost engulfing the entire training room, leaving only narrow passageways. Undoubtedly, with such assistance, ordinary students would find their training significantly more efficient. Jiang Li was no exception. He moved like a surge of lightning, with incomplete thunder wings trailing countless afterimages. Though the lightning strikes were not highly aggressive, they were excruciatingly painful. Jiang Li grimaced and quickly adjusted his posture. He was very pleased with the speed of his training, which was much faster than practicing alone in an open space. A prompt sounded, indicating that he had practiced the B-level combat skill Thunder Wing Flash 6 times, with the effect amplified 10,000 times. After 6,000 more repetitions, the Thunder Wing Flash reached a proficient level. After 6 repetitions, Jiang Li successfully trained the Thunder Wing Flash to proficiency. His speed soared, and his thunder wings became more complete, easily dodging the lightning and blade attacks. He laughed heartily, very satisfied with his progress. However, his joy was clearly premature. The artificial voice seemed to catch his sarcasm, maintaining its cold, mechanical tone as it reminded him. Detected that the trainee has advanced to the next level of Thunder Wing Flash. Adjusting output frequency accordingly. Please continue your efforts. Jiang Li's expression instantly turned to one of horror. The number of alloy tubes before him multiplied, and the emitted lightning became even more ferocious. A moment's lapse in concentration, and he was struck several times by the lightning. Pain surged through him, and he couldn't help but let out a groan of agony. However, a determined glint appeared in his eyes, fueled by an unwillingness to admit defeat. "I won't let you. This stupid machine. Beat me," he gritted his teeth and declared resolutely. With a newfound sense of challenge and a burning desire for victory, Jiang Li threw himself back into his training, undeterred. Time flew by, and 5 hours of training passed in the blink of an eye. However, the progress Jiang Li made was remarkable. His thunder wings had fully formed, crackling with energy, propelling him to unprecedented speeds. He moved so fast that even his afterimage disappeared, surpassing the limits of what an afterimage could capture. The thunder wings were now taking shape and steadily progressing towards perfection. With another hour or two of training tomorrow, he could achieve their perfect state, and at the latest, the day after tomorrow, he would reach full mastery. The thought of perfecting his thunder wings filled Jiang Li with excitement. Although low-altitude gliding couldn't compare to true flight, it was still something to look forward to. After all, it was an achievement only a battle king could accomplish. A polite reminder broke his train of thought. "Dear trainee, your session in the training room is about to end. Would you like to extend your time?" Jiang Li operated his Tianquan and realized that training needed to be done gradually. He decided to continue practicing his blade techniques and other skills like ascending the sky gate later that evening. Blindly chasing speed wasn't wise. With only a few minutes left, he couldn't complete another round of body technique training, so he decisively left the training room, stepping out of room 101 with large strides. He planned to try other specialized equipment. The hall was bustling with people, even more crowded than before. Despite it being evening, most trainees, who could only earn a few points each day, had to be frugal. Jiang Li felt a thrill as he surveyed the hall. The effectiveness of the body technique training room had left him very satisfied, sparking his curiosity about the other training rooms. The virtual space could simulate various scenarios, such as a beast siege, which caught his attention. It seemed like an excellent place to hone combat skills and perhaps help him master control level speed faster. Even though Jiang Li was confident he could break through to control level speed within 3 days, who wouldn't want to advance faster? Besides, if points weren't used to accelerate training, they would just go to waste. With this in mind, Jiang Li didn't hesitate to rent a set of virtual space equipment, spending 40 points, twice the cost of the body technique training room. He was determined to see its effects. Putting on the helmet, Jiang Li lay down in the nutrient pod. He was familiar with the process, not because he had used it before, but because the virtual space equipment was similar to the virtual gaming equipment he had used in internet cafes. Initially, virtual space equipment was used for training federal soldiers before it gradually became available to the public. A strange current swept over him, and in the next moment, Jiang Li felt as if he were in a peculiar space, floating within it. The sensation was like a perfect replica of himself. Jiang Li was astonished. He pinched his body. It felt no different from reality. His physical body, blood energy, and even soul strength were identical to his real self. Could it be that the current had actually scanned my soul?
Jiang Li bundarat.
Jiang Li was awestruck by the advanced technology of the Federation, fully aware that the power of soul technology far surpassed the imagination of ordinary people. Gathering his thoughts, he felt a surge of excitement. He realized that the role of the virtual space was even more significant than he had initially thought. Without hesitation, Jiang Li began adjusting the parameters according to the manual. He set the weapon to a C-grade alloy combat knife, the armor to basic battle armor, the scene to a simulated exam, and the opponent to intermediate beast warrior Li Zhong. A cold glint flickered in Jiang Li's eyes as he transmitted the final battle scene of the simulated exam into his consciousness. In an instant, the virtual space underwent a dramatic transformation. Jiang Li found himself back in that place, where the stench of blood filled the air and the roars of beasts were incessant. His former classmates, who had once fought alongside him, appeared before him, but they were lifeless, mere virtual projections. Opposite him, Li Zhong's beastly eyes gleamed with ferocity, as Jiang Li had specifically recreated him from memory. Jiang Li wanted to see how much his strength had improved since the last simulated exam. Li Zhong roared, his claws gleaming with blood as they slashed toward Jiang Li with undiminished ferocity. Jiang Li's eyes flashed with murderous intent, but he remained unafraid. Lightning crackled, and the thunder wings on his back flashed as he swung the C-grade alloy combat knife, sending Li Zhong's head flying high. The once formidable Li Zhong, who had left Jiang Li in a sorry state, was now easily defeated. There was no trace of pride in Jiang Li's eyes. Everything had gone according to his expectations. He remarked, "My strength has improved tremendously." He was amazed by the power of the virtual space. Jiang Li had chosen to simulate the initial scenario to explore the limits of the virtual space. The results exceeded his expectations. Being able to simulate scenes and opponents based on his memory meant that as long as he remembered his opponent's techniques, he could recreate them. Understanding the principles of the virtual space, he wasted no more time. Next, he simulated a battle with Zhang Xiaotian, confirming his judgment once again. With the thunder wings flashing, he no longer needed to struggle to save Li Wanhe and could easily defeat Zhang Xiaotian. Additionally, he attempted to challenge the Golden Crown Demon Eagle that collided with the Black Hawk fighter jet, but failed. The speed advantage of the flying beast was insurmountable. He decided to wait until his thunder wings were perfected before attempting the challenge again. Ultimately, Jiang Li chose a peak war-grade ferocious beast as his opponent to hone his combat skills. The virtual space offered a rich library of materials, especially for common ferocious beasts, refined through generations of information enhancement. In the virtual realm, Jiang Li felt completely at home. He was already accustomed to battling fierce beasts in reality, which was far more convenient than the initial simulated trials. This allowed him to rapidly enhance his skills as a warrior. Fully immersed in combat, he could feel his abilities improving at an astonishing pace. However, at that moment, two formidable groups stormed into the training area. Leading one group was Qin Tianhin, someone Jiang Li was well acquainted with. The other group's leader was Zhao Ziyan, who had previously mocked Jiang Li. The tension between the two teams was so palpable that it seemed a conflict could erupt at any moment. The crowd gathered, the atmosphere tense. The trainees whispered among themselves, debating endlessly, and gossip spread like wildfire throughout the training camp. Yet, Qin Tianhin remained calm, his scars healed, showing no signs of past injuries. In the cafeteria, Zhao Ziyan taunted him with sharp words. As a prodigy, how could Qin Tianhin tolerate such an insult? He crossed his arms, his gaze icy as he stared at Zhao Ziyan, challenging, "Zhao, are you jealous that I'm better looking than you? Come on, I'll give you a chance. Let's settle this in the virtual space." Loser calls the winner grandpa. Though he was not as outstanding as Jiang Li, Qin Tianhin was undeniably attractive. Zhao Ziyan, with his sharp tongue, was not in the same league. Enraged, Zhao Ziyan retorted, "Jiang Li, that coward, doesn't even dare to talk back to me. And you, a loser, dare to act tough? What's the point of calling you grandpa? If you're brave enough, let's bet some points." Zhao Ziyan smirked inwardly. While others might think he talked too much, he was always calculating. As a top-tier trainee, he constantly needed more points to access resources in the camp. Betting points had become his usual strategy, and he had meticulously planned this confrontation with Qin Tianhin. In his eyes, Qin Tianhin was the perfect prey, young and impulsive, an easy catch. Qin Tianhin was thrilled, eager to teach Zhao Ziyan a lesson. After being beaten by Jiang Li and mocked by Zhao, he would rather leave the camp than endure more humiliation. Raising an eyebrow, he declared, "Fine. If you're willing to give me points, let's bet 500 points. Do you dare?" A gasp rippled through the surrounding trainees. 500 points was a significant wager, enough to save up for a long time. Zhao Ziyan remained unfazed, scoffing. Is that all you got? 1,000 points. If you're scared, just say so. Qin Tianhen's expression changed. 1,000 points were nearly the entire savings of a top-tier trainee. Not everyone had the guts for such a high-stakes bet. He began to suspect Zhao Ziyan was deliberately provoking him. Zhao Ziyan added fuel to the fire. If you're scared, just admit you're a loser and call me grandpa. Mentioning Jiang Li again made Qin Tianhen's blood boil. Fine, 1,000 points it is. Let's see you lose fair and square. With a cold snort, the two headed to the hall to rent the virtual space equipment. The virtual space allowed for networked battles, syncing both parties to the same location with mutual consent. Unlike real combat, the virtual space offered more freedom without the risk of real-life injuries. Death is just another form of pain, albeit a more intense one. This challenge is quite costly, requiring 20 points, which isn't cheap for advanced trainees. In the hall, both individuals simultaneously entered the virtual space, finding themselves on a vast plain. Everything was projected in real time, meeting their requirements. They wanted to fight in front of an audience because what's the point without spectators? This time, the simulated battleground was an expansive grassland. The weapons were set to grade B, the armor as well, but there were no other restrictions, allowing for free reign. The countdown began at 10 seconds, and the battle officially started. A series of mechanical sounds echoed through the space. Both individuals tensed up. They were top-tier trainees, never underestimating each other. The other trainees buzzed with discussions, debating who would win. A trainee from Shuangzi City confidently declared, "Of course, our boss will win. Our boss has mastered the B-grade battle technique, Xiao Xuanwu sword technique." What qualifications does Zhao Ziyan have? Zhao Ziyan's supporters retorted, "Oh, really? Then why did your boss get beaten up by Jiang Li so badly? Is mastering a B-grade battle technique that hard? Our boss has it too." The Shuangzi City trainee turned red with anger but had no comeback. The followers began a war of words. As the countdown ended, the two fighters quickly clashed. Zhao Ziyan immediately identified Qin Tianhen's technique as the Ling Snake sword technique, which his own sword technique countered perfectly. This was why he had chosen Qin Tianhen as his target. He chuckled inwardly but didn't reveal his full prowess, maintaining a level just slightly above his opponent. Qin Tianhen was alarmed. Although they were both junior warriors, he realized that his swordsmanship, combat skills, and agility were all inferior to Zhao Ziyan's. He couldn't believe this smooth-talking guy was so formidable. Being so outmatched in the training camp shook him, causing his mindset to falter. He began to recognize his shortcomings, and his anger gradually gave way to rationality. Throughout the intense battle, Zhao Ziyan easily gained the upper hand, taunting, "What's wrong? Such a weakling." Qin Tianhen blocked another attack, gritting his teeth. "You're doing this on purpose." Zhao Ziyan smirked as he landed another blow, injuring Qin Tianhen again. "On purpose? I just can't stand weaklings like you." He laughed inwardly, still holding back his full strength, perhaps even fooling others. The battle continued, their fierce fight capturing the attention of everyone present, making the trainees' hearts race with excitement. These warrior-level trainees are incredibly powerful. The protagonist deeply feels the need to train twice as hard to break through to the warrior level as soon as possible. Their strength makes the protagonist feel like they could be easily defeated with a single strike. The prowess displayed by these warrior-level trainees is completely different from any warriors seen before. Could they be the legendary prodigies? The other trainees marveled and relished the visual spectacle. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, Qin Tianhen is about to lose." Under the pale gazes of the trainees from Gemini City, Qin Tianhen staggered and was ultimately slashed down by Zhao Ziyan. However, Zhao Ziyan also seemed to have reached his limit, plunging his sword into the ground. Zhao Ziyan's subordinates cheered loudly, looking smugly at the trainees from Gemini City. Those trainees no longer dared to talk back, as even their leader had been defeated. What right did they have to speak? The atmosphere grew lively, with many trainees sharing their thoughts on the recent battle. Special grade trainees Xu Minjie and Deng Bian stood in an isolated area, with others too intimidated to approach. Xu Minjie turned her head and asked Deng Bian, "What do you think?" Deng Bian scoffed, "That Qin Tianhen is a complete waste. As for Zhao Ziyan, he barely catches my eye, but I can tell he's holding back. He's cunning, not a true warrior." Xu Minjie smiled wryly and shared her perspective. "Zhao Ziyan has great potential. I think his vitality is nearing mid-level warrior status, and his serpent sword technique is reaching mastery. He might pose a threat to you in the future."
Deng Bian confidently replié, "Impossible.
"Soon, I'll be promoted to high-level warrior. He's progressing, but so am I, and my speed is faster." Suddenly, Xu Minjie brought up Jiang Li. "What about Jiang Li?" Deng Bian fell silent, a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Yesterday's induction ceremony and the scant information he had received hinted that Jiang Li was no ordinary person. I will defeat him and prove who the true top prodigy is. Deng Bian finally declared boldly. Xu Minjer chuckled and pointed to the distance. Look, Jiang Li is coming. Deng Bian followed her gaze and saw Jiang Li slowly walking out from the virtual training area. Jiang Li felt a bit puzzled. He had only been in the virtual space for 2 hours, so why was the training area suddenly so lively? What had happened? Just as Jiang Li was feeling puzzled, the door to the virtual space equipment area behind him swung open. Out walked Qin Tianhin and Zhao Ziyan. Qin Tianhin's face was ashen with barely contained rage, while Zhao Ziyan bore a smug smile. Qin Tianhin's teeth were clenched so tight it seemed he might rush over and tear Zhao Ziyan apart. The flames of hatred in his heart burned so fiercely that he could barely control his emotions. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziyan lazily dug at his ear and nonchalantly said, I just couldn't stand seeing you, so I taught you a lesson. Now, transfer 1,000 points. His eyes gleamed with a challenging light. For Qin Tianhin, losing those 1,000 points was a devastating blow, especially on top of previous losses. The pain and anger were almost unbearable. Zhao Ziyan's mockery humiliated Qin Tianhin, leaving him furious yet helpless. Zhao Ziyan casually threatened, if you lay a finger on me, you'll face 3 days in confinement at best, or be expelled from the training camp at worst. Feeling powerless and desperate, Qin Tianhin could only transfer the points, muttering a harsh retort before storming off. Jiang Li overheard the murmurs of the other trainees and pieced together what had happened. Looking at Qin Tianhin, he felt a pang of sympathy. Zhao Ziyan's treachery struck a chord with him, and he thought, this guy has the worst luck. Beaten up on the first day and now losing points on the second. It's just too miserable. Recognizing Zhao Ziyan as the one who had taunted him earlier at lunch, Jiang Li felt a surge of disgust. As Qin Tianhin turned to leave, he noticed Jiang Li standing there and let out a cold snort, feeling a mix of complicated emotions. Zhao Ziyan spotted Jiang Li too, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Today seemed to be his lucky day. Fresh from defeating Qin Tianhin, he was eager to take down Jiang Li next and claim the title of top trainee. He knew Jiang Li was only a novice warrior, despite his impressive performance at the entry ceremony, and still unproven in actual combat. With his arms crossed, Zhao Ziyan taunted, 2 cowards sticking together now? His words left the onlookers stunned. Their curiosity piqued as they paused in their tracks. Xu Minjer giggled and suggested that Zhao Ziyan challenge Jiang Li, while Deng Bian nodded in agreement, exuding an air of superiority. The two of them fixed their gaze on Jiang Li, piling on the pressure. Jiang Li felt a fire ignite within him. Though he had been prepared to leave, he couldn't swallow his pride. He thought, if a tiger doesn't show its might, do you really think I'm a sickly kitten? Qin Tianhin also paused, waiting to see how Jiang Li would respond. Jiang Li turned around, his face calm and composed, and said, I'm not a brainless weakling like Qin Tianhin. Want to challenge me? Fine, put all your points on the line. He saw through Zhao Ziyan's intentions in an instant. With his powerful soul perception, he could even sense the hidden scheme in Zhao Ziyan's smirk. Qin Tianhin felt provoked and his anger flared. Is everyone trying to step on him now? Despite his fury, he stayed put, watching the scene unfold. After all, these two were sworn enemies. To him, it didn't matter who won or lost. It was all deceit and trickery. However, he secretly hoped Jiang Li would come out on top. Zhao Ziyan was taken aback by Jiang Li's calm words. He started to doubt himself. Why had this person suddenly become so resolute and fearless? He could sense the immense, wave-like power hidden beneath Jiang Li's calm exterior. Zhao Ziyan began to feel uneasy. He had no idea that the original Jiang Li didn't even bother to acknowledge him, let alone take him seriously. But now, Jiang Li had a new plan. 2,000 points were no small amount. It seemed his unarmed combat skills were about to pay off. He smiled slightly, feeling quite pleased. As for failure, that was out of the question. Jiang Li deliberately concealed his sharpness to avoid scaring Zhao Ziyan. He continued, you're just envious of the privileges of a top-tier student, aren't you? Well, let's settle this once and for all. Put up all your points, or I can refuse your challenge 3 times. If you don't have the guts, then kneel down and apologize. Do you think I don't get angry? Zhao Ziyan narrowed his eyes. If he missed this opportunity and Jiang Li kept refusing his challenges, someone else might beat him to it, and he'd regret it forever. Besides, in front of so many people, he had to stand his ground. Trying to fool him? Fine. He'd play along. Zhao Ziyan still believed Jiang Li wasn't that strong. As long as Jiang Li was just a junior warrior, he had nothing to fear. This was the confidence of a genius. Qin Tianhin had suffered a crushing defeat at his hands, and he still had cards up his sleeve. He sneered, do you think 2,000 points will make me back down? You're sorely mistaken. My resolve isn't as narrow as you think. Zhao Ziyan's gaze became even more determined. Jiang Li smirked coldly and walked towards the virtual space equipment area. Let's see if you can still laugh later. He left this remark and entered the energy capsule first. Zhao Ziyan's eyes blazed with anger. Although Jiang Li hadn't said much, the impact on him was far greater than Qin Tianhen's. I'll utterly defeat you and sever your head with a single strike. He made a throat-slitting gesture, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and then also stepped into the energy capsule. Witnessing the tense atmosphere between the two, all the students were exceptionally excited. This was the first high-stakes duel since the camp started. After all, Jiang Li was a top-tier student, one of only 3 top-tier students, and he had shown brightly in the entrance assessment, securing the first place. First-tier student Zhao Ziyan challenging top-tier student Jiang Li. The news quickly spread throughout the training camp, and students who heard about it rushed to the training area to watch. Those who couldn't make it opened their communicators to watch the live broadcast. This battle had everyone's attention. In the crowd, Xu Minger's eyes sparkled with anticipation, while Jiang Li appeared too composed for her to read his thoughts. Deng Baiyan pondered for a moment before responding, I have more faith in Jiang Li. Although he's just a junior warrior, his ability to withstand the Battle King's aura until the end signifies something extraordinary. Xu Minger smiled and said, it seems you value Jiang Li highly. How long do you think it will take him to win? Deng Baiyan exhaled slowly and replied, around 100 moves. Based on his own strength, he was confident in defeating Zhao Ziyan within 50 moves, so he estimated Jiang Li would need about 100 to secure victory. Xu Minger shook her head slightly with a smile and said, let's bet 500 points then. I guess 80 moves. Deng Baiyan looked at her in surprise, not expecting Xu Minger to have even more confidence in Jiang Li than he did. Thus, they immediately initiated a 500-point bet amid laughter, causing the surrounding students to gasp in astonishment, admiring their boldness. They couldn't help but think, these elite students are indeed extraordinary. Qin Tianhen watched the projection of the two enemies, gritting his teeth. He secretly hoped these two would take each other out. Even though he knew it was just a virtual space, he didn't want to see either side win decisively. He was confident because he had fought both Jiang Li and Zhao Ziyan and knew their strengths were quite similar. The students were excitedly discussing, convinced that if Jiang Li used a blade, he would undoubtedly have the upper hand. This battle was a showdown between elite students, and Jiang Li's elite status was well-deserved. Their leader would surely defeat his opponent. Zhao Ziyan's followers were filled with arrogance and mockery, as if they had already seen Zhao Ziyan's overwhelming victory. Suddenly, Wang Daoyuan and 2 companions appeared displeased. Wang Daoyuan sneered. Within 10 moves? I bet 3 strikes. If Jianggu doesn't decapitate Zhao Ziyan in 3 strikes, I'll take your surname. Do you think our Jianggu is like that trash Qin Tianhen? Zhao Ziyan might have picked the wrong opponent. Their words exuded confidence and dominance, overshadowing Zhao Ziyan's followers. The students turned their attention to them, and although Zhao Ziyan's followers didn't want to show weakness, they could only grit their teeth and say, bet it is. If you lose, no excuses. Wang Daoyuan calmly replied, in that case, let's have everyone here be witnesses to ensure no one goes back on their word. Their confident demeanor left the students uncertain. Wang Daoyuan and his companions exchanged glances, filled with mutual confidence. They were well aware of Jiang Li's strength, and knew he had successfully advanced to an intermediate warrior level the night before. In the virtual space, Jiang Li and Zhao Ziyan remained oblivious to the unfolding events. 2 figures simultaneously appeared in the arena, marking the start of a classic duel. There were no distractions, just the calm, mechanical voice announcing the conditions. The simulation would take place on a B-level platform, with B-level weapons and armor, but everything else was unrestricted. The countdown began at 10 seconds, and the battle was officially on. Jiang Li felt the armor gradually forming around him and the warblade materializing in his hand. He slowly loosened up his body, already familiar with the virtual combat environment after 2 hours of practice. Zhao Ziyan, gripping a long sword, exuded an intense and enigmatic aura, displaying a unique swordsmanship style unlike any other. With a sneer, he addressed Jiang Li, defeating Qin Tianhen doesn't give you the right to be arrogant. He's just trash. I could defeat him easily. Today, I'll prove to everyone that you, a so-called special student, are unworthy. Jiang Li merely shook his head and quietly muttered, noisy, clearly unwilling to engage in further banter. He then showcased his overpowering and terrifying blade stance. Each fighter's style was distinct, even among blade wielders. Jiang Li's technique, derived from the thunderous world-destroying slash, was characterized by its destructive dominance. As his combat skills improved, his mastery of this technique became more refined. His blade's force surged towards Zhao Ziyan, exuding an imposing and overwhelming presence that made Zhao Ziyan's expression change for the first time. Coming from a family of battle emperors, Zhao Ziyan had an exceptional eye. He could sense that Jiang Li's vitality was at the level of an intermediate battle general, causing him to feel a bit uneasy. He remembered Gu Shang's words echoing in his mind, he's not timid, he just doesn't want to make a fuss. At that moment, Zhao Ziyan realized he had severely underestimated Jiang Li. His previous disdain stemmed from the fact that Jiang Li hadn't taken him seriously at all. A hint of regret surfaced in Zhao Ziyan's heart, but faced with the current situation, he had no choice but to press on. He unleashed his perfected serpent sword technique without holding back, making the observing students, especially Qin Tianhin, react with shock. Qin Tianhin clenched his fists, his face contorting with disbelief at Zhao Ziyan's hidden prowess. However, the most astonishing revelation was Jiang Li's strength, an intermediate battle general. The crowd collectively gasped, amazed at Jiang Li's silent advancement. But what followed was even more shocking. Jiang Li softly declared, "2 strikes to defeat you," and vanished from his spot. His speed was so incredible that Zhao Ziyan's pupils shrank to pinpoints. Unable to keep up with Jiang Li's speed, Zhao Ziyan found himself on the defensive. He tried to use a sword net for protection, but it was barely holding up against Jiang Li's blade force. Feeling immense pressure, Zhao Ziyan pushed his serpent sword technique to new heights, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. However, the deeper the hope, the deeper the despair. The first strike, a dazzling purple blade light, suddenly tore through the void, striking like lightning. The blade light was incredibly solid, stretching 3 meters long. It carried an overwhelming and domineering aura, effortlessly slicing through the dense web of swords. Zhao Ziyan was shocked to find that his proud sword web couldn't withstand it. He couldn't believe it, and doubts surged in his heart. Jiang Li hadn't even used his ultimate move, Thunder Dragon Break. The blade light's power didn't wane as it slashed fiercely at Zhao Ziyan. A deep gash was left on his alloy armor, severely wounding him and throwing him off balance. He was sent flying. The second strike. Jiang Li's voice was as calm as the whisper of death, and terror flashed in Zhao Ziyan's eyes. Another terrifying blade light, filled with an overwhelming force, came at him. This time, he had no means to resist. The world spun before his eyes, and his consciousness gradually faded. He seemed to see his own head hitting the ground with a dull thud. Jiang Li slowly appeared, coldly saying, "2 strikes to kill you, just 2. His face showed no emotion. 1 strike to break armor. 2 strikes to sever the soul. The scene left the entire audience in stunned silence, everyone staring in disbelief. 2 swift strikes. Zhao Ziyan's head rolled to the ground. There was no epic battle, just a quick and brutal end. Is this the power of an elite student? Some students couldn't help but whisper among themselves, their eyes wide with shock. They watched the figure, feeling a sense of awe as if a powerful aura had just erupted. Their hearts surged, as if waves were crashing within them. In that instant, Jiang Li left a profound impression on everyone present. All doubts about his elite status vanished into thin air. Who truly deserves the title of an elite student? Zhao Ziyan, who was defeated in just 2 strikes, or Qin Tianhin, who had lost to Zhao Ziyan? Let's wait and see. Our leader has already demonstrated the astonishing prowess of the Spirit Serpent Sword technique. Jiang Li is certainly not beneath Zhao Ziyan in any way. Even as Wang Daoyuan sneered in mockery, his eyes widened in disbelief, and the words he was about to utter got stuck in his throat. How could this be possible? Everyone's mouths hung open in shock, but Zhao Ziyan's severed head, still airborne, brutally confirmed the reality before them. It was as if an invisible slap had struck their faces repeatedly, leaving them utterly humiliated. Wang Daoyuan laughed loudly. My brother Jiang only needed 3 strikes to deal with that trash Zhao Ziyan. Turns out, he didn't even need 3. I must have overestimated him. His words, dripping with sarcasm, only fueled the anger of Zhao Ziyan's followers. At that moment, they finally understood the humiliation Qin Tianhin's followers had felt earlier, an unbearable humiliation. Qin Tianhin couldn't believe his eyes. He had thought Jiang Li was just a bit stronger, but never imagined he was this powerful. Even Zhao Ziyan, who had mastered the Spirit Serpent Sword technique, was no match for him. Did this mean that if he faced Jiang Li, he would be defeated in an instant? Overwhelmed with shame, he felt his previous confidence was utterly laughable. He muttered under his breath, "Let's go," and could no longer stay there. Qin Tianhin's departure caused quite a stir, as he had just been the focal point of the sparring match. However, not everyone noticed this. Gusheng arrived at the training area last because he wanted to observe Jiang Li's strength up close. The result left him feeling heavy-hearted. As an intermediate warrior, he could see more clearly the nearing mastery of Jiang Li's blade technique and the perfect execution of the B-level swordsmanship. As a fellow swordsman, he understood it better. Though confident in his own skills, he knew he could never defeat Zhao Ziyan as easily as Jiang Li did. Within 100 moves, he felt it would be unpredictable. No wonder the Red Flame Sword King favored Jiang Li. His strength was indeed formidable. Gu Sheng's eyes sparkled with fighting spirit. Although he knew he was no match for Jiang Li, he still wanted to test his blade against him. He had never lost to peers of his age, and perhaps the taste of defeat would push him further and strengthen his resolve. After the week-long assessment, he would challenge Jiang Li. Gu Sheng stared deeply at Jiang Li before turning to leave. Xu Ming'er and Deng Bian, too, were no longer as lighthearted as before. Their silence spoke volumes about their shock at Jiang Li's performance. Xu Ming'er took a deep breath, still visibly shaken, though she managed to keep her emotions well in check. In this training camp, Deng Baian's emotions were in turmoil. Though he remained silent, the slight twitch of his eyebrows betrayed his inner restlessness. The title of top student was well-deserved, as he easily defeated Zhao Ziyan, which left him somewhat surprised. He knew he couldn't achieve that himself. Xu Ming'er curiously asked, "Senior brother, how many moves do you think it would take me to defeat Zhao Ziyan?" Zhao Ziyan snorted and turned away, while Xu Ming'er smiled slightly. This smile conveyed a clear message. At least in the contest with Zhao Ziyan, Deng Baian had lost. Jiang Li showcased extraordinary strength, prompting Xu Ming'er to start seeing him as someone who surpassed Deng Baian. To succeed in the training camp, Jiang Li was undoubtedly the most formidable opponent. After the first weekly assessment ended, the top students dispersed. The battle results had been revealed, and they had no reason to stay. Jiang Li's performance had left a deep impression on them, and they were eager to start their training immediately. The intense competition in the training camp had officially begun. As the virtual space pods opened, the figures of Jiang Li and Zhao Ziyan emerged. Zhao Ziyan staggered, clearly still shaken from his recent defeat. His gaze towards Jiang Li was tinged with fear, the kind that pierces the soul. Although one doesn't truly die in the virtual space, the pain is real, and few can endure such a blow. Jiang Li remained calm, as this outcome was well within his expectations. Zhao Ziyan gritted his teeth, realizing his calculations had completely failed. The shadow cast by these two strikes would linger with him for a long time. Watching his points increase by over 2,000, Jiang Li smiled. From having only a few hundred points left, he suddenly became wealthy. This meant that before the first weekly assessment, he had the chance to exchange for an unarmed combat technique and master it to perfection. Based on Jiang Li's understanding, the weekly assessment covered a wide range of skills, with unarmed combat being a crucial part. Having just been promoted to an intermediate warrior, he needed a few more days to accumulate attribute particles. Once the weekly assessment was over, and he received the points reward, he could break through to become an advanced warrior. Thinking of this, Jiang Li happily invited Wang Daoyuan and the other two back to the dorm. They had bet against Zhao Ziyan's subordinates and earned a significant amount of points. By spending these points, his strength would see a qualitative leap. Zhao Ziyan clenched his fists and shouted at Jiang Li's back, "Jiang Li, do you think you can dominate this training camp? Xu Ming'er and Deng Baian are not to be trifled with. They come from branches of the war god family. You can't defeat them." Jiang Li shook his head in exasperation, thinking Zhao Ziyan was just venting his impotent anger. He didn't even turn around because he believed that whether it was a branch of the war god family or the second generation, he had the confidence to defeat them with one punch. Jiang Li was now full of confidence. Zhao Ziyan, seeing Jiang Li's indifference, let out an angry shout. "Jiang Li, you will taste the bitter fruit of failure." Yet, all he received was Jiang Li's indifference. Feeling somewhat disheartened and at rock bottom, he glanced at his worried younger brother and forced himself to say, "Let's go. Let's head back." After this minor setback, Jiang Li proved himself through a fierce battle with Zhao Ziyan. No one in the training camp doubted Jiang Li's status as a top-tier student anymore, nor did anyone think he had earned his rank by sheer luck. This situation had its pros and cons. The advantage was that no one came to disturb Jiang Li. The downside, of course, was that there were no challengers, making it difficult for him to accumulate points. Watching Wang Daoyuan and the others occasionally accept challenges, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. However, Jiang Li didn't dwell on it too much, as the upcoming first weekly exam was of paramount importance. All the trainees were giving their all, training diligently. The entire training camp was filled with relentless effort. Everyone hoped to shine in the upcoming weekly exam, and Jiang Li was no exception. Jiang Li stood in the body technique training room within the cultivation area, his thunder wings spanning nearly a yard and flickering faintly before he vanished from sight. The training room was equipped with top-tier mechanisms, densely packed with alloy conduits that were intimidating to behold. Lightning bursts from the center filled the room, almost obscuring the entire space, as lightning pillars from the ceiling synchronized with metal spikes on the floor at an astonishing frequency. Such intensity would overwhelm even a battle general or a warlord who hadn't mastered A-level body techniques. Yet, Jiang Li navigated effortlessly, his form appearing and disappearing rapidly, propelled by his thunder wings. Lightning flashed around him as he floated lightly like a feather, narrowly evading the traps. These formidable mechanisms seemed to have no effect on him. His eyes sparkled with joy as his thunder wings glowed brilliantly. He had achieved perfection. This meant Jiang Li could now glide briefly at low altitudes like a warlord, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities. He could handle flying beasts with ease. Satisfied, Jiang Li shut down the training room, pleased with his progress. Anyone who learned that Jiang Li had perfected a B-level body technique in just 3 days would be astonished. His comprehension ability far surpassed the ordinary. As he stepped out of the training room, The news of him effortlessly defeating Zhao Ziyan 2 days ago had already spread among the students, who now looked at Jiang Li with awe. Jiang Li activated the virtual space equipment again, this time choosing Gu Xiaoyu as his simulated opponent. Over the past few days, he had sparred countless times with Gu Xiaoyu and had become thoroughly familiar with her combat techniques, mastering the control level with ease. Therefore, the simulated Gu Xiaoyu was equally realistic. The reason for choosing Gu Xiaoyu was simple. Jiang Li could clearly feel that his combat skills were on the verge of breaking through a bottleneck. His grasp of momentum was becoming increasingly adept, only one step away from a breakthrough. The simulated Gu Xiaoyu had a blood energy strength similar to his own, and Jiang Li focused intently on the battle. Despite being on the defensive, the light in his eyes grew ever brighter. Yes, this was the feeling. Unconsciously, Jiang Li's aura began to change. An overwhelming blade momentum surged into the sky, as if reforged, enveloping the simulated Gu Xiaoyu. Mastery at the control level meant guiding the battle with momentum, where the use of momentum outweighed combat techniques. Every move of the opponent was under one's control, unable to exert their full strength and constantly wary of sudden momentum pressure. A person proficient in control-level combat techniques could easily fight across levels. Handling entry-level novices was a piece of cake. At this moment, Jiang Li understood why Gu Xiaoyu had held back before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have progressed so smoothly. The blade momentum condensed and crashed towards Gu Xiaoyu with a thunderous roar. This challenge was unlike any before. It was all about precise control, exponentially increasing the level of threat. Jiang Li's attacks became even fiercer, rivaling the simulated battles with Gu Xiaoyu. Their auras intertwined, as if two invisible hands were clashing in the void. Jiang Li laughed heartily, controlling everything in the virtual space until it dissipated, his eyes filled with joy. The past few days of intense training had significantly boosted his skills. Now, even when facing elite warriors, he could claim victory. If he continued at this rate, he might even surpass the War King during his peak warrior phase. Joining the training camp had indeed been a wise decision. In just a few days, he not only advanced his vitality to the mid-level warrior stage, but also mastered combat techniques to a proficient level and even learned an excellent B-level movement technique. Jiang Li pondered over his achievements, each of which would take others months or even years to accomplish, yet he did it in just 3 days. Such progress was astonishing. Of course, this rapid advancement came with a significant cost in points. Daily expenses in the movement technique training room and virtual space consumed a large number of points, something only a top-tier student like Jiang Li could afford. This didn't even account for the use of the gravity training room, where others needed to accelerate their vitality training, incurring even greater costs. Thus, everyone eagerly anticipated the upcoming weekly assessment, hoping to achieve high scores and earn more points to support their ongoing training. Despite his exhaustion, Jiang Li practiced the Heaven Ascension Gate technique twice more. As his soul strength continuously improved, he could now practice the technique twice in a row, filling him with anticipation. In as short as 10 days or as long as 2 weeks, he could break through to the second level of the Heaven Ascension Gate. By then, his soul strength would experience a qualitative leap, and his vitality would become even purer. With such expectations, Jiang Li fell into a deep sleep. The next day was another combat skills class. Gu Xiaoyu crossed her arms, watching her students practice with satisfaction. Du Ziqing and the other 4 were indeed the elites she had carefully selected. Under her guidance, they made rapid progress, showing significant improvements in both combat skills and techniques. Jiang Li, in particular, filled Gu Xiaoyu with pride. His rate of progress was unbelievable. Gu Xiaoyu was convinced that even the descendants of the so-called war god families couldn't match such extraordinary talent. Jiang Li was undoubtedly underestimated by everyone. Confident in her judgment, Gu Xiaoyu kept her thoughts to herself. She felt a sense of smugness regarding Duan Changqiu, the old stubborn man, eager to see him stunned. However, she also felt a bit helpless. In just a few days, she could no longer provide Jiang Li with more guidance in combat techniques and could only act as his sparring partner to enhance his practical experience. This made her feel somewhat redundant. She considered teaching him some A-level combat skills to let him experience the bitterness and frustration, preventing him from becoming arrogant. Although she had this thought, she ultimately shook her head. Better to observe for now, as excessively crushing his confidence wouldn't be good either. She knew very well the difficulty of A-level combat skills. Jiang Li could clearly feel the distance between himself and the other trainees, as if he were being deliberately excluded. He knew his path to mastery was still long, but he was unwilling to remain at the warrior level. Despite this, he looked ahead with determination, ready to face the challenges. The trainees began sparring with one another, seemingly in silent agreement to leave Jiang Li out. They understood that Jiang Li's best training results came from sparring with the instructor. Gu Xiaoyu smiled and waved, inviting Jiang Li over. She planned to suppress her energy to the warrior level and use her skillful techniques to challenge Jiang Li, finding rare joy in this opportunity. A special emotion surged within Gu Xiaoyu. She understood the importance of cherishing each sparring match, knowing such opportunities wouldn't last forever. Jiang Li, unafraid, stepped forward with resolve, ready to face the challenge and embrace every obstacle on his path to mastery. Based on Jiang Li's rapid progress, Gu Xiaoyu anticipated that it wouldn't be long before Jiang Li mastered combat techniques at a level of complete control. Thus, she cherished every opportunity to spar with him. When Gu Xiaoyu smiled warmly at Jiang Li, he returned the smile knowingly. Secretly plotting, he thought, "Wait until I surprise you." The two of them assumed their stances, ready to begin the battle. Gu Xiaoyu gazed at Jiang Li's fierce expression with a hint of ease in her own demeanor. After all, for her, fighting at a mastery level against someone at a beginner level was akin to an adult playing with a child. Her influence guided Jiang Li's every move. Suddenly, Gu Xiaoyu's expression changed dramatically, a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes. Jiang Li's lips curled into a sly smile as he demonstrated an exquisite level of control, leaving Gu Xiaoyu in disbelief. Is this mastery level? How is that possible? As their forces intertwined, Gu Xiaoyu found herself unexpectedly suppressed by Jiang Li, struggling to regain control. Despite her longer experience at the mastery level, combat wasn't solely about one's level. Instantaneous reactions were equally critical. In a moment of distraction, Jiang Li's onslaught was as fierce as a storm, overpowering Gu Xiaoyu with sheer force. Her heart surged with shock as she stared at Jiang Li in terror, as if looking at a monster. Just moments ago, she had considered not missing the chance to dominate Jiang Li, but now he had suddenly displayed mastery-level combat skills. Reflecting on Jiang Li's rapid improvement over the past few days, a bitter feeling welled up within her. Once hailed as a peerless genius, she now felt ordinary and unremarkable in comparison to Jiang Li. Could it be that he had already reached the mastery level and was only now revealing it? The absurd thought crossed Gu Xiaoyu's mind, but she quickly shook her head in denial. If that were the case, it would be too outrageous. A fighter reaching mastery level? She couldn't believe it. The 5 nearby students had unconsciously paused their practice, staring in shock as Jiang Li overpowered Gu Xiaoyu. They were astounded, finding the scene before them hard to believe. Jiang Li's ability to counter and dominate Gu Xiaoyu left everyone in disbelief. Being around such a prodigy was disheartening. Even the slightest progress felt insignificant. It was like still learning the basics while others were tackling advanced studies. At that moment, Gu Xiaoyu struggled to steady her inner turmoil. Watching Jiang Li become more engrossed in the fight, she couldn't help but snort coldly. A tiger will eventually show its might. How can it be underestimated? The reason Gu Xiaoyu was at a disadvantage was entirely due to the mental shock she had just experienced, allowing Jiang Li to seize the initiative. Now, she refocused her attention, concentrating fully. Jiang Li felt the pressure, as he had only recently advanced to the mastery level and was certainly not as adept as Gu Xiaoyu in utilizing his powers. However, he was confident that he would soon surpass her completely. Crackling, lightning flickered behind Jiang Li, quickly forming into broad wings of electricity. Having validated his mastery-level combat skills, he didn't hesitate to use the newly perfected B-level technique, Thunder Wing Flash. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Although their blood and chi levels were restricted to mid-tier warrior status, there were no limitations on other skills. Typically, Gu Xiaoyu would only use techniques on par with Jiang Li's level, as this was just a sparring match. Whoosh! The thunder wings formed behind him, and Jiang Li's speed increased dramatically. In an instant, he vanished from his original position and appeared right next to Gu Xiaoyu, who was caught off guard.
Bang!
3 consecutive punches. Jiang Li showed no mercy, each punch aimed ferociously at Gu Xiaoyu's abdomen. At this moment, he disregarded any notions of gender. His sole focus was on winning the fight. Gu Xiaoyu hadn't expected this move. Jiang Li had always used the wind step technique, so his sudden use of a perfected B-level technique left anyone with no time to react. Under the barrage of 3 punches, Gu Xiaoyu staggered back, leaving a long trail on the training ground. Although it looked somewhat embarrassing, it was merely superficial. Gu Xiaoyu wore A-level armor, and even with chi and blood protection, she couldn't be harmed by such attacks, especially since Jiang Li hadn't gone all out. After all, this was just a sparring match. Seeing Gu Xiaoyu being forced back for the first time, Jiang Li's eyes were filled with joy. His opponent was a Battle King level expert, known as the Red Flame Blade King. Even forcing her back a few steps in a sparring match was enough to excite him, despite the element of surprise involved. Jiang Li grinned, a hint of apology flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Gu Xiaoyu didn't counterattack. Her expression as she looked at Jiang Li was extremely complex. Even though she wasn't surprised that Jiang Li's combat skills had broken through to the mastery level, he was close to that breakthrough anyway. The advancement in his movement technique made her realize something profound. Jiang Li hadn't known any other movement techniques before. What did this mean? In just 3 days, Jiang Li had perfected a B-level movement technique. This was simply astonishing. You hadn't learned Thunder Wing Flash before, had you? Gu Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask, trying to calm her inner shock. Jiang Li answered truthfully, I have to thank the instructor for rewarding me 3,000 points, which allowed me to exchange for Thunder Wing Flash. It finally covered my weakness. The other 5 trainees were speechless upon hearing this. 3 days to perfect a B-level movement technique. What did that make them? Useless? Gu Xiaoyu's expression was equally complex, her level of shock no less than that of the other trainees. Countless questions arose in her mind. What kind of monster had she encountered? Jiang Li repeatedly challenged her understanding of genius, redefining it each time. You did an excellent job, she said. Gu Xiaoyu slowly began to speak, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions that eventually turned into deep admiration. His agility had reached a B-level standard, earning him 1,000 points. Moreover, his mastery of combat techniques was top-notch, bringing in an additional 2,000 points. Jiang Li's eyes lit up with delight. A total of 3,000 points. This number far exceeded his expectations. When he first earned 1,000 points to upgrade to B-level, he thought another 1,000 points would be an impressive gain. He never imagined it would be 2,000 points. This made him hopeful that he could further enhance his skills before the weekly assessment. The 5 onlooking trainees were full of envy, feeling that Jiang Li's 3,000 points were as easily earned as 30 points for them. The comparison left them feeling incredibly frustrated. They exchanged glances and decided not to compare themselves to this anomaly any longer. They understood that one should be content with their own progress. Despite their attempts to console themselves, the bitterness in their hearts remained. Seeing Jiang Li's joyful expression, Gu Xiaoyu couldn't help but scoff, thinking that Jiang Li's performance was utterly disappointing. Jiang Li gave an awkward smile without retorting, knowing that the instructor was somewhat displeased. However, he soon found himself unable to stay calm as Gu Xiaoyu's lips curled into a mischievous smile, and he enticingly asked, Jiang Li, interested in learning A-level combat skills? Initially, Gu Xiaoyu was hesitant about giving Jiang Li an A-level combat technique, worrying it might be too challenging for him. However, upon discovering Jiang Li's exceptional aptitude, she quickly changed her mind. Perhaps Jiang Li could master the A-level technique even at the warrior level, or at least make some noticeable progress. With this thought, she smiled at Jiang Li. Jiang Li, on the other hand, could hardly believe his ears. Instructor, I want to learn it, he responded instinctively, but seeing the mischievous smile on Gu Xiaoyu's face, he hesitated. Instructor, you're not expecting me to exchange my points for it at the combat technique library, are you? The required points are astronomical, he worriedly asked, thinking he'd rather use the points for a few bottles of B-level energy liquid. Gu Xiaoyu laughed. Of course not. After all, I'm a battle king and have mastered several A-level techniques myself. Interested? Jiang Li crossed his arms and said with a wary look, just to be clear, I'm not selling myself. Even though you're quite attractive, I'm not that easy. Before he could finish his sentence, he was suddenly thrown high into the air, powerless against the Battle King's aura. Gu Xiaoyu, her face darkened, shouted, Jiang Li. Jiang Li jogged back, grinning, Instructor, I'm here. Gu Xiaoyu, seeing his mischievous expression, couldn't stay angry. She glared at him impatiently and said, agree to one condition, and I'll teach you an A-level blade technique. And no, it doesn't involve selling yourself. Who would be interested in your scrawny frame anyway? Jiang Li's eyes sparkled. What's the condition, instructor? Just tell me. Gu Xiaoyu huffed. Top the weekly exam this time. Don't hold back. Impress Commander Duan Changqiu. Got it? She was astonished by Jiang Li and thought others should be too. Besides, she had already planned to teach him the A-level technique, so it was just a formality to make him work for it. That's it? Jiang Li couldn't believe his ears. It sounded almost too easy. Don't get cocky. One slip and you might mess up. I know you're already a mid-level warrior, but Xu Ming'er and Deng Baiyan are bound to advance to high-level warriors. Be prepared, Gu Xiaoyu warned, rolling her eyes. Unfazed, Jiang Li patted his chest. Instructor, don't worry. I guarantee I'll top the exam. High-level warriors? That's just a matter of time. With a few days left, Jiang Li was confident he could enhance the concentration of attribute particles in his qi and blood to the required standard, strengthening his soul and making particle resonance easier. Good. I'm glad you're confident. Dedicate 2 hours every morning to training with me. The rest of the time, you can train on your own, Gu Xiaoyu said, adopting a flexible approach tailored to Jiang Li's talents. Jiang Li felt grateful. It was exactly what he needed. Gu Xiaoyu's expertise in blade techniques was invaluable to him, and 2 hours a day was plenty. He could use the remaining time to train independently, maximizing his efficiency. For the first time, Jiang Li finished his morning combat technique class early and returned to his dormitory. In the tranquil dormitory area, everyone was diligently attending their combat technique classes, except Jiang Li, who had special permission to move freely. At this moment, his points were nearing 6,000. In comparison, the other elite trainees could only earn a few hundred points in the coming days. Jiang Li was fully capable of redeeming a hand-to-hand combat technique and a bottle of energy liquid. As he quietly calculated his points, he pondered how to maximize his strength. His only weakness was in hand-to-hand combat. According to the latest weekly exam review guide, weapon techniques, hand-to-hand combat techniques, and movement techniques could all be tested. To ensure he secured the top spot without any flaws, Jiang Li needed to eliminate all his weaknesses. Thinking about the A-level blade technique promised by Gu Xiaoyu ignited a fierce determination within him. If he could master the A-level blade technique to a high level, his combat power would soar. With just a slight increase in his qi and blood, surpassing the Battle King would become a breeze. Jiang Li's mind was filled with various thoughts, but his actions were swift and decisive. He quickly searched the combat technique library and soon identified his target technique, the B-level fist technique, Gravity Flame Fist. Seeing that it required 4,000 points, Jiang Li was a bit surprised. This meant that this fist technique was exceptionally powerful among B-level techniques. Not only did it possess fire attributes, but it also simulated a gravity environment, making it profoundly intricate. Just by reading the technique's description, Jiang Li decided to choose it. Once mastered, the Gravity Flame Fist would greatly enhance his hand-to-hand combat skills, making his combat abilities more comprehensive. Before the weekly exam, he was determined to perfect it, and with the 1,000-point reward he would receive, plus his remaining points, redeeming a bottle of B-level energy liquid would be a cinch. If the other trainees knew about Jiang Li's plan, they would surely exclaim, "Good grief." If it weren't for the fact that mastering a B-level technique only awarded 1,000 points, Jiang Li would have taken full advantage. After making up his mind, Jiang Li unhesitatingly chose the Gravity Flame Fist. In the following days, Jiang Li began to train intensely again. With the help of the 10,000-fold amplification system, his strength grew at an astonishing rate, almost unbelievably. Yet, all of this remained unknown to others. Everyone was preparing for the first weekly exam, each one a genius trainee making rapid progress with ample resources. In this atmosphere, the weekly exam finally arrived. The training camp was filled with a fervent energy, as trainees discussed and speculated about the exam format. It was known that the exam would take place in the training area. Walking alone, Gu Sheng exuded a sharp aura that deterred anyone from walking alongside him. Since Zhao Ziyan's defeat, he no longer dared to appear in front of Gu Sheng. Gu Sheng secretly wondered how strong Jiang Li had become. He gradually reined in his sharp blade aura, his eyes gleaming with confidence. The thing he looked forward to the most in this weekly exam was a showdown with Jiang Li. Meanwhile, Xu Ming'er and Deng Bian remained as dazzling as twin stars. Walking side by side, no other trainee dared to approach them, their oppressive presence too overwhelming. Xu Ming'er raised her eyebrows confidently and said, "Brother, this time I won't hold back." Deng Bian burst into laughter. "Bring it on, Ming'er. This time, the top spot in the weekly exam is mine for sure." He could feel the powerful energy coursing through his veins, filling him with confidence and determination. For Jiang Li, there was no way he would let anyone else take the first place this time. At that moment, all the students felt a surge of fighting spirit. After days of intense training, they were extremely satisfied with their progress. Jiang Li had just stepped out of the dormitory area with Wang Daoyuan and two others. Su Xingchen, noticing the intense aura emanating from Jiang Li, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother Jiang, why can't I sense your level anymore?" Jiang Li smiled mysteriously and replied, "Take a guess." The three of them rolled their eyes, knowing that Jiang Li had a playful side he occasionally showed. Although Jiang Li didn't reveal anything, they knew they had no choice but to accept it. Wang Daoyuan chuckled and said, "At least dealing with those little punks shouldn't be a problem, right?" Jiang Li's eyes radiated unwavering confidence. He was convinced that he would stand out in the weekly exam because the top spot was his and his alone. Training area. All the trainees gathered together, with the instructors known as the Battle Kings among them. This was the second grand occasion since the initial induction ceremony, the first weekly assessment. Everyone held a sense of reverence, as the true geniuses would be revealed through their progress. While pre-camp strength was significant, some individuals, despite lacking sufficient resources, might possess greater talent than those ranked at the top. For instance, Wang Daoyuan and his companions, as well as Gu Sheng. The Ice Fiend Battle Emperor, Duan Changqiu, was already seated at the head, overlooking the trainees whose auras had grown stronger. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Many had made significant progress, with some even breaking through minor stages. After all, some were on the verge of breaking through before entering the camp. Duan Changqiu turned to Gu Xiaoyu and asked, "Xiaoyu, how is Jiang Li's progress?" Gu Xiaoyu smiled faintly and replied, "Average." "Just average?" Duan Changqiu pursued with a smile, "You'll see for yourself." Gu Xiaoyu chose not to elaborate, causing Duan Changqiu to chuckle. He knew that Xiaoyu's expression indicated that Jiang Li's progress was anything but average. His anticipation grew. As the trainees continued to arrive, Duan Changqiu stood up and announced loudly, "Fellow trainees, it's a pleasure to gather again. It's been nearly 10 days since you joined the training camp, and I believe you've all adjusted to the camp life. Are you getting used to it? Yes, sir, the trainees responded in unison. Duan Changqiu was always approachable and never put on airs, which made the trainees cooperate willingly. He continued, good to hear. 10 days of rigorous training, and I've seen your progress. But as the saying goes, you can't judge a horse by its appearance. This first weekly assessment will test your training results. I hope you all give it your all and show your true strength. The training camp will never overlook any talent. Duan Changqiu's words struck a chord in the trainees' hearts, igniting their passion. Countless days and nights of hard work had led to this moment. They looked at their peers, eyes burning with the fire of competition. At this moment, everyone was a rival. Satisfied with the trainees' reactions, Duan Changqiu wasted no more words and announced with a smile, all right, let the first weekly assessment begin. Another supervisor stood up to explain the assessment guidelines and rewards. The assessment would take place in a virtual space, simulating the environment of the Beast Maze Cavern. There were numerous entrances, and each cavern they advanced into would present different levels of fierce beasts or other trainees. Only the victors could proceed, while the defeated would stop there. Each trainee was assigned a number corresponding to an entrance cavern. Remember, give it your all and advance through as many caverns as possible. Your final score would depend on the number of caverns you progress through and your combat performance. Upon hearing about the various rankings and rewards, the students' eyes lit up as if they were seeing a pile of precious resources beckoning them. At that moment, everyone's competitive spirit was fully ignited. Achieving good results would undoubtedly lead to rapid progress, allowing them to further distance themselves from other students in the next weekly assessment. The path of cultivation has always been like this. Once you get ahead, you stay ahead. Every student took this very seriously. It was a matter that could determine their future prospects. Jiang Li's eyes gleamed as he looked at the first-place reward. It seemed like he was determined to claim it. Observing the eager and impatient expressions on all the students' faces, the deputy supervisor sternly instructed, all students, listen up. Enter the equipment bay, virtual space room number 152-3478, password XLY3213124. The students moved in unison, stepping into the energy pods. In an instant, the previously noisy training area gradually fell silent, leaving only the voices of the instructors conversing. The instructors were equally excited, hoping that their students would stand out. Although they didn't expect to secure the top 3 spots due to some exceptionally talented individuals, other rankings were still quite desirable. The large screen lit up, and the figures of the students began to appear on it. The 10,000 Beasts Maze was a simulation modeled after the real SSS-level danger zone, the 10,000 Beasts Cave. Its structure bore some resemblance to the real thing. Of course, since it was designed for these talented students, the simulated beasts were not as formidable, but they were still not to be underestimated. The further one advanced in the caves, the stronger the beasts became. For the average student, each step forward required considerable effort. Duan Changqiu remarked with a smile, do you think any of the students will be able to clear it this time? He directed the question to the surrounding deputy supervisors. Li Shanhe pondered for a moment and shook his head. I don't think it's possible. The final beast in this maze is a quasi-king level beast, the two-headed flamebird, and it's also a flying beast. With the current student's abilities, defeating it is out of the question. Another deputy supervisor was even more pessimistic. Forget about the final level. I think the last 2 levels are already tough enough. Although Xu Ming'er and Deng Buyin have just broken through to advanced warriors, they've only just made the breakthrough. Facing 5-star general level beasts would be a stretch. I agree with Old Feng. The last 2 levels weren't designed for them to clear. They're just to keep them from getting complacent. Someone else chimed in, sharing their viewpoint. Have you all forgotten about Jiang Li? He's also a top-tier student. From what I know, he broke through to an intermediate warrior just a few days ago. Another deputy supervisor added with a smile.
Jiang Li.
Even if he broke through to an intermediate warrior, it won't make much difference. His level is still a significant drawback. At best, he might match Xu Ming'er and Deng Buyin. His foundation is still too shallow, the deputy supervisor concluded. Gu Xiaoyu glanced sideways at them, opting not to join the discussion. She scoffed inwardly, vowing to make them see her in a new light. Lack of depth? With her mastery of high-level combat techniques and 3 top-tier skills executed flawlessly, if that's considered shallow, then everyone else might as well brace themselves for failure. Even now, she could still feel the lingering fear. Gu Xiaoyu vividly remembered the bewildered look on her face when Jiang Li, with his perfect gravity flame fist, claimed another 1,000 points reward yesterday. How foolish of me to approach him, she thought. The mere thought of Jiang Li showing off in front of her again made her slightly irritated. Observing the confident expressions of the deputy supervisors around her, she couldn't help but look forward to seeing their embarrassed faces. Am I the only one who has to endure all of this? Duan Changqiu smiled as he watched the discussion, remaining silent. His thoughts mirrored Gu Xiaoyu's. Defeat a quasi-king level beast? Maybe in half a month, there might be a slim chance. But now, it's out of the question. Amidst the supervisor's debates, the trainees finally began to step into the beast maze. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.